Should be an amazing show. And what's so awesome about this is a little bit of a unique experience, not only for myself, but also we have never witnessed this experience here in Dota where we've got the TI and then it feels like you blink your eyes and you open them and you're in Boston and it's happening all over again. This is a new experience, Winter. Are you feeling, I don't want to say hyped, but are you feeling like this is something that this could definitely cause some surprises?
Yeah, single limb. Anything can happen. Anyone can win.
Feeling fresh as well on the end. I do have to say, I don't think I could rock lime, but you are, Ted.
Lime?
That's lime.
This is mint.
That's mint, yeah.
Okay, let me have a close up. It's quite minty.
Mint.
Okay.
Mint.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
thought
green.
Boston, green.
Yeah.
You know, the
I
background.
didn't even think about that.
I tried to just be consistent in the color of my shirt.
Okay, well, talking of consistent, hopefully we can start talking a little bit about how the Dota scene has, well, been since, of course, TI. That seems to be our general bookmark, usually. And usually we expect a huge shift, a big change. And I guess there's been a change on this desk as well.
Yeah, there has been a change on this desk. Machine, I heard you had a very warm welcome when you came into Boston. We actually have a video of that as well. We got it on tape.
Welcome to Boston, huh? What's up, bro? Get out of here, huh? You think you can join the Dota community, huh? We're a selective community, bro. Open up his luggage, Mousetrix. What do you got here? Oh, that's not. Oh, that's nice, huh? You trying to ace my community? I don't think so, bro. What? We gotta. Okay, open it up. Is it locked? We're checking out his arena. Check him out. We wanna check his stuff. We're taking you. Let's go. Let's go. Time to prove your worth. You ain't gonna chicken my community. So this is Boston, huh? Open it up. Open it up. Open up his luggage. Throw it around. What's a nasty butt plug? Yeah. Well, really? Open it up. What are you doing? Huh? You dropping your phone? You ain't gonna win me over. Dota's your daddy now, baby. Open your shit. Open it up. What do you got here, huh? He's talking British. What's he saying? I don't know what he's saying. He's talking British talk. Probably 007 because he's British. What is this, a Counter-Strike bomb, huh? Open it up, huh? Who's your daddy now, huh? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Get him, Mousetrix. Search through it, Mousetrix. What's this? What do you do, huh? You think you can come in here in our community and take it over? We're gonna see if you work. We're gonna interview. Look at this, boss. You, sir, are exceptionally handsome. Look, can you believe this kind of arrogance? You are pretty goddamn handsome. I'll give you that, but you ain't winning me over yet. Beauty products, lots of lots. Look how many beauty. That's a lot of beauty products. Okay, that's enough, Mousy. Close it up. We're gonna interview. We're gonna interrogate you. Don't worry about your shit. We're going. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's beautiful.
Sorry, we're out of joke.
Very good. Yeah, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Machine, sorry, it was my idea.
It was that's nice.
That was an intense start to my day.
How are you, man?
I'm good, thank you.
No buffalo, but it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sitting there like, what if there was a giant sex toy on top of this?
That's what I said. That was
That's what the toothbrush was. The best part was the security card coming off.
What's happening? What's happening? We'll catch up later.
You're dropping my phone, you're dropping your stuff.
Yeah, what happened? I'm so sorry. All right.
That's my bad. Where am I going?
Okay, let's go to the lobby.
Yeah.
We're not even in the lobby. This is the lobby.
Yeah, so that happened, and that's an intense zoom. Wow, okay, I should have probably put a little bit more foundation on my face. Yeah, that was, so I haven't really kind of got to grips with Slacks yet.
I don't think anybody has, so you know,
This
join the
was,
club.
Like, I mean, I'd seen him on the internet, watched a couple of videos. I just want to clarify that was genuinely me coming out of the taxi from the airport.
Yeah, no, that was he did say afterwards. He said, "Oh, you should see the bit we just did with Alex. We literally mugged him coming into the lobby." I was like, and he said the security guard was saying, "What are you guys doing?" Like he couldn't believe it. They didn't even tell the hotel staff they were about to mug him. So,
and they just let it happen too.
Yeah. He was just standing there going, "They're mugging this guy right in the lobby. I can't believe he didn't pile in."
What's so crazy is that he's sitting there with his hands crossed, and there's camera crew watching someone steal someone's suitcase, and he's just like, "Oh, I guess this is okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this."
I mean, I must say you were surprisingly calm for everything.
Well, I mean, when someone kind of opens up your suitcase and there isn't, you know, some sort of horrible sex toy on top of it, you feel good. I would have packed a bit neater though. And I do think I look good in that flat cap.
Yeah.
I think I could pull that off.
Good, pull that off.
Yeah.
The Boston look.
The Boston look, except I don't like his accent. Anyway, moving on. Of course, that's not an insult to Boston accents, just Slax's awful attempt at one. We can actually move into the Dota discussion, the Dotes. Let's start addressing a little bit about, well, first of all, how the scene has moved and transitioned since TI, because, I mean, for the first time ever, we are still on the same patch, or thereabouts. Of course, slight alterations, but we've had a major tournament, huge tournament, and we have had that roster shuffle. So we've got so much change to address, and I think I'll start with you, Shiva, here. If you could just outline how much of a roster shuffle there has been, because there's very few teams attending here that have actually got the same roster that we saw at TI.
Yeah, I think that's only Wings.
Just
if you're
Wings,
talking about that.
Perhaps Ad Infinitum?
At Finum as well. Yeah,
Okay.
they haven't changed for a while, but they didn't play in
They
TI,
didn't play at
and
TI.
they are like they're the underdog. But more about At Finum later. I think the biggest roster shuffle, like everybody shuffled, like apart from Wings and the few exceptions that we mentioned, everybody shuffled like 2 to 3 players. I think the biggest one and the biggest successful one is EG. You got yourself, Arteezy's back, you got Zion there, you got Kritten there, and all of them have played together in the past, and they have been doing amazingly well as well. And they're just, it seems like they just picked up where they left off, and that's kind of unique.
I think if you're losing like PPD and Fear, that's such a huge hole. Like that
Yeah.
is
Well,
crazy. They were like the EG guys for such a long time.
Do you
So to
consider
get
it-
those players of that level in to replace them, I think they'll do well.
Do you consider it losing, or not quite as much as normal losing, because they are still sticking around,
course,
right?
yeah.
Management, coaching.
Yeah. But it's not. They're not on the field.
A change, I would say. Like sometimes you need change to improve.
But even when things are looking quite bright, I mean, this seems to happen quite a lot. You've even seen teams win TI and make changes, right? So, I mean, this has happened as well, Winter. Is there any roster shuffle that caught your eye alongside EG, or was that the main takeaway for you?
I mean, I think, like they said, the best one, EG. And OG seem like, even though they swapped players, but they seem like the same team because they played in the same manner.
Right.
I mean, it's a bit weird to say, I mean, they had, 3 players shuffled out, but the team still looks the same. Like, to me, like, the way they play is still very much the same.
I think in terms of the Western scene, they are the only team that picked up a player that was like not known to anybody before coming in. Anna obviously coming in with a lot of history in terms of doing well at MMR and being, a super high profile player, but he wasn't actually on a profile team, or rather on a high profile team, and he
when
just
I was
stepped in.
researching about him, I was like, who's this guy?
Yeah.
And I looked at my Steam friends list. Wait, why is he on my friends list?
No.
I'm serious. Like,
So you're just playing with him?
he played in C server and he added me, and I didn't actually know it was the same guy.
Did you flame him, Winter, when you played with him?
I
Did you
don't
flame him?
remember.
I bet you did.
Yeah, there's probably like really bad blood between the two. After some nasty MMR. All right, let's go ahead and start talking a little bit about what is actually happening here. 16 teams are attending here in Boston, and we can bring them up now to put them on your screens. 8 invites and 8 qualified teams. And what's so exciting about this is, yes, the invited teams did raise a couple of eyebrows, but also there's a lot of qualified teams who can pack a punch. So Winter, starting with you in this one, invited teams. You have got some, I don't want to say strong opinions, but you certainly have your own opinion regarding the invites and, of course, the 8 teams we see in that category.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams that work their way to qualify to the events are, as strong as the teams that got invited. And I was talking to you yesterday about, I personally felt invited teams, the number of invited teams should be toned down.
You'd rather they all have to work for it. I mean,
Yeah.
some of those, Shiva, I mean, just make perfect sense, right? You look at the Wings, your OG, EG. These are invites you understand.
Even with the roster shuffles, the players that were shuffled in also did well at TI generally. So
Sure.
they have that level of play that is expected of them to be an invited team. But there are 8 invited teams, and are there really 8 teams that over the course of like 5 to 6 months have proven to be an invited team? Maybe, as Winter said, maybe 8's too much, but I do think that the selection of teams that we have is really good, and the level of skill is really high.
I mean, that's the beauty of the qualifier as well, is we've got some very, very big dogs from that qualifier.
Yeah.
I mean, Ted, it would be foolish not to mention VP at this instance, right?
Yeah. I mean, Shane and I cast some of their games in the qualifiers, and we were like, they look really good. They look really, really good
Like
in the
intimidating.
qualifiers. I didn't see them at the summit, but I know everyone's saying that they crushed it.
Yeah.
So they are the form team. But we saw form teams going into TI that we were expecting to do a lot better than they did. So I honestly think the thing is, you turn up to a tournament, especially single elim, like Winter said, anything can happen. Like, I don't think there's much point picking a favorite. You can pick the teams that you think will do well, but I mean, I like I said, I think Wings will win because they're different gravy. But we'll see.
Different gravy.
Yeah.
I love this. We've got 2 British bookends on the desk, and I think about 4% of the viewers actually understand what on earth we're talking about most of the time. We can now address the structure, because that's different as well. Lots of change going on, both in rosters and in the tournament itself. And again, yes, the invites may have raised an eyebrow, but so has the structure. Things have shifted. And before we even get to the Wang Theatre, we're going to be taking a GSL format approach. Now, I know that we've all looked at the Wikipedia page and tried to understand exactly the definition there. I'm no stranger to it, of course.
I think the summary they've got there, best of 3. I wish that was the page that just explained it. Because the GSL page on Wikipedia is about 20 screens long.
It is.
And it's extremely detailed. And when, like, I was saying to Cap, I said, Cap, what the hell does GSL mean? Because I had to look it up. He says, I did the same thing, and I panicked. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. So it is a lot simpler than it looks.
It is so much simpler. Shiva, you did a TLDR for everyone at home.
Mini double elimination bracket. There you go. That's
perfect.
really
Okay,
it.
nice. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Leading into
A single elimination bracket.
Yeah, so we will not be losing any teams over the first 2 days. It's simply for seeding coming into the playoffs, which is single elimination. So that's scary. And of course, could be spelling trouble for EG. We'll talk about that later. Now, though, let's start bringing up those brackets. We talked about them. Now you can see them. Not everyone will meet everyone. That is, of course, the case. This is how it's going to be working. You can see the first games of the day. We get Wings versus Winter's Buddies Warriors. We get DC versus LGD, Newbee versus MVP, and Virtus.pro versus NP. And these are all played simultaneously. So do be sure and do not panic. You will be able to see all of these games broadcast on the various streams. We'll be jumping into VP, NP. But I mean, all of these games, Winter, have got a reason to be excited. Perhaps maybe Wings Warriors could be a one-sided affair.
And everyone is going to expect Wings to win, but I know Warriors, they are a team that are very strong from C region. They are mostly new players. They are young and they are hungry.
I'm actually hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet.
Did you not?
No. Did you
Maybe
manage
they
to?
didn't have breakfast. Maybe that's the key.
I could use a good bagel or something.
I had a bagel.
Did you?
I had a bagel as
They
well.
take a very long time to toast in
They
those
do.
toasters. Anyway.
Anyway, back into the action. Of course, DC and LGD are in that group as well. It wasn't Group A that turned the most heads, though, because, of course, it is Group B. It seems to have been known by many as the group of death, and I'll let Shiva explain exactly why this one is so intimidating.
Okay, so Virtus.pro, we already talked about that, right? That's the team to look at in terms of favorites coming in for a lot of people. Then you got Newbee and MVP, and MVP is, or was, or is a big question mark. They haven't really played any matches at all in terms of on LAN. They have switched in rather for Ev, and at first they put him on the safe lane carry, and everybody thought, well, maybe they don't look that hot, and then they put him back on off lane. He's playing off lane again in this tournament, at least as far as we are aware. They might switch it about depending on the draft as well. And MVP, I talked a little bit to Moon yesterday, and he's like, oh, they're scary. They're back to previous MVP. They're gonna pick your run at your heroes and just go for 5 melee cores, or 5 melee heroes rather, and just crush you. So they look scary. Newbee looks scary in a lot of the scrims, and I think Group B, it's good, but it's also good to be in the hardest group.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, tell
You
me
don't-
why.
Okay, so
you don't meet the strong opponents again, right?
exactly. So you have all your strong opponents in Group B.
Yeah.
You face them once, you get to practice against them, which, you know, for a lot of teams, they do like the learning curve. So
Sure,
in that case, it's good. And you don't meet them in the first round.
You don't meet Wings in the single elim first
Well,
round.
I mean, that's it.
You don't,
Yeah.
yeah.
Winter, you said to me, you were like, oh, yeah, but okay, no one gets eliminated in the first groups. But, I mean, going against Wings straight into single elimination is something that no one is interested in doing, absolutely. But, of course, there are 2 other groups that we're going to be coming up tomorrow. We're going to give you a quick glance at them. We'll be taking a closer look tomorrow, but you can have a little look. We will be seeing EG and Complexity clash.
The clash of NA Dota.
Yes, indeed. They don't get a chance to really warm up before they do have that domestic affair. And then we get Faceless and LGD as well. Of course, LGD are stepping in, given the loss, of course, the visa problems that Execration did encounter. And then we venture into D. We can bring that one up as well. 4 groups, and we do get some big names there.
Oh,
I mean,
E-Home at Finnan.
yeah, E-Home
That would be so hype.
Why is this one going to be hype, Winter?
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Just because I think he was
Yeah, go
he
ahead.
highlighted it. I want to
Yeah,
know.
go ahead.
No, I just feel like at Finnan have a lot to prove. They finally made it after so many attempts, close chase, qualifying to a major event. And this is the event, their first match. And I feel like, again, same with Warriors Gaming. They're a very hungry team.
And in Finham, I mean, this is a team that you've already said, Shiva, the first thing that words out your mouth were like, this is going to be an exciting.
I think that everybody everybody that also watched the qualifiers is going to follow Ed Finham.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
the team to watch.
Yeah, we watched them in qualifiers. I think me and Shane even cast a few of theirs as well.
Yeah,
And they look good. I mean, they did. They were like, these lads have got a chance. Like, they were good. And you know what? Slacks was doing a bit with them the other day, an interview and chatting to them, and they were totally excited. They were out. They were really up and fired up. And like, I expect them to be kind of in their shells and a bit nervous. They were not. So I hope for their sakes, that they can carry that over into the game and play without fear, because they're a good team.
I mean, their carry player is in my opinion, one of the best new carries in Europe. Like
They've got
he's
a
really
shot.
underrated.
Yeah.
Madeira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And many of them used to be London Conspiracy, or some of them used to be London Conspiracy. So I'm claiming them as a UK team. Go
Wow.
out.
Yeah, we'll go for that, sure. Anyway, moving into our first game of the day, it's about that time. We've highlighted it already. We will be covering VP versus NP, and this should be explosive. Virtus.pro have turned everyone's attention, and so have NP, a group of buddies doing damage. And I think the first question we have to ask, when you look at these two teams on paper, Winter, is do you genuinely believe that Virtus.pro are as hyped as people are making them out to
Yes.
be? They are. They live up to that hype.
Yes, I think VP are extremely strong right now, and they are one of the hot favorites of the tournament.
And so then, of course, on the other foot, I give you the harder one here, Shiva. NP got their work cut out for them.
So I think NP, when we see them play, and I mean, they did really well at the Northern Arena Beat. They came second. But I think, and they lost against Wings, you know, everybody loses against Wings, so that's fine. But NP, I think their biggest enemy is themselves. They have a tendency to, like, okay, they do really well, right? And then they go high ground, and then one person, I mean, I won't specify who it is, but one person will go a little bit too deep, and then, you know, everything crumbles on each other.
Let's bring that one person's face up alongside four other people.
No,
yeah, let's
you
do
couldn't.
it.
You couldn't. I bet you don't know who it is.
Well, we
Let's
can
see.
bring up all five. Let's bring up Team NP, and then you can actually see that face smiling at us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Envy is a unique character. He is one of the best carries, and definitely at Shanghai Major, he was amazing.
He can be one of the best carries and one of the worst carries on the same day.
Yes, it is.
But Aui's playing carry. He's the one position,
mid.
right?
I mean,
So
back when he was playing carry.
yeah.
Core. Let's call it a core.
That's core role.
And also, I think we need to highlight Rose and his particularly non-Rose-like hair. He's
It's just the.
I
It's
think it's
washed out because of the green screen. I think.
He's
I
gone
think
full
so too.
Tintin.
It is
Because
much brighter than that.
at the moment, because he used to be, or rather a month ago, it was like light rose.
Okay.
But for this event, he has gone neon pink.
Yeah, he has. It's
So
very, very pink.
If we will see him on camera later on, because we will have those players.
He's probably furious right now. He's like, I am not a bright orange hair. That is not care. I'm not what's it hair. That's another one for the UK people.
Yeah. Cheetos for America.
Well, I mean, we are describing NP and some of their characteristics. What better way than showing you? Slacks took a couple of moments to talk to NP ahead of this game, so let's go ahead and take a look.
Hello, I am Professor Ish Capel, Dota 2 psychologist. I'm here with MSS and SVG from Team MP. Welcome, gentlemen. We're going to get down to some of the things that might be holding you back, in my opinion, try to unravel your minds a bit. I'd like to talk to you about Rose. Rose, if it were. Your teammate, how does he make you feel? Tell me about him. Angry. Those feelings, yeah.
He makes me laugh.
Makes you laugh. So I'm feeling a lot from this from your team. So before we begin, I'd like to do some things before Rose gets here. First off, you see in front of you some paper, some pens. I would like you to draw Rose as an animal. What he represents, what kind of animal he would represent to you. Be it a fearsome tiger or a lovely cuddly teddy bear. Okay. Go ahead and draw. Don't worry, he won't see these. This is a safe place.
I already regret my drawing.
You're fine. And this is not, we're not here to judge. Just any animal.
This is pretty easy.
What does he represent to you?
How do you draw it?
I can't tell you how to draw. Only your heart can tell you how to draw.
This is right, guys.
It is right. Anything that you put on that paper will be right, MSS.
What the?
Please, do not look at his. Do not look at his.
That was scarring.
Do not look at his paper. This is.
I'm doing bad, but that is.
Oh shit, I fucked up the tail, guys.
Did you? Or did you make it perfect? Very good. You're taking a very long time. All right.
I don't know what this guy is.
Very good.
What the fuck is that, dude?
Okay, so let's not judge here. This is a no judge zone.
Yeah, Mojo judge style.
Now, before we begin, I would like to call in a special guest. Could you come in, please? That's right. I did fabricate something. This is a trust zone, but it's important to break these barriers between us. Hello. We have some pictures here for you. First, what does this mean to you?
I don't know, it says the word pink on it.
Yes.
You only think of a flamingo. Exactly.
Very good. Now, a flamingo. There are many colorful creatures, peacocks, etc. Why a flamingo in particular?
I mean, do you see his hair?
I do.
That's the first thing I think of.
But there are more than just hair on flamingos. You see, this is subconscious coming out. Flamingos are only the color of what they eat. You know? They're birds. And they have tall legs.
Yeah, sort of.
It is true. It is actually true. So I believe, in your case, pink represents friendship. He eats friendship. He is the representation of friendship, of love, of heart. I believe that you might, to him, be the heart of the team. It's very good. We have a picture here. What does this mean to you?
I don't know, that's very hard. The other one was much easier.
Yes, it was much easier.
It's got like some black stripes or something.
I'm gonna give you some hints here. It looks like yes, it's a horse with black stripes. Is that correct? Did you draw zebra?
Got it.
Very good. Why zebra?
I have no idea.
Do you not have an idea?
Something about Thievin that just emits this vibe of galloping across the plains. You know?
Did you know that the zebra
He's a free spirit.
is one of the only types of horses that cannot be tamed? It's a wild horse. It's a horse that cannot be restrained. I think that's why he drew you as a free zebra, because you cannot be contained.
Wow.
It's beautiful. All right, we're going to do some association here. I'd like you to take a look at this image and tell me what you see. Go ahead.
Blob.
Blob.
It's an octopus.
That could be big.
Octopus.
Octopus and what?
Bane?
Bane.
Yeah.
It's very good. One man thinks about Dota nonstop. The other fears what's beneath. I forgot what you said. You said a blob. All right, only a few more. This one's very complicated. What does this mean to you?
Can I skip my turn? What? Just come around.
I'll come around to you. SVG, what does this mean to you?
The sheep are being led to slaughter or something?
Interesting, interesting. MSS?
I mean, the sheep is smiling, but there's rain pouring on him.
Yes.
So, does that mean no matter how optimistic you are, you're still going to get shit on?
To you it does. And that's what's most important. For you.
How do you know that picture's an upside down? What? The sheep
I don't
raining
know,
on
man.
top.
It just looks like two trees put together. It doesn't even look like sheep.
That's very interesting. Two trees, an animal being led to slaughter, and an animal that never wins, no matter how happy he is. This is all very revealing. I have one more for you, and then you're free to go. Gentlemen, I'd like you to tell me what this means to you. What does
Like Jackie Ball.
looks like?
I think that's Jackie Ball too. That's the first thing that came to mind.
All right,
Why is there a dot?
that is a question. What does this mean to you?
I have no idea. I'm guessing Jackie Mao drew it though.
Very well. All right, well, gentlemen, I have to say, my analysis of your team is that you're in very healthy condition. You believe that this is a free-willed spirit who transcends love and friendship. You believe that no matter how good things get, you're always going to get shit on, but that's okay. You like zebras. Overall,
Yes.
I think you're in very good shape and you're ready to do well at the Boston Major. Thank you for joining me, and best of luck to you all. Thank you.
I still think that looked like a llama. That was not a horse. That's my first statement.
He's
here.
drawn under pressure. Give him a break. It was a zebra. If he says it's a zebra, it's a zebra. You can't criticize another person's artwork.
Come on,
Trust me.
they are Dota players. They don't draw.
I think the most important thing though is the pink hair is because he's the
It's-
heart of the team.
Yeah.
Oh, the flamingo.
If you have a
Yeah.
pink heart, I think you should see a doctor. I don't think it's
This
meant
is
to be
true,
That was,
but-
that
bright
was
pink.
absolutely wonderful. I enjoyed that a lot. Much love to Slacks, but we do have to get the show on the road and start talking about who on earth is going up against NP. It is, of course, VP. Just change one letter, and we can go ahead and bring up the Virtus.pro squad. It's very intimidating, and a lot of players are expecting big things from them here in Boston.
I think Virtus.pro is so scary, and they don't look very scary, you know?
What are you talking about? Look at they folded their arms, sheep.
That was
Yeah, but they're-
intimidating.
okay,
If
look at
someone
the-
does that, that means they're going to tear your head off.
So look at Nine Pasha. He's like, you know, I'm just standing here. He's
Yeah,
just,
but
you know,
look
the
at Lil.
only
Lil
one.
looks like
Okay,
he's
but
flapped.
he doesn't have his arm crossed. But Lil is the scariest.
Yeah.
I would say.
He's the guy that buys mangoes all the time. I don't think he's scary
He only buys mangoes at the end of the game
when they win.
when they win, so that nobody knows what items he won with. It is very, very annoying. As
Yes.
if you want to research things, then yeah, that is not great.
Yeah, I mean, but what's interesting as well is you saw both Ramses and Lil were rebellious, and they're probably
Yeah.
two names, Ted. If I talked about VP, you'd be first to mention as well, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they look relaxed, like a team that's in form. I think that's good. I think you either want a team that's hyped up, like we were talking about Ad Finum, and ready to deliver, or you want a team that's in form and confident, relaxed, and knows their roles. And VP definitely fit that bill.
Yeah.
One thing special about this team, their youngest player on the team is actually drafting for them.
Yeah, Ramses.
You don't see that often.
What is he? 17 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, so does it usually a positive correlation between age and draft?
Yeah, you trust experience
Sure.
over just
usually.
enthusiasm, I think.
Makes
But
sense.
I mean, if he's doing good draft, then let him do it. I mean, I think that's that's kind of its meritocracy kind of thing. If he's good, let him do it, and it's working.
Well, one of the other individuals we want to address is, of course, the featured matchup. We've chosen one from either side to put them up against each other and explain exactly why. These are the players to watch. I grilled my analysts, and they came up with two names. It was Aoi and Ramses. I'm going to start, of course, by throwing this one over to the least frowning person member on the desk. We did actually talk about mid lane, I admit. I was expecting different faces, but I'm glad Ramses has popped up just because we have just addressed both his age and already the amount of success that he has found.
Okay, so normally people in a carry position, like generally speaking, are not the captain.
Right.
They are the ones to maybe
Hey.
captain later on. Oh, there we go. But talking about no one, I think Winter yesterday, you said he is the best mid player in the CAS, hands down.
I think he's like by far right now the best mid in CIS. He was like pretty underrated before, but right now I think no one can argue the fact that how skilled he is in the mid lane.
Yeah.
How does he compare as well? I mean, from my research, it seems that no one has seemed to have a very versatile hero pool. In terms of Eternal Envy, is that something that he can kind of match up with Winter?
They're both very different, I think. One person is extremely skilled and capable of carrying the game on himself like no one.
Okay.
But when Envy plays the mid role right now, he plays to cater for the team. If the team needs this hero in mid lane, even though his matchup might be bad in terms of 1v1, but they're still going to pick the hero because it's for the team. He's more like a team player right now.
A team player who can be incredibly hot or incredibly cold. I mean, I feel like that's an attribute you usually give to perhaps someone like who's an explosive player.
Yeah. Well, Envy normally is, he'll never absolutely dominate his lane unless he gets some help from outside.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
But the thing is, if he fails his laning phase, he's going to find a way back.
Yes,
like
that's true too.
Not many players can actually do that if they have a very bad laning phase. Like he's a very smart player.
Intelligent players all around, and of course the intelligent players are going to start getting themselves ready for predictions. That's right, these players on my left are hanging out. You know what's weird is they've given me one, and that's going to be so much fun. So anyone that has a worse prediction than me, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm ready to be ashamed.
Do you want to do it? Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, Ted, I'm going to start with you. Let's work this way.
What? Pick the winner in this game.
The winner for this game.
The first game or the series?
For the series. This is for the series.
All right.
I'm gonna do. This is my plan. Okay.
Explain. You can explain your working.
I'm just gonna pick MP because I want to be different, and if I'm right, I'll look like a genius.
I like that you've explained it honestly.
Team MP.
A little bit of a cop-out because it means you're going to be happy regardless who wins. But I think Virtus.pro is at the moment, they look like the stronger team. On paper, they should win. It's that simple.
Conservative. Carry on.
Yeah, now Winter.
One person's biased and one person speaks of logic, so I'm going with the logic.
Boo.
Thank you. Thank
Alex.
you very much.
Alex, join me. Ted, I don't want to fall into your corrupt ways.
All right.
But
Are you going to follow the top analyst? He is the one with the most correct predictions.
I mean, I've been picking like everyone I can get my hands on brain coming into this, and everyone has been sitting there saying Virtus.pro, incredibly exciting, top contenders for like top 3 finish. And so I'd be kind of silly not to doubt them. I'll go VP just because I want to get that first one on the board. Just the first one.
Dude, name a poll this year that's been right.
Winter VP,
Seriously.
Myself VP. It's just you on the end, dude.
Yeah, it's the year of craziness, so I'm going to say MP. Gonna win.
Okay,
it wouldn't even be that crazy.
If you wanted to quickly play devil's advocate, Shiva, how would you give NP's prediction, or rather give Ted's prediction of NP some backbone?
Well, I think that they are the team that, if you can't get complacent. If they find a mistake at the late game, they'll just turn it around and they'll win. We saw them at the summit. They had a game, I believe, against eHome. They were doing really bad. They were not in a happy place. They had a Warlock and a Mirana though, and all it took was one fight and they turned that entire game around. It was an amazing fight. They wiped the floor with eHome, and they just won off the back of it. So I mean, they are a team that definitely has potential. And as I said, they're their own worst enemy, and perhaps they improved in the last week and a half to the point where you know they fixed their issues, and here they are.
Just one for Team Anime then. Just giving them that little bit of a boost.
Yeah, that's the only downside about him. But I do love him still. So good luck.
It looks like you're not alone.
I thought you liked
You've got some friends, look.
What?
Social media.
What? I
You've
didn't
got some
see
Twitter,
the thing. What did
some
it say?
tweets. Some
Team
people
MP
in the
got
Twitter
25. Yeah,
sphere.
25% of the people are decent human beings. Come on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a blanket insult to 75% of Twitter. I'll give you that one.
I think that's fair.
Maybe Twitch is different. I know that we have a couple of extra ones as well. We can maybe see them in a while. But Virtus.pro coming into this one as favourites, and I think we've already outlined as to why. Solo and Lil with their kind of support roles, a bit of an overlap there. I do want to see what. Oh, there's Twitch. I was hoping for this. Okay, 68 to 32.
I agree to this more than previously. I think the previous one was a bit more skewed towards VP. This one seems more reasonable to me.
He didn't think about that.
Twitch
hair
being
and
more
headphones.
reasonable.
Didn't think about the hair and headphones. This is an
If you look at
important point.
Rose's hair, if you look at it when he's got the headphones on, it looks like extremely odd. So yeah, he didn't think about that.
What I think
Should he have shaved?
I think if he
You know, the
shaves a
band.
bar in the middle where the headphones can go, his hair looks immaculate.
Did you ever have that problem as gamers where you would say, "Oh no, I haven't been I've been working all day," and then you'd have headset hair? You ever have that?
Please don't look at me and say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ted. I didn't even think before.
It's all right.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, has anyone ever called you like Dota Carl Pilkington? Has that ever happened?
No, you're the
that?
first.
I
It's
am.
very clever. Well done.
Who is
Alex. Yeah, it's great.
Carl Pilkington. He's a really he's a funny fellow. He makes me giggle, and so does Ted. That's all. Oh, I'm sorry. I've upset you now.
No, you carry
In
on.
the rehearsals, I called you Teddy Bear.
Yeah.
And now I've called you Carl.
Yeah.
Okay, I've made a mistake.
You'll go back to CS:GO eventually.
I will. Yeah, I will. But first, we can have some fun and talk about some more Dota because it is coming up towards that draft phase, and I want to make sure we have ample time to talk about it. It is still just loading in, but Winter, this is where you have a chance to set the scene, right? So to the guys at home, what are your expectations seeing VP NP entering into a draft phase?
Both teams prioritize different kind of heroes, but they both look at the laning phase very heavily. And one of the characteristics of VP is they tend to sack their carry. They leave him alone. They pick him like a carry that doesn't need too much babysitting, and they let both of their supports roam a lot.
Roaming supports.
And MP prioritize a lot of keeping their carry safe. They want to stack ancients for him, stack camps, and always going to farm away. So they're very different in terms of how they babysit their carry. Or one does babysit and one doesn't babysit the carry.
Basically, NP plays for the late game, and it's up to Virtus.pro to make sure that they'll never get to that point.
I mean,
yeah.
Haven't we always said that Virtus.pro have a very aggressive mid game? So so it's going to be a question of surviving that and taking it into late.
Yeah, I think that's how they play their early game because their early game is so aggressive. They rotate a lot with the two supports, especially. Right. They set the pace of the game, and it makes it very difficult if you're trying to be greedy against Virtus.pro. So I think if you're,
I'm zipping my lips now. I'll let you guys jump into this one.
Right, so I don't think there's any surprise in terms of bans, Winter. See the Naga band, the Batrider, and the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, Naga's one of MP's strongest heroes. I think. Yeah. One a very straightforward ban against them. They removed the Warlock as well. Hero that some teams prioritize and some teams don't prioritize, and I know most of the teams here would prioritize the Ogre. And surprised to see MP chose to go for like the opening Drow Ranger. Teams have been cutting down on first picking Drow nowadays. Like not many teams do that anymore.
It's one of their most picked.
Yeah, they are like one of the only teams that you would actually still sometimes ban it out against as well. But
I'm pretty sure VP. I'm pretty sure VP took Drow and ran a sort of Drow strat quite a lot in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not in the. They don't pick it first phase.
Not first, no.
Not as much anymore because teams have been getting much better at dealing with Drow Ranger. So you want to pick it at a certain situation where you know the Drow can get pressured because the weakness of the hero is laning phase.
Losing lane.
Yeah, losing your lane hard. And for VP, they prioritize a lot on winning the lane with they do Ogre position 4, position 5. They might still pick an Enchantress to gank the Drow. Like in my opinion, that's one of the best supports in the early game to shut down the Drow Ranger.
Yeah. We've seen Lil play Enchantress and Chen again.
You might see it this game.
There's that Weaver ban.
And they went for the Lifestealer as well because you generally pair the Lifestealer with a Gap Closer. Against Drow Ranger, you want to be able to gap close, so you remove her ultimate and you take out her damage. So that's one of the common carries you see against Drow.
What was funny, Alex and I were watching some games yesterday, and obviously, we know he's a relative newcomer to Dota. So I was trying to explain some of the heroes and what they do, like some of their ridiculous. And he was like, "That is OP. That is so OP for pretty much every hero." And that was my favorite thing.
This has been my sudden realization is that everything is overpowered, so nothing is. It's like what's that guy Syndrome from Incredibles? If everyone's super, no one is.
Super.
I
Exactly.
remember you were talking about, wow, how does this hero TP around the map 30 seconds cooldown?
It just seemed
Nature's
prophet.
Nature's prophet, and yet it's never picked. It just seems so absurd to me. Anyway, we need to catch up. It looks like Sand King's going to be jumping in.
Second phase ban as well for MP, like we said. They removed the Chen and Enchantress, heroes that are really good at shutting down the Drow in the early game. And VP goes back for more lane pressure. Like Sand King is also a very good hero against Drow in the laning phase.
Yeah. Also, you were talking about a gap closer. Here's a guy who can get infested. Lifestealer can infest him. He can blink in, Burrow Strike, get his epi, and then out pops Lifestealer as well. It's good.
But if you're thinking about heroes that, Chen and Enchantress are both Lil heroes. There are some Lil heroes that, Slardar's still in the pool, which is a massive hero for him that he plays as support and is a gap closer as well if he gets a little bit of farm.
Yeah, Slardar is a really good hero with Lifestealer, especially the M damage plus, Lifestealer's physical damage output.
They go for Io.
Rubik.
It might be Io plus Sand King, and I've seen them do Ogre safe lanes. They are one of the few teams, them and EG, they do Ogre safe lanes a lot. Whereas for MP right now, Omni Knight is one of the heroes that they pick on their off lane quite a bit on MSS.
Yep.
So I expect them to do the same here. Very good hero to keep your Drow alive. Basically, when you're running a Drow strat, you always want to have a defensive support or a defensive core. When the enemy runs at you, you need to be able to keep the Drow alive in the team fights.
So that's like the babysitter that you were talking about earlier.
What I meant with the babysitter was the lane babysitter, like someone to make sure you farm in the lane. This is kind
Rubik,
this is kind of Omni Knight's kind of like the hero that keeps people, the defensive hero in the lineup with the Drow Ranger.
Now, where does this one go next?
Both of the teams are looking to have a very different game plan right now.
Yeah.
For VP, they want to win the lane, and they have relocate with Io, so they want to have a much better map presence. They want to split up and roam around, whereas MP, they're going to be very afraid of the relocate and the Sand King gangs. So they're going to build their lineup around the Drow to 5-man with the Omni Knight to take down towers. So you minimize the chances of the enemy catching you off, because you're always 5-manning, and they're trying to gank you. So when you're 5-man, it's very difficult for them to gank you.
So Sand King
especially with an Omni Knight as well, right?
Yeah,
Like
Omni
makes
Knight.
the gank
Oh
much
my
harder.
God. Omni Knight, OD, and Drow, this is the classic 5-man Drow lineup.
Wow.
It's just getting bigger and bigger then. You guys, is this starting to give you any more faith in NP? Starting to see that they're forcing... I was going to say forcing VP's hand.
Let's go to Tad, the guy who had the faith before.
I had the faith. I mean, the thing is, if you first pick Drow, your strat is clear. I mean, they're not trying to hide it. They're literally just saying, we're going to pick Drow and we're going to build around that. And it is, I mean, if you counter it, it is counterable, but you almost have to counter, like that has to be your entire strat has to be countering that. Otherwise, you are going to lose to it. So I think, they've kind of forced Virtus.pro down a certain road. Obviously, MP think they can outplay them with the Drow strat. So.
It's like VP, they're just like, I don't think they're forced down the road, but they just put a lot of emphasis on winning their lanes. And with the Ogre plus the IR2 supports that are designed to help your lanes out a lot in the early game. I mean, as long as before the 5-man comes, you win your lane substantially enough, so you delay the 5-man and you're able to have an item advantage over the enemy, then you'll be able to defend the push. But if the lanes don't go well for you, then you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, big trouble.
So it is going to be Virtus.pro that has the last pick. And with the Sniper already banned out, and they themselves banned out Razor.
Sniper is a really good ban, because it's a very good matchup against OD. You see teams using Sniper against OD, and you have D push to slow down the push with your Shrapnel. So I think it's a great ban, and Undying as well, a great last pick to put their whole draft together.
Like a little bow on top.
Yeah, Undying plus Omni Knight. And you have the option to not only do Undying, Omni Knight dual lane, but you have the option to do Undying, Rubik plus Drow to make sure if you feel, oh, our Drow is going to get pressured a lot, we need to secure the Drow's lane. That's what Undying provides to you.
You do not want to lane against Undying.
the lane security that you have.
However, Lifestealer is a bit of a tombstone killer already.
Let him try.
Let him try, okay.
Yep.
Well, Shadow Fiend, it's no one's Shadow Fiend. That's nice.
Okay.
So basically, the last pick is telling us that VP just wants to have good lanes plus good team fight. They have Sand King ultimate, Shadow Fiend ultimate. Against a push lineup, you want to have AoE to defend the push.
And so we're already, with it all kind of said and done, I think it's safe to say, like, what I like about what we're doing here is we do our predictions, then we see the draft.
Yeah.
And so you basically...
I'm not changing. I'm sticking with MP. I'm
You're
happy.
not allowed. Oh,
I'm
it's
happy.
locked in. It's actually been carved into concrete, so there's no way you can get out of
I'm
this,
glad. I would have carved it
I'm
myself.
shaken by MP's draft right now.
What? Okay, you have to explain. Why are you shaken?
I mean, they have a very good solid plan, and it's very good against what VP have.
It feels like they've done their homework then, Shiva. You feel like
I would think so. It looks like a good draft. I still think Virtus.pro, like as a team, is just slightly the better one. So I wouldn't have changed my prediction if I had the chance. So.
Yeah, I agree.
So the bottom line is picking that drove first was like throwing down the gauntlet. Just saying like, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it well. Let's see what you've got, almost. It was a very kind of up in your face, very blatant call to arms. And actually, talking of call, we're going to summon 2 other faces now to discuss this game and, of course, get them into it. It's our casters for our first game. It's Toby1 and Malini. Are you there, boys?
Yeah, Machine, as Malini. I know you've been watching the draft very, very closely. Winter seems to think that MP have got what it takes to shake up the VP. Was a very unsurprising draft for them.
I think they have a lot of solutions to deal with the Drow Ranger, but not necessarily the Omni Knight. That's definitely what I'm most scared of about MP's draft.
All right, so we'll keep our eyes on that Omni Knight as we're going to get into the game now. So this is game number 1 of our first best of 3 appearing here on the stage. It is going to be Virtus.pro, the favorites, up against NP, who, well, at least draft-wise with the panel, they're believing as favorites too.
I had to get my predictions in. Sorry, Toby.
Of course you do. You were such a point.
You have 35 seconds left.
I actually had to restart because I had an observer bug. But, man. It's good to see the Drow Range getting a little bit more workout. With the lineup, though, is it that scary? Like, you're going up against Virtus.pro, a team which recently just came off the win at the Summit. They won that very convincingly, too. And now you're like, you know their laning phase is really, really strong. Is it such like a heavy risk? Like you run a Drow Ranger lineup, you've got to win by 40 or else you're in real trouble.
I think it's much different because they have the OD and VP doesn't have any great defusal carriers. They had their mid pick last. They had their lifestealer pick first. Normally like the 1 position buys the defusal blade, but no Juggernaut, let's say. That's probably one of the most common ones that you'll see in the safe lane. And it's like so-so on the Shadow Fiend. So the later it goes, I think the stronger the Omni Knight becomes. I think a lot of it depends on the Sand King. What can the Sand King do? And also they have a hero that can protect the Omni Knight, which is really important because normally they just all in on the Omni Knight, but with the Astral Imprisonment on the OD, they do have fail saves as well as the Undying as a backup.
They still need to make that this laning phase work. Like you're running Urga. Urga, like the most popular hero right now for support, getting up in Envy's phase, so you're forcing Savage to come into the lane to try and beat him out. I suppose the upside is the fact that no one has gone for like the Necromastery to start with, so there's no Shadow Razors to really hurt the Undying just yet, or to actually build up souls for the SF.
Yeah, he needs to get a couple souls, and he is currently only sitting at 1. Tough matchup for him.
Maybe another reason too why Sol is just moving slightly out of the lane. Gives no one that space to get the levels. But this top lane, like, talk about trying to go up against an SK with an IO sitting behind him too. This seems like it's a little bit too much work for 1437 to do.
Too much regen to chew through. He has a Mango, 2 sets of regen on the Sand King, and then he has a Wisp behind him with a bottle already. So that's pretty much not going to happen. But at least they have dealt with that spawn and not allow the Sand King to pull and stack.
So what do you want out of this offlane? Looking at Omni Knight, like Ramses is getting up in his face. MSS was able to hit the Purification, so like health-wise they're still pretty close, but CS-wise, Ramses is pulling slightly ahead, even though the creep wave's still in his favor.
And Omni Knight hasn't gone for pulling blades.
That first blood. They get him underneath the tower.
There's just, I mean, the Sand King in this lane is, they talked about the safe lane being secured by the Rubik and the Undying, but because the Undying has been in the mid lane and Sand King has just so much regen, Drow really can't do that much at level 1. You can hit him with the Frost Arrows, but he has Stout Shield already and boots to boot.
They're trying to have a crack at mid. Savage he doesn't have any control when he rotates like this as the Undying.
Dude, he has Arcane Root.
The problem is he doesn't have Eternal Envy. Eternal Envy's back behind the tier 1 tower, still trying to find some CS.
42 mana decay though, Toby. 42 with 7-second cooldown. That's nasty. Yeah, you just don't want to be up against that at all. Shadow Fiend's already sitting at less than 500 HP.
But with the SF, like it's not that bad, right? Because he's still on Radiant side, he can still stack for himself. But with 2.5 minutes in, there's been no Radiant stacking being done, including Ancients.
So he has 9 souls.
Do you look for that flash farm?
Nah, he has 9 souls already. I think that's good enough to start contesting CS well versus the OD.
Oh, there's VP maneuver. They're getting really aggressive on the top lane, coming in behind the tier 1 tower. AUI as well as 1437 have to defend themselves back inside the tree line. Actually bringing more help. So the Undying will TP top. This is what Winter was talking about, that rotation of the Undying if you have to secure your draw lane.
And now the OD's fallen behind in CS in the mid lane. 13 to 11.
Oh, Savage. Pasha going to get that Burrow Strike off. They'll keep him slowed up. But maybe, well, they're splitting up so he can't get an easy decay. But with the Gust back, they've got some space. Pasha's dropping down low. Savage still with a caustic on him. He won't fall from this. But VP definitely trying to make it so this NP safe lane is not safe at all.
Yeah, this is not what you want from your Drow Ranger lane. This is like one of your worst nightmares as a Drow Ranger. You have 2 other people in your lane that you actually need to help. So you're not getting that much experience. You want your max true shot ASAP and maybe some life leech so you can farm a little bit more. And he's not able to CS well either. Although he is doing pretty decently. 14 is more than I would expect from his lane. So AUI pulling ahead.
Yeah, actually, every single lane for the cause, they've all got some decent CS. The SF, of course, now is breaking free ahead.
Yeah, Ramses is somewhat in danger of dying down there.
And then Lil rotates over. Oh, that purification. Here's Ramses' harms, but he knows he's okay. Lil's still bottling him up. Ramses doesn't have an open wounds available. He's got Rage up if he wants to have another crack, but MSS is already back into the safety range of the tier 1 tower.
And Pasha narrowly escapes a gank on the top lane with a level 1 in Sandstorm. Picked it up quite early. I like that pickup. I've seen far too many go 2-0-3. He's versus a range hero, so I guess the call may be a little bit more wise for him to go for the Sandstorm rather than max Caustic.
Well, there's nothing that really pulls him out of it, right? Like, there's no AoE stun that you're going to be triggering apart from, like, you've got the Gust to break him out of the channel.
Yeah, telekinesis drop on top of him, but it's all a little bit slow. It's more so that the supports have to actually invest some wards.
MSS, this is very optimistic. He's chasing down, looking for Lil. Optimistic actually pays off. Got close enough for the purification. Lil hung around just a little bit too long, and now that's the Soul Ring up for the Omni Knight.
Yeah, the value point in the... Or actually, he got 2 points into degen. I like that. Ramses struggling a little bit too.
Oh, he's trying to get the open wounds off. Problem is he's got no more heal. Lil will arrive. So now the tether is up. MSS doesn't have anything else to fight with. All he's got is his infused raindrops, but that won't save him from this. Ramses just beats him down with the claws. So gets a little bit of revenge for the death of his support.
Still getting a kill on Ramses like that. He's a full level ahead of him by now. And no one looking to invade the jungle. There aren't any stacks for him
Savage.
to take, but
Savage is actually pinched at the moment. The SK can come in through the river, and Solo and no one move up through the bottom part of the river. They saw him thanks to the Observer Ward. They just need the proper stun, and then no one can just raise him down. So good maneuver. Nice Observer Ward just sitting on the hillside that saw it all happen.
Yeah, Undying DXP, he could easily pick up a tome if he wanted.
Looks like Lil's also preparing for a gank on top. Pasha's going to Burrow Strike over. If you can bring the balls in close, the damage will be decent onto a Rubik, but decent is not enough, and they can't bring him out of the Stolen Sandstorm. Now Rose actually starting his TP. Pasha won. It was actually only half a second till that Burrow Strike was back off cooldown. So beautifully played up there by Theban.
Yeah, he had the sentry ward on Pasha.
Relocate. We're going for a trip to absolutely nowhere. Don't think that was part of the plan.
Definitely not. I'm not sure whether they were like going home.
Yeah,
tried to double click it or something.
Home would make more sense, just a straight up regeneration, because there was no fight for them to have anyway. None of their Observer Wars were triggering anything, so it was just a misclick. He meant to like double tap home probably.
Maybe some issues with quick cast. That happens occasionally with quick cast.
Just means Pasha's got to stay out of the fight for a little bit longer, let his Tranquil Boots do the work. And they just wait for the 12-minute rune.
NP are desperately trying to protect that right side of the map, especially with that tower, one tower down. And they have to at this point. They're kind of struggling to find places to farm safely.
Is this so they can also get Roshan, so they have an Aegis for their tier 2 pushes?
Ideally. And it's also will kind of pressure VP to make multiple decisions. Like they need to take down the T1 on the top, they need to protect Roche, they need to contest the Ancients, and they need to get farm up themselves.
Virtus.pro coming in to fight.
Yeah, they have the Sand King Blink Dagger. Let's watch his positioning.
Oh, there's going to be our first big 5-on-5 fight. If VP can find a good positioning, NP are being very defensive about this, only leaving AUI in the front lines. So they put down the Observer Wall, sentries are planted so they can see it. The epicenter channeling up from Pasha, blinks in with a Burrow Strike, looking for the kill on MSS, but it's not going to be enough. Now they turn on the GA and Solo gets evaporated. Now maybe no one can turn this fight around. Popping out the big Requiem, but it's just too much. NP, they don't have the damage, they don't actually have the positioning either. So Dro gets stunned up high while you're losing the Rubik in the mid to no one getting a triple kill. NP lose 4. It looked like they were going to originally survive, and then, nope.
That was probably not the target that he was trying to Astral. He Astral the Sand King after he had already epied. I think maybe he was trying to click on the Lifestealer, but he had already popped Rage. So the other target that you would want to Astral is the Omni Knight, just so he doesn't get wrecked by the Repel, but yeah, with Omni Knight dying that early in the fight, at least he got his GA off, but he was just way too low to continue, and then everyone's going to fall like pawns.
It's when it feels a little odd. Like, you could see how long that mid-fight was brewing. Like, VP had all the time in the world to prepare for it.
Yeah, they didn't have vision on the right side, though. Like, notice that Observer Ward's on the left side.
We'll have a quick look back at it again so we can see that maneuver.
I think he's just outside the Observer Ward range. They place one right on AUI, but he Astrals the Sand King and all the spells come out from the Omni Knight, but then he gets Requiem, then easily Shadow Rays down. And now they're trying to go for Roche, but SVG gets bashed up. SF Illusions scouting them out, and
yeah,
they're trying to do the Tombstone tank.
It's not the dream. It's almost like MP were also playing the bluff card by putting Envy down on that bottom lane, so he came out past the tier 1 tower and ended up dying to a Virtus.pro gank. So now you're an OD down, you're losing your tier 1 tower, and you just don't have the strength to fight. GA is still not back up again. And the Tombstone's wasted on the pit, so you cannot fight.
On top of that, they don't feel safe to farm anywhere. They have to worry about an Invis SF. He has Shadow Blade now, so you can get Requiem with level 2 and easily burst it down with one raise or a right click. And then you have to worry about the Sand King stun into a relocate. And pretty much none of these can be prevented except for an Omni Knight sitting right behind you. But if they have vision on the Omni Knight, both of you guys are dead. So that means they have to commit more heroes than they want to each of these objectives that they want to go for. And VP just read that like a book, the Sneak Roche, and that's kind of what you expect when you play against Envy. So it's a little unfortunate for MP that they've been so readable at that point in the game.
When you're behind, you try and go for a big play like Roshan. Didn't work. VP read it, and now they're so far ahead. We saw that quick matchup as well between No One as well as Eternal Envy, and it really does show the distance of these heroes. 8.5k on the net worth of the SF compared to the 5.2 of the OD. Envy just is a bit of a non-factor at the moment.
Uh-oh, they smoked, and Draw Ranger attacked the Ancients, so she will not be involved in that fight.
I don't think she wants to be at this point. If she's still farming up the Ancients, unless she's going to walk in. That Observe Ward on the hillside from Virtus.pro, it would have scattered a small movement, not to mention the one which is sitting just in front of that bottom rune. But they're quick enough. They've done it. They actually pick up the Aegis the Immortal. They get into the hands of AUI, and they'll get out before Virtus.pro can react.
Pasha.
Or can they? Pasha's in close. He's lined up. He gets a double Burrow Strike. The Ghast is actually going to miss. Same with the Decay, and now No One looks to open up. AUI separated from the rest of his team, sitting inside the pit. No One just going to TP out. They don't want the fight. The positioning isn't perfect for them, so they just let it go.
He didn't stun the Omni Knight in the first batch, or else worse things might have happened for MP, but that's a very good position for them to take a fight. They were kind of all up on their side of the hill. They were a little bit spread out, and they have the Aegis of the Immortal, and they had a Sentry War on the south side. But luckily for Pasha, he escaped to the northwest, and now you can kind of see NPs playing all of them, just grouping up. They know they'll get picked off, so now VP just have to split push and make use of their mobility tools to try and make the best of NP's positioning.
What do you think about the item progression of No One? Going directly in for Silver Edge before going for something more common like a BKB up against an OD?
I kind of like the Silver Edge here, because with the repel target, you can kind of just ignore them. You break them, and then you just kill everyone else. And like, okay, we can't kill you, but you also really can't do anything for us. I think it also makes him a lot more tanky. The BKB, it's a common joke that it's like a game-losing item if you get it this early, which I think they have to entertain the possibility of it going quite late, and I think going for a BKB now would just be far too risky for him. The Silver Edge, he can do a lot more. He has a lot more uptime on his Shadow Blade, but at the same time, looks like he may be in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, NP smoke maneuvering to the bottom lane. They're
They have
looking
no
for
detection,
something.
except for one pair of sentries on the Rubik, which is not really going to cut it versus an SF.
Yeah, you can't need the dust. And Ramses knows he's safe. All he's got to do is just rage and get out. So there it is, the Silver Edge used by no one. He's away from Eternal Envy. Ramsey's already forced the fortification out in that tier 2 tower. TP support's coming up, and, well, Rage and TP. He'll start it up, and there is nothing that can interrupt him. Easy split divide maneuver, and NP have to waste one of those valuable smokes.
And this also buys time for VP to get a defusal if they want. Shadow Fiend looks like his next item will be a BKB, as I see the Ogre Club in his inventory. Sand King might actually be able to purchase one, I would say, with the rate that he's farming.
Would you look to him to actually get that? Like right now, he's got
not
Blink
sure.
Dagger as well as Yule Scepter.
I see it on Life. I see it on Lifestealer building one.
AUI. He knows he doesn't have that. His Gust is now nothing. You just Yules off the silence effect, and then it's just a simple Blink or Sandstorm away.
Yeah, he is very difficult to kill right now. The only actual lockdown that they have is Rubik and potentially a Burrow Strike from Rubik if he gets it. And Pasha feels very safe to farm.
They're hoping for top.
Coming around with Invis, but
Yeah.
how do they kill him?
Well, you don't. It's very simple. Like you entertain the idea for a moment because he uses his Burrow Strike to farm. So like, okay, maybe this is the way to do it, but no. He's still got too much escape. But now it looks like MP will at least be able to claim this tier 1 tower, and VP in no position to fight back.
They will be in just a minute. I think that their reign of terror is about to end pretty soon, NP's is, with their H's expiring and the Diffusal coming out on the Lifestealer. He's also hidden his Diffusal Blade. He hasn't made any signs of showing, like, even a robe, I would think, would probably put away on him. Also, a Blade of Alacrity would almost certainly make NP like much more scared, but with this he can pick it up, he can hide inside the Sand King, and they won't know. And actually the chicken's coming out right now, so they definitely know that something's up.
Right onto the tier 2 tower. I haven't seen anybody ping it just yet, but with the courier making a double maneuver, is this almost going to be like a trade-off time? VP are fairly strong. They're beating into the tier 2 tower on both teams. Like fortification going to go down for them.
VP's not really that scared, because if they split up, they can easily just reinforce the numbers.
Well, you look at Ramses, he's solo pushing the mid lane. The first TP's coming back now from Eternal Envy, but Ramses rages up. He does his own little trick again, so stays inside the rage, does his TP, and then is away. And he took off almost half of the HP of that tier 3 tower.
Aegis out in 30 seconds. I think it's about time that VP can make a move, and no one was just farming their Ancients, and now they're slowly losing out in the economic war as VP pull ahead with a 10k net worth lead, and VP almost certainly not going to be willing to give them the next Aegis if Shadow Fiend's BKB is up. And BKB up, Diffusal up, Aegis expired. I think this is it.
So if you're Virtus.pro, obviously you don't feel like you're on the clock with your lineup. Everyone's looking really, really good. Do you not give MP to fight inside the base? Like, do you actually want to delay this game out by like another 20 minutes until you become almost immortal against the MP lineup? Or is this giving MP too much space to come back?
I think it just depends on what MP wants to do. If they want to farm together as 5, they need to do it in a well-fortified position. And they always need to hide the Omni Knight. That's the most important part. If Omni Knight dies early in the fight, and he doesn't have any mobility items, no Blink, no Force Step, no Glimmer, like nothing like that to really save himself, I guess just Mech, which isn't that effective versus like a Sand King Burrow Strike Epi. But if he gets caught, then I think like they will just get crushed in the fight really badly, because they have nothing against the rage of the Lifesteal except for GA. So if MP goes outside of base, you take the fight to them, and looks like they're setting up very, very soon. 4 people have smoked. We see Ramses in position to run in with a Diffusal Blade. The only thing that they're lacking right now is vision, so they have to be a little bit careful about how they tread on the north side of the map, and you can kind of see that with Ramses still hiding in that tree area.
They're waiting for him to come back over, so MP just scanned. They scanned the top river entrance. They were expecting Virtus.pro to move up through the river. The scan, it just wore up before Lil reached it. so they do not know, but the smoke is going to break in just a second, but they're out of range of the Observer and Sentry, so they tether forward. AUI massively separated from the rest of the pack. He's already broken down. He'll Hurricane Pike himself down, but into the waiting arms of Ramses. The Burrow Strike is there, and they kill off the Drow Ranger. No one lines up the ult. He doesn't actually hit on anybody apart from his own teammates, but there's still 2 heroes down for MP. They're trying to bail out of here with at least casualties as possible, but it's still going to be 3 heroes lost for MP. 12-2 on the board, and Virtus.pro, they've got perfect control of this game.
Yeah, they just cannot kill that lifestealer at all. He just walked in blind. There is no vision that they had right there. They had a vision of 1 hero from the creep wave, and then he just kind of walked in. He's like, if they're all 4, I can just armlet. If I get gusted, I'll just defuse it off. And heroes just keep perishing around the map for MP. This is going to be
That pick
brutal.
is actually too easy. With the damage onto the mid tower already, there's no Eternal Envy for 42 seconds. He's got no buyback available, so it's either Roshan or it's mid tower.
I'm trying to think about how MP thinks that they can get back in the game and what their game plan is. I see OD going for a Perseverance, so that's one of the first steps to dealing with the Diffusal Blade. Now that it's not instantaneous, at least you have a few seconds left where you feel like you can actually do something with Repel. That's a very common combo, the Lincolns plus Repel, and then Drow Ranger going for the Shadow Blade, potentially just to go for some picks and open up the map for them a little bit more. But in the straight 5-on-5s, it's not really going to feel very useful.
Speaking of pick, there's the Blink Burrow Strike. They're going to Hurricane Pike him up. The heals were enough from Savage as well as MSS. Now they try and turn the fight. Lil is pretty low, but you have to remember, no one is pretty big, and he has that fresh BKB on him. So if Eternal Envy wants to fight this one, no one will be happy to turn the factors to Ramses. He's the one on the front lines. Diffusal Blade charge over on the OD. They push him up. Pasha's Burrow Strike still connected. Another defensive imprisonment. They're kiting around Virtus.pro nicely. Requiem, very ineffective against MP. Well, they're looking for another target. The Blink, the Yule Scepter is up. Rose, oh, he went to Sandstorm. They missed the target. The Gem of True Sight of MP now lost. It was sitting on the Rubik. There was no one that got the kill, but now they get a multicast over on Eternal Envy. This could be him down. No buyback, a double kill for the SF, and a double Burrow Strike from Pasha. Right on the money. Triple kill for no one. He'll look to make it something a little bit more. Will it be the Rampage? It's an ultra kill at the moment. Savage is the last one left alive. Push him in, and there it is. A Virtus.pro Rampage will force the GG call out of MP, and that is one very dominant game from Virtus.pro with a double Rampage just to add some icing onto the cake at the end.
What a way to kick off the Boston Major for VP. Looking strong. Favorites for a reason.
And it seemed perfect comfort zone as well. I was wondering if MP had actually crafted some things up. They went for the Omni Knight kind of play, but Virtus.pro got every pick that I think everyone was expecting them to get.
I think a lot of it's due to the Drow Ranger too. As Winter had mentioned, a lot of teams have been kind of foregoing the Drow Ranger first pick just because there are a lot of ways to deal with it now that it's just been explored so much, and they had so many heroes that could just get up in her face. She couldn't do any damage. Even if you didn't kill her, her marksmanship is almost always going to be down in the team fights.
I also like the point you made during the game. It's like there was nothing to deal with Lifestealer's rage. Like we saw him sitting on that tier 2 tower, just raged up, took the tab, then TP'd out. What's the OD? What's the Drow going to do against this? Where's your direct stuns? Like where's your Ursa Warrior with a basher? Like something along these lines. It just didn't exist.
Yeah, I believe in Ramses. I mean, that kid is amazing, and he did pretty much everything that he could do to win this game in as timely as a fashion as possible, and he got the Diffusal Blade like very quickly.
All right, well, luckily we got a whole bunch of panels to also say hello to after that game. Boys, what do you think? And
hello.
Girl.
We can say hello. How you doing?
Hello. Hello,
that
Machine.
That was a bit brief. I'd only just started my breakfast. I'm kind of a bit upset that MP didn't give us a little bit longer there.
Well, it's quick is good. Quick is good.
MP games go long.
Is that what you tell all the girls, Toby?
No, it's going to be the extremes, man. Like, MP will take us to either 90 minutes or they'll take us to 20 minutes and lose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they put faith in Dro, and it did seem like it didn't really go anywhere, did it?
No.
Oh, look at this. They're doing rhymes with me. Much love. All right, I'm going to talk to the panel for a bit. Thanks, Merlini. And Toby will be back with you for the second game. And now, of course, I'm joined by Winter, Shiva, and Pyrian Flax.
Told you so.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I wanted to start with the man in the mint.
I went with my heart. I mean, you know, I like the Team MP guys. I wish them well. They're relatively, obviously, they're not new players, but they're a new team, and you know you want new teams to grow the scene and everything like that. They got unlucky. They bumped into team in form, and I guess they just nothing that they seemed to go for worked out. I thought Omni did okay, and the offlane actually did really well, shut down the lifestealer, but once they started just running at the drow and blowing her up, there wasn't really much they could do. And as we were pointing out in the green we were watching, it was like they don't have the stuns to cope with people just charging at you, so it's kind of tough. But MSS gets a kill here on the IO, which was a nice start for him. Slacks was very excited, as you can imagine. Hoo-wah! Gets him. So he was hard to shut down, but then I think the SK and the Ogre just gave way too much, not to mention the damage from the SF.
This was
too much control.
This was the most important moment in the whole game. MP were trying to hit their 5-man lineup timing before the Sand King blink on 9 Pash came, but as a result of that, they tried to push without the mech on Omni Knight. He was like halfway there. But I could see why they were trying to rush things. They don't want to fight into the dagger, and that was what happened. The dagger Sand King came, and they lost that fight.
When you're playing a drow lineup, you have very specific timings, and they wanted to hit that exact sweet spot, and Virtus.pro came online a little bit faster than they were assuming, and there was no chance for them to hit that sweet spot. So
they lost their lanes, I think, too much. I kind of expected the Undying pick. I was really happy with the last pick that they throw out, but the Undying pick sort of didn't do enough, I felt. They lost their lanes pretty handily. I mean, the only one that was like kind of 50-50 in the lane was the Omni against the Lifestealer.
Right.
But the other lanes went really badly for NP, and in Dota, if you lose two lanes and the other lane is 50-50, the game is going to be really hard for you.
So I mean, was Envy really having that much of much trouble against
because like I said, MP always plays around their carry a lot. They stack for him, they protect him in the lane. As a result of their playstyle, they sacrificed Envy, and he was on his own, even though he had draw aura against with the OD against the Shadow Fiend, but Shadow Fiend had backup. He had the IO running around, healing him. He had the Ogre running to the mid lane all the time, so it was difficult for Mr. Jackie Mao to do his thing in the lane. So you kind of expect him to lose his lane under those circumstances.
Right. So what's interesting as well is when you bring up the scoreboard, it does just, it just tells you one thing. It was an incredible one-sided affair, very little positives to be taken away.
Well, there's a lot of like strategy involved in this game. It was a very strategic victory for VP, I feel. Like they won their lanes, they needed to win their lanes. Otherwise the push comes and they're not going to be able to defend. I mean, Ted even mentioned, I think it was also a very valid point, once you lose your lanes that hard as MP, you don't have stuns, you don't have any way to initiate the fights. You're like kind of counting on, Rubik, please steal Borrow Strike, please steal something.
You need that. I honestly think Sand King, he's one of my absolute favorite heroes, and he is so strong. His Burrow Strike is a fantastic spell. His ult is good. He's just a boss in these early fights. And I think that when you've got, like, sometimes you'll have that and you think, well, where's the damage coming from? You got an SF who won mid, and it's no one. So it was so much damage. He went 12-0. That's what you want. You want nice setups from the SK, and then Shadow Fiend kills someone.
The first blink fight, it wasn't even like perfect. He blinked in, and he only got one hero. He got the Omni. But the thing is, like, the follow-up from the Shadow Fiend was more than enough for them to secure the fight.
Yeah, and then also you got Ogre waddling in and do what Ogre does.
Bloodlust for Shadow Fiend.
But
ridiculous.
Was Sand King supposed to get as much out of the lane as he got? Because I felt like, you got a Sand King, and I know 9 Pash is, he's a great solid player, he's very stable. And
it's not 9 Pash that game, it's all about the two supports, the IO and the Ogre. Right. They just won them the lanes.
But when you bring up the scoreboard, there's just one name that stands out to you, and he has been chosen as our MVP for Game 1. It does sound weird when I say that no one is our MVP, but I promise it makes sense. Indeed. Actually, we had a discussion. Is it no one or is it Noon? Shiva, you actually asked him, didn't you?
Yeah, so at the summit, at some point, Lil came up to me. He's like, "Why are you calling no one Noon? No one?" Because it's actually Noon, and I didn't know. I recited something because at some point everybody did start calling him Noon, and then no one at that point was in Team Vega, and the Vega Twitter account tweeted saying something. It feels weird. People calling no one Noon. Why are people doing that? So everybody went back to calling him no one, and then I asked no one's like, "What do you want to be called?" Like, I don't care.
Not helpful. Not helpful. He needs to settle this.
He needs to settle. Have preference.
You settle it. Pick one. Oh, I don't care.
I like that attitude. He's here just to win Dota. He doesn't care.
He just want to play.
Yeah, spoken like a player. I want to know.
This is important. It also makes it sound really funny on Analyst Desk when we're saying no one was very impressive in that game.
Yeah,
and some find that funny, but a little like.
I like
but you end up saying weird stuff.
Yeah,
and he didn't like it. So
no one but the supports for the MVP there.
Yeah. There was a bit of the MVP was no one. In the CS team, you have someone called Somebody, and that's equally as fun. Somebody might get a kill. No one has got a kill. It's a lot of fun. I've been asking you a lot of questions. We can actually go ahead and have one from social media. We're throwing a question, I believe, into the stratosphere, and that is, How did Machine prepare for hosting a Dota 2 event? Well, good question from, who is that? Matty Nico? I had so many offers from so many people. It was actually wonderful. As soon as the announcement went live, I had, stats guys, I had friends who play the game, I've had these guys, these panelists, everyone just throwing information at me, and I just gobbled up as much as I possibly could.
That's a lot of information to try and go along.
It's a little overwhelming, absolutely it is, but my job is just to make you guys have fun, talk about some games, and hopefully I can say welcome to the Boston Major and not talk about wheelchairs and not bring a whiteboard. I can do all of those things.
You can manage those.
Yeah.
If you, I mean, that's lesson one. If you can get past that obstacle, you'll do fine. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm doing okay so far.
So far, so good.
So far. I mean, I'm not making any promises. I have seen a very nice, kind of appealing-looking whiteboard out there I might use for some diagrams later on. But in answer to that, I've also been doing a lot of the, what's it called? What am I looking at?
Replays?
Replays with Pyrion. We had a lot of fun. We had a couple of beverages.
I asked on Twitter, I said if there's a particularly iconic moment or game that you think we should show Machine. A lot of them confirmed what I was already preparing to show you, but there were a couple of nice ones in there.
And
we didn't get a chance to watch all of them, but we will. Yeah.
Most of them came from TI3.
It's
true? TI3, I mean, that is
trend.
seen as like this iconic, tournament, obviously. But I was trying to bring you up to date on some other ones. It's the big X, $6 million record stand.
I feel bad now. All I did was tell him what was happening in the game before.
Winter, you also told me lots of things. You told me that Ogre Magi is called Blue Fat.
Yeah,
so that is important information in Chinese. I should specify, not just in Winter's mind. Anyway, talking of Blue Fat, this is the worst segue ever.
Okay.
The Twitter logo is blue, and they've got another tweet.
Nice.
You see that? Smooth as butter. In what ways will Monkey King and the new patch change the meta? Oh, we're talking about new patches already.
I'm going to try and be polite, Alfie, and I'm going to say nobody knows. Like, there's no way that we can predict how the meta will change when we don't know the patch. We don't know exactly how the hero is going to work. It's like saying, what do you think will happen when aliens arrive? It's like it's a complete speculation. We'd have to guess. So it is going to be a huge patch. We know that. This is the longest. I think the longest we've waited for a patch in Dota. So as far as I'm concerned, this is going to be, a lot of people are saying Dota 3 and all the rest of it. It is going to be big. I don't think it's going to be quite as big as some people think, but it is going to be a big change.
And I'm glad that we are talking about the patch and how long it's been standing, because to a lot of people, Winter, it's been seen as one of the most balanced / competitive patches we've had in Dota 2.
Yeah, I think it's great. Like, so many heroes are pickable. Yeah. A lot of strats are viable. It's really good for the players, the people are watching.
Everybody has like their own strategy going on, and every strategy that they come up with could potentially work if you execute it properly, which, in some cases there has been patches where, okay, you need to ban out these 4 heroes because otherwise, you're going to lose. Because if you let one through and your enemy gets it,
Yeah, you've come at a good time, Alex.
Dota
is a good place.
Do we not have any kind of candidates like that in this patch? Do we not have?
It differs per team, and that's the beauty of it. So you'll always, or mostly always, see teams ban out Naga Siren against NP because AUI is a monster with it. But other people might not ban out Naga against other teams, maybe against OG. But there's like only specified teams.
I mean, the hero itself is not.
If he's looking for like a hero, like if you want to ban a hero every game, probably just Ogre. I think,
Ogre, because he's a very versatile, very solid pick. Blue Fat, there you go. You could go for him, But yeah, this patch is it's been in a great place for a long time, and I like the little incremental changes. They're like, maybe this one's a little bit odd, and so we'll just tweak that a bit. That's a smart way to do it. Big patch and then little incremental changes until the next big patch. That's the way to do it.
And what's interesting as well is that just before we do jump into the draft, is that yes, this patch is the same as TI. However, the meta has shifted considerably from what I understand, Winter. So without the game changing too considerably, the meta shifts. Can you explain why something like that would happen?
A lot of things are not fully understood, not explored, and or certain things that you've been, like the old things that you've been doing before might work in a different way. You could still do it, but with better execution. So players are just getting better and, understand Dota more.
It's constantly evolving.
You got to understand that the meta is not just like this uniform, these are the best heroes. A lot of it is also, what is the current flavor of the month? What is the current thing that a lot of people are
and how everyone is playing, like against a specific play style. Like everyone's playing this way, this hero might work.
They copy each other a lot. And also, if everybody's playing certain heroes, if 1 or 2 teams are playing a lot of heroes a lot and they're playing a lot of games, other teams get better at certain heroes because they're having to play against them or they've played those heroes a lot. So the meta is not just decided by a pure mathematical, these are the best heroes, these are the best picks. There's a style that comes out a flavor of the month, and then that goes away, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, back to this game, I think that the second game is going to be really different. Like for
Yeah,
MP,
it'll
they're gonna run
completely
like the first game they ran something like very 5-man, but second game they might switch up to more like catch. I think they need more catch in the next game.
They were lacking that. Like if the catchers, like let's say the other team's getting away from, they need someone to catch up. Sand King can do that.
So even
really
a
well.
Beastmaster, MSS Beastmaster.
Something like that, yeah. Something that can just get in there, blink stun, start a fight. I think that's what they need.
I mean, so you're not happy with that draw. That draw's not going to show up again.
Maybe the draw, but then in different combinations.
Okay.
I don't think they'll do draw
They
again.
might have to ban it if they are not going to pick it, because VP is a team. They are not afraid to fight against draw, but they are not afraid to pick it as well. So it becomes very difficult to draft against them. First game you lose when you have draw, and then the next game, the first thing that comes to mind, do we actually ban it right now, or if you're not going to pick it, you want to ban it. If you don't, you don't want to fight it. So it's very difficult to draft against that.
Winter, do you think them picking Drow there was 100%? We are absolutely going to pick Drow, or do you think it was almost like a block pick against VP? Do you think they were thinking, well, we can take Drow, and it kind of stops them getting it as well?
A bit of both, because they like to play the hero too, and you don't want to fight against a VP draw.
Yeah.
You don't want to fight against a VP anything.
Sure.
Well, we'll see.
That has to be. I know we've only seen one game, right? But we've already seen a stomp from a team that we said were exciting.
Yeah.
They've hit the ground running. Would be a good way to describe it. Did you get what you wanted? You got a big, heavy, no one in middle, showing us why he is considered one of the scary mids. In fact, you've already highlighted and sang his praises before, Winter. So my question to you, and I'll actually just give this one to you, Winter. Is this the VP you were expecting to show up in Boston?
Yes.
Or is one game a little too early to say?
It's
one game versus NP.
But
surely.
that game showed a lot. They were really composed. They understood their timings.
Yeah.
They were close to no mistakes apart from the little kill as IO bottom lane against MSS. Apart from that, everything was picture perfect. They executed their strat. They understood their timings. They fought with the first blink. They won the fight. The game was over, like close to over after that.
The scary thing is they didn't show anything out of the ordinary in this game. So if you're like, what am I going to do against VP next? You know, they have so much more that they can bring out that we've seen them do before that they can easily win games with. This is a cookie cutter strat. Like this draft, give it to anybody and anybody will be able to do quite okay with it. And VP just a little bit better because, you know, they're VP.
The main difference would be the speed. Different teams using this strat, but
they might be slower.
They don't play as fast as VP. VP are just very fast team.
Right. They're just absurdly fast. This has been described to a lot of CS teams. Hasn't this been like a descriptive tag attached to the Virtus.pros, your Empires, your Navis?
Or even the MVP, the Korean team.
Yeah, even that. I mean, I think it sounds like the draft is almost ready, so I do want us to start going in that direction, Shiva. We've already discussed that we're not going to be seeing the same stuff from NP.
Yes.
But Virtus.pro, I mean, they've found a winning formula.
Yeah, I would say, you know, Virtus.pro, you never really know what they're going to do. But at the same time, do they want to show weird stuff? Because there's no elimination in this, you know, in this group stage. So maybe they don't want to show what else they can do.
That's interesting that you say that, because I'm not going to say who it was. I was talking to one of the players in the tournament about the structure of the groups and the fact that nobody goes home.
Yes.
And I said, how much can you put into like reading into the results in the group stage? He said the thing is, you're not going to show any strats, like you're saying. You're not, because what's the point? There's not enough on the line for you to do that. And because it's single limb, you know that you will need to have a strat at some point that you've got to pull out to win games. So yeah, I think a lot of the time in the group stage away, the style we're seeing, it'll be kind of a bit more basic.
Cookie cutter Dota.
Yeah, they'll just go, this is a lineup that wins first in the past, let's do that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see VP take something like DK or something like that and just steady push and win the game.
So you're almost telling me we're going to see very vanilla Dota in this group stage. It's just
possibly.
Be
as vanilla as Dota can get.
Simple Dota.
Yeah, there you go.
Dota.
Simple, like CSGO, simple.
Hey.
the guy, not the game.
Giving me parallels. I wasn't sure if you were just jabbing CS.
No. I like CSGO. I play CSGO, for goodness sake.
Yeah, absolutely you do. So it looks like they are getting prepared for the draft. I am seeing notes, so hang on a second. There isn't necessarily zero prep. You still have to. I mean, let's not forget, we need to reiterate how this format's working, because I feel like we are going to keep mentioning in passing. You still have to, if you top your group, you play the fourth seed of the other, right?
Yeah. Yes.
It's still a huge advantage. I mean, if you look at these groups, especially, you know, if you look at who's going to be meeting, say, your Wings, your OG, your EG, those are people, especially in single elimination, you want to be climbing up that prize pool before you ever go near them. It's not like this is a... I don't want to dismiss this group stage.
One best of 3 win. So if you are getting first seed and you go to main event and you get only one best of 3 win just against the number 4 of a group, you already double your prize pool. It's just that simple. One best of 3, you double what you have, and that's like all the way up to the finals, which is crazy.
Look at that guy. He sees the Shadow Demon first pick. He picks Luna. He picks Olga.
He doesn't care that there's no Shadow Demons.
I mean, they got Olga again, so I'm sure he's pretty happy about it. That's one of their most important heroes to allow their system to function. And the reason they open up with the Luna as well is to discourage. They don't want to give the enemy Shadow Demon plus Luna together. So that's the initiating hero. They need someone to be able to start the fights for them. Clockwork has been on the rise recently on off lane.
I'm glad. You're one of my absolute favorite heroes. I think he's fantastic. We watched...
Was it Bubba?
Bulba.
Bulba.
Yeah,
Bulba.
We watched Bulba's legendary...
Liquid is doing it.
Yeah, we watched the game, the highlights of the game.
I got goosebumps actually at the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the dream Clockwork game. Didn't miss a hook, it seemed. Like
But completely blind as well.
Yeah, a lot of them were blind, yeah. It's, I mean, that's the nature of Clockwork, a lot of prediction and... I mean, I love it. He's a great fun hero to play. Is this going to be MSS on the clock then?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah. I don't think Clockwork fits in. So some teams do play it on 4. Like who was the guy playing?
Virtus.pro does it with the Shadow Fiend, getting the cogs.
Yeah, give him the cogs damage. Yeah, that's a very good point.
But I don't like NP is not necessarily the team that normally does that. Like I don't think they have done that in the past.
Yeah, I think MSS plays the hero for this team. Like I think the team that played it on 4 was Cinderan's team.
Yeah.
They ran it on
also
Yapsor.
Yapsor clock.
It was in Dream League, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was great to watch that, and it is very strong as a support as well. It works together with the Shadow Demon. The combination, you just disrupt someone, you can walk up, it's like, hey, come here and make clogs.
Yeah, but
I think it's better to have him as an offlaner. You want to, he's really good in the offlane. He's very hard to kill. He's got good ability to sort of escape with the cogs and everything. And also, you want to hit 6, maybe 7, and get a kill as quick as you can once you get hook.
Yeah,
that's the key.
Look at the VP bans as well. They ban out the Mirana. Pretty good synergy with the Clockwork. You hook shot and you get a free setup for the arrow, same as the Shadow Demon Disruption. And generally, when you pick SD, you want to have a core that uses the illusions very well, like Luna, Alchemist, and the Morphling or the TB. Those are the first 4 heroes that come to my mind when you talk about synergy with the Disruption. They remove the Alchemist because it's one of the more difficult ones to deal with. It's a lot of pressure when the enemy has Alchemist. You're always on this timer, or we have to put pressure. You can't let the
money stacking up.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I do want to just quickly highlight. I mean, Ogre Magi picked again and again and again. Is this going to be one of the faces we see relentlessly in the draft?
He's been like the support of, I would say, the whole of this flipping patch. Like he's just been around for. His armor is ridiculous.
He has 8 armor.
I mean, 8 armor at the start of the game, Alex. To give you some idea, is insane.
Yes,
right?
I mean, like Winter was just pointing at it, kind of just telling me how ridiculous it was.
It's crazy. He takes basically no damage. So when it comes to harass in lane, going up and harass in the mid, he can just waddle up, bash you with his club, cover you in burning sort of oil, and then waddle off again, and just repeat.
People always talk about that, but you forget that actually the Bloodlust is also another big part of the hero.
Oh, yeah,
the Bloodlust for the carry. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I mean, and then is the beauty of Bloodlust that it synergizes with like almost everything? Is that
anything?
Makes it faster.
Like that's
makes
it.
hit harder.
As long as you're a right-clicking core, you do attack damage. Bloodlust is great for you.
And it's not really a hero that you would prioritize to ban either, because right here, Warlock is a better one because it has more. It's more scary to face a Warlock later on. Naga Siren is more scary to face later on. Ogre is like, you know exactly what he's going to do. He is extremely good at what he does, but you know what he's going to do.
Yeah,
so.
and VP going back for the same thing. You can see like the first 3 picks. Luna is really good in the lane.
Look at him smile.
You pick Ogre to win the lanes, and then you have Sand King as well to win their lanes. You have Sand King, Ogre, or if they want to go back for the IO as well. Like everything is just basically repeat of the first game. We're just going to go for your lanes. We're going to destroy you in the lanes. Elder Titan there. Good combination with the SD.
What is it that you like about Luna in the lane, by the way? Like
because of the Luna's Blessing, it makes it very difficult for the offlaner to lane. And the damage you get from Luna's Blessing, plus
it's so much, right?
Plus the nuke. The nuke is actually so good in the laning phase.
Yeah.
The cooldown, the 6-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Just constant damage.
Yeah.
You said before, Winter, in the first game, that you said that Virtus.pro's strategy was more risky. That it was more risky.
Harder
than
to execute.
Harder to execute. Excuse me. Yeah. Let me not paraphrase. But do you feel like this is going to be a similar case when you see NP's draft here? Or is this looking a bit more outrageous?
I mean, yeah, they're going back for what they are good at, winning the lanes. But
lanes.
MP is different right now. The whole general strat is very different right now. They're going for, I think, more team fight and catch. The last game they only had like 1 disable from the Rubik Lift. This game right now they have the Clockwork, they have Elder Titan, they have the SD Disrupt, they have a lot of disables. So they are clearly changing up a lot of things and going for a very late game carry. Because SD Elder Titan is usually paired with a Morphling TB kind of hero. Or Alchemist, but Alchemist is already taken out. So I expect one of those 3 heroes to be picked here for MP.
But isn't that very obvious for Virtus.pro? Like, they know exactly what MP is going to do. I mean, if you know it, like I would imagine Virtus.pro knows it as well. Sure. And Virtus.pro's the early game team. They're going to crush you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sign
within 20
of
to 30 minutes.
It's a sign of a good team. they don't really care about what your enemy is doing. You're
Okay.
just really focused on what you want to do and as a team what you're good at.
And is that an attitude that you like, you admire? You like
That's
just ignore-
how Alliance won TI3.
Yeah.
They don't really care about what the enemy is doing. They're just really focused on what they want to do and how they're going to play Dota.
But you're gonna be able. You have to be able to stop, or Virtus.pro in this case, and what they are doing as well. I mean, you can't just, hope that you make it to
Think
late
about
game.
it this way: if you're picking in five heroes that are to support what you're doing and nothing to really counter what they're doing, then those 5 might be able to carry your strat off better than if you'd kind of half-assed it and then picked a couple of guys to
that's
counter
like
them.
how EG does it. EG
Right.
is really focused on counter picking the enemy or anti-strat the
Hey,
enemy.
Anti-strat, there you go. You can say
Don't use
anti-strat.
my lingo.
Like if you have 5 heroes all on the same page doing the same thing,
Yeah.
as opposed to 3 heroes and then 2 to counter them, then is your strat going to be as strong? How much? I guess you have to balance between.
Yeah,
counter
it depends
picking.
on the team, like
Yeah.
how you function. MP actually went for the Sven. It's not a hero that is really good with the disruption illusions, but it is a very heavy carry hero because that's what you build into the SD Clock and Elder Titan. These 3 heroes, they take literally no farm at all from the map. So Aoi, here you go. The whole map is yours. You're
Right.
gonna farm the map. And I like the last ban from VP as well. They
Yeah.
have all really good setup for the Sunstrike. It's gonna allow MP to win their lanes, so good ban for them.
So just trying to get
Yeah,
AoE
see
big.
DK. I really think they were going to take.
They need a
DK.
hero that doesn't take too much space for MP. So because Sven takes up a lot from the map.
Yeah.
They need an envy hero. I do like Sven pick up. Sure, it's a late game core, but at the same time, he is not afraid to fight early on as well.
Yeah, but you
Let's
need
go
to
for
hit
the
like a
Sing Song.
timing.
Ooh, Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
I
like an
that.
early fighting hero. Like Queen of Pain is something MP picked a few times recently.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the hero, so
At the moment, I mean, she's been great in the past, but
but it fits the bill. Like they need a hero that doesn't take up too much space and a hero that helps do damage with the clockwork hookshot or the other Titan stun. So if you get a huge stun or a hookshot,
Right.
there's a lot of follow-up damage.
Whenever I see Sven, I always just wonder, like, he can never sleep on his side, can he? Like, he's forced to sleep
he
on his
doesn't
back or his
sleep,
front.
dude. Sleep is for the weak. He's a warrior.
I don't know. It must be so horrible. He's just sitting there locked.
He sleeps on the beach.
And he digs a little hole.
Yeah, and he
with a little
puts his
bucket
head
and
in there.
spade. That's okay. That's
But then
quite
he's got
adorable.
sand in his armor. It happens.
Yeah. And Sand King's just hanging out there, just bothering him.
This is once again a very solid draft from
Windsor
MP.
just ignores us completely over the top. Yeah, and let's go back to the draft. Yeah.
He's like, oh, these dumb British men. Let me tell you about Dota. Carry on, please. No, ignore us.
Okay, what's no one gonna play Winter?
Trying to
Ooh,
think
You're
though.
going to make him play that game?
I'm gonna make him play that game. He's the best at that game.
It's not like there's not one clear good pick here.
Should I do the question time music?
I mean, they can pick for the lane like a TA to win the matchup, but TA is not that great against their heroes. I wouldn't say there's a hero that pops out to my mind right now. Oh, that hero is great for that situation right now.
Which hero does good against Queen of Pain?
Like
The
I
lane?
mentioned, like TA would be really good.
Yeah.
Puck would win the lane too. But generally, no one is on like a carry type of hero.
Would
like
a Shadow Fiend again not be good?
Decent. He doesn't. I don't think he does that well against Sven because of the wall cry.
Mhm.
Sven is pretty good against Shadowfiend. You BKB, you run in and you
Yeah.
pop your wall cry. There's no way Shadowfiend can actually do much to you
Yeah,
unless
kinda
unless the Sven is behind and Shadowfiend is ahead. But
Well, then you gotta really
They are
trust how
running
your
out of
lanes is gonna.
time. There
It's
it
gonna be
is.
Temper Assassin as you
TA.
mentioned.
it's just like for the matchup wise. But I don't think TA is that great in general against the whole lineup of MP.
So just what, you think that's almost a space filler? You know?
It's not a space filler. It's just how generally VP approaches their game. Like I mentioned, I always say VP is a team that puts a lot of focus on winning their lanes. They just pick heroes
that
to
they
do
can play, that they're comfortable with.
and they're gonna win the lane.
Yeah.
It's just for the matchup. It's not so much about what is the hero gonna do later against their heroes.
Beautiful stuff. All right, well, this is where we ask for our closing thoughts. Before we do introduce the casters, I just want to kind of generally get the consensus that we're not expecting to see much more from NP. You've seen their draft now, Shiva. You still expect, not surely not the same
No,
level of
I
defeat.
think this is. I think they because they swapped it up a lot, right? This is entirely different from the first game. I think that is really necessary, and I think they have a draft that they are very comfortable with, and that we have seen them execute this before, so they can do it. I still think Virtus.pro, like Ted says, they're not revealing anything, and they feel extremely comfortable. And it's like, okay, you know what? We just picked this. Don't reveal anything. We just do well. Let's.
I mean, they're the better team, so
they are the better team.
The better team, and it's the better team doing basic Dota as well. It seems
Yeah.
to be the general consensus on this.
It's never
desk.
basic at this level,
No.
Alex. I
Well,
don't know
that-
what
I-
you guys do in CSGO.
I'm allowed to
if you
use.
just
I'm allowed to
basic,
use
but-
Winter's words. When Winter
Okay.
says it, I'm allowed to steal it. All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and get off the screen so I can go ahead and blush. Let's introduce two people that always make me blush. It's, of course, Toby1 and Malini to cast through this one.
It's obviously the fantastic looks of Malini and the weird red-headed Australian that just sets everyone on.
You just made it awkward, Toby. Just thank him for the compliments.
Just thank him?
Yeah.
Thanks, machine. Thanks, machine.
Come on, Toby.
I'm glad you're here. All right, let's.
Oh, my alt key was stuck. I was just pinging you on the map nonstop.
yeah. Let's not do that and destroy all the observer's experience. So NP versus VP. VP, again, we have the same kind of similar thing. Really, really good laning phase coming out from them. The Templar Assassin being the one to cap off their lineup. Everything looks pretty stable again for VP.
I think the bigger problem is giving them Sand King and Ogre again. Those two are just really nasty in their hands because it's like they run around the map a lot, they control their lanes, and they like to stun so they can just constantly kill you over and over again. And like they're just very imposing, I think is the word I would use for VP.
But how do you really ban out these heroes against Virtus.pro? Like, I was talking to Casper before these games actually started today, and he's just like, yeah, VP's just going to keep doing exactly what they've done before because they know it works. And why are we going to fix what's not actually broken? So we just keep running the same kind of thing. They've got enough diversity where you've always got like these 3 alternate heroes. When something else gets banned out, they just cycle in a new strategy.
Deal with the Bat Rider, which they've been banning out instead.
Yep.
I would say. This game, they didn't ban out the SD and they tried to take it themselves. I think that Ogre is a much better first pick, personally, against VP. But then you'd give them SD Luna.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to avoid, right?
That can be manageable, though, because if you give them that, then you can take the Sand King yourself, who is also really good versus the illusions. I think that's why VP took it in the second phase. They're like, oh, you're going to ban Sniper? Sure, I'll take Sand King. You want to pick a Manta plus a illusion hero? Okay, I'll get Ags and own all of your illusions with Caustic. And then they were severely limited in their carry choice. They had to go with a Sven, who doesn't even use illusions, so now the first pick's kind of wasted. They don't have the Mirana to pair up with it. What exactly is the SD supposed to do this game?
Like right now it looks like 1437 is just tasked with saving any target which is initiated on to then try and counter-initiate. That's all.
There's a lot of other heroes that can do that. They can offer you a way better toolkit. Let's say like Dazzle, I would say, would be one of the heroes that I would say fulfills a
But they also
role.
at the first phase. Now top lane, the initiation happens, and because of Shadow Team in the middle of all this, Savage does actually have that wonderful Spirit out. A lot of damage into Ramsey. At the same time, the SD, he does eventually fall. He was the one that started everything on. But it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. The Luna for the support SD, but first blood did go to the Ogre of all the heroes, and the TPs are coming back already.
Yeah. One of the benefits of the Shadow Team, though, is making the illusions of the Luna, but they can expect the TA and the Sand King to do the majority of their damage, and Luna kind of just sit in the back and reinforce everyone else. It's also one of the benefits of being Luna. She can be a hard carrier, or she can just buff everyone out and stay alive.
Do you actually modify your build just because of that, knowing that you're going to get disrupted up? So like less stats or something along those lines? Because you still like want to look towards your Manta and such.
You can go HOD, I would say, and stack for the TA. I guess that's one alternative that isn't stats, that helps out your team a lot. But there's not that many other builds that don't involve some sort of move speed or stats.
Solo might be a little bit of trouble. He's up a long way, and Savage does have the Spirit into Stomp combination, so they start with the Storm Bolt, into then the Stomp, and Solo body blocked up by AUI. Is there going to be enough damage with the catch? They're going to disrupt him up. Savage taking way too much damage from Ramses. Ramses will drop down low. AUI cannot get in range in time. And now it's actually NP who are the ones on the retreat, even though Solo is 160 life, which is like 5%, 10% of the Ogre Magi life. He's still up there hitting the Shadow Demon back.
Joke's on you, Toby. This is an Ogre we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. But NP feel like they can kill him, judging by their maneuver.
I'm surprised our Ob just didn't, go somewhere else. He's like, oh, he's not going to die. We don't even need to bother watching this.
Yeah, let's go down to the bot lane instead and watch like MSS versus Pasha.
Oh, they have a stomp onto Luna.
With the Storm Bolt follow-up. Yeah, that's it.
Mega dead.
I actually like this catcher early on too. Coming out from the SD, they're actually amplifying up enough that they can get through heroes like Ogre. Obviously, we just had a whole bunch of denied. Both Lil and Solo denied themselves up. So right now, the neutrals are on the same score as MP.
It is important, though, for MP.
Oh, Courier Snipe middle.
He's going in.
Oh.
It's been 3 minutes.
It's Envy. It's Envy in a nutshell. And is he denying himself up to...
That is usually not the choice for people to deny because you give them a little bit of gold, but 149.
Maybe he could have walked for the Ancients.
Is that worth it, though, for him? He's giving away 150 gold. Let's say that would take him like...
He took the bottle off, right?
Yeah, he did, off the chicken.
Top lane, initiation, going to go on AUI. They drag him back, but the stomp here again from Savage creates more space. They all look very tired and asleep. But Luna, the catcher, is on him, combining it with the Shadow Poison. Ramsey makes a break for the tree line, and he'll actually go down. Now it's Solo trying to help out. Eternal Envy's rotated up here too. So Virtus.pro, they're outnumbered. Lil needs to help out somehow with the Fade Bolt. It's just not doing enough work. They do kill this Ven, thanks to Lil, but now Envy is on the hunt. It's a double kill for the SD, but it's Lil trapped in the tree line. His TP's coming off cooldown now. There's no mana for a disruption, but he's not going to attempt the TP. Does as much damage as possible and then accepts his fate.
That's another benefit of Envy, though, dying right when he did. If he dies in neutrals, that's maybe 6-7 more seconds, which I think he would have made the fight on time. And MSS going to take a spill as every hero has just kind of went to a different lane at this point.
Yep. I'm wondering, though, if it's really worth it for Envy. Like, his mid lane wasn't going well. He's 11 CS now. Didn't get any of the kills. They were just supports. But no one's sitting at 28 for 10 on that Templar Assassin.
Yeah, it is risky for Queen, especially before, like, let's say 6-7, when I think she really gets strong. And Solo is kind of just making sure she can't
come
really
back,
do anything. And on top of that, the mid tower's almost dead. It's at under 500 HP due to the constant beatdown from the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, and TA's in a fantastic spot too. Like, yeah, you had the courier sniped out, so this didn't bring everything back, but now we've actually got the courier back up. The bottle's on the way. And it looks like that's actually the full Ring of Aquila as well for TA. So while these items being missing is a bit of a pain in the butt, he can always just come back. There's 2 Observer Wards down on top of that tower as well.
And Lil, 1437, gonna maybe walk into on top. That was a close encounter, and looks like he will be able to stop the pool from happening.
Just messing around with the SD.
This is not usually how teams handle this Sven too. Oftentimes they ditch AUI safe lane and let him farm with the HOD and stack Ancients and get huge. He takes him out at maybe 8 or 9 minutes, maybe even slightly earlier sometimes if he has free farm.
Yep.
And this game, he still doesn't even have treads. He is struggling, and he takes up a lot of space on the map, but only if he has HOD, because otherwise, who's going to be able to stack the Ancients? No one's even like
SD, Fire Strike, are they going to go straight through the tree lines? They want Vision first, so Lil will get the pickup, throw him down. They know that Stomp's on their way, and they'll create a little bit of space. MSS with a great rotation, hook shots in. Lil, as well as Pasha, they split up, while Pasha, stunned up as the SK, goes down the Battery Assault. It will allow Lil to escape.
That was a little bit of poor communication by MP. I like how all their cores are TPing in, but they could have gotten a +1 there if Clockwork just stuck on the Rubik. And then because they could have realized that the Sven would have been able to kill the Sand King. But Sand King's one of those heroes that you kind of expect might always be able to survive. He actually does not have any points in a Sandstorm this game, so it looked like it was an anti-Rubik thing last game, and maybe an anti-ranged skill build that he did. So I like that he's super flexible with the Sand King build, and he kind of just like has that threat in them, like the supports have to constantly buy sentries and stuff because he did it last game.
And MSS, he's not going to be able to get close enough to actually hit onto Ramsey, but again, VP have done the same kind of thing. Chip away at the tower and then just open it up for another maneuver, and MP have to commit multiple heroes to try and stop it. Like, Envy comes back to try and hold this mid tower, but that's a double damage rune on a Templar Assassin. Envy cannot fight that.
At least he has the Bassi for a little bit of armor, so he doesn't get destroyed. He's sitting at, what, 6 armor? It's decent at this point in time, but the problem is he is underfarmed and does not have any treads at the moment.
Underfarmed behind, 2.3k to 4k net worth.
And nice deny coming out from Envy, even with a DD, and I don't think he had refracting charges at that point, but Radiant has used scan.
Yeah, they scanned the mid lane, but it would have captured anyone that was sitting in the tree line behind the tier 1 tower. They had the Observer Ward down near the Ancient, so they kind of saw it anyway.
They were looking for the Invis clock.
Ah.
And now, because it turned up positive or negative. I guess green is kind of deceptive. It turned up that there are no heroes there, so they assume that he's on bottom.
Yep.
And they're making the correct play by playing very safe. No one in a little bit of trouble.
He's right underneath the obs in the sentry too, so there's not even a meld dodge available to him, but that hookshot needs to get there, and they can't get far enough over.
That's some really good game sense by no one right there. He knows that MSS would try and rotate back to the mid, but he would have to come from the bottom side. So to dodge the range of the super long range hookshot, he goes to the north side. Like VP are just on top of their game right now.
And they're having everything going their way. Like Ramsey's about to take up a nice easy stack, which Solo's prepared for him too. That's after they bring down the tier 1 tower. The advantage of NP is their D push is still quite good. Like just Elder Titan himself already makes the pushing quite difficult. Because it's too much of an easy setup for MSS. You get that sleep out with a stomp. MSS just jumps in with hookshot, then quick follow-up from the rest of MP. But they need to make space for AUI.
Yeah, they pinged out this tree. VP, they know that this tree is actually hurting them a lot, the one that's next to that observer ward. They can't actually see into the Ancients with that ward.
The sentry doesn't reach over.
Yeah, but the observer ward doesn't see anything. It's really blind as to what's going on.
But he threw it down. Like the reason why they committed both the sentries is because when that obs was thrown down, Savage was right on top of the hero. So he's expecting the camp to be blocked. So they actually just soak up so much money through the sentry wards. And they don't get the D ward. Now hookshot over, nice catch. Catching Solo out. Trying to go through that little bit of a choke point, but Clockwork right in the money. Eternal Envy in the neighborhood as well. And there's a lot of heroes down the bot lane for NP. You've got just the SD going solo against the SK, and I suppose that's the only hero that can stand in the lane against the SK.
Yeah, and Pasha is very aggressive as soon as he knows that there are heroes on the other side of the map.
He's already got Blink.
Skipping the creep wave, yep.
10.5 minutes Blink Dagger. TP's bottom lane can prep for the epicenter just as MP thought they were going to have the better fight here.
That was a well-placed Spirit.
Blink Burrow Strike catching out 2 from Pasha. Will it be enough at the moment with the Lucent Beam? They slow down AUI. MSS creates a lot of space with his cogs, allowing MP to TP out in the tree line. Can anyone get a catch? Lil needs vision. He doesn't get it. And the stomp will help create even more space. Savage really on the money on that ET.
Yeah, he scouted out that Blink Sand King or the TP even, which gave MP the heads up to dodge that fight. And that was definitely going to go sour for them.
But they blink, they borrow, they're going to go on Eternal Envy. Now thinking about a defensive disruption, but instead it's going to be the Purge over on the SK. They take away all of his mana. The Sven's already down. AUI being exploded by the TA. They actually managed to avoid the hook shot, and now with the Burrow Strike and the Eclipse sitting around, they're all so low. Virtus.pro, all of them so down. Pasha blinks away. He'll dodge the last attack from the tower. The Spirit's looking for him, but they stun up Savage. Pasha's still waiting. Ramsey doesn't know if he wants to come back. The Spirit's making a re-entry back into Savage just to give him the movement speed to get away, and Solo gets cock burned again. MSS in close, but Solo, now he's so low. 150 on him. They're getting away. Virtus.pro, they are the walking dead at the moment, but the dead are crushing NP.
Wow, so much skillful maneuvers that we saw coming out from VP right there. They just dodged everything. They dodged a hookshot, they dodged a flare, they dodged the Elder Titan Spirit, and any one of those would have spelled their demise had they connected. And
they chain the stuns perfectly too. They get away. Like that's one of those beautiful things just to watch later. And you're seeing now VP flexing their muscle. Like no one Meld Strikes Envy, takes away 2/3 of his life in one attack.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, let's watch it again. So Pasha is kind of stranded. He's got no mana to work with. They throw the split down. MSS misses the hook shot. That would have been the death of Solo right there.
And Lil and Ramses.
That Eclipse does so much work.
All these sticks.
This blink. You can just see it slow motion, then boom. Straight away at the last second. Now we come back live and we'll see Pasha being initiated on. We left with Pasha's play. And we come straight back to it. He'll purge up on the SD. Caustic shouldn't be enough to pop him with a hook shot forward. Now it's actually the SK isolated, but he Burrow Strikes underneath the cogs, but AUI just sitting there farming up. He'll farm at SKUI's in the neighborhood. Efficiency maximized.
Pasha didn't think they were going for the kill there. And Ramsey's like, why aren't we going for the kill? And they just needed one more right click, I would say. And maybe perhaps expecting that the Caustic would finish him off. But raindrops make kills difficult. Now, VP, they can start eyeing some more tasty pickoffs with double Blink Dagger. Templar Assassin just 50 gold away. She has it right now. And Roche is at their disposal.
Well, AUI, I don't know if he really wanted to do that. He just Quelling Bladed down an Observer Ward while under the cover of smoke. And the pings came out pretty quickly from Virtus.pro. But they lost that vision.
Got greedy.
Yep. He just wanted it. They're still stacking up the Ancients. But the rotation's coming down to bottom lane, and Ramses and Lil, like, obviously the warning bells flagged by taking out that Obs Ward. Lil and Ramses make a break for the tree line. Lil stays close enough where he would break the smoke on them, and now, in fact, yeah, AUI shows himself, and VP knows what's up.
It's a really difficult gank to make happen because of the Luna's night vision with Lunar Blessing. Like, if the smoke pops, they don't. They can't see anyone. They have to drop a flare, drop a spirit, and that is more than enough time for VP to escape unless
this is better. The Observer
walks right into them.
Yeah, that was not what the Star at all. They'll get the stuns down. AUI is even going to commit God Strike. They want this kill quickly. Solo's still not dead yet. He's walking away. They need more damage. The hook shot, it hits the spirit. Clockwork can't even get close enough, so it's a double kill for Lil. Clock still hasn't managed to catch up to Solo, and now he's isolated. They're TPing back to the tier 2 tower. The cogs will drop down, but MSS is on the run. He's lost the rest of his entire team. But the first the follow-up stun, Lil's got his control of cooldown in 1 second time, and there it is. He gives a double kill to no one. In fact, he ended up taking what? So Rubik got 2, TA got 2, and MP got schooled. Maybe even Envy. He's not out of the woods yet. Lil's trying to scat him out. Shadow Poison.
Oh, look at his items, though. He's going for the chicken kill, and he knows that it's on his way back.
Wait for it. Wait for it. He's going to kill that very cute dog, and he just Sonic Waves it. Committal. Blink up, starts his TP. Underneath the tower, Lil doesn't have mana. So no mana for telekinesis, couldn't catch him out anyway.
2 chicken kills, 0 hero kills. Sad life for Envy. He's trying to get them back in the game economically. However,
and you can see how far he is behind no one.
The net worth, he's almost 3 times as rich.
Oh, no one. Nice hook shot. MSS, they needed this with the dust as well. No one fights its way out of the cogs. They need to finish the job, however. They have enough damage. The Templar Assassin will drop.
That's such a great kill.
That's the one kill of Eternal Envy, and it's the big one. 660 gold for it.
Yeah, and it's on the TA, and TA was just spiraling out of control. And her being like way more farmed than the Sven is it's really problematic because then the Warcry is just not going to be that effective in saving anyone from the Melt Strike. However, with that, Envy can pick with some more items. I'm not really sure what you go for as a Queen of Pain. Normally it's the Orchid if you're ahead, but now there's like a 4-staff on the Sand King. There's a Blink on Rubik. It's just not that easy for him to actually get picks with.
Is it worth him just going for something more like the Aghanim Scepter, like that lane tempo controller? Like go like Ags and Lincolns and then just wait for the late game when maybe you can get a Scythe? He's picking up a Oblivion Staff now, so it looks like he's going to lock himself into the Orchid.
Yeah, I'm just worried about him dying versus the TA very, very quickly.
Oh, it's a good thing to worry about. Pass just slide-style blinks around Savage's Stomp. But Queen of Pain, Eternal Envy, still had that Haste Rune bolted up, so he triggers it and walks away. So the maneuver from VP doesn't end with a kill. But does start pushing MP back to their side of the river.
So that one kill was like almost a 2,000 gold swing in favor of NP, so something's looking up for them. Maybe if they get a team wipe close to the Roche pit, which they are defending so heavily, they can equalize this net worth. No one scouting things out for them. Lil smoke behind.
Yeah, he's looking to come in close, gets very close to AUI, but loses the vision up the hill. But MP still got a lot of men on the ground around this point, and they're going to find SD sitting in the tree line. Well,
that's ugly.
That's a wilting rose. And now this opens up VP, where they may feel they got enough confidence to start on Roshan. They still have the issue of ET, Spirit into Stomp, and ET Split is a real issue. Same with MSS's hook shot and consistent scouting with Rocket.
They have observer wards on the east side, though, inside the lane, so that they know that these two heroes are over there. They don't know their exact positioning, however, and they do have to beware of the hook shot. Maybe a hero might stand on the right side to block it.
That actually may even... Oh, kill by Radiant. Templar Assassin grabs the Aegis, and instantly no one blinks up looking for the kill. But already MP have fallen back.
So lost control of Rose. Ancients kind of slowly going the way of VP's control, wrested from NP's grasp, and I just don't see this Queen of Pain getting back into the game though. Like Queen of Pain is just too poor. Like every time you go in a team fight, you just have to be deathly afraid of TA just
Pasha found him too.
you.
Blink is off cooldown at the moment, starts the epicenter, but Lil holds Queen of Pain in position. He buys as much of the second Oblivion staff as possible, but it's still a dead Envy.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what to go for. Maybe, any of the items just sound like not that great. I was saying maybe Veil, but the problem is Sven does very little magic damage, and he's kind of like your other magic dealer. But then again, you have the ET, so maybe, and then your ult's pure, but you can use the armor from Veil.
You can at least see the mindset of MV. Like, by picking up the Orchid, they're saying at least on our smokes, we gank, we move, and we fight. If we get one hero down, we create space instead of just saying, okay, let's just hold it at tier 3 towers and we just push them back with a Sonic Wave, or we push them back with the Spirit. That's like the only way they actually like hold VP at bay. But the only way they win is by killing VP time and time again on their big calls and playing catch-up.
And they need to survive the fights. That is my biggest concern for MV. Like, he gets Stanking Stun, he dies. He gets Ogre Stun, he dies. He gets TA Mail Strike, and let's say she has crit, she could probably die in one hit. Very close at this point. And I guess they have Warcry. She needs to make sure that she gets the Warcry buff. Dire has used Scan, very... it's just not very unsurprising that VP are just perched at the Ancients.
Okay, no one's already counted Envy. He's completed Amanda style 20 minutes in.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're that far behind as TA, by the time you get Orchid, they'll have 4 stats, they'll have Yules, they'll have BKBs, Mantas, perhaps even a Lotus Orb. Like any of these items will just render that Orchid useless. And then 4,000 gold into the Orchid is so much of her net worth right now.
Yep.
Like you
and what's Cop offer after that point? Like you sit there, it's like, well, okay, I Sonic Wave, but even if your timing is wrong, you can hit Refraction of Templar Assassin.
She can snipe chickens.
Yeah.
Two chicken kills.
Yeah. EE, Chicken Hunter.
That's a lot of gold. Come on.
That's, yeah. Or you kill Templar Assassin to get so much more. But right now, as MP, you have to be on the defense. They're still not TP'd back yet, so VP, they start their push. The Spirit Stomp again being available. This will slow down the attack, but it's definitely not going to stop it. I need to bring everyone is back. Watching AUI with that Blink Echo Saber of his.
They need to kill Luna, but Luna has a Hurricane Pike, so now anyone that gets 4-stepped can easily be saved by either the Luna or Pasha.
And the Spirit Stomp also missed on no one. They can't even catch him. Okay, they jump him. You Stormbolt to start over on the Templar Assassin. Just blinks in. Goes on AUI. Eternal Envy. He's not certain he wants this one. He got the Shadow Strike over on the Templar Assassin. So at least there's not that many defensive charges. But then Pasha! Oh, MSS! He gets disintegrated. The defensive disruption too. Is it going to be enough? They actually get away. Pasha, Envy's jumping out for the kill. But then Yule Scepter up with the Eclipse. Ramsey kills off Eternal Envy again. Pasha on a beast of life retreats out. The Clockwork bought back, but he also won't find his opening. And VP take the mid-ranks, force buybacks, get kills, and lose nothing of value.
Did you see that blink dodge by Pasha? That was a melee range Stormbolt. He had very little time to react there. And he baited Envy to blink downhill, and that was his death. But Pasha, that's his second great blink dodge of the game.
Well, we get to see him. We'll start making a highlight clip again of all that stuff. And his maneuverability has been absolutely wonderful, but NP also fed the beast. They let Pasha have so much space on that lane. All right, so we're going to get to try out something really cool here. We're actually going to watch what Pasha was doing with this replay. So this is his perspective of that last fight.
He gets an Epi, Sand King just owns the clock. But at this point, oh, he got 4-staff.
4-staff down.
Okay.
I thought
it was a blink.
It was at least his own 4-star, but Ramsey's, like this Yule Scepter timing with the Eclipse, like Pasha made it feel like EE had a chance.
Yeah, if he's just a little bit too underfarmed though. Like if he had a little bit more int, so his right clicks hit just a little bit harder and had a little bit more spell damage from that intelligence, then like maybe he would have gotten that kill. but it's just unfortunate that it's a situation that Quap is in, that she is just really far behind. Like the experience grab is way worse than actually they're both the
Yeah, the grabs are pretty high up for VP.
There's no spinning that to make it sound good for NP.
NP have to climb a mountain at the moment. That's pretty much it. Raiding in a scan behind them, so VP just making sure there's no shenanigans from NP.
Yeah.
They do have the Orchid over on EE. So this is one upside. The downside is almost every single hero is a counter to the Orchid already.
And the hookshot, which they are kind of heavily relying on. MSS on the south side, maybe looking for a hookshot.
Solo is the scout. He doesn't want Solo. He can't kill Solo.
No.
And they know it. The only person they could potentially kill is Lil, but Lil's walking around with a Blink Dagger and a freaking Point Booster. He's almost completed an Agate Interceptor.
I don't think they can kill Lil. I don't think they can kill anyone with it. They have 2 Force Staff. They have the Butterfly. On
they
the
have to
Temple
try.
Assassin.
At least they get like a Luna to fight for their cause. That's one small upside.
This is a fight you know you're going to lose if you hookshot it.
Yeah.
You know you're probably going to get team wiped unless...
But he's going to be the space creation, right? That's it.
No. The Sven
AUI! He goes in, but the SD Disruption, it went the same time as Sven initiated. Solo is at least isolated here, but with the Force Staff and Burrow Strike in from Pasha, he caught Savage, he caught Rose, and MP are completely caught. Pasha will come in, that Epicenter, it still wasn't even used, but no one does so much damage. The Butterfly, AUI can't even hit it right now. No one is untouchable. And you got MSS trapped on the front lines. Buybacks are coming in from MP, but this feels like desperation. MP blinks forward, no one waits, and then 2 hits down the SD, moves on to Envy. It's a rampage, and it really is the game. AUI is stranded between everything. The only upside is the fact that it's only a Luna and a TA. The downside is it's the Luna and the TA. They're still alive for Virtus.pro, so AUI tries to be a man, but it's just not manly enough. Too many rampages, and MP will lose their first game to Virtus.pro 2-0 in an insanely convincing fashion.
So we just got
Virtus.pro
5 rampages by the same person in 2 games. 5.
Yep.
That's pretty... Yeah.
He did have a lot of space though. Like, if you look at the VP lineup, okay, yeah, you've definitely got a superstar which comes in the form of that Templar Assassin, but it was the TA who early on didn't really find a lot of space, was like 3 for 1, and then ended up with a score of 12 for 1 at the end, because that was when Pasha kind of got his Blink Dagger, and then everything started working for them. Like, that SK was just playing, it was running rings around NP.
VP in happy spirits as they exit their room. One thing that I noticed that's interesting about Lil is that he's actually sitting in the middle for Virtus.pro, which he's not the drafter, so that leads me to believe that he's making the in-game calls. And I think like whoever is making the in-game calls for VP, they're doing great.
Yeah. They're moving around the map perfectly. Their initiation on team fights, like they know exactly when to pull out. There seem to be a couple of problems for NP as well, like the SD Disruption kept coming out like that in that last fight. Like, yeah. AUI jumps in, triggers God Strength, wants to go for the kill, and then the SD disrupts. And you're like...
I mean, clearly they were just not in the right mentality at that state of the game. Things were just looking very, very grim, and good sportsmanship. Handshakes coming out.
VP, very, very happy. A lot of smiles. MP, back to the drawing board. They'll go down into that first elimination game.
The draft is very important versus VP, though. I don't really feel like... And I think MP got what they wanted, but just, it didn't really... matter versus VP.
We've got a couple of experts on the draft. They're sitting over on our panel right now, so we'll welcome in Machine and the crew.
Hey,
How you doing, Machine?
Good, thank you. A nice quick start to our day, it seems. That's kind of NP.
Yeah.
Oh, you know how
Yeah, MP lost quick enough
there
for you,
was the
Machine.
silver lining.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There you go. I'm good at finding silver linings. And, of course, that usually refers to clouds, and there's plenty of them here in Boston. I just went outside. I recommend you guys stay warm, but as you prepare for the next series.
Thank you.
It's horrible. All right.
I'll go look at the 9 clouds.
Yeah, go do that. Right, much love. I'm going to talk to these guys for a little bit. I say these guys. It is, of course, Winter, Shiva, and some guy called Ted.
Did you notice that Toby said there are a couple of experts over there on the panel?
Yeah.
When there's 4 of us. That would imply you 2 are the experts, and Alex is the host, which leaves me...
You're here for the good
just
looks.
sitting here. Well, thank you.
You're here
I'm
for the
just a window
smolder.
dressing.
Yeah, you're here for the smolder.
Let's talk about Dota, all
Sure,
right?
I'd
Let's
love
look
to.
at this game.
Can we first start with the point that the casters made?
Yeah,
And that's, of course, NP got what they wanted. I think this is really important. They got what they wanted. They got all the ingredients that they were after. Does that make sense to you? They got what they wanted and still couldn't translate it into a victory?
Yeah, they were pretty much gearing up into that Sven pick. Like we saw the first few opening picks, they wanted to give the carry, the whole map to farm. But just VP made a very good decision, I think. not many teams would have made the decision to go aggro try with the Rubik, Ogre plus the Luna. I think standard approach would be Rubik plus Luna safe lane, and you do a dual lane with the Sand King, Ogre plus Sand King to pressure the Sven.
Yeah.
So I like to commend them for the courage they had to make that decision, because it was a very risky move. If the Luna fails in the laning phase, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
And it didn't necessarily, it wasn't that big of a success. Obviously, you see them here and, you know, they're all dying, but even running that aggressive
they
tri lane.
edited out the MV blink into the trees. It happens.
It happens.
Yeah.
I mean,
but, I mean, they still did enough to slow that Sven down, and that is all they were there for.
They did enough to slow the Sven down, that's number one. And number two, Sand King against Clockwork, it's a very good matchup for Sand King. So they're going to win the other lane.
I think if you watch a lot of the fights, but if you watch a lot of the fights in the game,
this was so good.
It was great, but what VP were able to do is not die. I know that sounds stupid, but a lot of the time they escaped on very little health. We saw Pasha do that a couple of times in the game. That is so demoralizing for MP. If you think, this fight's going okay, guys, we're going to get some kills here, they start using abilities like, you know, Sven pops God Strength and stuff, and just nothing comes of it. I think it breaks your spirit, and VP were able to do that multiple times in this game.
I think also, Machine, you said earlier that is, you know, the CAS stigma in terms of playing Dota.
Sure.
You know, the type of play they have to just run at you, and they're going to get in your face, and then they're going to kill you. Virtus.pro has refined that, and they will still run at you, and it's just, like, they're not afraid. Solo is right up in the face there of MSS, but they will run at you, and then we'll know exactly when to back off and exactly how far they go, and never overstep their boundaries, or at least very rarely overstep their boundaries.
Very disciplined, I would
yes.
say.
So disciplined, but they also have, they're not afraid to start a fight. They'll engage, and they brought the fight to NP in this one. I want to talk a little bit about Sven as well. Now, this is, of course, you already highlighted, it was a big basis around NP in their late game. They wanted to take Sven. How was he disrupted? What was it that was done that stopped Sven from getting it as big as as they wanted him to be?
I think, like I mentioned, the first thing was the laning phase. VP decided to put an aggro try against the Sven. That's number one.
Right.
And VP, because of the better matchup, the 1v1, the Sand King against Clockwork, he was again able to get a very early blink and contest the Sven when he's like trying to pump the Ancients. Like
also, Envy didn't really have a great time mid, did he?
Yeah,
like
because of the matchup, like I said, they're picking TA, not because TA is really like good in their overall strat, but it's because of the laning phase. He's gonna beat Queen of Pain. I didn't expect Queen of Pain to be beaten so badly, but I know TA is gonna beat Queen of Pain.
Yeah, and of course you already highlighted you weren't a fan of Queen of Pain anyway. You were probably cheering a little bit every time TA got a kill. Now, just returning to this tri-lane, you were already describing taking that tri-lane as a risk. I would like to just outline as to why taking that tri-lane could have gone oh so wrong, Shiva. I mean, that was a risk, right?
Yeah, because if that Sven would have done better, if that tri-lane for NP would have gone better, then you got a Luna on the side of Virtus.pro that is not going to be contributing anything to the mid game. Later on, he'll be coming back. He can catch up, but at that point, you got everybody of NP just reaching their timings and just going forward, and then they can execute their plan. And basically, by making sure that Sven didn't really get off the ground, NP just couldn't execute their plan. They just never got to that point.
I mean, why I said it was risky, because MP's lane is not that weak. Usually when you do this kind of aggro try, you are trying to capitalize on the enemy weak safe lane. But this game, their safe lane wasn't even that weak. So that's why I said it was
it was a risk. It was a roll of the dice. Well, I mean, we can have a look at the scoreboard and see how well it did work out. Certainly that Temporal Assassin will be a name we recognize as you cast your eyes across those numbers. And no one, again, with the big numbers.
He had like a Dazzle blink at minute like 13.5, 14. That is as good as it gets for a TA. My God.
And that kind of put Eternal Envy into a bit of a hole. If you do have a look at that kind of the initial start in their CS,
I mean,
it was
that's
a bit
like
of a mess.
kind of Queen of Pain for you, you know. If you're not familiar with the hero, if the hero doesn't snowball, she just doesn't do anything in the game.
So the overall, in terms of both the series are kind of decided in the laning stage. At least Virtus.pro coming out of them, coming out very well. So that was the point I was getting to. That Ogre. Like, I know he's not going to get ban priority a lot because, you get, like we talked about earlier, you know exactly what he's going to do. But at what point are you going to get him removed? Because he is so strong.
You have to ban it against VP, though. I think they play one of the best Ogres around because they use the hero a lot. I think I told Alex before, this hero is all about the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
How much pressure you exert to the enemy. If you pick the hero and you don't pressure the enemy, you're wasting the hero. And VP is one of the best teams that pressures the enemy in the first 5 minutes.
It just kind of goes together, doesn't it? I mean, you like bread and butter. You tell me that VP like to go early aggressive, and you tell me that Ogre's best in the first 5 minutes. It's just like, why wouldn't you take that away?
Yeah, why wouldn't you ban Ogre against VP? That's the next question.
And that's the question that I'm sure a lot of teams will be asking themselves, perhaps NP. I do want to see what that MVP has been nominated for. Of course, no one was at the top of the scoreboard and was their MVP of map 1. But as we look into number 2, it looks like Solo has got the shout out. Now, this was at the tip of your tongue, Shiva. Can you tell us as to why?
I mean, you just mentioned it already. The first 5 minutes,
yeah.
Okay, Ogre, that's what he does, right? He is strong early game, but Solo takes it to another level. He is everywhere all the time, making the right place. And we saw him earlier on in the highlights in the fight in the bottom lane. He was weaving in and out of that fight multiple times, making sure that he could still get off his spell, use all of his mana, even on the lowest of health.
Yeah.
To still make it out.
I think if you can take a hero to the like, if you look at a lot of pro players, having mana is what makes you run away. If you're out of mana, that's when you leave.
Sure.
Like, you'd rather stay there and cast your spells and help your team, especially as a support. Don't run away. Like, he stayed there and fought, and he stayed around, got the clock, played it perfectly, kept his distance, timed it, waited for support. It was great. That's just great support play. And
it is a really kind of a big warning to everyone else who was kind of scared of VP coming into this tournament. Now they're like throwing down the gauntlet. Look, 2-0 against NP. We are not to be trifled with. And someone who shouldn't be messed with as well, he messed with me in the lobby. It's Slacks. He's hanging out with no one, one of his many friends.
Oh, hey, Machine. I'll mess with you anytime, buddy.
Hey, bro.
Oh, hello, my friend. Hey,
hello.
I'm here with no one, the MVP, as it were. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm fine.
You're fine. Now, I don't know why they call you nobody. You were definitely somebody in that game. 12-0 as a Shadow Fiend, playing... Who plays Shadow Fiend? How do you pick that hero? Doesn't everybody die with that? How are you so good at it?
No answer.
No answer? You can't even tell me how you're good at... You're just good.
Yeah.
Just the best. Okay, I can feel that. So, to me, VP feels like a revenge squad, you know? You guys have been kicked, you've been traded, you've been brought together, and now you're here dominating everybody else. People think you're the best dudes in the tournament. Do you feel like you're a revenge squad? Do you feel like you're the best guys at the tournament here?
Seriously, nope, because a lot of teams much better than us, but we will show our best.
Who do you think is better than you?
Everyone.
Everyone. See, that's how he gets you, you know? He picks Shadow Fiend, bad hero, dominates you, says he's the worst team here, dominates you. Okay, then. Good question for you, no one. This one's a little serious. Who is your someone? You say that you're no one. You're very modest, but when you think about Dota, who's the one person you think about?
Me. Just me.
Just you. You think about you.
No one, just someone. For me, it's no one.
This is all very confusing to me, but thank you. Okay, final question here. You guys are going out there into the major. You're going to face the world's best. A lot of people think that you're the best team. Who are you guys afraid of?
We're afraid ourselves.
You are a locked case, man. I can't get in there, but we'll find a way to do it later. I'm sure I'm going to see you again for another Winner interview. And, okay, you know, I'm not letting you go. No. Tell me something. Give me something. What is your favorite meal?
Meal?
Don't say yourself. Don't say no one. Give me something.
I don't understand this question at all.
Your favorite food?
Which is bad. Everything. Just
nothing. I got nothing. He got me, guys. All right, back to you. I'll crack this egg later.
Wonderful. I love that. Favorite meal? Nah, none of that. Slacks and no one, everybody, of course. The winner and one of the key contributing factors to Virtus.pro's success in our first game here of the Boston Major. Yeah, it was a tough egg to crack.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, he's actually, like, he seems fairly shy in an interview with Slacks, right? He's not.
He's not a shy man.
This is the thing about players, is that the moment they see a camera and a microphone, they think, no.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Like, if you talk to them backstage, or if you're hanging out, you're listening to their conversations and stuff like that, that's when you see the real them.
Yeah.
So everybody thinks that them in front of the camera, they're just like, no. Yeah, no, everything, nothing, somebody. It's like, come on, say something. But they don't. That's just the way it is.
I can relate to that.
You can relate to that? Yeah, but now we've got...
And here you are, sitting in front of a camera talking about Dota.
Honestly, Winter is one of the funniest guys, and he flames people so much, and you just need to make him angry, and he comes flying out of the trap.
I actually have like a spiked stick, and I'm just relentlessly poking him to the point where he's just going to start getting angry, and we'll get like the meme Dota. The meme Dota? The meme Winter.
Meme Winter. That's why we need needed Black on the panel at some point just to pop up behind the desk like this. Just
yeah.
pops up and says, "Hey, we do," just trolls him with it. Then he'll come out.
Yeah, and then we'll get the real side of you. Yeah. Now, while we have you, Winter, it's actually really fun to ask if you've been watching the other games. I don't think I haven't seen on that laptop. You haven't necessarily been watching just this game. There's a lot of games going on parallel to this one.
Yeah, I was, being a bit concerned about my friends at WG.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they had a really close game one. If they were a little bit more composed, they would have actually been able to win that game. But, they're up against Wings. Wings don't have as good as late game. The game went like, 50 minutes, 60 minutes. It was a very long game.
Yeah.
And looking at both of their compositions, I think WG had the better composition into the late game, but they just, they lost to a better team.
Yeah, and to clarify, I mean, WG Warriors are a team that people are not expecting big things of. They are, they're probably the definition of an underdog at this instance, and now they're going up against, TI winners Wings. To push them in the first series is a big kind of statement.
That is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody, apart from Winter, not a lot of people were expecting for them to do as well as they did. So it's a good promise in terms of, they're on this level. A lot of people weren't expecting a lot, but they are on this level to compete.
They're not weak. That was just what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
They're not a team that you should, write off. This team is not going to do much, but I mean, they are very solid. Their team play and everything, and I think I like the most is their general strat. Their strat is the drafts that they pick are really good.
Don't sleep on Warriors. And of course, the reminder as well of where VP are going next and where we are going next. It will be Virtus.pro versus Newbee. They played MVP, and that seems to have ended in 2-0. At least we've got confirmation of that now.
Yes.
So it was like 20-6 when I last checked in.
It's really odd because, I mean, both of these series. Okay, so the other group, they're in their second game still. That's like normal game time lengths.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit longer.
Brief.
Blindingly quick.
Both of them series have been, the 2-0 is extremely fast. So I'm really hyped for Newbee versus VP because if you're going to put two teams that were dominating so hard, I mean, who knows what could happen? Fireworks.
Now, we got a lot of fun to end this day. Oh, sorry, you go, Ted.
No, I was just breathing.
Oh, that was just you built suspense with your breath. It was like a...
just relaxing. Just breathing.
Okay, cool. Well, take a breath.
Okay.
And we're going to get a question from the social media. That's right. You can tweet us and you can bring it up on the stream so we can have a little chat.
Keep it civil.
And a chin wag with you. He says, it's Kazuki. He says, does VP's aggressiveness represent the new meta, or is it a matter of momentum? Well, I mean, we've been told already that the meta is by no means locked in or concrete. So do you think, I'll start with you, Winter. This is an interesting one. Do you believe that VP and their aggressiveness does reflect the meta, or is it simply just momentum?
Well, I believe that the way you play Dota right now is you have to take initiative, and that's what VP is doing.
Right.
Some teams might not do it as aggressive as them, but I still believe that you should always be trying to do something and be, active on the map. Instead of just trying to, what MP did this game was just really sit back, stabilize the lanes, and they didn't even look to try and make any plays around the map. They were really passive against VP.
I mean, surely there is still some positives to playing passively. You can still make that game type work.
Not too much, though.
Not as much.
Yeah.
It depends on how you describe passive as well. You can be passive while still making sure that you basically keep control of your own half of the map.
Sure.
You can call that passive, but at the same time, it is an active way of playing, of making sure that your lanes are safe. It's a bit of a...
You could passively win your lane by just getting a buttload of farm and not giving up kills. Like, that would be one way.
Or not giving up Olga to VP.
Right, that's one thing.
Yeah,
but I think
works
if
as well.
you're going to sit back and farm and just take it easy and not die and out-level them and they're running around and they're not getting you.
Yeah.
Like, we saw VP a lot of the time dodged kills. If they could have done that, if MP could have done that to VP, wasted their time, they're not getting anything, MP still getting farmed, that's one way you could do it without being aggressive and proactive and going out. But it's super hard to do with SK and Ogre and heroes like that.
So in answer to your question, probably momentum isn't the word we'd use. It's less like that. So that was a great question. I think we've got one more we can summon by the power invested in me. What does the panel do while games are being played?
Watch the game.
Hey,
massage.
No,
yeah, his name.
Alex is getting breakfast when the games are being played.
Yeah, we would just relax. That's what we do.
There is a room where we watch the game where we were talking about before we go. Just so you're aware, we're not just hanging out, lying
partying.
around.
I mean, me and Ted tend to spoon when we watch the games.
We do a little spooning, but you can still see the screen.
We watch actually 2 games. There's 2 games being played on the screens there, so we try to keep up with everything that's happening. Which
I was
is very
just sitting down here using the mouse because I wanted to click on stuff that I wanted to see.
Yeah, yeah. Don't lie. We all know you're scrolling through like 9gag or Imgur. Yeah. All
the
right.
players can't stand watching it through someone else's perspective. They want to see
It's
click,
true.
click, 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 click. It's awful.
I mean, I tried for the first 5 minutes. I sat by Winter. I was like, okay, this will be a better way to watch. I could hear a player's perspective, and it's just like a slideshow of just images. I'm like, I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah.
So I went and watched the lovely observers, who are of course doing a fantastic job.
Shout out to Scriff and Weapons.
Yes.
Yes, much love to you. Right, we are going to take a break. Our first series of the Boston Major concluded, or at least here on the main broadcast. If you are wanting to join the other games, you hear us talking about them, they are available to you. Just simply add the numbers to your URL. It's, of course, the Boston Major, and then just 2, 3, and 4 if you want to go ahead and catch those opening games if they are still going on. We'll be cutting it down to just 1 and 2, or the mainstream and number 2 for the next series of games. Up next, we are going to be seeing Virtus.pro's story continue, going up against Newbee. You will not want to miss this, so we'll see you after the break for our second game. One game down and plenty more to go. The first day of the Boston Major is off to a rather swift start. In fact, 2-2-0s to get us underway in our group we are currently covering. Things a bit closer elsewhere. And I say we, things have changed. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, and I've got some Dota brains to pick this time. I've got myself Malini, Pyrian Flax.
No, you've got two Dota brains. You've got two. You've got Kev.
Sorry.
And you got Ben. That's
two and a third.
Give yourself some credit. Hey, that's nice.
I'm wearing the green against the green, but I'm trying to just blend in. I'm just here. That
is a good question. I mean, Ben, did you talk to Purge, like, let's go blue today, like, let's do this?
No idea.
Some sort of synergy?
No idea.
I had to wear one suit twice, so I thought I'd start off with my favorite suit.
He said he's going all out. So
you have been going all out. Like, you've got a tie clip. I don't think I've ever owned a tie clip.
Really? It's worth it. You can buy. I bought a 3-pack. It was like 20
I
bucks.
do.
Okay.
A 3-pack of tie clips.
Wow. There you go. Inside information. Anyway, Dota. That's why we're here. We have to talk about some of it. We have got our second game of the day. And this is where we get to talk about Newbee. That's what's so exciting, is it's going to be Newbee clashing with Virtus.pro, who we have already seen make short work of NP. Now, Newbee, the Chinese force to be reckoned with, and there is a lot of excitement surrounding them. Their post-TI roster forming around KPI and K-Phoenix. I'm probably going to be butchering the pronunciation of some of these names, and I do apologize. But Purge, when the names are on screen, I mean, what is it that makes this roster exciting and justified the invite?
I mean, KP's been one of the best offlaners for a long time. I'm pretty excited to see him stay on the team. Faith, obviously, on IG when they won TI, so they got a TI winner there. SEC, amazing at mid, one of the highest performers in terms of metrics, and their carry's also been doing very well. So Kaka, competent support player. It's a mix of new players with some old veterans, and I think they just have tons of potential, and they've been playing amazing.
Yeah, when I look at you, Ben, I mean, talking about experience, Faith and Kaka, are they the two that have got the most Dota time under their belt, would you say?
Yes, Faith has championship under his belt, winning IG, TI too.
Yeah.
And then Kaka, he's kind of the brunt of a lot of jokes in the Chinese scene, however, because he got to 9K and then I forget exactly what it was, but they joke that he just feeds everyone to 9K. Like, he just constantly lost his MMR. I don't know. I just heard about this. I was like, wow, they just don't have that high of a view of Kaka.
How far did he plummet? So he hit 9K, and then it's all been downhill since then?
Yeah, apparently. And the stream title was like Road to 4K or something, because he was just dropping that far down. And then on top of that, I think they just think that he is a choker too in important events, because he was on other teams and he did really, really well, but when it mattered, they didn't go the distance.
Do you think that, because I know Cloud9, obviously famously Cloud9 had the whole choke, thing, but and EG had it as well. And throwing. What is the problem? It's clearly just becomes a mental thing, doesn't it? Like, you have one big choke, and all of a sudden that's all you can think about. But I mean, how do you get past that?
A good team to ask would be Ad Finum, who've gotten second place at so many qualifiers. Yeah. They didn't make it to TI. They didn't make it to so many Valve events, but here they are. Yep. They stuck together. Perseverance is the answer.
It is a beautiful storyline. We'll be talking more about Ad Finum when we do grab them here on the broadcast, but we have to talk about VP. Let's get these guys up, because, I mean, you were watching that game, Pudge. You saw how quickly these guys just got, well, I don't want to say they shredded through NP, but it was, I mean, we spent 40 minutes and we finished a series.
Yeah,
almost.
And they did a variety of things. Lots of aggro tri-lanes, very good mid-game aggression. The only player that I saw dying a lot was their hard 5 position, who didn't have farms, so it really wasn't a big deal at all. And every single time that they use their abilities, they're always super effective. I didn't see Pasha do a Sand Bro Strike on one hero almost ever. It was always 2+ heroes. Great mechanics, great usage, always min-maxing their heroes and winning games because of it.
Now, Ben, one of the reasons these guys are so exciting is, of course, because of the summit, right? You were there, I think, alongside many others. We're watching these guys rise through the ranks. What was it that turned everyone's attention and led to the victory at the summit?
I think it's more that they've gotten better while their opponents really haven't gotten that much better. Like Wings, for example, they won TI6. Now they're in like okay form, I would say. They're definitely not my favorites going in, but I think a big part of the success is that they didn't actually attend TI6. I think that
I think they want it more in that way. Like, a lot of those top teams, DC, Wings, they play their tournament, they get good results, and then they're like, hey, nice, we won a crap load of money. Let's take a break. But VP is one of the Russian stacks that hasn't hit that big success yet. They've been swapping teams. This is maybe the best talent lineup that we've seen in the Russian scene for a while. They've got to want it bad, especially because they didn't go to TI.
The CIS scene in general was in the doldrums for a while, a good while.
Kind of.
So do you think the VP is the team that's going to kind of maybe lift the scene and inspire them a bit, or not?
Do you see the viewer numbers on the RU stream, dude? They had like double hours.
I believe it. I believe
it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the Russian fans will come out if there's a team doing well. I mean, they must think VP are going to win as well, right? The whole thing.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. Well, me, I think Wings are going to win it. I just can't look past them. Not after TI. TI scared me so greatly, and they looked so good that even if they're not in form, I just feel like they're going to do it.
It does seem like Wings have fallen out of favor for some people. I mean, we saw VP best them at the summit alongside OG, and when, EG were present as well. It's not like this tournament was anything to be sniffed at. A huge achievement for VP to pick up that win, and now we have to kind of work out how this one's going to play out. A featured matchup certainly does help. Now, we were asking, who on earth do we want to choose? Who is going to be the two names that we have all eyes on? And I think SCC is a name that we want to continue to repeat, right? Like, this is the 9K MMR player with, I don't know, would you say a lot to prove, or has he already done so?
He has done it.
He's made it clear that the attention should be on him, and now it's ready for him to put up like miracle level performances, maybe level performances, and then he is going to be on that tier for sure, and talked about that way for very likely a long time.
Well, that is exciting in himself. And then on the other side of things, we did just watch this game, Ted. No one, just the top of the scoreboard on both games.
Yeah, I don't think he even died in both games. He might have died once. I'm pretty sure his Shadow Fiend didn't die. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, crushed it. Just crushed it.
Absolutely.
I mean, just it was great performance. But I think, like Purge was saying, I think Pasha played a big part in that. Sand King was such a big hero for them. So, I mean, I think he's definitely in form. He looked confident, even if his interview wouldn't give you that impression with Slacks. But he just didn't want to talk. He was like, yeah, I just want to play.
And it's not even just those two guys. I feel like every single player on VP has the potential of having amazing games. I mean, I watched the first game of the Summit. Solo carried it from a Shadow Demon perspective. He had the highest fantasy points. He had amazing KDA. It was like 15 minutes in, he had been a part of every kill. He had 2 kills and 3 assists. And that's just from a Shadow Demon perspective. Things like that are amazing if everybody on your team can do that.
So I'm already hearing like hypey vibes surrounding VP from you, Purge. If we do predictions before the draft here on the desk, and so is that an inkling, a little bit of an indicator of as to where your prediction would go?
No, absolutely not. I have 2 newbie players on my fantasy, so I definitely want them to crush VP.
Okay. But you think this is going to be a closer game than
yeah,
the
absolutely.
VP
That's why this game is going to be so exciting, just because the first series leading into this was both 2 strong 2-0s. So, I mean, both of these teams, I think it's safe to say that everybody expected them to be top 6.
Yeah.
So we're right off the bat going to have an amazing game here.
This is going to be a big one. And I mean, it's not always a guarantee in group stages, so certainly something to look forward to for you guys at home. Ted, it's up. You're up next.
Picking?
Yeah.
Well,
because I'm not going to lie, your track record so far, you have a 0% success rate.
That was a hard pick. A head pick here. I think it's difficult. They are both good teams, but I'm going to say VP because I like people have been saying they're the favorites. I've seen them play. Saw them in qualification. They look really good, so I'll just say VP. They'll just keep rolling, I think.
Going full Virtus.pro. All right, and finally, Ben. I have a prediction as well. I keep forgetting. That's going to be so much fun.
You have the power.
I have the power. But can you explain your working here?
I'm actually going to go with Newbee. I have VP to win the whole thing, but I think Newbee's going to take this because I don't really think that VP have been challenged in any of their drafts. They've always been given Ogre. They've always been given Sand King, Lifestealer, like any of these things that they love, or SD Luna. And that's they got it last series too, and they just rolled. I think that Newbee will actually challenge them in the draft. They have a lot of tape because of the Summon and the series that they just played, and I think they'll come out ahead.
Newbee. So now, no offense, Ted, but I think I'm going to go with these two in this one.
Okay.
Absolutely no offense.
That's all right. I'm happy to be the outsider, the outlier, the renegade,
because you look
the
incredible
rebel.
when it works out.
I don't give a hoot. I'm picking VP.
Right, 3 for Newbee, and we already start talking draft, which is a great way for us to start bringing that one up. It is going to be time for that phase, and it's a big one, a big determining factor. First, we do take a look at how the social media side of things worked out. It does seem like VP has got a little bit of power here.
Well,
77%.
There's a lot of fans out there that want this team to succeed. I think there's generally not as much exposure to Eastern teams, to Chinese teams especially, just because you don't see them play as often. And due to VP looking so strong recently, I'm not too surprised to see the percentages like that. I think our panel is definitely a little offset here with the whole 3-1.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I'm sure some of that's fandom as well. Yeah, I would say closer to 50.
It is, but just a little edge towards Newbee. I mean, it's interesting to me when I do hear, the social media, the community, in contrast to what we're saying here on the desk. It does seem like Virtus.pro, their playstyle is, in general, just seems to kind of besot viewers. They like this aggressive CIS team. They like what they've done at Summit. They like that they've taken, TI winners down. There's a lot of love for what VP.
What's that on his head?
That's
sorry to
sweat
interrupt.
prevention, dude.
Is it really?
It's not really, is it?
Is it really?
Gives you the power of telekinesis.
Fashion?
Does it?
Is it fashion?
I don't know what it is.
I would have chosen a blue one if it was fashion. I don't know about him.
What? I wonder if it's an anti-headache thing, like a cooling thing to keep his head cool, something like that. But I've got to find out.
Okay.
We'll put Slacks on it. Investigative reporting of the highest standard.
Now we need Newbee to win so we can find out.
We need an interview just like,
what's
what's this kind of...
Yeah.
magical pad on your head. All right, let's go into the draft. It is ready. Newbee going up against Virtus.pro. And I think the first port of call, right, the first thing, that the point you've already made, Purge and Ben, you've said, don't give them Magi. It's the same kind of closing thoughts we had in the first one. You don't think that Virtus.pro should be given this just for free?
I mean, it has a lot of potential, but I feel like there's also a couple other picks that VP can go for if they don't get Ogre. I mean, the Bloodlust gives you an amazing mid-game farming advantage, definitely, and late game, it's like a free item on your court. It's like a free Sanjin Yasha. It has a ton of value, but if he grabs a different hero, then he has more teamfight impact, and he has more gank impact in the early game than Ogre does normally have.
Well,
so
he's been banned.
There's a lot of advantages that it gives them, but I'm sure VP can pivot a little bit.
Well, it has been taken away.
Batrider was banned a lot in the first couple of games. I think he was banned in both times in the first phase, I believe. But his VP have got him here. Does he fit into the same playstyle, you think?
I mean, he's definitely one of the top picks in the meta right now, just because he's got less stuns than he used to, but his laning 1v1s, there's still tons of potential there. Obviously, his ult is fantastic, but Newbee has a great pick. The Nyx Assassin is one of the best counters against Bat, just because if you can predict where the first Batrider gank is going to come, and you get on top of that with Spiked Carapace, you can shut down the first Batrider gank and stop a lot of momentum that teams are able to start with Bat. So
yeah.
I really like the Nyx response from Newbee.
Wow.
Another draw. It's like VP pulling NP's game against them.
They did this in qualifiers. They played Drow DK. I think I saw that a couple of times with Shane. Just sort of a steady lineup. Is there a fire alarm going?
I was saying that. Is that my watch?
By the way, someone at home was saying the camera people are shouting a lot. It's not the camera people. It's the Chinese and Russian casters that we're in the same room as. So they are across the hall, but they're getting very excited about these picks and bans.
So Benny and all the heroes that go great with Drow Ranger. Obviously OD, if you get Avenge support on top of that, you have 2 damage auras. So natural that they'll ban out that one. They have to be a little careful about that overwhelming end the game at 20 minutes thing. Because if they can just delay this a bit, shut down a couple of ganks with the Nyx Assassin, Lifestealer should be able to be competitive.
Do you think, and the Lifestealer bomb with Nyx as well is kind of good? Would you maybe necessarily want to take him out ganking like that with the Nyx?
You'll always rotate it in once or twice once you get Armlet, for example. But depending on how fast you can get to the lane that Nyx is in and then set up the gank is really important because teams will notice if your Lifestealer disappears.
Yeah. They need a better way to deal with Bat, I think. I've seen Pash's Batrider. His usually first picked if it's available, and he just gets way too much space. 3-on-1, he still gets XP and farm a little bit too much. They don't have the Ogre this time, and I just think they need really strong supports to deal with them, though. The Vengeful Spirit was already banned out on the side of Newbee. We've seen Oracle pick a decent amount, but he's actually not the best at zoning a Batrider. They need more kill potential, I think, on him in lane.
Need something that can start the gap close. That way they get the open wounds. If they get open wounds on Batrider and he's not close to a cliff or like an open space, then it should be a Batrider kill. So maybe something ranged.
Yeah, they banned the Rubik though.
Yeah,
what
Rubik
other
would have
ones?
been great.
What other ones are there?
Brainstorming.
I think something like Shadow Demon can certainly work. Oh, it's already banned. Oops.
Banned.
There comes another Undying.
SK maybe, but I wouldn't want to put him in the lane necessarily. Undying.
Okay, so
that'd be 3 melee. And
yeah,
safe. That's just like okay. That's gonna win that lane.
So Undying gives them the potential to go aggro try. That's the obvious thing here. I think they're just gonna try to do a 1v1 is more likely what we'll see. I don't know if I like Nyx versus Bat. I feel like Nyx has some safety there, but it's not ultra safe. Like you can stun him with Spike Carapace, but if there's enough distance, he can definitely finish the kill.
There's not that many options for them though. If they don't put the Nyx up there, that means they have to run the Nyx support, which would.
Some teams are doing that right now.
Yeah, but Nyx and aggro try support with Lifestealer and Undying. 3 melee in the versus the Drow Ranger I think is super weak. So I think they just, if they want to do that, they have to put the Nyx up there. And yeah, it's not a great matchup. So I think either way, like Bat is kind of set this game.
In a lot of ways, yeah. It's not too bad. And Undying's not the greatest against Batrider mid to late game, I would say. Like maybe you can get Tomb Zombies to interrupt Blink Dagger or something, but...
Well, Batrider is one of the most consistent presences we've seen, in the transition from TI to now. It's still being picked. It was one of the few that has kind of weathered the storm.
He really didn't get nerfed that much, I don't think. Like Flamebreak lost its stun, but it also got 1 more damage tick at level 1.
Okay.
Like little things like that are still in some ways a buff to the hero.
And so he continues to be alongside Magi some of the most picked, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Great tri-lane support here for Virtus.pro. If they know that they're going to be against an Undying, very likely right now. Witch Doctor is one of the best in the early game, since with 1 skill point you can have 3 seconds of stun if it bounces on heroes only.
He's the best. He's the best.
Yeah, he's one of the best range supports. I don't really think you can contest Virtus.pro safe lane right now. at this point. I think it's almost a lost cause.
So there's no inklings yet where we're going to be seeing, no one in SEC take this.
I don't know about the course. What if they do like a Ricky support or something like that? Because VP's pretty low in armor right now. I feel like he could gap close. It would allow earlier lifestealer gank rotations. If they aggro try, he won't have as many levels, unfortunately. But
I just don't think you can do anything in the fights, though. They all have 4 melee. Witch Doctor and Bat Rider kind of will... You'll just, I think, lose out on most of the team fights.
Yeah, it's a really great point with the Cask, because if you do have so many melees, you're going to group around whoever you're trying to dive and kill, so Cask will even be better.
Yeah.
Although with zombies, that offsets a little. I think those will tank some of the bounces.
Does it bounce to zombies?
I believe it does. Might be wrong, though.
I'm not sure. I don't think it does. That would be ridiculous.
There's a lot of things that zombies are amazing for things like that.
Yeah, they are good. Zombies are annoying. I'd have to check that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it does.
Zombies are annoying.
They are zombies, especially
feel like
these kind of zombies. They just come out of the
ground. What about dancing zombies?
Yeah,
Undying's taunt is
I love that.
Best.
The best taunt. Yeah.
Tidehunters is the best. I think he's the second.
Really,
best.
you like Tidehunters?
Dude, Tidehunter backstrokes, man.
What about Venomancer? The you just drop a banana on the field.
so
People are like, what is this? Someone just.
Yeah, it just peeks out a banana. It's kind of stupid.
Is that the exact sound it makes? Was that? Were you the voice
I
actor
can't
for
do
that?
the sound effect for it. No, I'm sorry, Alex.
It's like a whistle, like one of those things. It's kind of
like a weird.
It's a banana whistle.
Disruptor.
Disruptor comes in.
Decent Bat Rider solution, kind of.
I was going to say maybe Conquer because of the X, but Disruptor fits better, I think, as a support, and the silence is good as well. And also, Weaver.
Well, isn't Lil known for he started support Weaver?
Yep.
Yes.
That's a thing, right?
That's his thing.
It's actually really good here because with Geminate, you get a double attack, and against Tombstone, not only does he get max movement speed when he goes invis, but then he can break invis with a double attack, hit a third time.
Weaver is amazing at taking
dead.
down Tombstone. Amazing.
Plus bugs against tri-lane heroes. The newbie heroes are fairly low armor. Bugs are so annoying to deal with in most cases.
There's the DK. Fucking hold it.
Yeah, DK is really good here because they actually don't have enough damage to kill him. Like Nix does very little damage to DK, as does Lifestealer. So what is going to come out for SCCC? Invoker has been banned out.
Cross your fingers.
One of the best ones. TA I think is really weak here because of Bat Rider. Bat Rider is kind of it just makes her life miserable. What other ones are there? Storm Spirit. You have a long stun in the DK. You have the silence from a Drow Ranger. I don't think it's a. I think if it's a Storm Spirit game, it's going to be a very difficult one.
They need counter push as well. They have nothing to stop pushes. Like they have like Disruptor, Nuke, and Tombstone. Like they have to like crap on lanes right now, or they're going to lose this game. So I feel like they need something that's really early game aggressive in the mid lane.
What else does SCC play though?
Storm Spirit. There it is.
I mean, even
Okay.
Well, that gives them some aggro possibilities at least. Their lane, it's good against Dragonite in lane, definitely.
Yeah. He can get a lot of kills with the Lifestealer too, so I think it's
that's a great point.
They didn't have
2
a
bombs
blinker
for
before.
the Lifestealer. He can zip on the Drow as well, maybe, but it would be risky, wouldn't it? Zipping into the silence, maybe.
Not if you have a Lifestealer in you.
Yeah. He doesn't give a hoot.
Yeah.
Well, we had all of our questions answered, and I want to make sure we give casters ample time to jump into this one. But gentlemen, it is time for hopefully a bit of a closer game. It's already going to be. We've already seen NP get destroyed. Let's see if VP.
Oh, gee.
I'm just in it for fun.
Well, and with that, Winter, many call you the prediction god, but unfortunately, I have to say you were 1 for 3 this draft, Winter. You wanted a Treant Protector. We didn't get it. You wanted a Timbersaw. We didn't get it. You got one right, though. You got the Disruptor. Hopefully, it goes a little better for them with the Storm
Thanks,
pick.
bro.
Just want to make sure to throw you under the bus here nice and early. VP versus Newbee, best of 3 series coming in. VP looking, I think, for most people like one of the favorites at not only in the group stage, but the event overall. Do you think Newbee has what it takes to bring them down?
Yes, I think they have. They are a pretty strong team. Like I would rate them like the top 6 in this event if they play really well. VP is definitely in a really hot run, but Newbee definitely has what it takes to beat them. With their draft right now, I think both teams sort of got what they wanted. Like VP has run this Weaver support with Drow a lot and has a lot of success with it.
So we're going to see the teams enter the lanes here, both getting their lane wards down for the moment. We are going to see KP playing the Nyx Assassin, a hero that's been extremely impactful in the right hands. We've seen, I think KP has really been one of the big stories of this Newbee team where, you know, he got a decent amount of flack from the community at TI, but overall he has grown immensely as a player over the last couple, I guess like the last 6 to 9 months, maybe the last year, and he's been a huge impact player for them.
It's not easy to transition into the off-lane role. I think, in my opinion, off-lane, it's one of the most difficult roles right now to play, and he has been able to, you know, make it work really well, moving from a carry role into the carry or mid role into the offlane role. Certainly something not to be sneezed at. Like really good transition for him, especially recently. He's been, you know, doing really well. I think even after TI, his performance on the offlane has always been top notch, and one of the few players that I would say prioritize on his own farm a lot as an offlaner. Some offlaners, they don't really prioritize on their farm a lot, but he's the kind that makes space, but at the same time he would make sure that he gets his items as well.
So what do you think of the lanes here so far, Winter? We're going to see a Storm mid up against the DK. You've talked a lot about the roaming potential of VP and how they really look to make plays early, but this game doesn't really seem like we're going to see as much in the way of roaming supports.
Storm should get a really good early game, I think, because it's not easy for VP. There's no to roam on him. There's no Enchantress, Chen. There's no Ogre. There's no Spirit Breaker. There's nothing to roam early. I mean, they can technically roam with the Witch Doctor, but it's not going to be as effective as the heroes that I mentioned. So I kind of expect like the Storm to get away with his early game, and he's one of those heroes that if you get a good early game, you can get a lot done in the lane.
Meanwhile, top lane, Pasha could be in a bit of trouble here. He does have 9 napalm stacks up on Kaka, but it's simply not enough damage.
He was getting like the life drain from the open wounds with the Thunder Strike. So that was a really good play there by UU9. He was like holding on to the skill point. Like some players would have definitely like gone for the feast at the level 1, but he held his skill point and he realized it was a good opportunity for him to get the open wounds, to get the kill, and to save his teammate as well at the same time. So great play there by UU9.
And good coordination by Newbee not to run from Batrider, which is generally what you'll see once you get like past the 5 napalm stacks mark, even at level 1.
Yep. And bottom lane, we see the Undying trying his best to, you know, zone the enemy support so the Nyx can actually get levels and farm. He's chosen to go for an early point in mana burn as well, making sure that he keeps the support low on mana.
So the big thing, Winter, we haven't really talked about it much. Support Weaver for Lil. How do you feel about it?
I think it's very good. Weaver as a hero, I think he's a very good hero in the meta right now because of the way you can build him into the Aghanim's. Aghanim's is just so OP, in my opinion, one of the strongest Aghanim's in the game. If you can actually get to that point, it's so good for your like frontline tanky heroes like a DK. You're just sieging and you have the time lapse to make sure that you're always going to be able to get out. It's a great tool to have on your team and use. You give your team a lot of damage with the bugs, you know. Very good against the Lifestealer since Rage doesn't block that.
Yeah, obviously the panel did mention a nice hero to snipe the Tombstone potentially, though if you are a support, a little bit riskier to run in aggressively.
Decent, I would say. I wouldn't say that it's the biggest reason why you pick the Weaver to kill the Tombstone, but it's one of the perks you have with the Geminate attack. Mostly support Weavers. You're going to run into KP here with a stun.
Doesn't have a point in the Carapace yet, only level 2, and they might just be able to run him down. Does have the stun, though, in reserve. Not going to risk the tower dive. The Swarm will be killed off.
Permanent shield, allowing him to survive there. Just providing the damage block.
So a relatively quiet start for both teams, but we do see no one farming extremely well against the Storm, who used to be known as like one of the anti-melee specialist mids, but doesn't seem to be affecting no one at all.
DK is pretty good against most heroes after the buff to his Fire Breath. Bottom lane, they're going on to Kaka again with the Geminate attack. Plus
Can they get the kill, though? He's going to turn this one, dropping the Thunderdome, but is there going to be follow-up? Lil will fall and trade for Kaka. Now the chase on the Faith solo. Ramsey's trying to work him down. One more Frost Arrow with the last auto tech from the Witch Doctor. Will get the kill. Ramsey's is going to live. There's the heal. They bait in KP a little bit too far. 2 for 1. Lucky it wasn't 3. And VP pulling that one back.
Yep, that was like good play once again by them. And mid lane.
Moving in, looking for the pickoff here on SCCC. They will bring the Storm down right before he hits level 6. Faith with the rotation, but a bit too late to the party, and that was right as Lil respawned. Pasha again, second time this game where he's made a move off that top lane, first to secure the runes for the DK, and now to actually set up a full-on gank.
That was a very good move there by the offlaner, 9Pash. Every time you can't, you can't lane, you should always be looking to control runes, help get a kill on your mid lane. Like those are the things that you can always look to do when you can't stay in the lane. Some players will prioritize on just farming stacking or farming jungle, but that was like a really good play that the offlaner can offer to your team in the early stages, apart from getting stacks done is to get a kill on the mid lane.
Oh, they're making a move now onto Kaka. Bottom lane Disruptor caught out a little bit, but at the same time they look to turn this on Solo. Trapped inside with the zombie, pretty angry. Already used the decay. Does have a Soul Rip available, and Solo able to withstand the damage courtesy of his own heal. Even gonna stick around a bit longer.
Ooh.
Kaka's in pretty deep. He drops a follow-up kinetic field, and Solo not threatened at all by this, though perhaps he should be.
Look at the skill build that the Disruptor has. He has 2 points in the field, and Undying has 2 points in the Soul Rip. This is very uncommon.
They just want to brawl.
Yeah, they just wanted that kill, I guess.
Well, not going to get it just yet. And meanwhile, no one has hit level 6. Does have the Arcane Rune, so he'll have the quicker cooldown on the Elder Dragon form, I believe. But in any case, working on the tower mid, so some pressure there. No real sign of rotation, but bottom lane back to Solo, caught out by KP. Not level 6 just yet. They do have access to the kinetic field. Can they get in range? They will find the opening, but Lil's arrived. He walks right into a stun. Still going to be able to find that counter kill and chase forward onto the Undying. Looking for the Disruptor as well. So far, 1-for-1. Lil waiting for the cooldown. It's pretty long at level 2. And Sakuchi, is he going to dive for Kaka? Preemptively dropping the kinetic field, but Lil just moves right around it. Baiting. No swarm available, but the double auto attack courtesy of Geminate gets Lil the kill. Will he make it out? Now has stick charges and should be able to Sakuchi away.
Oh, there's
Support
a sentry.
Weaver doing work.
Yeah, this hero with Draw does a lot of damage in the laning phase if you get those levels in the Shikuchi. And not to mention, he has that Blightstone, which allows his Draw as well to do a lot more damage with the minus armor. So just very good synergy between those two heroes. It's not something you see very common, but VP does it a lot when they have the Draw Ranger. And the main concern right now for Newbee is the Storm right now. He didn't have the best start. I was kind of expecting him to, to get a better start than this, but he got ganked. So he's going to take a longer time to come online. And the first decision he has to make is whether he goes for the Orchid first, or you get the Bloodstone into a much more farming and passive game. That's like the biggest decision the Storm has to make now.
Now we all know how up-tempo, aggressive VP likes to play. Given that and given their lineup with the DK Drow and how quickly they push, what would your preference be for SCCC?
I think I would probably focus more on farming because of their composition. The Nyx plus the Lifestealer should be able to make enough space with their roam. You Vendetta and you run around to look for pickups, and you need the other hero to make space. Not make space, to push out the lane so you can actually easily gank. You can't go for too aggressive build where you roam around too much on your course. Then it's going to be difficult to get kills. You need one hero to push the lane and one hero to gank. You can't go for say an early Orchid on Storm and you keep running around to gank, and the Nyx plus the Lifestealer is also running around to gank. You need one doing each job.
Yeah, and of course with Disruptor only having the level 2 kinetic field, he's got less playmaking potential here in the early stages.
Is also not a not really a playmaking support. He's just gonna, secure lanes, and then he's gonna need to sit back and stack and take levels.
KP has gotten pretty good level progression in the offlane, but again, they committed 3 heroes to that lane, so.
They have level 6 on the Nyx and the Lifestealer.
Swing around here looking for Ramses. They glimpse him on back. Good swipe on the glimpse, and now the follow-up comes through. KP with the stun. Easy pick. Well, the glimpse range might not be that long, but when you come from behind, good way to set it up.
Yep, very, very big kill there by Newbee, and they did it right before daytime kicks in as well, so it was still nighttime. It was much more difficult for VP to avoid that gank. You see a lot of the strong teams, they make a lot of movements during the night, the first night phase, to get very key kills on the mid lane, big kills on the carry, and that was one of the best kills they could have gotten with that smoke play there. Very well done by Newbee.
Oh, KP under Vendetta. He moves in and he's found
Lil
in the trees. Can they kill him off though? They don't have access to Static Storm, but they don't need it. Newbee just smack him down. Good combo of stuns and all set up by the Vendetta. Do want to mention that he went under Vendetta just out of vision of the Weaver hiding in the trees, just around that little isolated one poking out.
I mean, not the biggest kill that you want to give away as VP. I mean, if Newbee got a call kill, it would be really bad for VP after losing the draw. I hear a glimpse onto Pasha here, getting caught in the field.
Good grab by Newbee. Will there be any sort of support for Pasha? He's pretty far under the tower, but 3 heroes already diving him. A 4th on the way. They are going to begin to TP in. For now, the Weaver solo joining as well, trying to bring down the Tombstone. Pasha low, but not dead yet, and now they can look for the turn. No one's in 2. Suddenly 4 heroes to this bottom lane, but it's 5 for the side of Newbee. Pack and eat. They ball in with the Storm, instantly stunned, being controlled for the time being. They lasso the Lifestealer, but he's enraged. He's not going to strike quickly. Faith, however, will fall, and now Solo getting mauled down by the Lifestealer and his vehicle. SCCC, will he make it out? There's a Dragon Tail available. Locks him in place, gets the kill. 4 heroes dead.
Dude.
You want to come on our turf, VP say, and we're going to make you pay.
Dude, that was 10 heroes there at the bottom lane. Reminds me of some LGD stuff back then when the Luna gets ulti, everyone TPs to the enemy safe lane, and then 10v10.
LGD International. I don't think Theban was called Rose back then. Rose, excuse me.
Oh.
There will be a glimpse here
He's
on
gonna
No
get
One.
the tower.
And he's going to maybe get a kill as well, moving right onto that super low Disruptor. Almost dead. Will end up getting that last auto attack from the range creep, help secure the kill. No One already well on his way to that first big item, and it looks like, in fact, completed Armlet already flying out at 10 minutes.
Super bad news.
He is now like almost 20 CS up on a Storm mid, and he got a little help, but mostly just the Drow Ranger.
Now you see why I
and the good fights.
Why I suggested Timbersaw against DK instead of like Storm.
Clearly, you know better than Newbee. It's only a matter of time before you're up there drafting Winter.
I mean, right now the Storm needs like a long time to catch up. Like he's too far behind. As a Storm, you don't want to be in this kind of position because DK and the Drow will want to push all your towers, and you're not going to be ready to fight. And top lane, Faith getting run down by the Bat Rider plus the Witch Doctor. There's no way out for him. Another pickoff here for VP.
So Lil opting for that early medallion, which will give them a lot of extra physical damage with the Drow, the early DK Armlet, and can still transition back into an Axe from this.
You just get wrecked once you get stunned by the DK or the Witch Doctor. There's too much physical damage right now, or even the Lasso on the Bat Rider. Like VP is in total control right now of the game. They're going to be plucking out all the towers from Newbee's map, and all the map control will be removed, and it's going to be difficult for the Storm and the Lifesteal to get farmed. They need KP to do a lot of work to find pickoffs so that they can actually farm.
And you mentioned for Newbee wanting to split push, to spread the map, to stall, but two things I guess to talk about here is we do see some TP's bottom. Doesn't look like VP will be able to find a pick.
This is just good play.
But two things I guess Winter that I'm wondering are A, can they stop the push because VP pushed very hard, and B, will they get punished up against the Bat Rider, potentially a Shadowblade Dragonite or Blink Dragonite later on? Like, can they get away with that kind of split
But they
push?
don't have a choice right now. They're behind. They need some time to, pick up the pieces and get more items, especially the first big item on Storm. I don't think that it's much of an option for them. They need to farm. Even though it's risky against the Bat Rider, they need to try and get farm on all their cores.
Well, we'll see if they can maybe set up for that with some ganks by KP.
KP has to get a lot of pickoffs for them. Like, so we see the Storm getting a Soul Ring, so might have a big chance that he's just going to opt for the first item, Bloodstone, so that he farms more and helps him catch up into the game. The DK is just going to be mauling down towers after tower with the Draw Aura right now. This is going to be very difficult for Newbee to defend on their towers. They need to like find farm and just get trade-offs wherever they can. Kill some heroes with the Nyx, with the plus the Lifestealer bomb on top of it. They're going to look to defend top right now.
I don't know if VP will be expecting this.
Level 6, yeah, it's like VP is probably like, oh, they're not going to come.
But it is a long journey for Newbee. A lot of time for VP to get wise to it. KP, the man out in front, Sentry up on the high ground. So I say not sure if they'll be ready, but they appear like they are. Lil's there in the trees. Sentry gets plopped on the other side, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Trial Silence coming out, but at the same time, trapped within that Static Storm, at least for the moment. It's solo. He's going to go down. SCCC balls in deep with the help of U9. Can bring down Ramses. They've decapitated the Drow Ranger, but Lil's looking to clean up U9. He will find the kill, isolating, finishing off the lifesteal. Now the turn. Faith to fall, and now Newbee on the run, out of mana on the Storm. Kaka being scouted by the Swarm. Pasha wants to chase. Can he get in range? Has a flame break in 5, but no Blink Dagger, still with the Napalm, and the movement speed of Lil. They're going to start diving here straight towards Tier 3 towers. Here's are going to be respawning relatively soon. The stun for the Nyx comes out. Only hits the Dragonite, but Lil with the plays. Dives deep for that Disruptor. Gets him too. Kaka down, and Lil just waltzes away.
I mean, honestly, that was some initiation from Newbee. They were behind, they were under pressure, they needed to make it work to get back themselves into the game. They got a really good initiation, but VP just had more fuel in the tank. They ran them down, even with the other two heroes being picked off right away. The Witch Doctor plus the Drow getting removed from the fight very early on. But yeah, the DK just too farm, at this stage.
Yeah, and you could see pretty decent static storm. Isolate solo kills him, and more importantly, I think zones the fight so that VP can't easily group up. They get the Drow Ranger early in the fight, but the problem is this Weaver is like a 4th core at this point.
This is not going to happen again. Right now, they have 2 double blinks. The last fight, they did not have any blinks at all, so VP had no way to start the fight first. So with the initiation on their side right now, it's going to be very difficult for Newbee to take a team fight like this anymore.
Well, it's going to be double Blink Winter, and it's going to be a Shadow Blade in the works for the Drow Ranger. So at that point, Ramses will be able to scout for anyone who's split pushing, potentially can break up those smoke ganks and just walk away.
Yep, it's a great item to pick up the Storm, because you understand that when Newbee can't really fight you, they're going to use the Storm to split push, and he's going to be alone trying to farm and push out the lanes with the Shadow Blade. It's going to allow the Drow to pick the Storm.
Lil on his own, but not really. KP will scout him out.
Here comes the Batman.
Dragon Knight jump in. Meanwhile, the lasso is there. It's in the middle of 4 heroes. KP with the stun. It's going to whiff, but the Carapace at least will connect on Pasha. Still, though, the Flame Break pushing Kaka into the middle of the fight. No one stands strong for now, but he is trapped out, brought down in the end by the Static Storm, and the full Newbee gang just wailing away at him as Triple C now balling forward. Going to find Pasha as well, make it a 2-for-1 thus far. But again, it's the Weaver with the help of the Drow that's going to turn the fight. VP machine gutting heroes down. KP limping back as Triple C almost out of mana. The Tombstone will fall. They go for the stun, but Lil, he got off the stick. I think he's going to easily lifted this with the help of the Witch Doctor heal, even threatening to chase forward for more, and KP under cover of Vendetta again, but everyone all back to full health. And
I mean, Newbee there once again with a really, really good fight there, despite being so far behind. They got so much damage done to the DK, they were able to kill him off. But like you said, the Weaver, the support Weaver, the 4th core, he's just doing so much damage in the team fights.
Hey, Solo. How you doing, buddy? Goes for the stun, but Solo's so tanky, they're going to need help here from Kaka to get this kill. And Lil comes rushing back in. He might get a double kill out of this. The Swarm connects on both. Going to bring down KP, and now immediately onto Kaka. Actually,
God, kill
just
him?
chasing forward, even through the glimpse. Continues pursuit. The napalm's there. The damage keeps racking up. I was going to ask you, Winter, how's he going to farm an eggs as a support? Well, here we have the answer. He's just going to rack up the kills.
You don't farm an eggs. You just kill the enemy.
You kill an eggs. Kill your way to it.
Oh my gosh, this support Weaver is just doing
8, 2, and 10. They've got
so
19
much.
kills. He's been in on 18 of them.
Well, like the thing is, they have to focus on the DK, because DK takes so long for them to bring down, and it just allows the Drow, the Witch Doctor, like with all the minus armor, the Death Ward is just doing so much as well. Like you can't discount the Witch Doctor. He's also doing a lot of damage in the fights. But there's like so many targets that Newbee need to, take care in the fights. You can't just like, oh, we're just gonna all in. We're going to kill the DK, the fight's going to be over. But that's not the case. VP has so much damage coming out from the other heroes as well.
Oh, another pick. Solo getting aggressive with that smoke ward drop into a death ward and into certain death for Kaka. Living up to its name there, the ward. But Newbee just quickly losing map control and starting to feel desperate, Winter. Once this tier 2 mid falls, they're going to be hard-pressed to go for any objectives.
I don't see them defending this tower. Like, I mean, the last 2 defenses were kind of unexpected from me as well, but Newbee did a good job of initiating, but right now they're just too far behind. They need to complete at least 2 items on the Storm, a Bloodstone plus an Orchid. Then they can slowly claw themselves back into the game. But as of right now, Newbee are just in a really, really tough spot. Roshan is going to be the next thing on the menu for VP.
I mean, more and more VP just seem to be the masters of like the 20 to 25 minute game. If they will find...
Oh, there's no disable. He has no lasso, so... Flame Break, can't cancel the TP anymore. So KP able to get himself out. Not sure if he's going to get a Midas anymore this game. I know he's a big fan of Midas.
This is a very, very late Midas for a tri-lane Nyx Assassin.
He needs a dagger to use his Carapace on the Bat Rider in the fights. Otherwise, Bat Rider is just going to be able to focus on whoever he wants to, especially the Lifestealer during Rage. You really do not want the Bat Rider pulling him and stopping the Lifestealer from doing damage in the team fights. They're going to use another Infest and try to get a pick. Let's see, they do not have any vision on the enemy jungle. Like usually when you're making this kind of plays, it's either you smoke or you have deep wards placed down, so it's easy for you to gauge where is the enemy, but they're going to find Solo.
Oh, and they find Solo planting the sentry, but they do just kill him in time. Close call there. The cast, though, bouncing, and KP now being silenced. Can Ramses focus him down? Bat Rider coming in hot. Does have the lasso ready. KP gets off the Carapace for now, and comboed with the Glimpse might be enough to save him, but Ramses still just limping forward after him, trying to get in range. Could TP from the safety of the high ground, will do so, but meanwhile, lasso up on U9, the bigger target perhaps, that Lifestealer in a lot of danger. No one just rushing forward right past them with Lil on the back lanes. He's already picked up the Mithril Hammer. He might be going straight into a Desolator. Forget about the eggs. I'm the carry now. Look at me, says Lil. 22-13 and straight onto the Roche. The pings go out. There is no Static Storm, and thus there is hardly any team fight for Newbee.
Doesn't that inspire you to play some Dota with support viewer, LD? Mr. Gorman?
If this doesn't, what will?
I'll pick a Drow, you know, we can play a pub together. I'll pick the Drow and you can...
Yeah, Ramses is the real support here, Winter, let's be honest. Only if you promise to let me get this many kills.
Okay, I can't keep that promise, sorry.
Am I too heavy of a burden for you to carry? Ouch. I see how it is. So more minus armor now to go with the physical damage. They now pick up a Desolator. Combine that with the Medallion.
The Swarm is just owning the Lifestealer so hard. Like U9 is just getting owned by the Weaver, the Swarm. Just taking out his damage, and none of his supports can really help him get the bugs off. So it's very, very difficult against Weaver as a Lifestealer, like I mentioned before. Very good a hero to deal with the Lifestealer in team fights. You reduce his armor, and it's very difficult for Lifestealer to focus you because of Shukuchi. I mean, Newbee needs some miracle fight. They need to either win a huge team fight or get a lot of pickoffs with the Lifestealer in Fast Bomb. And VP right now are just giving none of them. The next moment for them is to secure Roshan and then push the high ground.
Meanwhile, Storm has managed to finally scrap together a Bloodstone.
Finally.
And they scout about with KP looking for a hopeful Infest gank, but it starts to really become a problem here for that Lifestealer. He's just spent so much time infested behind the enemy Weaver
he has no
support.
Choice, though. He has no choice. He has to make space because Storm is far behind. They're going to come in with the Bat Rider. He's looking for initiation.
Newbee now trying to back out frantically. They do get off the Carapace on Pasha. Quick burst on the Bat Rider, but the trade is the Undying also brought out of the fight immediately. And now SCCC muscle down. Good Dragon Tail into a quick kill, and then Lil, before they can even TP out, finding more.
Oh, that was close.
One.
Just half a
second. Did have
second.
the stun ready, but the Rage still barely active.
Oh my god.
Still, though, this time Roche will be theirs. Didn't even get off the Undying Tombstone that fight. And Storm in one Dragon Tail brought down.
He still went for a Midas, by the way. When we doubted, oh, it's too late for Midas, but he still went for the Midas on the Nyx. But
very level dependent hero, and does need a lot of farm.
He still got a really good initiation. That team fight without a dagger. He got a 3-man stun. He carapaced the Bat Rider, and he got a stun on the Bat, the Drow, and the DK. He got a 3-man stun, but that fight was still not possible for Newbee to take since they're so far behind.
And Winter, that is really the story of this game. It's like great effort by Newbee. They're doing really well, but they just have so little ammunition to work with. It doesn't seem to matter.
I think all of this boils down to the fact that the Storm didn't have a good early game. Oh no, another pick off by Weaver, and Storm is going to bounce in. He's going to catch up Pasha here on the Bat Rider. Good kill there. Anything they can get their hands on right now is just good for Newbee. Any trade-off, anything. They need to just grab anything, and DK is going to TP in.
They want that tower. They want it bad, but it is in deny range now, and no one will deny this to them as well. Or maybe he'll give Lil the honors. No. Looks like he'll keep them for himself.
If you get gold. If only you get gold from denying your towers, then you know everyone will be like, I want to deny the tower.
That is a great idea.
Let me deny the tower.
Ice Frog, if you're listening, and you really want to encourage more disciplined tower denying mechanics.
Oh, it
Gift gold, please.
It just gives the carry players, you know, carry players like you, more reason to leave the tower. Hey, dude, save the tower for me. I'm
farming ancient stack right now. Fizzy.
Save the deny for me.
I almost have my Midas, dude.
Really? You never even get to buy that item because you never even farm that much.
Jesus. Hey, even when I lose, I can farm that much.
At the expense of your team.
Yeah, perhaps. But VP pushing out this tier 2. Do have the Hurricane Pike now as well. Great tool for kiting the Lifestealer and potentially getting away from that Disruptor.
Mr. Gorman,
how many
buybacks do they have to defend this? They have
not enough.
Storm,
they do have 3.
And Nyx, 3 buybacks.
But the problem is, Winter, there is a BKB on no one. He's got 2,300 health, 29 armor,
They need-
and they have an Aegis on the
They need a
Drow.
Ravage from KP.
They're going to try to go on no one, but he's already gone in first. He bump jumps in with the Blink Dagger, the BKB active as well, and goes to work the Golden Dragon, working down the Tombstone. Now turning back for KP will kill off the Nyx almost as well. Just barely able to survive. No, he will fall to a second Dragon Tail, a second kill, instant buyback. Newbee on their last legs here at game number 1 of this series as VP lay down the pain. They buy back, but they don't even go in. They'll forfeit the racks, they'll forfeit more gold, more map
Aghanims.
control.
No, give him some time to get the Aghanims on the Weaver. He needs one more component.
I don't think it's even going to get that far. Maybe with these buildings
Give
going
him the
down.
last hit, the tower. Come on.
All right, Winter. I get it. You have a rooting interest in VP, but try to keep it in your pants just a little bit longer.
I
So
just,
VP
I just
looking,
want to see the Aghanims on Weaver, you know.
they're looking very good at this point. And is it a surprise, really? They looked dominant at the Summit. They looked pretty damn good coming in online play for other events. And VP just, they seem to be getting stronger as time goes on.
Yeah,
They've taken down...
They sort of have a very, very good identity on how, like a system, a very good system on how they approach the game. And it's all about the laning phase for them. Like VP does really well. Like every game I watch them play. In the laning phase, they do so well. The rotations that they make for the supports. And Lil plays a wide variety of some unusual supports.
Yeah, you can't, you know, you talk about, oh, Ogre's one of the most important heroes. Need to think about banning him out or block picking him or at least counter picking him to the extent you can, like get an Undying to help in the laning stage. But then he just plays Weaver, you know? So it's really tough to beat this team with straightforward bans, it seems.
But I rather fight Weaver than Ogre, to be honest.
Really, though? He's 12-2 and 16.
Nah, I still rather fight Weaver than Ogre.
No, it opens up more versatile options, obviously.
It's easier to draft around the other heroes. Like against Ogre, it's very difficult to draft. Like you mentioned, you need the Undying. You need to have solid lanes. It's just too much to worry when you're up against the Undying. Ogre. And Undying, yes, you can deal with the early pressure from the Ogre, but when the game becomes like this, you see Faith just running around. He can't offer much to his team, you know. There's no Bloodlust, there's nothing to buff your carries apart from your heal in team fights. But if the team fights is so one-sided, then Undying is not contributing anything at all to the team.
Meanwhile, no one has a completed Assault Cuirass, 600 gold banked on top of that.
You're not killing that dragon. You're not killing
But you're not ignoring him either. When he's in dragon form with a Drow Ranger, with a Deso, and a Medallion backing him up, and the armlet on, BKB active, he will kill you.
Yeah,
So-
that's what we was kind of hoping.
Yeah.
Please kill my DK and I'm going to kill all of you.
And now you're not even doing that because now he has the Aghanim Scepter, so you focus the DK and...
No, you have to kill the Weaver.
Yeah.
End of story.
But if he just sits back, good luck. How do they jump him?
And that thing has like what, 1200 range? Oh, 1000 range.
And it's quite good. And of course, Weaver has a lot of mobility with Sakuchi and time-lapse, so we'll have to see. VP begin their siege now, though. Already have access to the Frost Dragon, and they go to work on this building.
Storm needs to jump in and kill the Weaver somehow.
Good positioning by Lil, though. He sits very far back. He can get off the time-lapse here. He will do it. Now no one with the BKB active goes to work in Frost Dragon form. Daddy's angry, and Dragon will make them behold his wrath. Brings down Kaka as well. 4 fall. They melt. VP take game 1.
What a performance LD by VP. When very, very solid performance from the laning phase till the mid game, the way they moved. I think the biggest thing they did in the early game this time round was that kill. That kill on the Storm was so big in the early game before he, like pre-6, you need to kill Storm like once minimum to slow him down a lot. That actually meant a lot, especially to the DK, because DK's progression this game was like so fast because of that kill. Like one kill like that just propels a hero like DK, you snowball, you get towers, you know, he got an Arcane Rune, like he was like pushing all the towers so quickly, and there was like no time for Newbee to get farm on the Storm.
One of the issues for Newbee this game, to me, it felt like it was not a very good play from behind lineup, because if you're behind with those heroes, you can't find easy pickoffs. They didn't D-push very effectively. Their tower defense was basically Static Storm.
That was basically like
Like they had to have at least an even laning stage.
That's why I suggested Timbersaw, because Timbersaw had some deep push.
Well, maybe they'll consider you as a draft consultant, Winter. But for now, let's see what the panel has to say. Alex, what do you think?
I think we are on an incredibly quick schedule. Virtus.pro again, just making short work of an opponent here. I mean, you guys, this time, I mean, you had Winter on the desk for the first one and the casting the second one. Winter, I think VP had a little bit of extra work to do this time?
Not that much. It was
not that much.
Hey, listen, Alex. They heard lunch is getting served soon. They want to be fed, okay? So they're in a
that's
hurry.
what your name stands for. It's lunch and dinner, right?
Yeah. They're playing today.
Wow.
All right, much love. You can go get some noms and we'll come back for our second one. Let's go ahead and introduce my panel to talk through our first match between Virtus.pro and Newbee. You heard him giggling. It's Ted. joined
Lunch
by
and
Merlini
dinner.
and
That's
Purge.
beautiful.
Gentlemen, I was asking you just before we went on, I was like, what do you want to talk about? And I felt I got a shrug from Merlini. It was a bit of a... Were you suggesting there wasn't too many standout points? Shutting down the Storm Spirit was the biggest takeaway for Winter to get the ball rolling?
I think the DK pick just kind of sealed the deal for them. They
Right.
really just could not deal with the DK at all. And we've kind of seen this from VP before. Pasha gets his Bat Rider, they have Dra Ranger, Lil goes crazy on the Weaver, and Newbee just kind of kept throwing bodies at them, trying their best to fend off their push. But
Yeah, I think that Newbee was already super in a bad position just from the draft alone, just because they had some counters against the Undying with the Weaver, so their tri-lane was very likely to be strong,
Right.
especially with the Witch Doctor on top of that. Very safe tri-lane out of VP. And then in the mid game, if VP ever got an advantage, their ability to push towers is amazing with both Dragon Knight as well as Drow. And then finally, when they start going high ground, they're going to have an Ags on Weaver at some point, and which means free time lapse for whatever core you want. And there's no way you can go on him in the back line because you don't necessarily know where he is, and he can go invisible and maybe stay alive. So they had to win these last two fights. This fight and the one that we just saw were super important here for Newbee, but because the Static Storm didn't land effectively, it just became a pretty straightforward engagement for them.
I think it was Winter who said it best, or it might have been LD, was that Newbee's lineup doesn't play great from behind. Because if you look at their heroes, Storm Spirit doesn't want to start on the back foot. He wants to be in a position where he's snowballing, he's able to go and direct the battle. I think Disruptor is better at catching people than sort of trying to defensively do what he does. He seems like you want him to be able to grab people and pull them back. Undying, you don't want to get jumped as Undying. You want to get a couple of spells off before the fight starts. Otherwise, it's like, well, you chuck your Tombstone down, maybe you get a decay, but then you're dead. So I think it's much better for them to be on the front foot, and they just weren't. Like in this game, it was just VP directing it the whole time.
Yeah, and of course, a big takeaway from this was, of course, Mr. Lil. We can't call it a support Weaver. In the draft, we said it's a support Weaver, but it seemed like the general consensus in the green room was that he was doing much more.
We were trying to come up with a way to call this kind of... I said Assassin Weaver, because that's what he does. He's just going around, he's quietly murdering everybody. He comes out of the shadows, and I mean, I thought he just played it perfectly. There's so much damage. The supports are completely screwed. He just completely owns them.
And the bugs are deceptively better than you might think they are. It's just this little bug, whatever you attack it 4 times, but the team fight that it provides is huge, just because of all the minus armor that stacks up over the course of like 8 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That you may stop moving to auto attack, and just small movements like that absolutely change the game, distract players, things like that impact heavily.
Yeah, it's completely obnoxious.
Were you a fan of it, Merlini? I mean, you know Lil's done it before.
No, definitely.
You like this kind of brutal Weaver pick?
I think so. I think actually the most interesting part about this game was the draft, because they had the Bat Rider first, which is pretty standard for VP, and then Newbee tried to counter with the Nyx and the Lifestealer, but the Lifestealer didn't really have a good place in this game. Like, he can stick on the Drow Ranger, but Drow Ranger wasn't actually the problem here.
No, she would arrive late to the fight. She was sort of coming in from miles back.
Yeah, she can just split push. It doesn't really matter if she's there in the fight. It's just the Weaver. Like, how is Lifestealer supposed to kill a Weaver?
Yeah, he just gets kited to death.
And the DK as well.
And I think that issue came down to the fact that they wanted to aggro tri-lane, but the Witch Doctor was picked up instantly, and then eventually they grabbed Undying in response because they said, whatever, we're going to do this, we're going to aggro try. But by the time the Weaver comes out, they're like, okay, we have to do safe try, and that's the place that Drow Rangers operate best in, and that's getting free farm, being uncontested, getting tons of levels, that because if it's an offlane, zone the Nyx a little bit, give your Drow full levels, faster level 6, then you can jungle, give supports the lane. It's just this cascading effect, so because they didn't get the stronger tri lane, and they didn't feel comfortable going aggressive, then Undying becomes much worse. It was just cascading, really.
Even the mid matchup wasn't that great for them. Like, last pick was like, okay, what do they actually pick there that makes sense for them? Like, they banned out Alk, they banned out Invoker, and Storm Spirit. Like, he just died over and over in that game, too. So I think, like, VP just saw everything coming from them. It's like, okay, you guys want to aggro try, we're going to make it so that you can't. We're going to give you a crappy mid matchup, and then you have no way for your Lifestealer to actually do anything in this game. And
it was very
kind of played out how they expected.
There were an abundance of deaths, there's no doubt about it. That Storm Spirit did not have the best time. We can actually show you probably with the stats a little better. That will be a good tell, and you can see the numbers do correlate one way, and that was one way in particular, Mr. Lil, top of the scoreboard, but still, it was not too easy for Newbee to make an impact in this one. 34-16, the final score.
And look how little, how not involved the Drow was. 2 and 5, where everyone's in the double digits and it's just like well into the double digits. Like she just went defensively too. Silver Edge versus the Lifestealer is amazing, and then the Force Staff also versus Lifestealer is incredible. So like the Drow Ranger was more of a support, but I really like the items that they built and how they just kind of like, Ramsey, you don't need to do anything. Just stay alive.
Yeah.
Get some agility.
It's that moment in the fight where you think it's going well, and then you realize, oh, God, there's Drow. We still haven't killed the Drow. Right. She just comes steaming in from way back, just frost arrow people killing them. It's brutal. It's brutal. Demoralizing, I'd say.
Brutal. And I'm not going to say the other two words, but yes, it was a quick one as well. We did get to see Virtus.pro firing on all cylinders relentlessly. This just seems to be the VP we're expecting. Now, what's awesome actually is that you guys were watching that first game. In fact, you were doing more than just watching it. You were talking about it as well. Virtus.pro, their victory versus NP and their victory versus first map versus now Newbee. The question I want to know is, were VP at the top of your list coming into this tournament?
I put them in my companion prediction as number 1.
You did?
Yep.
Okay.
What about you guys?
I didn't do my companion predictions.
Who would you choose as number 1?
VP.
Yesterday.
No, I still, I mean, I don't know. I just really like Wings, but I know everyone's telling me they're out of form. But I think single elim, I just kind of think they're such a strong team. So I would still pick Wings first of all, but VP are looking like a definite contender.
I mean, people seem to be quite pleasantly surprised by Newbee when they lost 3 TI winners and started continuously to do relative damage. I mean, that was the consensus, the vibe I felt, that people were expecting big things from Newbee at this tournament, right?
Yeah, they are. But I think they've been just a little under the radar.
Okay.
It's like people respect them to be a decent placement, but they're not really looking at them to be top 3, maybe the victor. I would say very low amounts of people would even pick them to win.
So just not in the same category as
They
VP.
have very low variance, I would say. Like Newbee, I'm never like super impressed. I'm never super disappointed though. I just think they're solid, but they don't have that much upside.
Right. Solid.
The thing with Wings is they did drop a
that.
game to Warriors, by the way. So that's in game 3, their series with Warriors, between Warriors and Wings. So I'm probably completely wrong to back them, but this is the group stage. I mean, TI6 group stage, they didn't look.
They got third in the group.
Yeah.
And then they just beat everybody.
They literally just destroyed it.
Something just catalyzed.
The only games they lost were ones where they were just like, just pick Pudge and Techies. I just kind of did it to mess with people. That was it.
Yeah, they did.
Well, on that bombshell, let's bring up another question from the community. It's really fun that we can do this, and every segment we can try and get your questions up on the screen. Coming in from Twitter, it looks like it's going to be Rainy Days, who says, who do you think will win the breakout player of this tournament? Ooh. Well, one of them's playing. Would you say SSC is?
Who's the guy that plays Meepo? He plays for Warriors. Yeah, they put a Meepo player.
He's banned very often though.
Yeah, but I mean, if let's just say he somehow sneaks in a couple of Meepos, maybe. But
I mean, we could definitely see a standout player from Warriors Gaming. A lot of people are rating them bottom 4 for sure, but the fact that they take a game off Wings, I think, shows a lot of promise.
Yeah.
They could have a huge standout performance, even if they get like top 8 or something like that. I think that's already definitely above maybe their expectations. Most of the other players on the teams we're expecting to win are already seen as very good, but if they got a deep performance, it's going to just up people's respect of them from like, oh, he's a very good player to he's one of the best in the world. He's going to be on great teams for the next 6 months to a year, no matter what. There could be a little bit of change in that way.
You're saying that the actual kind of the teams that you would look at and put in the category of having players that can break out is very small. Is that what you're telling me? You're limiting it to just...
I mean, yeah, I would say that there's definitely a mix of players. Like, if you look at VP, no one has been amazing at mid for like a year or two, even all the way back on like Vega Squadron, but he's never had a super deep tournament performance win. So I feel like that kind of a separation, going to a major or a TI instead of just barely missing the cut and placing deep is going to be huge for his career. And
that could like really
respect.
cement his position, you think?
Yeah,
as like, this is it. He's not only really good, but he's also delivered, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell you what, when I eat all this greasy American food, I also break out, but in a very different way. It's disgusting. All right, we have
break
to
out in song or
song. I was thinking more just spots all over my face.
Oh,
it's disgraceful. But what I wanted to do is have one more question before we start talking draft, and I want to make sure we have ample time to do that. But one more question from the community has been thrown our way.
What does Boston smell like?
What?
Did you guys go outside? I haven't been outside.
Yeah.
I think you spent the most time outside because you had some fun and games with Slacks.
Yeah, you could
did
call
you have
it
a
fun
whiff?
and games. I went to the cinema as well with Charlie and Cap. I went to get some chowder down at a place. I think that's how you pronounce it. Chowder.
Oh, wait.
Anyway, it was good. Boston smells like a big city. It doesn't stink, but it's not like fragrant.
You've fallen into that trap, haven't you?
It's
One
fine.
thing I'd say is that whenever there's seafood in the room, you can tell there's definitely seafood in the room. I think that's just because it's more fresh or something. I'm not sure. Maybe it's...
Boston smells fine.
I tried a seafood diet once.
How did that
Seafood
go?
and eat it. Is that the gag?
That was the gag.
You can't get one of those over on a dad, dude. Come on.
That's it. The dad jokes.
Yeah, I'm
I want
way
to
ahead
know.
of
While
you.
I have you, Ted. So as soon as it's like a direct correlation. As soon as you are a father, you start making bad jokes, or were you just always?
No. Excuse me. Not bad jokes. Dad jokes. There's a difference. Okay. The problem is that people think dad jokes are meant to be funny for everybody else. They're way wrong. Dad jokes are purely to entertain me. I don't care what other people think. Once you're a dad, you don't care what other people think.
It just makes you giggle.
My jokes are just to make me laugh. That's it.
What
That's
aspect about the giggle is it about the troll that it's just such a bad joke and you're wasting people's time telling them that, or is it more of like that joke just genuinely appeals to you?
I think you're overanalyzing.
We call those Conrad
that's
jokes.
his job. Okay, he's here to analyze.
I want to
Not
understand
overanalyze.
what makes your dad joke brain tick.
I'm sorry, but if you're not a dad, you'll never fully understand.
I heard
Once
it
you get here, you'll know.
So once I get there, then I'll be able to
You'll
fully
suddenly
understand what the difference is.
what did you call it? Shinono or something. The thing the other
Doesn't
day,
sound like a word I
sudden
would-
realization.
Oh,
of
Sonder.
Sonder. It's like the Sonder equivalent for dad jokes.
Right. So did you just tell Purge to procreate? Is that what you just did?
Is it the act of birthing a baby? Is it the first diaper change?
Yeah.
Is it
It's a
when's the
combination.
trigger?
Guys,
you buy
let's
cribs
not-
and
come
then
on.
you're
Sorry,
ready?
we're here to talk about Dota.
Yeah.
You're right.
We'll cover this in an off-panel chat, okay?
Sounds
if you
great.
need it. Yeah.
So while you have words at the tip of your tongue, Purge, something you said to me in the green room was you said, if I had a chance to review the draft, I'd have said that VP's draft looked very good. I mean, 3 of us said Newbee coming into our predictions for that. For this
But that's before you see anything. That's the what are your expectations for the game? And very often the panel percentages are very off of what the likelihood of them winning are. So, yeah, it's just honestly the strength of their tri lane was amazing, and they had the counters. And Newbee had very weak anti-push. They didn't have abilities to clear waves. So that means as soon as one team gets a big advantage, and they have great high ground heroes like Dragon Knight and Drow Ranger, and they have a defensive hero to back them up with Ags Weaver, it's like at all stages of the game except for laning, they should just win if they're in an advantage.
Right. Okay.
So Newbee had to be ahead for that to actually work, or they had to win the tri lane against the Drow Ranger.
So do we have any expectations for change coming into this draft, particularly Merlini? Is there going to be some big changes, big shifts? I mean, it's safe to say Newbee are probably not going to be going back to...
I still think they need to deal with
Broadway.
Pasha in
Yeah.
some way, though.
Like, what do you ban his Batrider? Or do you ban
That's
his
what they
Sand
did.
King?
Their
Or do you
first
ban
2
Ogre?
picks were as a result of Pasha's Batrider. They picked Lifestealer and they picked Nyx Assassin. Those are 2 great anti-bat heroes.
They gave him a good lane, though, I think. Like, like in the mid-game, he just was always in the tree, just napalming people. I think that one fight bottom where they dove past the
They
T1.
just couldn't catch him.
Yeah,
and-
they couldn't catch. He was just, like, they wanted to kill him. They wanted to slow down his Blink Dagger, but he just caused too many problems. Like,
Right.
overall,
But the thing is, if they ban around Pasha, then that opens up what we know. We know VP love Ogre on, not on Pasha, but they'll grab Ogre.
Sure.
So then that, that also suits their style. I think this is what I like, is knowing that they've also got this Weaver pick that they can go to. It's nice to have this depth of things that are problematic over a series. It's like, well, what do we ban this time? Like,
They can
I
get
think the
first
bat would be
pick.
the ban. Yeah.
I think first pick is kind of like another ban.
Yeah.
For them.
You can block pick, right? But yeah.
That's
I think
I
they've
think
got
the
to
best
ban
for
the
them.
bat. They've got to ban around Pasha. He makes a lot happen, I think, in both the series this morning and in the first game of this series. I think Pasha's been the driving force in many ways.
I think so, too.
Unless they have a better idea around picking a carry that will be better mid-game or maybe better aggro. Yeah, I agree with the same thing, because they basically devoted their first 2 picks to heroes that are good but also very good against Batrider, and it completely fell flat.
Yeah.
So there's no counter. So we're already saying if he gets access to Batrider, he's going to be a nuisance.
Well, I mean, I think it was Newbee that banned Shadow Demon and Venge, right, themselves. So it kind of opened it up even more for the Batrider.
They banned Bat this time, though.
Yeah,
there was still Oracle involved.
Do you think that the Oracle? I mean, I think Oracle's
So,
good, but do you think he's good enough to have not just as a back counter, but as a hero in his own right? Can you just take Oracle and be like,
It's
he's
not
so
the
good,
same.
guys?
Some
it doesn't
teams
matter.
do, but after the nerfs, it's not as popular.
Yeah.
So they got the
against those heroes.
Ogre. They gave him the Ogre this time. Newbee has the Ogre, and there's still Sand King involved. Still Lifestealer as well. Both pretty good heroes.
So it kind of covers everything Newbee wants to do, whether that's roaming, whether that's aggro try, whether that's dual lanes to save your less strong offlane heroes. So it's just a good opening. Doesn't force them to get outpicked, which is really what happened last game.
Wasn't something we were expecting to see show up Warlock at any point? I mean, at this point in time,
he has been banned a couple of times.
Not between these 2, but in general drafting?
In general, yes.
Okay.
But not these 2 teams.
Do you think they take Drow and
It's
+1 here?
either Drow or Sand King +1, I think. They could do like Drow
Sand King
Slardar.
or- yeah, they could do.
Drow Sand King. I'm not sure, but I think one of those 2 is typically what they tended to. Lifestealer is also a pickup that they can go for. But a lot of options are open for them. I think the only ones that aren't is SD Luna. It's been banned out.
Yeah.
And then Batrider has also been banned out. So I would say Sand King is pretty high up there because 2 of the high-tier offlaners have been banned out.
I wonder if they just go like, I don't know, Drow Weaver or something and just...
It's too early for Weaver, most likely.
Wisp.
Okay. So that's another really strong hero in the pool right now is Io, just because of the fact that forces teams to play differently, just because you can relocate and get ganks that otherwise you won't be able to. Great dual lane mid, definitely something that you have to be a little bit concerned about. There's lots of tricks like mid pulling into a large camp that people can abuse that most players just absolutely aren't expecting. So there's a lot of good advantages that Io should give them.
Grabbing themselves Io and Drow Ranger. Now Newbee's chance to rebuttal.
Rebuttal?
That's a word, right?
Yeah, I just like it.
Rebuttal. Rebuttal.
Your rebuttal, Newbee.
Can you roll? Can everyone here roll their R's?
Not very well.
I took Spanish.
Did you?
I did. I didn't learn that part,
I've always
though.
wondered this. Like, is it something you can learn?
No,
or is it like
I think
the
you
thing
can do it or you can't.
I think so.
So what
like
if you're Spanish and you're born and you can't roll your R's? You're just
All right,
screwed.
you want me to,
I think that
analyze
you have
this
to be able
one?
to learn it.
All right, guys, as you grow up in a certain culture and speak a certain language,
Yeah.
you're more common to certain mouth movements. And that's why some people have trouble saying those movements because your mouth muscles haven't developed since you were a baby to do the specific movements.
Okay.
I did learn that. Oh, yeah, you're right.
I thought it was funny, though, Alex. I thought it was funny.
Yeah. That would be a real bad, sad story, wouldn't it? Just kind of going...
And he's called Raoul, and he can't roll his R's.
What's your name, Owl? Just drop the R entirely.
Owl.
Owl.
So now they need a couple of things. One is to get on top of the Drow Ranger. You'll see like melee heroes that can close the gap very easily, like Lifestealer Sinking pretty often, Slardar also. Or you want a way to deal with Io. Bounty Hunter is a common pickup, especially for Newbee, that they like sometimes. Or Axe I like too because the offlaner pool is becoming even more limited at the moment. However, I would say that's more the case for Newbee than for Virtus.pro. We talk about Pasha a lot. Sinking, still an option. They can also run Omni Knight offlane, they do, and Abba, I think they've run before, but they also run the non-initiators for Pasha. So I don't know what they're turning towards.
I don't
right
know
now.
if Abaddon. I mean, he's good at.
I don't think he's good. I don't think he's good versus
this. I don't think he's good versus this.
Yeah,
already.
I don't think so.
He's kind of good versus Ogre, but everybody's prioritizing Bloodlust right now anyway, so
yeah,
very unlikely.
How come Void? We haven't seen Void yet. Like to me, Void is like a great offlaner and sets up a lot.
Keeps getting nerfed.
He's also really slow. You have to hit 6 before you're useful. Otherwise, you're just kind of farming or trying to get levels.
Yeah.
And then once you do hit 6, your ganks are sometimes predictable. So if you just play around that, sometimes
I think
it
he's
can be
still
easy.
good.
He's situational though. He's not like a every time offlane pick anymore.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the heroes have just been way more fast paced. I guess Warlock may be a different example because he has 3-minute ult, but like all these heroes have like no real like big ulti cooldowns that you need to wait for. Like Wisp can still fight without relocate. You just constantly fight.
Yeah,
especially with Virtus.pro, I don't think you want like Enigma or something. Where you just
you don't want to wait around on a cooldown.
So Newbee banning out the Weaver. That way they can do an aggro try if they want to. They could also do like Axe Ogre, Axe Trialing if they have that option for them. Banning Witch Doctor, they definitely want to aggro here, and they recognize that was the issue with their draft last game.
So what was it that Weaver does so well against that tri-lane?
He's invisible, so he's super difficult to kill. By the time you hit like level 3, you are super high impact compared to most supports. You're very difficult to kill. You have high damage output. Your survivability, your HP's low, and your armor's bad, but if your opponents can't disable you, multiple disables in a row, then
you can dip
your
in and
impact's
out.
huge.
I mean, he's not the kind of support traditionally. The support is there to like support or to heal. He's the support that just comes in just to do right-click damage, which is like kind of unusual. And then, like Kev's always saying, that how good the bugs are in a fight covers everybody. It's just so obnoxious, especially for the supports. Especially
just
for
like
the
a frustrating bee that just won't go away.
And he's invis, so he can gank other lanes too.
Yeah.
And you won't necessarily see his approach because he could Sakuchi in, and all of a sudden he's right on top of you, behind you.
So this time Newbee have changed gears completely, and they've gone for a full physical mitigation strat, with Ogre already being really strong, PA with Blur, Axe with Call, and they have Crimson Guard. And like right now, Virtus.pro, most of their damage does come from the Drow Ranger and their right clicks. So I think this Newbee lineup is way better suited to deal with the Drow Ranger, on top of the fact that they banned out the Weaver.
That is a scary lineup as well so far.
Yeah,
like Ogre, Axe, and PA, that is a lot of damage and hard to kill as well.
And it's so high mobility as well. You can easily gap close against the Drow Ranger. If Io's walking somewhere through, and he's already used Gust, you just jump and kill the IO every single time. He's going to have to buy like a Ghost Scepter or a Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff before he even gets close to survival. And even then, they still have Bloodlust on top of that. So even if you kind of waste Blink Strike, he's going to follow up.
They do have Sand King, though.
Yeah, you've been talking about Sand King quite a lot, Ben. You've been expecting that to crop up.
It's verse 3 melee, and then
it's huge.
No physical damage really, which is very important versus these 3 heroes. Like as soon as they see this physical damage, it's like, okay, swap it up. We can get like Veil on Sand King. We have Disruptor. Like those 2 alone, even with that Drown Ranger, can do a lot of damage. So like there's also the opposite theory of like, okay, we're just going to double down on minus armor. We'll go with Dazzle or something like that, and just like screw your armor. We have more minus armor, but they're going to different, way more safe strat. I like.
They have to get nukes against PA. There's no way that they can't, because if it's just Disruptor, IO, Drow, they're not going to deal well with her. And Winter Wyvern kind of solves that a little bit, because right now they're really lacking burst damage. If you throw a Cold Embrace, even if he's still taking epicenter damage, that can absolutely keep PA alive.
Yeah.
And allow her to actually kill somebody.
So there's the hunt for the nuke continues then into the last pick.
There's always something like Quap. I think no one was also known for that. Shadow Fiend I think is also pretty good versus PA in particular. Like scales well out the draw and has a lot of magic damage. I like the Winter Wyvern because there weren't that many Wisp counters left. Disruptor clearly taken by Virtus.pro straight coming out of the second phase, and Winter Wyvern is one of the better ones.
And you can just ulti the IO, and if Drow's nearby, you should probably kill the IO. So definitely a useful pick there.
One more then for no one. So you're really kind of speculating where this one's going for no one.
Shadow Fiend, Quap.
I think
he did very well in the Shadow Fiend earlier.
Well, we saw a failed Quap as well.
Yeah,
that was Envy's Quap. I think that was a very different game.
Yeah, to be fair.
It really didn't work out. But he was up against TA, right? So it was like
I don't think I like Quap versus PA at all.
You could do TA as well, but that's a little risky.
I don't like it versus Axe. It's pretty bad versus Winter Wyvern. It's bad against Ogre because Ignite. There's no way you do TA here, I don't think.
You could do Storm. Wisp, because you want to partner with the Wisp, right?
It's so bad against PA. I mean, I guess you get nukes, but
you can jump the Wyvern though.
DK.
I think.
Oh, this is
That's
a tanky team.
Ooh, now that they have DK, the Storm becomes a lot worse.
So I think they'll probably just put DK mid. That way, if any early roam comes, it's harder to kill DK, similar to what VP did in the last game. It gives them a tankier frontline here that can actually take towers, so PA can sit back and wait to jump on the supports, blow them up rapidly, kind of a thing.
Okay.
Both of the 2 cores are super amplified by having Bloodlust in a lot of ways. Makes up for some aspects like low mobility or low attack speed sometimes. So.
Do you think? I mean,
the
Newbee have really good counter initiation here as well, right? Like with Wyvern, and also if Axe can blink in and call, you can sort of keep people tied up. I think it's allow PA to get out, allow DK to turn around and tank everything. You got Ogre as well. It's a good lineup from Newbee.
I think the one thing really hurting Virtus.pro now is that Disruptor pick. It feels very out of place to me. And
OD.
How
I'm just going to commit
forget?
to the Drow thing.
Okay.
it's okay versus Dragonite. Dragonite will just get like 2 Dragon Blood by 3 and a Quelling. So.
Well, it's locked
I
in.
don't know.
Does this affect your initial predictions? We were still feeling good for Newbee.
I think this is okay for Newbee.
It does feels good.
Yeah.
I think Newbee will probably win this game on the basis of that lineup, but I still think VP will win the series.
Faith in Newbee, and just very quickly, yes or no, Ben, do we see a third?
I'll say yes.
All right, cross our fingers.
Hesitating.
Okay, let's go ahead and meet 2 people who hopefully will not be quite as hesitant. It's our casters as we jump into our second game.
Well, definitely haven't had our lunch and dinner yet, but I am not going to hesitate any winter. I like VP a lot here. I think they pivoted very well in the draft. As soon as they saw the PA come out, immediately into magic damage and heavy magic damage. And how the hell does OD slip through to 5th pick?
Beats me, OD.
We were talking about Shadow Fiend,
Medusa.
and then there's OD. OD's still in the pool. So there you go. So we get into game at number 2. So I think we're both in agreement that we actually like VP's draft a bit better.
Yep. I like it more because of the way the lanes are going to play out. I think VP has really, really good lanes once again. I was talking a little bit about the Disruptor pick. I know VP's Disruptor is really, really scary, but the main weakness of Disruptor, in my opinion, is if he's up against a dual lane or a tri-lane. If he's getting pressure, the hero doesn't offer a lot. But if he's zoning one hero, then Disruptor does really well. So I want to see how Newbee deals with this Disruptor. Do they do like a 2-1-2 lane, Ogre plus Axe dual lane, or they're just going to straight up fight the lane with the PA? So we'll see what they're going to do here. They are currently smoked up, 4 heroes smoked up. They place a ward down. They might look to be aggressive here, since if you want to be aggressive, you need to block off this pool camp. Right here, you see the Ogre here played by Faith. He plays a sentry to block off the pool camp. When you're going going to do some aggro lane, you need to block off the camp so the enemy can pull and get the creep to the tower so that they can farm.
Yeah, and so you mentioned it during the draft. I'll give you a chance to talk about it now. Is that you expected Newbee to go for this aggressive tri lane so they could run the KP safe lane Axe, and
1v1.
You said normally Sand King beats Axe 1v1, but you've seen a build for Axe players lately that can actually win that matchup.
Yeah, I saw Ohio play this matchup maybe a month ago. I'm not sure what tournament was it, but basically what he did was he had 2 points in Battle Hunger at level 3, and he pushed the Sand King out of the lane. So basically what you want to do is you want to force the creeps to take the fight away from the creeps so he can't really apply the caustics to the creeps.
Of course, the downside is you don't have call if you need to gank or something like that.
But if you win your lane, I think it's worth it for that. So
unfortunately for them, though, they're not getting the 1v1. Ramses and Lil to the off lane as the IO Drow. This is definitely
good move.
An interesting change-up and not something Newbee are ready for.
Yeah, Newbee wanted the PA against the Drow lane, and they do not want the PA against the Sand King lane. That's pretty obvious. Sand King against PA is really bad for the PA. So I would say after seeing the team swap lanes, right now the lanes are quite favorable for VP. They have the Drow against the Axe lane, Sand King against PA. Mid lane, pretty much straightforward. Odie's going to get a upper hand against DK. Even with the 2 points in Dragon's Blood, I think DK is still going to struggle a little against Odie. Odie will be able to farm more with the draw aura on top of that. And right now you see, looking at the laning phase, Draw farming well, Sand King getting some farm and some experience. He hasn't put any point into his skills yet. Still unsure of what he wants. If he needs to have a stun or he needs the caustic early. But it's not going to be important already. He's going to get level 2, so he's going to have both the skill points available. Top lane, we see Faith rotating in.
Making a move onto Ramses here. KP wants to chase. He did take that early point in Battle Hunger. None in the call, but unable to get in range. And with the help of the tether, Ramses easily will make it away.
That's really bad for Newbee. They're making a rotation up there. They moved the heroes with TP scrolls and they didn't get the kill. And VP's going to move the Drow away right now towards the bottom lane.
All right, so No One, meanwhile, is starting to pull ahead in this mid lane up against SCCC. And you can only imagine it will get harder for the DK. Again, getting banished. CSing freely. No real pressure on him aside from that one movement that Faith made on the Ogre early. But now they do sacrifice Kaka bottom on the Wyvern. And this is just going to give free farm to Ramses as the change-ups continue with Pasha now heading top. And it does seem KP off to the jungle. Some musical lanes really from Newbee especially. And VP making all the adjustments to just maximize what they're getting out of the lanes.
Yep, but so far right now, I think overall, after all the changes, VP are still really content with the lanings, what kind of laning matchup they are getting. And Sand King is still getting pretty decent experience, and especially when you're up against a team with Ogre, if they're not putting pressure on you with the Ogre, you're really happy with it. Because Ogre's main strength is the first few minutes of the game, first 4 to 5 minutes. And they get the Dire courier killed, Lil.
And it had the bottle on it too.
Doing a great job there, sniping off the courier with the bottle. So, okay, lane is pretty much going to be over for the DK
And they might lose more here as Kaka has been found out by Solo bottom. Gives him the old glimpse back. It's a long one too. Immediately going to cold embrace. Does have a TP though, so he can make it out. But he will be pressured off the lane. He is going to TP to the tower. Meanwhile, Lil, even leeching experience from KP, so huge impact here already on the IO.
Yep, this is really, really bad for Newbee right now. The last few sequence of events, right? Losing the bottle and having the Axe jungle getting shared experience with the IO. And Odie is just totally destroying the Dragon Knight in mid lane like I expected. And with the bottle down, this lane is just going to be a wash for Odie. He's going to totally run over the DK. And 9 Pash is still getting experience and farm at top lane. Whereas KP has been forced to go jungle and Liu is just being a nuisance to him.
Yeah, Lil may be even looking to steal some of these creeps here. The Battle Hunger used, but Lil might just last at that one too. Has a bottle charge ready. He's going to go for it. KP's low enough that he might even get killed. Lil snipes the pig creep too, and he's not done yet.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Lil, he's already won the mid lane. Now he's won the jungle too. Give 2 lanes to the little IO. After the performance he had last game on the Weaver, he steps it up here in game number 2.
Lane, Faith is going to run in with the PA onto the Sand King. Sand King has no Sandstorm yet. Stun going to come off cooldown soon, so he'll be fine. But this IO is just winning them the early game so hard. Whereas Disruptor kills himself in the creeps again. That's his second death to the neutrals. Man, this is just getting out of hand for VP.
09 in danger now. He does blink away. Pasha
bottom lane
could consider chase, but simultaneously in the bottom lane. Ramsey's caught out. There's the call from KP. They desperately need something as far as the kill goes. The glimpse back, not particularly effective. Solo attempting to save him. Will Ramsey's get the neutral denied? No, the first blood. Oh, they needed it. They needed it bad. It goes to Kaka. Lucky that wasn't denied to them too.
Yep, that glimpse wasn't too helpful, unfortunately. So they were still able to get the kill on the draw in the end.
But look at the CS here, Winter. You see a Dragon Knight getting trounced in the mid lane as you would expect after the bottle snipe. And even the Axe being denied quite a bit. Only level 5 here if you're just straight jungling. Could easily be 6 or more.
If he didn't get that kill, he would be really like around maybe 4.5 levels. So it would be a lot slower than a usual jungling Axe. But nevertheless, it was first blood. The first kill to Newbee, but Neutral already killed 3 heroes. Just reminding you.
Neutral MVP. Not to mention Pasha, he's not farming all that well in the Sand King, but he's getting his levels too. He's level 5 already.
All that matters right now for him is to get levels, and if the other 2 lanes are going well, the IO can rotate over to help him at some point. Like, it's really important for the other heroes plus the supports getting levels. Those are the more important things right now than the farm of the Sand King. Obviously, getting a quick blink on Sand King is really good. Like we saw in the last series against MP, both games he got really quick blinks. But right now in the state of the game, I think his dagger is not their biggest concern right now. It's getting the levels on the Disruptor and the IO. If you get both the supports into a very good timing on their level 6, it would just allow them to take fights and run around, put a lot of pressure, and especially with the OD getting such a huge advantage from the laning phase, he's going to be a huge problem for Newbee.
All right, Winter, it's a huge problem, and if you're on Newbee, I have to ask you, how do they deal with it? What are the keys for Newbee to get back in this game?
They need to get an Axe Dagger ASAP. Like, they need to help him get to that point and, you know, take team fights. They have very big ultimates up with the Wyvern.
They're going to bring the PA down, not scouted. So maybe this is a way to get that.
That's a ward there. They saw him.
Oh, they do have a ward, actually.
Unless they weren't
standing on top of it.
Yeah, unless they weren't looking at, on the map, because he doesn't show in the minimap.
Now they're going to make their jump onto Ramsey's. Glimpse back onto U9, keeping him out of position, but the call's there to follow up. Where are the spins for KP? Not too lucky. 2, then 3. He gets them all in a rush and brings him down. Now the Burrow Strike to look to turn it. Pasha, though, does not have mana for the epicenter. Could mango if need be, not choosing to. Newbee surviving through this fight, diving in a bit deeper, looking for solo as well, but Kaka's dangerously low. Again, the kinetic field getting dropped. A triple kill for U9. Even when they glimpse him out, he comes rushing back in. Pasha trying to find the kill here with the Sandstorm. It's not going to happen. The Wyvern of Kaka lives, and now they look for the turn. Quick crit, follow-up. Won't quite be there, but then the Wyvern Blast almost pretty Pasha down. U9 doesn't have mana for a dagger. He's going to get burrowed. Epi available. Going to go in with the balls. A little more damage. Could get the kill. Not quite enough. Looks like he might make it away. No, they went the evasion. Not enough. Even with the poor man's shield as well. They still managed to bring him down. And now KP coming back in, but little do you know that suddenly Ramses has arrived on the Drow Ranger. They don't have a ward. He's going to call just for the extra armor, and still they muscle him down. VP finding kill after kill here to turn it back around just when it started to look very bleak.
Oh, can he get the glimpse? Oh, not going to be
only
able
level 2.
Yeah. He sees the DK there coming up the ramp, but I don't think VP saw the PATP. I think they weren't really looking at the map, because he doesn't show on the minimap, so if you're not actually looking on the ward, you're not going to see the PA. So I think VP did not notice the PA like running around the trees, going behind, and having that surprise backstab onto the Draw Ranger there. But still, VP got a very, very good trade in the end. No thanks to their offlaner TPing in to save the day there. It's just very solid play. Like, Pasha has been playing really well. His movements around the map, helping his team. I mean, he's not getting too much farm on the offlane, but he's helping his team. That's really important as an offlaner. Not to, you know, prioritize on your own farm all the time, but to, you know, take care of your team.
Yeah, I do want to point out here, Newbee has been stacking Ancients for the Axe. Generally, we do see
but
this.
He has no... Oh, that's a Wyvern. Yeah, I was going to say, oh, he has no Vanguard yet. How is he going to farm?
It's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, we saw this from Call. Like, was it during Epicenter? Yeah, I think it was Epicenter. Like, they use it, they really abuse it really, really hard. They started with the Wyvern and the Axe jungling at the same time. That was really something to watch.
You know, the difference between use and abuse, Winter, is that when you're abusing it, that means it's really working well. So
I mean, Axe got a Vanguard.
That's your salty tears speaking, Winter.
They got a Vanguard and Dagger at 9 minutes on the Axe.
Yeah.
How do you not say it's a good thing?
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's where it crosses the line from use into abuse. And then the tears. But it does end up working out later on when they can farm those. For now, though, Newbee applying pressure to towers. They do have the Dragon Knight with his ultimate up, and they'll be pushing down this tier 1 simultaneously for VP. I guess slight issue for them. Really only the Drow who's good at killing buildings. The other 4 heroes not very effective.
They're going to TP the Disruptor down with the Sand King.
They want to fight. They have Static Storm already. Only a
Glimpse.
low level 2 Glimpse, though.
Oh, he has 2 points in the field.
Yeah, he's done it again, but Newbee waiting in the trees. Might be able to find the pick off here to start the fight. No one's in Viz, though. They don't know he's in
Prison,
the neighborhood.
Storm.
There's the prison. They have an Epicenter ready as well, but have to dodge a lot of stuns if you want to get this off. Burrows through 2 on his way out. Solo kept alive, dropping the Storm directly on top of SCCC while he's being kept alive by Kaka, but now he's low. He needs to run. The tower is held for now. No relocate available yet to chase.
A stun from the Sand King. He not only stunned the DK after the imprisonment, but he stunned the PA when he blinked in on Solo, saving the Disruptor's life. Oh my god, what a player.
But they did commit the Static Storm, and Newbee want to try and punish this Epicenter at the ready if he can find that opening. Burrows through, but at the same time, U9's already out of there. Now they might lose the Sand King too. Already Disruptor down. Looking for a second kill. The dagger comes through. Follow-up damage is there. Make it 2, and meanwhile, Ramsey says, I don't want any part of that. I'm just going to push this top lane.
So they traded a support and an off-lane. It's still a good trade for Newbee, but VP still getting something in return.
Well, now the Ancients are definitely safe to farm if they want to go there. See what the choice is. But the tier 1 falls. There was a trade, thanks to Ramses and his decision-making.
Yep, good choice there not to come down to the fight. I don't think it would have made much of a difference there. So the stacks commences with Cold Embrace, and he's still spinning. So he's going to get his Blink Dagger after this very, very soon.
Seems pretty good.
do you call that an abuse? He's frozen in ice. Why is he still spinning?
I don't know. Maybe his axe is strong. It burns hot even in the heart of ice and snow and cold. Like your heart, Winter.
What? I'm not a cold person.
You've got a frosty exterior, but beneath it lurks a warm heart of gold.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman.
See, there's 3 layers to Winter. One is the outward layer. It's very polite when you first meet him. The second is the feisty Winter. You know, the one that everyone always talks about, the real Winter, the flames, the hate, the negativity. But beneath that, you're a good guy, I think. Is there a 4th layer, though? That's the real question. I have not discovered it yet.
Well,
perhaps something only your wife knows.
Only my I was gonna say only my wife knows that.
I'm kind of afraid to find out though.
Okay, back into the game, Mr. Gorman. So right now, Axe Dagger is almost completed. Still, he still has 3 ancient camps to go through, like creeps to go through, the big creeps. So after this, he's gonna be really close to the dagger. Just waiting for the Cold Embrace to come off cooldown again. And they have pretty good levels on both of their supports, both level 7 on Newbee.
At the same time, Pasha
VP
very
still
close to his own blink.
Yeah, VP still hasn't gotten the relocate on the IO yet. Halfway there. Sand King, like you mentioned, going to get the blink about the same time as the axe.
So who's going to make better use of their blink here? Does either team have better setup?
Easier for Sand King because that's a relocate.
Yeah.
But, you know, Newbee is still going to be very strong because Axe plus PA, they're going to be able to destroy heroes really, really quick. And they have the Winter's Curse to sort of counteract the relocate. So they do have really good answers to deal with what VP provides, what VP brings to the table.
Maybe we'll see some special tactics with the preemptive Epicenter relocate. That would be
yeah, that's
that
true.
would be fun.
I don't think I've seen it.
Lumi always used to talk about it,
I mean,
and I saw it like one time, and it was amazing.
It's legit, but it's very difficult to pull off. That's the problem. It's very difficult to pull that off.
We'll see if they have the
power. Sometimes when the fight happens, you just need to relocate, and you don't have time to coordinate everything. You just relocate and you try to barrel strike.
And they might not also be grouped up when you start channeling Epicenter. But there are 3 melee heroes. Granted, one of them pretty mobile in the PA. 4 if the Dragon Knight doesn't have his ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very solid idea, but just super difficult to execute. Unfortunately for VP, Newbee with the Deep Ward scouted the Sand King Dagger, and they're going to move with their dagger on the axe. I'm not sure. I don't think VP has any information about this dagger on KP, so they should be able to get initiation.
But they do have a relocate. Unfortunately, Lil is the one they're ganking, so...
They need to show one hero in the lane, otherwise this is too obvious.
Oh, look at the scan.
The scan!
The money scan. Very nicely done.
The money scan, but they're going to move towards middle lane, so they might still be able to pick heroes off, but they'll be...
They might even find the easier pick here because they do have the relocate ready if need be. They're going to start with an Astral, follow up at the epicenter. There's a good combo. He does start it a little early. The Burrow Strike's going to miss. U9 blinks away, and now the chase is on. Blink call from KP, dragging Pasha back. Doesn't have a burrow for a little while. Do they have the follow-up coming in from the rear? Lumbering Ogre going to work on no one. Now the glimpse back. Looking for the disengage is Pasha. Will burrow to the low ground. Has a little to back him up.
Trouble.
Blinking in is U9. Looks like he'll make it out.
Yeah, Axe got a glimpse. Couldn't get in range for the call. It's like, oh, he's going to get called soon, but too far away.
Well, not the best coordination there from VP, and Newbee able to salvage it.
To his defense, I can say one thing, because he needs to time that perfectly for the because PA can easily move out, blink out.
Yeah, the blink strike has a very short animation.
But still, I mean, it was his. He mistimed it, so Sand King's fault. LD, Sand King's fault. But happens once in a while, you know. Everyone makes mistakes. And right now, because Epicenter is down, Newbee deciding to be on the aggressive right now, pushing the tier 1 in mid lane. They're pinging them out. KP's waiting for an initiation.
Good Radiant Ward, though. They know all. They shouldn't get caught here.
Newbee sees them too with the ward on the Ancients.
Blink call, still finding the Disruptor. He will be banished. Now the Burrow comes through, connects on 2, but immediate stun on the Pasha. Can they bring him down in time? Decent Drow Silence now trying to bring down Kaka.
Oh, they missed
Static Storm, swing, and a miss by Solo.
Oh, no.
So 2 big ultimates whiff now by VP as Newbee start rolling through towers. They'll grab the tier 1 mid. That makes it 2 towers for them to match the 2 already grabbed by VP.
VP needs to make a move right now. With,
it's 3 actually.
VP needs to make a move right now with their Sand King ultimate coming back online. They have to try and get something done right now. Like Newbee has so far gotten too much out of the map with their blink on the axe.
When does Newbee hit their next big timing? They have the blink. They're getting close to an armlet here on the Dragon Knight.
I don't think there's any like specific timings that you're really looking for as Newbee. You're gonna keep getting like those items, but apart from the dagger from Axe, I think they're pretty much set to keep fighting. You want to keep fighting with the PA, the Axe plus PA, and the Bloodlust. That's basically what you want. You fight and you get Roshan. You're not exactly waiting for like any big items on those heroes. I think they're already more than ready to fight. Maybe a Shadow Blade or dagger item, like Shadow Blade or Blink on DK. I think Blink is probably... I personally like Blink a lot more than Shadow Blade, but you know, you just need one of those items on the DK after the armlet.
Armlet now complete. Meanwhile, on the side of VP, the Dragon Lance has already come out for the Drow. Combine that with the Shadow Blade, and now into the Silver Edge. And this was something we did talk about during the draft. Is very good Silver Edge game for VP Winter with the Drow Ranger. They don't have the Shadow Fiend we were discussing, so doubt we'll see 2 Silver Edges.
You just need to get a BKB on the DK and the PA at some point. That's pretty much.
If you don't, it hard counters PA.
I mean, you don't really want to get a BKB too early. As PA, you want to get it probably after your Deso, most likely. Blad's Deso, then you get a BKB after, and then you have Bloodlust on you. You're going to be pretty scary. You don't need too much farm on the PA in this game. You're going to be able to kill heroes very easily. And for VP, they do have a lot of like countermeasures though. They have the relocate plus the OD prison. So as long as the Axe doesn't get like a multiple hero call, there's gonna be ways to save the target getting focused down. So all is not lost for VP. Newbee, however, is gonna use their timing window. They're really strong right now to secure Roshan, another objective. And VP does not seem to know. They're smoking in their jungle, but I don't think they're gonna be able to stop this Roshan. It's gonna be too late.
Good positioning by KP.
Oh, they're pinging. They broke his smoke.
Just gonna chill here on the high ground. They know he's in the area, but they really can't make it into the pit.
Yep. If they go in, it's gonna be too dangerous because they're gonna need to go in and rely on the relocate.
In fact, Newbee, they're the ones who want to go in here. Solo with the glimpse, but the call has already come out. Might be able to follow up with the kill. Kaka almost in range here for the ultimate. He'll commit it, and now KP will have time for that call to cool down if need be. The dunk is available, and not gonna get it off. But they will find the kill. They combine that with a free Roshan, and this time they don't forfeit any towers as those juicy, easy-to-grab tier 1s have already been taken.
Kaka immediately after that move TPs to top, defends the tower. They have the Axe TP behind, but it's going to be scouted out by no one on the OD. He's going to prison him up and get himself out with the haste. So, I mean, good play from both teams, like both anticipating each other's movement. Newbee after getting a kill, and Roshan defending your tower. This is what you want. You're ahead. You do not want to give like Roshan for 1 tower. You're not going to want to trade anything at all when you're ahead.
As for VP, you can see they seem willing to split push. We saw Drow hiding in the trees earlier. Then once they realized they were Roshan, didn't kill the tower top, but brought it down to about a quarter or 5th HP here.
Yeah.
under 400. So
talking about, I was like saying, oh, Newbee is ahead. But when I look at the net worth right now, the draw and the OD are still topping the net worth chart. So.
And I think the one concern for me, Winter, Newbee don't have the best catch. They have no Blink or Shadow Blade on SCCC. They have only the Blink on the Axe. So if you want to split push with the IO, you have a decent lineup to do it against.
Yeah, I think that I agree to that point, but then again, you want to get, like I mentioned, you want to get a BKB on your course at some point, like, to deal with either the Silver Edge or to deal with the Magical Burst, the Sanking ulti, Disruptor ulti, so I can understand the fact that he wants to get that BKB to survive in the team
Big
fight.
Smoke coming in, Solo looking to start this party off potentially. They're looking to defend the tier 1. 2-hero Burrow begins it. Follow-ups there. Static Storm comes through, is going to catch them. DK as well as the PA quickly dropping the hammer, bringing him down, but the curse to counter this one. Will it be enough to secure a kill? Certainly bringing Pasha low. Will finish him off. The Sand King's now down. At the same time, the Axe has fallen, so make it so far a 2-for-1 with the Aegis also getting popped, but Unai now on the chase. Life number 2. Daggers there. Crit and a cloud of blood. Down he goes as well. IO, a little ball of light.
He has no TP though.
Looking to make it out, could tether back to safety, and it looks like he will escape, but in the end, a 3-for-1 plus an Aegis, so I guess you can kind of call it a 3-for-2, but now Winter, they're going to lose 2 towers as well.
They're going to be able to pressure the high ground at this rate. They're taking towers pretty quickly. Yeah.
And they still have a lot of time left on the Dragon Knight ultimate.
DK and the Blightstone and the PA just allowing them to take this tower so quickly. They're going to maybe pressure the high ground? No, just go back.
If they do that, they might give up some free tier 2. So
it's better to go back and farm. So a lot of farm in the mid lane and the bottom
lane.
Also,
some big pickups now. Deso for the PA and Blade Mail for the Axe. So they have a lot more kill potential for these upcoming fights.
Well, VP needs to get some pickoffs really, really badly. They need to slow this game down. Like, Newbee is playing too fast for them with the DK pushing the towers. They have to get pickoffs. Anyone. Slow the game down, buy more time for them to farm.
Man, it feels like it's been a while since I've seen VP even lose a game.
I mean,
they've been on quite a roll, but Newbee definitely in the driver's seat now.
I think that fight was actually pretty good initiation from Pasha. He got a double stun on the DK plus the PA. It was just the fact that he had Aegis and
the Wyvern could sit very far back.
Yeah, the curse is just was a very good curse there from Kaka there.
He also got off a Glimmer Cape, which I think...
Yeah, the Glimmer on the DK.
Kept him alive a lot longer, so that definitely helped a bit as well.
A lot of things, you know, all the small little details. Oh, Pasha here camped behind enemy lines, looking for initiation. They have all the ultimates back up, thinking about making a move here onto KP.
They're like, surely there's something else behind KP. The Glimmer Cape's there, the Burrow Strike, and a whip! And all of a sudden, Pasha's the one caught out, gets stunned, gets focused, off with your head, and now the coup de grace with that Desolator. Moving forward, they find Solo on the Disruptor, chasing for additional to relocate back to safety. Ramsey's brought away. Already TPing out to mid. That's going to leave the IO in a lot of trouble. No one down, and Lil, will he make it out? He will come right back into the waiting arms of SCCC. So 3, make it 4.
That was actually very, very difficult for Pasha there. He had no vision, but he knew that the Wyvern was behind, like with someone behind. He just blinked without vision, and he tried to stun. Like he just couldn't get the stun off on the Wyvern. Even though he missed, but it was a very difficult barrel strike there for Sand King because of the lack of vision.
And vision looking okay around the map for VP. They just haven't really had it in the ideal places for some of these fights.
With no one going down there again, it's going to hinder his progression a lot. Like 2 deaths in a row, and after the Hurricane Pike, he hasn't been able to get his secondary item. So Newbee going to claim another tower off the map, just cementing their lead in this game.
Well, you can see VP, they just love to fight. Even in a situation where other teams would play defensively, look to split push, they just keep on looking for those aggressive picks, but Newbee have been ready.
I think they could have won that fight, so if only they gotten a better initiation from the Sand King, there's still a chance that they win the fight, because Newbee weren't 5 heroes ready at that point. If you start a fight, you kill someone right off the go, you'll be able to still win the fight despite being behind in the game. It's all about the vision, the initiation, who gets the first move, who eliminates a key target off the map in the fights. And top lane we see U9 and Kaka here. Oh, Kaka has a dagger and a sentry ward. Oh,
gonna go on Ramses. There is a relocate available. Will be committed.
That's okay.
So IO
is he gonna
probably down. No one else in position to really help.
Is he gonna try the TP to get out? Yep, it's very difficult to time though. Yeah, he's going to try TP. Let's see if he gets the perfect timing. Nope.
Not quite. Now caught out by the... Yeah, he will go down. He didn't try it last time, interestingly.
Yeah, he didn't try the last time. Oh, mid lane, KP going to get silenced up by the Drow Ranger here, but he has backup. He has a lot of backup.
Glimpse back. Dragon Knight brought away and does have the completed Silver Edge, mind you, so this does ramp up the kill potential for a moment, but already Dragon Knight with the BKB and PA making her own.
Both of them are going to hit the double BKB's timing very, very soon.
So suddenly you have a Silver Edge that doesn't really accomplish much, most likely.
I mean, you can use it to pick up the supports or the axe, I guess. But overall...
It's a pretty big gold investment compared to, you know, the damage potential you could have had from another item. So obviously not the ideal timing.
Yeah. Doesn't have you farm like a Manta would, but overall, I would say Newbee has, like you mentioned, all the answers to the Silver Edge already, and VP hasn't really gotten, you know, that pick-off. I was like talking about the pick-off. They need to get a pick-off to slow down the game, you know. Newbee's pace of the game is just way too quick for VP to handle right now, and they're going to be able to wrap around on Ramses again.
Blink again. It's Kaka initiating these fights. Does get gusted. U9 in position. They get the Dragon Knight stun. Follow up from SCCC, who even BK beat for this.
Yeah, he was kind of expecting...
Mashing all the buttons.
He was expecting the Drow to pop his silence before he tried to TP, so he just, regardless of what's going to happen, pop his BKB and blinked in. I mean, in the end, it was still a Drow kill, a big kill, nevertheless, for Newbee. And
I get to celebrate it a little more.
Let's see, what other items are they going to wait on? Ogre's going to build a mech. They have a gem. Oh, here they have a gem. I was going to say, do they have a gem? But they already have a gem on Kaka. So they basically have almost everything they need for the push. They've earned a mech up on the Ogre soon. Next rush is in the next 3 minutes, random time. I mean, basically with the next Aegis, they should be able to try to pressure for the high ground for Newbee, and VP still needs desperately to buy more time for the cause to farm. Especially the Drow and the OD, both of them need an extra item to be able to fight.
Yeah, right now you really only see one like damage item of any kind in the Hurricane Pike on the OD.
They have a lot of damage.
But they don't have a Veil.
No, I mean, they have a lot of damage with the Draw Aura and everything. OD and Draw still does a lot of damage, but they can't really output the damage in the fights because they are either being controlled by the Axe or you're being controlled by DK stun. There's like too many things that can disable you and stop you from outputting damage. At some point, they're going to have to get a BKB. But even BKB is not going to solve all the problems because the Axe call and the curse still somewhat goes through BKB. And top lane, we see a TP, in this TP here by Kaka. Oh, can he find the Sand King? Can he find the Sand King? Oh, barely got the vision there.
Kasha lucky to make it away, and KP also on the hunt solo. And Lil
mid lane
scrambling backwards, but as you mentioned, meanwhile mid lane, the dagger comes through. It's a crit dagger as well. Oh, no one. Almost a third of his health gone in an instant. A threat perhaps of things to come from U9, but they will back away. So all this just kind of the lull before that next Roshan, as you mentioned, Winter, and it is coming soon. 1 minute. Do we see VP risk going into the pit, given that Newbie have the BKBs? I mean,
they have Sand King.
They're going to have the vision advantage with the gem.
They have Sand King plus OD AoE, so I think it's a... Oh, top lane, Glimpse. I hear a Glimpse, but Axe is still hunting down the Disruptor. Can he make a miracle escape here? No? Okay, KP is going to get the call, so he's going to be successful in TPing out. But I think with the Sand King plus the OD ultimate, if they land, even against the BKBs, if they get, like, say they smoke in and right around this area, you just need to blink in and stun. If you get heroes, you can still win a fight before they pop a BKB. So I think that if VP decides to go and make that decision, there's still like a pretty good chance that they beat Newbee in that Roche fight if they get the good initiation from Sand King before the DK and PA pop their BKB.
Newbee clearing the area as Kaka flies high over the pit. The Roche has just respawned, and they know at most it's 1 minute away. In fact, it's already up. He'll get confirmation of that fact.
Okay,
VP's no one hiding in the trees here.
VP's not in position to contest this.
This is going to be a fast Roche with the armlet, not to mention the Desolator and the Vlad, so the Bloodlust as well. Newbee will take this Roche down in short order. And then the question is, can VP find a high ground defense? Because this push is coming, that is for sure.
Yep, they need buybacks. They have currently 1 buyback on OD, another buyback, oh actually no, just 1 buyback on the OD. The other 4 buybacks are all Newbee's buybacks. mean, buyback would be one of their key tools to deal with the push from Newbee. But apart from that, it's again coming down to 9 punch initiating and getting a good barrel strike plus epi. You need to kill the heroes before they pop their BKB. If you can't do that, then you jump in, you don't kill anyone, and Newbee pops their BKBs, counter initiate with either the Axe or Kaka on the Wyvern. The fight will be very difficult for VP. So they need to stun someone and kill someone immediately with the OD ultimate. They need to be able to.
It's going to be tough though, right?
Yeah.
Because Dragon Knight and PA will likely be out in front. They both have BKBs. The Wyvern is there to save them.
But PA is Aegis. Like PA would be the more reasonable target to go on to blow up. DK, even if you get a, maybe if you get an epicenter into Blink stun plus the OD ultimate.
Little game of whack-a-mole here for Pasha, and he's going to blink in, gets the burrow off, but KP waiting with the counter call, and the Blade Mail activated.
They know he's trying to stall and buy time for VP's heroes to farm up, but not going to work. He has buyback though, so if they are able to force a push, but actually no. 45 seconds, probably too short for Newbee to force him to buy back.
The lanes are all shoving Winter. Bottom right around the river. Mid getting pushed past it. Top as well, heading the Newbee way. And the Newbee way is going to be towards VP's base very quickly. As they group up, begin to make deeper inroads into the Radiant jungle. And this push about to commence now. Tier 2 going to fall mid, and that is the last outer tower.
They need to cut the creeps somehow. Okay, OD might go, and yeah, OD is going to cut one wave of creeps, but there's still going to be one wave in front, so it's not going to be enough. They are going to be hard pressed to clear out this creep wave and try to stop the push. Sanking's going to be up.
Already moving in as Triple C with the big leap forward on the Dragon. Gets the Dragon Tail stun on solo wall. Meanwhile, VP trying to split push with 2, but I don't know if they're doing it quickly enough, Winter. Pasha coming in, big epicenter, but doesn't have the Veil, doesn't really have the follow-up of the Disruptor with the Static Storm. He's going to drop 2. It's stalling tactics, and it's a base trade attempt that they have brought down the tier 3. They're working on the melee racks here. So far, VP, the split push working okay. They try to scramble backwards. Newbee hesitating a little bit. They look for additional kills. They might find them, but already the racks are down. The BKB committed. Newbee are not backing off. The hammer gets dropped, but just stalling tactics. Really, they've yet to kill a Rex here. Newbee crumbling as VP calmly muscle down, building after building, one lane down, looking for a second, still yet to kill off a single critical structure here, just the outer towers, really. Finally, they send Kaka home. He's already committed the Winter's Curse. Ramses is going to look for the punish, finds the kill, straight back to the melee racks. All of a sudden, VP have taken 2 melee for nothing.
They lost the gem on Kaka as well.
Oh my god.
Lil with the buyback, he's going to secure the Drow's life, and he's going to secure the gem. What a play from VP. Oh my god, they got 2 racks. They got the gem.
And it's not like they didn't have some warning it was coming. They saw the Drow Ranger and the IO hitting the tier 2. They saw them hitting the tier 3. They stuck around. They thought they could take a big fight, but they were wrong, Winter. And on top of that, they didn't focus buildings. They went for kills.
VP did have to expand the buybacks, like I mentioned. They use buyback on the OD, right?
I mean, I think 3 buybacks is worth 2 melee racks.
No, Sanking uses buyback. So basically, he was the only one that used Sanking and Disruptor.
Disruptor and IO actually used
3 buybacks. I think still worth.
3 buybacks for 2 melee racks, and
worth.
You don't lose any?
Newbee has to like run down and just break the base right now, or they'll be in trouble. They'll be in a lot of trouble. They have to run down. 5-man mid, go and hit the buildings.
Round 2. Oh no, you do it again, Winter. I mean, I guess for VP it's a lot riskier since they don't have the buybacks, but...
Yep. I mean, Newbee can still win the game because of the buybacks being expanded from VP. If they kill anyone, the game would be more or less over, and they're going to keep Kaka in the base. He has Boots of Travel, good change. So he's going to be able to defend and, you know, get to the fight at the same time.
That is a farmed Wyvern. He's almost as farmed as his own axe.
Yeah.
Ahead of the Sand King.
Very good game by Kaka here. This a good performance on his Wyvern. We rarely get to see good Wyvern games nowadays. Oh, Solo gonna snipe off the courier, and he's gonna cut the creeps as Disruptor. Not something you see every day, but it's working for VP.
Oh no, VP. Cheeky little tactics. Solo even knows he's dead, but he's done his job.
Oh, relocate.
Trying to find a pickoff here in KP. He gets up the call. Not going to matter. That pure damage from no one a bit too much. And now they chase forward looking for Faith. The buyback not available on Axe. He's the one who bought back last fight. He's out for a full minute, and they look to punish, but there's the Winter's Curse. Not going to matter, actually. No one making it out, and simultaneously Pasha trying to jump away. No, at least they'll get Pasha on the Sand King.
Still, the lanes are pushed out, though. This is still not very good.
And they're not even done with the pushing. Lil cutting the wave top. He's going to TP home.
What a play by VP the last 2 minutes. Oh my god. This is just some top quality play here by a team that's far behind. And
we're used to seeing them just win by steamrolling and always being ahead from very early, but they're showing they can play from behind too.
Even behind, they are able to find ways to like just good decision making overall by Ramses. Like as a carry player, you need to understand whether you're able to win the fight or it's better off for you to split push.
All right, so if you're Newbee now, you have to know you're still ahead as far as items go. You haven't actually lost yet, Winter.
Not by Rax count.
But not by Rax. Let's focus on the positive, Winter. This is not how you coach Newbee. Guys, you're down 2 Rax. It's looking really shit. So how do you collect yourselves? How do you look to get back into the game?
Get the enemy Rax, Gorman.
Oh, okay.
Do you even know how to play
is that the objective?
Yeah, of course. Do you even know how to
it's
play
Dota? It's not the Rax, bro. It's the throne.
Bro, you forgot.
Bro.
You forgot how to play Dota because you haven't been pubbing.
I don't pub with you, Winter. That doesn't mean I haven't been pubbing.
Fine.
Because you're a flamer,
you
and no one likes pubbing with you.
You hurt my feelings. I hurt your feelings. Game over. GG.
Yeah. Now we're both sad. This is the kind of pep talk that Coach Winter delivers, guys.
Newbee will be even more sad if they lose this game. Look at the position they have. It'll be so tilting if they lose this game. But nevertheless, VP has done a really, really good job at holding.
Well, good news is even if you lose your next series, you're not eliminated. So,
yeah, but you'll be sad. You'll be sad.
You'll have 2 days to wipe those tears away.
Okay, fine. 2 days is more than enough.
I mean, unless they have a lot of tears. That would be some impressive saline
then
production.
They would need some help from Mr. Gorman.
Some tender love from you, from your 4th level. All right, so a bit of a lull here for Newbee. Probably awaiting the next potential Roshan.
Look at what VP is doing. They're split pushing with even the disrupt. Everyone on VP understands that if the creeps are always going to be across the map, Newbee, even with the item advantage, come push and they're going to be able to slowly, backdoor, rats, use the relocate. Because they have the relocate. If you're playing mid to late game against a relocate, positioning and map control is very important. You need to keep the creep base always pushed out so you can use the relocate to steal buildings. They get a Yule onto the axe. Not even going to be able to get the call onto 9 Passion. He's going to be able to barrel strike himself out. Even the glimpse, he sees U9 blinking to the creeps to farm. He glimpses him back. Drops a Thunder Strike.
Wasn't worth it though, Solo. He's going to get Dragon Tail. Daggers in. And
not worth.
Down he goes.
Not worth.
But the tears, Winter. It's all about the tears.
It's all about the tears.
Don't cry just yet, Newbee, though. It's not over yet. They are, I mean, you mentioned the early boots of travel, getting multiple sets, a good way to, later on in the game, try and deal with the relocate and the split push.
They need lane wards, like all those Tinker wards, Because right now, VP are trying to rat it out. They're trying to, place their heroes across the map, hide in trees, so you need to have, like, vision. Lane wards or those anti-Tinker wards. So you see if they are camping trees, trying to push the lanes, and they do have pretty decent heroes at scouting things out in the trees. They have the Wyvern. It's a pretty good hero at hunting. People hiding, trying to make plays around the tree area. They're gonna get out. There's a new gem on Kaka.
Can you believe that Newbee have used their 2 BKBs collectively twice, and one of them was an Intimidation BKB charge?
Can you believe Newbee is 25-7 up and they're 2 racks down?
With an Aegis advantage, pushing down mid. Oh, VP. Truly the maestros so far in this one.
Yep. Such a beautiful game to watch, even though VP
Beautiful Dota.
What would you know about beautiful Dota? You're just farming Dota, Gorman. You care about your last hits. You care about the creeps. And you care about your...
Like any good carry player.
Your Midas. No, you're not a good carry player.
But fortunately, we're watching some who are.
Yeah. The best CIS carry player, I can tell you. Like maybe one of the best in the world.
A bold statement.
Yeah, one of the best carries in the world right now.
A true one, nonetheless. KP. Oh, a little glimpse, but he gets off the call anyway on the Solo, and now they might be able to pick him off. Solo, his shenanigans, increasingly they look to punish him.
He's buying time.
Dropping the Static Storm, stalling. The top lane being slow pushed by the Sand Cane, but they are going to lose the Disruptor.
This kill is worth it.
The Roche is open.
This kill is worth it. They are pushing 2 lanes out when that's happening. This kill is definitely worth it for VP, losing the Disruptor.
But Kaka's already home. He'll be defending the base against the world. He deals with the bottom. He's now going to head towards top, and he will keep the structure safe for now, but they may try and fight this Roshan.
There's no gem here. They know there's no gem there.
As Triple C is the BKB, though, he engages onto no one. Chain stun, locking him down. Can he finish him off, though? He's very tanky for now. He survives. Lil there with the save, but the epicenter comes through as the BKBs were out. Pasha, it was only the last through pulses, though, that really hit. Not enough damage from him. Still stalling, but nobody is split pushing this time. If these heroes die, it is without big benefit. And now the stun, the clubbing. Down he goes. back into the Roche potentially. Lil thinking about sneaking in. No, he's just going to try and push this bottom lane, it seems. Unless there's a target to tether to. The pings are coming out, but they know that Roche is happening. Kaka blinking forward. There's the tether TP, trying to get away to safety. Not in range. Good plays overall, but Newbee, they defend successfully. They don't lose any structures. They don't really take any building damage. They get the Roche. They get some free hero kills. They only had to use a couple BKB charges for it, and they'll be happy about that. And now, Winter, they have more BOTs, and on a very important hero, U9 with the Abyssal Blade already completed. Now the BOTs.
Oops.
There used to be an X there.
He has a sight of wise. This OD, oh my god, he's actually top of the net worth. Are you serious?
That's all that split pushing. Not to mention they have killed.
But it's a long
They have
cooldown
killed
though.
2 lanes of Rax, so that's a lot extra gold.
X just needs to BOT to like they can just push now. Like OD's ultimate is a very huge cooldown, a very big spell to use for a kill.
Yeah, but it is all about the split push. You can see as Ramses now grabbing the Maelstrom.
Push plus the buyback, Gorman. It's not only about the split push. You're gonna need your buybacks to throw your bodies at the enemy and buy time.
Maelstrom is complete on the Drow Ranger, and then I guess talking about buybacks.
Dude, there's gonna be one big
2
item.
and 2.
There's gonna be one big item coming up for VP. The Ags on Disruptor. He's actually not that far, but okay, he won't have time before this.
I mean,
push
at the
comes.
rate Solos had to sacrifice himself for the greater good.
I mean, he has a point booster, an Ogre Club, and another piece. He just needs one more piece for the Aghanims.
You're assuming he doesn't die, though.
Yes, I'm assuming that he's not gonna be needed.
This man is
to make
a
any
sacrificial lamb, okay?
He's been doing the Paladai role.
Yes. I'm doing it beautifully, but it does come at the cost of his own economy.
Can you actually learn how to do stuff like this instead of just farming?
Sure, do you want to teach me? Oh wait, no, you'll probably just call me names the whole time. Great teaching tactics, Winter. Very effective.
Well, at least I can't call you. Never mind.
Jesus. I'm not sure what's worse. Whatever you might have said, or
it's gonna
whatever
be
the viewers are thinking now. But here we go. SCCC with the BKB moving in. Lil getting caught out by the stun. They'll bring him down. Now working on Ramses. They'll finish him off too. 2 dead just like that. They both have buybacks. There is no relocate, though. It already got committed.
Dude, what a play by Kaka. He cancelled that relocate mid-tether with the curse and allowed his team to get 2 kills there. I mean, if they win, Kaka is definitely the MVP for this game.
Just want to point out he is the 5th in net worth in the entire game now.
Yep, just want to point out.
And he's not doing it by farm.
Just want to point out, usually at 40 minutes, Wyvern doesn't have this many items.
He's lucky to have 1 item besides his boots.
Dude, how often do you see Wyverns having BOTs?
I mean, not just the BOTs. Ghost Scepter, he's not...
Refresher, okay, you need a refresher then.
Yeah, that's if it goes 60, 70 minutes, but they don't want it to. There is no split push for now. Sinking, trying to cut the way, but it's already too late. Creeps are in the base. SCCC mauling the buildings. Will bring down the range, turns back for the melee. He wants to kill this one off as well, SCCC.
This Bloodluster Wyvern helping to hit the racks as well.
He adds a little bit of extra doubt. Just not afraid of being jumped, really.
10 seconds before his
now there are 8 buybacks up in this game, so things could get wild real fast.
OD has ulti.
They're looking for the epicenter. Smoke available. Pasha hiding in the trees, but there's the glimpse. BKB will prevent it. Good defensive play there. Could have been a nice pick otherwise.
That was a really good glimpse there, forcing them to use the BKB. So maybe VP has the opening to make a move right now. Let's see. They have to try something. They're going to use this smoke, but the lanes, they need to deal with the mid lane. And Newbee are very far away from VP right now, so it's going to take time before they find them. So probably not going to be successful with this smoke play. Oh, Mjolnir on SCC. Really, really good at keeping the lanes push out, since that is the main problem Newbee has been facing the whole game, keeping their lanes pushed out.
Well, they have quadruple BOTs and the Mjolnir now, so really, it's not going to be too much of a problem to keep these lanes pushed out. You've got the Axe who can already do it pretty well. Wyvern, one of the better supports for it, and now a completed Lotus Orb for Kaka.
Yep. Good at dealing with the Hex from OD, so that's not going to be too useful anymore. Pick the Lotus up on the Wyvern. Man, this Wyvern is just gonna do so much in the team fights with the items he has. Newbee making a move right now. They have their BKB back up on the DK, so they're gonna look to fight.
Rumbling through the river and now sweeping around, looking not for Pasha it seems, but for the heroes hidden in the trees. The OD almost caught. Blink, blink, blink.
Oh.
He gets away for now, but they're not done chasing yet. They might find Pasha. Does have the curse available.
How did they not find anyone there?
Oh, tough call. Which way to go?
Okay, now Aghanim's Disruptor. So VP has finally...
Double Ags. They now have the Sand King as well.
Yeah, stalled enough time. I mean, the Sand King's Ags is definitely not going to change as much as the Disruptor Ags. This Disruptor Ags is going to allow them to initiate. If the PA, remember what happened previously in the top lane where they were pushing with the 2 carries, hitting the tower. And with Power Strike, right now with the Aghanim's Disruptor, he's going to mute the BKBs and they're going to be able to kill them.
Yeah, it makes the Aegis, the potential cheese, that much more important for Newbee to secure. But they have not seen this yet, and VP want to have the element of surprise. They smoke, but it's already SCCC moving in under cover of Invis.
Ramses, he broke his smoke.
He goes on Viz and now engaging on to U9. Can he focus down this PA? They commit the Static Storm for him, but the Wyvern's there to save the day. The Hex a bit too late. No one jumping in, trying to finish him up. Now Kaka working on this OD, even cursing him to keep it out of the fight. U9, BKB up, but the Yules are stalling for this, and still the Dragon Knight standing strong. They brought down the Disruptor, the IO low, the OD, who tried his best to prevent that save. Courtesy of Kaka, was unable to do so, and now no one must run.
Is he
Pasha, though, wants to chase for this. He burrows only one, backing away. Kaka trying to catch him and isolate him.
They still have the OD out. They want to fight here. They have the hammer.
Re-engaging, but they get the multicast. They work on him slowly from the high ground. He does have a Glimmer Cape available, and he'll use it again. The Burrow Strike countered by the Lotus Orb, so the mutually assured Burrow destruction deployed as they look to re-engage SCCC. He's already back into the fight. The hammer's dropped it. Hit clips SCCC. Then he gets burrowed. OD laying in hot and heavy. U9 there, but doesn't have to back up. The IO's keeping this OD alive, and now they get turned. They can finish him off as well. Ramsey's there in support. They do a buyback at the PA. They might have to lose it. The Burrow's there. An ultra kill for no one.
No, he missed the ulti. Oh my god.
Oh dear. They have triple buyback.
They already used, what, they used 2 buybacks? X, it's a dieback on X. Oh my god. Are they actually gonna do this?
They have no Dragon Form for 30. We'll take another look at the fight here. You can see really good effort throughout the fight by Kaka to stall.
And the OD ultimate clipping the SCC Dragon Knight as well at the back end. So he took so much damage from that.
And then U9 goes in, but it's on his own with the IO there. Can't find a kill.
And here's the buyback from KP.
Yeah,
comes in,
jumps back in,
and he couldn't get the dunk.
Newbee just got outmaneuvered this fight. Every time they went in after the early engagement, it was like 1v4, 2v3. They never had even equal numbers, let alone superior.
He actually didn't miss the dunk there. He was just unable to get the kill after that replay. So just good play there by the VP supports, keeping the cause alive. Oh my god, I can't believe they actually couldn't win this game.
VP win this. They look ever so fearsome. We'll be getting an easier opponent most likely heading into the main bracket.
And right now they have to use the Wyvern's ultimate very well. They need to, I think, focus on saving the ultimate for the draw of the OD.
He got it off on the OD last fight, and he also got off a really good Cold Embrace and Glimmer Cape, which completely negated the Disruptor ultimate, I would say. It was too fragmented after that.
Oh, here comes Kaka initiating.
Oh, early commitment there on the Winter's Curse. Now, it's not the longest cooldown, 80 seconds, but that might be a big enough window.
It's a big spell. They do not have towers to buy time for them. Look, oh my god, this is so nervous. Newbee's going to be so nervous right now without the Winter's Curse.
And they have 4 buybacks, so they can really push the issue. They also have the Rax advantage.
Here comes Pasha. Can he actually find a multi-hero barrel strike here?
No vision up the hill. He'll be doing it blind, but Solo wants to give him that. Afraid to creep out too far. Just drop the ward on the low ground.
My lord, VP is actually playing this game so well. Considering the situation they're in. Like what, 15 minutes ago? No one would have thought VP could have pulled this off.
I mean, this is really where, you know, a champion's mentality is born, is when you're playing from behind like this, not when you're cruising to victory with an early 10-minute massive gold advantage. VP looking for the burrow. They only get the...
Oh, he missed the burrow.
He actually completely whiffs it. Now getting caught on the way out. Well,
oh, that's not good.
The jinx is in. But the good news for VP is the lanes are pushing.
Oh, Roshan's
and
up.
Sand King is buyback.
Roshan is up. Oh, he's just
going to buy back immediately.
Did they use a BKB?
The Dragon Knight did.
Oh,
he also used his ultimate earlier, so got a 40-second window where that's not available.
Still, I mean, they have no reason to rush this. They should just check Roshan, secure the Roshan, and then push. They're not checking Roshan yet.
Want to get these lanes all the way in, and now they're going to make the rotation. No one in solo heading that way.
Yeah, they're going to see an Arcane Rune as well, so this is going to be
5K on no one.
refresher of time?
Jesus.
Just a Moonshot, I guess. Moonshot is pretty good.
Yeah, he might want to be the one carrying the Sages as well. If not, then certainly the cheese.
This is so big for BP if they can actually get their hands on this.
Do Newbee dare contest? They would do so
they have no idea
with only 2 buybacks.
Too fast. It's way too fast.
And VP will take it with ease. So they're going to have an Aegis cheese power play. They have the Rax advantage. They have the buyback advantage. They've got the extra lives here.
Oh my god.
And they have the vision advantage as well.
Cheese on Io. Whoa. That is like an extra life for your carry.
And they haven't been able to find Lil too early in these recent fights. You mentioned a Good Winter's Curse, but if you're just trying to shut down the Drow or OD blindly, then the IO is not going to be focused early in the fight.
They're just like not fighting in the team fights as well as BP. They're not like focusing the right heroes. I mean, they're like when you talk about initiation, if you look at Newbee's initiation, they have like what 4 heroes that can start the fight. So it should be delegated accordingly. Whoever is jumping the first hero will call, and the other guy needs to go behind and look for the IO or even the OD because of the prison. They need to delegate everyone's roles in the team fights very well. They can't afford any more slip-ups. One more slip-up, the game is over.
On Newbee, they've definitely banged their knee more than a few times.
Buybacks. How many buybacks do they have? They have 1 buyback on the Ogre and 1 buyback on the PA, so 2 buybacks.
I mean, basically 1 buyback. Let's be honest. Faith is there for the Bloodlust.
I'm going to buy back and Bloodlust the tower. Oh, wait, we have no towers.
Hey, the Throne Towers, Winter. Do you know what this game is about? It's not about the Rax, okay, bro? It's about the throne.
Game of Thrones.
Yes. They do find a pick here. Good jump on solo.
It's the same old guy. You know, when you're smoking and you're getting the support every single time, you'll be like, why is it always this guy that we run into?
And it's him, not Lil. Lil feels like
why can't we kill someone else?
At least the other support, you know. That would be much sweeter.
So right now, Newbee just struggling to get the lanes all pushed out. They have to make all the lanes push out before they are able to, you know, march down towards the enemy's base and take another lane of Rax. A lot of problems. Like, would you believe this? 13 to 32, but Newbee is like losing the game. Welcome to Dota 2, guys. That's actually possible in Dota 2.
And the thing that I think is a little scary is now the BKBs are getting pretty damn low, and you've got a lot of ways to kite on VP. You have the Relocate, the Astral, the Blink Daggers away on 3 heroes, potentially the Yule Scepter and Sandcane. As soon as those BKBs are down, if you haven't at least gotten 1 or 2 kills, you're going to get steamrolled in the team fight.
The main problem is for Newbee right now, the Ogre and the Axe doesn't provide as much as the Disruptor, the Sandcane. Like, all these heroes are doing so much at this stage of the game, but Ogre's like, I am just going to Bloodlust my carry. My job is done.
Zug, zug. And he just kind of scratches his head, and he's like, what do I do now?
If I get the Aghanims Disruptor ultimate on them, we're going to win the fight. He's like camping at the side, waiting for his opportunity, and Sanking's like, oh, I got Aghanims, I'm going to stun. If I get a hero, nice.
It's also a lot easier to hit like a good burrow strike with an Axe than to hit a blink call.
You can always stun and then blink out. That's the thing. Like, there's no risk with the Aghanims. That's why you get Aghanims on Sand King. And for the IO, he's just going to be able to...
Well, and bear in mind, he's playing... well, now he doesn't have the buyback, but up until now, he's been playing with buyback in his back pocket and the Rax advantage, so he can take more risks.
I mean, the other problem is like the IO. The threat of the relocate is always going to be back of your mind. Oh, are we going to take this fight? What's going to happen if they relocate in? There's so many things going through like Newbee's captain's head. He has to consider so many things when they are deciding, oh, are we going to take this fight? Are we going to push this lane out? How are we going to get all the lanes pushed out, and at the same time make sure that they come back door, and we need to march our heroes down the mid lane or whatever, like the bottom lane, and to try and get the other set of racks. And what if they relocate? Who is going to TP back first to defend? There are so many things in his mind right now. He needs to plan everything perfectly for them to, you know, bring this game back.
Well, I think a step number 1 is probably wait for this Aegis to expire.
It's going to expire soon.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes about that.
And VP not showing many signs of really wanting to force the issue.
They're also afraid because if you look at the map right now, VP has no wards placed out. There's only 2 wards on Newbee side. So they do not have any vision. It's kind of understandable that they are really afraid of moving out since Disruptor is not able to place down the wards. He is actually currently farming the Ancients as Disruptor. What's going on?
It's like, well, yeah, whenever you guys want wards, just let me know. I'll just be here hitting the Triceratops. Don't worry about me.
Don't flame me when I play support and I do this, because I'm going to say, oh, look at Solo. Solo did this in competitive.
So you're allowed to be a selfish player, but I'm not. There we go. Some support you are, Winter.
Fine.
Friggin' hypocrite.
I won't farm Ancients. I promise I won't farm Ancients, but I can't promise that I won't
You'll
farm.
probably die to the Ancients anyway, let's be honest.
Because
you ain't no Solo.
I won't have this amount of items on this.
This is not very much for this stage. 53 minutes in.
I wouldn't even have the Aghanim's, just the Tranquils and Urn. I mean, right now, Newbee is in a very, very precarious state in the game. Like, one wrong move, they're basically going to just lose. Like, whereas for VP, they can afford maybe 2 to 3, like 2 wrong moves, yeah. They have more room for error, whereas Newbee...
Newbee do have all their buybacks now, though.
Yeah, but still, you do not want to use them outside. Like, if you want to use them, you want to use them when you're sieging the base. You do not want to use them because VP bring the fight to you, and you lose heroes on your side of the map, and you have to buy that. In fact, you can't use it to push.
The other thing I'll say is I don't think their second lives are as useful because they rely very heavily on the BKBs and the Dragon form, yeah.
Well, you know what's going to save them, LD? The refresher on Kaka. I think that's going to save them. They need to wait for that, which is...
it's not that far away. He's already at 3k gold.
Reasonable timing, I guess.
I mean, the next Roche fight likely to be...
The rush is not so important for VP, but it's very important for Newbee.
I just wonder if Kaka will get it before that fight, because I don't really think he's that close.
You can, I guess you can sell one of your items if you want.
S-Triple-C getting tankier, by the way. I don't know if it's really going to matter, but building towards a heart has the recipe. 4,800 gold.
Heart. Oh, did he choose to go for heart?
I guess it gets a lot of pure damage, a lot of magic damage. But at the same time, once you start getting crowd controlled, I don't really see you getting away either.
So actually, honestly, late game DK, it's very difficult to think of what you want to buy. Do you need MKBs? You probably don't need MKBs because there's no Solar Crest, there's no Butterfly. Yeah, I guess he just wants to live through everything.
I don't know what else you would really get.
I might have actually preferred
Abyssal Blade. I mean,
yeah, either Abyssal or Scuddy, but I don't think it's like a huge deal. It's just preference. Scuddy would have been nice against like having the stats against the OD ultimate. That would be nice too.
Well, you can see VP making a bolder move forward towards enemy territory.
Oh, here comes KP.
They are missing 2 buybacks though as KP goes for the blink call, and now the follow-up Dragon Knight initiation. Oh, that banish is there. They have revved up the relocate though. Lil unable to find anyone to save with this for the time being, and now looking for the Hex. The hammer gets dropped. It's not enough to kill KP. Faith safe for the moment under his Ghost Scepter. Will survive. S-Triple-C starting to do work. They brought down the IO. The timing not quite on point for VP this time with the banish overriding the relocate attempt. So they use 2 saves. They end up losing 2. Both of these heroes are ones that have buyback. They may have to use at least the Drow though, Winter. They're down 80 seconds without her.
Where is the split push going? There's no split push for VP right now. They're going to be forced to defend their base.
Well, they don't have any options to. The BOTs are down on the OD. No BOTs on other heroes. IO's dead. You can't split push.
They have to defend their base. Buybacks are going to be forced out on the draw for sure. Lil might be able to hold on to his buyback, but I don't think Ramses will be able to hold on to his buyback. Actually, maybe not. They might be forced to use both.
Oh, there's a smoke. Pasha able to fence away in time. He can charge with the epicenter here momentarily. This could be a good time to buy back.
They're going to wait for the Sand King to initiate, then buyback.
Look for it, but he sits far back. Solo there. The blink call to initiate. Now the Burrow straight forward. Good static storm. Catches out 2 onto KP, but the counter curse. U9 getting focused. Muscle down that PA dropping fast. Needs help. The Hex is there. Gonna die. Does have buyback if needed. 2, 3 down, and now the Banish looking for the 4th as well. And simultaneously going for the Mega Creeps potentially here, or at least that 3rd melee. They force the TPs. They force a triple buyback. They will find Lil. It could be a dive buyback on. Actually, no, he has the buyback available, so not the biggest deal.
Can they get Ramses though? No, he's too far.
So they don't even force out a dieback, but maybe the Iowa have to buy back on this. It's only a minute though, Winter, and they're not near the base anymore. Excellent defense again by VP under pressure.
Yep, there was
3 buybacks forced.
There was really good coordination again. He went in with the OD, prison one target. They got called by Axe, and buybacks immediately came after with the sanking, burrow striking in at the same time. So everything was coordinated perfectly. Even though it was a pretty big curse on 3 heroes, but it wasn't enough for Newbee as their positioning in the fight was already pretty bad.
Yeah, MVP were just waiting for that blink Axe initiation to start the fight. We'll have another look at it here. You can see the way they were just sitting behind no one, very clearly from our perspective, baiting him. And then they get the burrow, instantly sets up the Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh my god, that Static Storm on
and
3.
It catches, actually it caught 3, yeah, not 2 like
That
I initially said. And that is enough to secure the fight. They even go for that 4th kill, no one jumping forward to find another pick, and that was basically the fight
This
there.
is like what I said before. The supports on VP are just doing way more than the supports on like Newbee, because the Ogre is not. He's not like, it's not even his fault, it's just the hero. It's not doing a lot in this kind of situation, whereas a Disruptor and IO, they offer a lot more utility for their team.
Well, you wanted to see a refresher, but buying a new gem here, Kaka not going to have that for a long time.
They need the refresher. I mean, I don't think they can win the fight anymore with any other big items on anyone, apart from the refresher on the Y, but his refresher is going to be a huge game changer, I think, if they can get to that point. Ogre, buy all the wards, let Wyvern get his refresher.
Well, fairly big game here for both teams. VP looking to close out Newbee, secure their first place berth.
Roshan, oh! Okay, they saw it.
They are going to move into the pit.
This is bad. I guess the OD and the Drow won't have slots for the Aegis, so it's going to be, I guess, sanking. Sanking with the Aegis, cheese on the...
Well, Drow will. Pedestrian Drow coming up. Has an IO, and there's the Radiant Scan. They're ready for a KP. Looking for the jump in, but there's the Hex. The Lotus Orb just a split second late.
Oh, the rush is
and
down.
KP going to be caught up on a cliff for now. Forces his way down. The OD Hammer gets dropped in from the high ground. He lays in the artillery, but then he gets focused up atop the mount. He will fall, and now Ramses could be next solo. Man-moding him, but Raptor down 2.
Oh,
Aegis committed.
buyback.
Double buyback. They're coming back in. They're coming back in hot, and they need to get these kills because VP have thrown a lot at this fight. BKB's there. U9 duking it out. The evasion. It's strong. Is it going to be enough? The BKB's still going. No one will survive. He wins the man fight. Breaks down the PA. That's a dieback. Dragonite has a buyback, but it's going to be without Dragon Form. How much can he do for this one? Kaka being chased out, trying to make it away. SCCC BOT2ing in on top of him. But now Winter, after all that, 4 extra lives thrown by VP at that fight. Can they hold against the storm that's coming? They don't have a Dragonite ult. They're down the Axe. They don't have a curse. This feels like a completely neutered team.
He needs to sell his items and get the refresher. I'm serious. Oh my god.
Like, by the time he does that, it might already be too late as Ramses jumps in, but it's by himself. Burrow Strike comes through. The BKB, there's the good Astral. No one ready to bail out his carry. Ramses having faith in the team, and his faith returns so far as he moves on to the Ranger X. He'll bring that down. The mid lane already caved in. This is the last Outer X. Newbee can't believe it, but it's happening. VP finding a way in the darkness. They now have the Megas. They have no buybacks available aside from their Disruptor, but with this kind of creep advantage, Newbee are going to be up against a brick wall and then some if they want to push through.
This game...
How did it happen?
I mean, VP just outmaneuvered them. They used the relocate, like the global presence, really, really well.
They're going to commit here, but again, the Astral to counterplay it. SCCC didn't have BKB. He's going to get Static Storm. Focus down. No one. Look at the damage coming out from this OD. They have to commit the Winter's Curse just to interrupt him for a moment. Through the BKB, they'll stall. Dragonite in danger of falling, trying to heal back up. A blink away. He limps back, but meanwhile, the structures, they can't run. VP focusing on tier 4s, and now for the main objective. Onto the throne. Dropping quickly. There's the burrow on 2. A little bit of objective gaming from VP, but no one also wants some additional kills during this time. Turning back to save his teammates, lunging forward onto SCCC, hitting the buildings, the throne will drop, and VP pull the rabbit out of the hat. An incredible comeback here. It looked like Newbee were going to have not like the game over, but a very strong advantage. Take a lane of Rex, probably only lose an Aegis, maybe a support, and then Winter. Everything changed with that split push bottom.
They got too cocky, I think. They were like, they saw the Drow hitting the towers, like, we're going to do this. And that happens because you're so far ahead, and you just disregard what the enemy is doing and they have the IO. He like, I think he bought back that fight as well, like just to make sure that he gets the draw out. And he took the gem as well from the Wyvern. That fight, they got 2 melee racks, 2 towers, and a gem.
Yeah.
That was just the game changer right there.
And the Wyvern kill was the cherry
They
on top.
expanded 3 buybacks, but I said it was so worth it for them to get that trade.
Well, VP, clutch shot calling here under pressure, showing why they were one of the favorites coming into this event. You go back 2 months, I don't think anyone would have called them even necessarily like top 6 material coming into the event. They had looked decent online, but hadn't proven themselves. But since then, excellent results, and they continue to deliver here at the Boston Major.
Very, very good performance here from VP. World class.
Well, a world-class performance, and with that, they will secure the #1 seed here in Group B. And with that, we'll see what Alex and the boys have to say.
Yes, indeed, we will. I mean, when you were casting that LD and Winter, surely at one point you were doing the same thing we were on the desk, just kind of saying, right, this game's over soon. This game's over. We're going to a third. Did you have faith?
Yeah, it was definitely like it looked good. I mean, I wouldn't have said it was over if they lose that 1 lane of racks, but I'd say like 70% chance Newbee wins at least at that point, Winter.
Yeah, 70 sounds fair.
70.
I mean, they had the OD plus draw, so there's a lot of damage despite being far behind compared to the enemy team. But they still have what it takes to win a fight. So one wrong move from Newbee could easily be their downfall. And
I think one word really sums it up. What Winter said earlier: outmaneuvered.
Outmaneuvered. I'll throw that word at these 3 then. Thanks very much, boys. Enjoyed the cast. Yes, I have got myself Purge, Malini, and of course Pyrian Flax to talk through this one. And I mean, we have to start at the what seems to be the very beginning, where we were sitting there thinking, okay, third map, boys. Newbee, strong start. Malini, your words were, that was ridiculous. In fact, when Malini says, wow, you know that you've had quite an incredible game.
I cannot believe that game played out the way it did.
Right? So let's kind of storyboard it. What did we witness? Wait, how did things start off?
Lane stage went pretty well.
Yeah. Newbee outdrafted. I think we were confident in saying that Newbee's draft was really good, very strong. We weren't sure about the disruptor pick. And then basically Newbee ran all over them. VP looked kind of lost. Disruptor died an awful lot. Pasha didn't seem to be getting much going. And we were just thinking, well, this is super over. And what were they? They were up like 15-3 or 16-3 or something at one point. It was pretty dominating on the scoreboard. But then.
It all came down to TPs, basically. This is a TP loss. Like, they had gold advantage. They went mid. They're ready to take a Rax. They were definitely stronger by far. But they didn't get back in time. The Rax got traded. It took them much longer to take a Rax. And then at that point, and they got the extra mid-racks, but I believe at the time their carry had an Aegis, so he dropped his TP for that one.
Right.
Dragon Knight maybe didn't have one because he had a magic wand, so they felt for sure that they could take the racks. They should have just backed off and gone back. This is a very crucial fight as well. This is about where VP was close, but Newbee took the fight after taking the Aegis. First person that died ended up respawning, so yeah, it was basically this was the moment where Newbee propelled into the lead and should have been able to close out a racks.
It's funny as well, you know, on the other side of things, as we were always talking about SCC and how exciting he would be, his Dragon Knight did make things difficult for VP at one stage or another, didn't it, Ted?
Yeah, I mean, I just think Newbee in general, they had a lineup that really made sense. The PA could gap close. Kev talks about gap closing a lot, and I think it is super important against the Drow lineup in particular. You've got to get in there, and Axe allows you to do that as well. DK gives you that front liner, and we were worried. We were looking at VP and thinking, well, who's their front liner here? You don't want to stick OD up there necessarily because, you know, you want it to be able to do damage, not just tank. DK can just pop that BKB. He's hard to kill. And we saw here they're pushing high ground. What do they do? I think there were a couple of moments, apart from the TP thing, there was a fight bot late on where Disruptor got a fantastic ult off, and that pretty much won it from that. Newbee were just screwed, and VP just ran on from there.
This is the second Rax. This is when, you know,
yeah, this was great.
Turned on its head, right?
I mean, this is just, you know, it's classic sort of Wisp play, really, and just, you know, getting her out of there when you need it. It was just perfect play from VP. Just totally, they did not panic. And you saw when at the end of the game that they didn't look like exhausted. They were just like chatting, they just stood up. You know, it wasn't a big thing. It was like, I mean, that's a nerve-wracking game for anybody, but they took it in their stride.
Absolutely, they did, and I just think, you know, for the people at home, we need to explain and help them comprehend how often something like that happens. I mean, if I look at you, Ben, I mean, it's
super rare.
Like, how rare? Like, I mean, we're talking like that just doesn't happen.
Maybe once every like two large tournaments with 100+ games, I think.
Right.
So I guess what, 0.5% chance?
I mean, it was like a 20k lead at the 45-50 minute mark. Now, generally speaking, there was the saying in Chinese. This is this great disruptor here. There was the saying in Chinese Dota. You get a what is it? 20k lead plus Aegis, and you win. Like you go push high ground and that's that, right? You should be able to. But they couldn't get the Aegis there. They couldn't do the high ground thing. It was just. Everything sort of went wrong for Newbee in the latter stages of the game from what should have been a dominant winning position.
It was just that one crucial moment where they didn't respect the Wisp. Wisp changes the game completely.
Right.
And not only relocate, but also they like straight tank the T3 tower. Normally an underfarmed Drow can't do that. She had Hurricane Pike and Silver Edge at the time.
Yeah.
And she just can't sustain. Like if you take a T3 tower, you're just going to die.
Yeah, yeah.
But the Wisp tanked it, and then they kept just trading it off. So they were there for like a good minute,
yeah, they were
I
there
want to
for
say.
ages. We were like, they've got to respond to
yeah.
this. They've got to respond to this, but they just couldn't. Like Kev said, it was a TP mistake. It happens.
Yeah, and DK didn't have a TP, PA didn't have room for a TP, and the Wisp really kept her alive and buffed her attack speed to the point where they could make that favorable trade for them.
Do you think that there is, and I'm not using this word lightly, do you think there's an element of fortune in the fact that the wave was pushed in their favor, that they were able to go?
No,
like,
I don't think so.
If the wave had been pushed in a different way,
he
they would've
uses
loved it.
aura so much in that game. I was watching his precision aura cooldown. He used it far more than I've seen other Drows, and it was very important in this game. Solo sacrificed his life. He died, what, 17 times, 16 times?
Yeah.
But it didn't matter because he got the, like, their game plan was just pushed away past the river. Like, that was all they did for a good 10-15 minutes of the game.
And that's what you do when you take a 2-Rax advantage. The 2-Rax advantage makes the tactical movements that you want to do even harder. The fact that VP should have backed off because the Drow was there at the Rax, that's what they should have done. They're at Rax, you back off, you push out the lanes again, then you try it. So if you don't have those opportunities, you got to stop.
Can we start? Can we really start the VP hype train now? I know that we were already shoveling coal into it before this event started, but a comeback like that versus a team like that, and now what was essentially the top seed in their group, surely now everyone can agree that the Virtus.pro hype train is fully rolling.
I think a lot of it as well is that it was a very different strategy. It was split push at the point that they were behind, and they did execute it very well. I would still put a lot of mistake on Newbee there by not going back as soon as he was raxing them, because they should recognize, that guy can definitely take towers fast than you. It doesn't matter that you have a Dragon Knight for poison damage or whatever. Like, Drow plus an IO is going to take towers.
They showed some weakness, though, I think, in this. Like, they lost the laning phase. Which,
yeah, they did.
But that was the closest game I've seen them lose, or seen them win, rather. And then the other one was the one game that they lost during the summit, too. So I think that, the draft, I think, was particularly good for them. They took some of the heroes that they like the Dragon Knight, which I think was really good, the Ogre, which they first picked. Securing first pick versus VP and actually having a good draft is the first step to victory.
Yeah.
And they got Ogre. They took Ogre away from VP, and it still didn't stop them. We can go ahead and start looking at the scoreboard, because it will be kind of baffling to some people when you do see just how much it was tilting in the favor of Newbee, and it was even more so at the start of things. But when you look at that scoreboard, what kind of springs to mind, Purge? What's standing out to you?
The end game kills was 21 kills for Virtus.pro and 42 for Newbee. So they had half of the kills that Newbee had, but they won the game.
If you look at Solo and Pasha, if you look at their scores in this game compared to the other ones we've seen today, I mean, you would expect Pasha's score to be the other way around, not Solo. I don't, on a disruptor, but I mean, Pasha's been going like 9-2, 8-3, like these good scores, and here he is 1-11, 2-17 on Solo. Like Kev said, the fact that they won the game, it's crazy. It goes to show that it's not just about team fight, and I like the fact that VP have got this tool in their toolbox that they can say, well, we'll dig this out and we'll win this game somehow, even from this horrible position.
And it was a horrible position. Overcoming all of the odds, MVP certainly does get a nomination as well. Let's have a quick look at who has been selected for the Virtus.pro player. Drum roll, please. It's going to be Lil. I mean, I guess a lot of that's leaking in from his earlier performance in Game 1. But does that make sense to you, Merlini?
Yes, I think his Wisp play was pretty darn good last game. It was such a hard position to make something happen on a Wisp. In the Weaver game, yeah, he has Drow Aura. He has a pretty good hero that they didn't have any silences for. But this game, I think, really made him shine. Like, the amount of saves that he had, the relocates to save, Pasha, he bought his team many minutes, I would say, of the entire game, which is quite the feat for that hero. And, of course, the Rax play that we saw.
I think the important thing was just that every single fight, it was so hard for Newbee to actually get a kill, despite the fact that they had multiple kinds of stuns, and that they had a Winter Wyvern, and they had a PA. They had all elements, but actually killing somebody was difficult. And it wasn't just IO, obviously. It was also the Astral Imprisonment from OD. It was also things like Force Staffs, having Burrow Strikes to back you up. But IO was always there when he needed to be to save somebody in almost all cases, and that's absolutely impactful.
So while we have you, Purge, there's a replay that you've selected specifically. Now, what is this? Can you set the scene?
Well,
for
this was the team fight after that Newbee grabbed Aegis towards the tier 1 here. It was a really good initiation here for VP. They burrow striked into 2, followed it up with a disrupt ulti from the right side. And right at the start of the fight, it looked like a great initiation. But the issue is that the Aegis was actually on the PA. So despite him getting killed at the start, he's going to respawn. And great initiation from KP on the backline as well, catching 2. So they basically, all the focus coming from VP was countered by the Aegis. This allows Newbee to win the team fight, take the tier 1 tower, kill most of the cores. I think just the IO as well as the Drow got away. And that put Newbee in that position where they finally could go Rax mid. Everything went wrong, obviously, with that split push that happened in that crucial moment. But because of that team fight win, that put it into that 70% win condition that LD mentioned.
So it does seem like the bottom line, the vibe I'm getting here is that there is criticism to be aimed towards Newbee, Ben. It was a kind of their game to lose.
Definitely.
And it was so we could basically all the praise towards Virtus.pro and Newbee. They, as well as us here at the desk, are acknowledging that would not have happened had they played that differently.
Ted was talking about it. It's like there's no perfect games in Dota.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that you could look at that. And I mean, like I was saying. Like Ben is pointing out, I was saying that a lot of these games come down to mistakes. Yeah. If you play perfectly, very little should happen, right? I mean, it really shouldn't. But there are going to be mistakes, and if you're good enough to take advantage of them, like VP did, that's where you get the reward. And then they spotted the mistake, and I guess Newbee just didn't. I mean, that was an error. That was a huge error. It was like a big TP error. It does happen. I don't know how I hope they pick themselves up for this. It was a bad loss, but it's early in the tournament.
And a huge win for Virtus.pro, and that is where we're taking this next. Our MVP is actually standing by with Slacks. It's Lil. He's going to be talking to him about his victory. It's a big one, and talking a big one. So, how's it going, Slacks?
Hello there, Machine. How you guys doing?
Good, dude. Have you finished your brainstorming session? You know, for Lil Weaver. Have you got something for me?
Hey, don't spoil it yet. Shut up, Alex. We're almost there. All right. Anyway.
Okay, do your thing.
Thank you so much. All right, so I am here with Lil. What an amazing game. I'm trying to contain myself. I got a little excited. You told me to calm down before the interview, so thank you for that. Question number 1, before we get into 2, because it was crazy. In game 1, you were playing this support Weaver of yours. Do you ever get flamed in pubs when you do support Weaver?
Actually, I have like 19% win rate with playstyle like that. You go easy lane, level 3, and then go roaming all the map. It's very, very strong strategy.
But do you feel like you're playing support when you play that Weaver, a support Weaver?
Actually, this meta is kind of strange, and every hero can be any position. So that like farm easy, support who buys wards, mid player, and hard laner. And like hard laner can be position 5, Sun King with just boots, and Weaver can position 4 can be like top 1 networks. That.
So, yeah, it's not support, right? It's in anything. We should rename it. Do you have any name? What should we call your Weaver from now on?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, check this out. I was thinking about it. You got a Lil Leet Beetle. The Leetle. Huh?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, I thought you'd be a little bit more excited, but that's all right. Okay, let's forget about it. No one. I interviewed him earlier. He gave me literally nothing. Do you guys, does he talk to you? Does he communicate with you guys?
We don't talk with that guy. Actually, I don't know who is it. No one.
No, he just literally doesn't exist. He just goes on his own.
Just like a shade on the right of me. I don't know who is that guy. He's just playing, doing double rampage, triple rampage. I have no idea who is that guy.
Okay, I feel a lot better now. Thank you. All right, so let's get this over with. Game 2, absolutely incredible. To me, there's no way you were going to win that game. Dragon Knights go in mid, and then all of a sudden, you and Ramses, the Wisp and the Drow, stealing 2 racks and changing the entire game, basically winning it. What is that communication like? When you guys are there on that racks, are you screaming at each other? Are you calm? Describe for us what it was like.
No, actually, in such situations like that, you don't yelling. You just play patient, and we just go, and I said Ramses, they have no TPs, they just TP'd mid. They have 1 creep wave, no other creep wave, so there will be a vector system, so we can push mid, and then he said, go, we pushed bot, and he said, go mid. And we just took to lanes and just go back.
Yeah, so complete trust, complete confidence, no arguing. Well, that's amazing. That's actually incredible. So, I mean, there you go. Now I know why you keep 2-0-ing everybody. You're number 1 now Are you going to keep 2-0ing everybody? Is this what we can expect to see from you guys?
What? Sorry.
Are you going to keep 2-0ing everybody?
Yeah, sure. That's
Yeah, well, sure.
Easy measure, we are very confident. Don't see any teams who can beat us. One game.
All right. Well, easy confidence, easy wins, and hopefully we'll see some more of VP. I'm sure I'll be talking to you a lot more in this tournament. Back to you guys over at the panel, and you, Alex, for almost spoiling me. Thank you. Lidl, very good.
I'm sorry. It won't happen again. All right. Well, Lil with a little bit of confidence there. It sounds like he's going to make this major his... I don't know. I was going to say make it his bitch, but I feel like that's really not necessary to say. I've just said it anyway. Anyway, Merlini, Pyrian Flags, and Purge. Just for the final kind of his closing thoughts and, of course, questions from social media. We can have a little look what people have been throwing at us. It looks like, hello, panel. Do you agree VP versus Newbee Game 2 is 11 out of 10? Looks like some memes.
That was definitely a very good game.
Yeah.
There's no way around that. Amazing team fights. There was a good 6 team fights where the smallest little mistake would have completely upset the victory, forced a buyback on somebody that gives one team momentum. It was a great game.
So far, so good. I mean, what's so awesome is that, I think the Ben's word said it perfectly, is you don't get that in every event. 1 in 3 events, right, Ted? That's just, the excitement here is we're in our second game, if not our third game of broadcast, and already we've had a play like that.
I couldn't tell if Ben was saying once every 2 or 3 events, or maybe 2 or 3 times per event.
No.
Based on his math, he meant once every 3, because I was like, but it should be 2 to 3%.
Yeah, it's rare. And I mean, that's the exciting... One of the most exciting parts about Dota is that even from a lead like that, and Ben was like, this game's over.
Yeah.
It's over. And I was like, dude, you can't say that.
Stop it,
Stop
Ben.
it. I said, it's exciting. He was like, this is over. This is over. It ain't over till it's over. I mean, that's the beauty of it. That you can have this 20k lead and double their kills, more than double it was at the time, and supposedly there's no way for them to come back, and they did. They came out. They said, well, you should never GG out of games early. Come on.
Wonderful stuff. Any closing thoughts from you then, Ben? I don't know if we've got another question as well, that we'll see. Any closing thoughts to wrap up that series? Newbee, you're just a little upset about them. You did put your prediction. You put faith in them.
I did. I think that VP have shown really strong signs, though. I think that was a really good game for them to win, just morally and showing that they have a ton of experience under their belt. And people were like, yeah, Ramsey is still maybe a little bit newer, at least compared to some of the other players here. But I think pulling that kind of play just cements them as whatever breakout player, whatever you want to call them, as
breakout
the real
team,
deal.
maybe.
It was diverse winning conditions. Game 1, really good draft win. Game 2, completely behind, still won it through weird means. So they're very diverse. They have a lot of ways to win.
That's how Wings won TI6. It's just a lot of different things. And I think VP have the same thing. They're not a one-trick pony, not a one-patch wonder, whatever whatever the term is.
Yeah, diversity. It's just
diversity.
The power of diversity, which is also a kind of cool street dance group.
Don't care.
You should know that. Have you not seen Diversity? They do backflips and stuff. I like them.
Not into that.
No?
I like Dota.
Can you imagine Purge doing street dance? That's something I would
Can you
pay to
imagine
see.
Purge doing anything but play Dota? That's the question. Try to picture him doing anything.
I'm trying
Never
now.
happened.
I've seen him eat. He does eat.
Yeah, I'm into food.
I'm into food.
While watching Dota.
Can you hear a war cry in this room? Is it just me?
I think that's Slack's, pretty sure. He's practicing for later.
Okay, well.
I think the jib needs oiling.
That's not it. Anyway, we've got street dance. We've got some various oil. We'll go ahead and take a break so we're going to get lathered up for our next one. We have got a good game ahead of us. It's going to be MVP Phoenix going up against NP. We'll see if they can redeem themselves after falling flat versus Virtus.pro. So do stay tuned, and we'll be back very quickly. Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Boston Major. I have yet to use an awful Boston accent, and that is an achievement in itself. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, and we are just blazing through this day. It's been Stomp City, at least here on the main broadcast. Not the same case for elsewhere, though, of course, there are other streams available if you add a 2 to this URL you're currently watching. Still joining me for this panel to talk about the losers match. That's right, 2 teams that have fallen upon hard times. I've got myself, Winter, Ted, and, of course, Purge on the end there. Gentlemen, we've got an intriguing one here. We have got MVP Phoenix. First time we're going to be seeing them. I think it'd be foolish not to spend most time just kind of covering them for our viewers. And who better than Purge to kind of jump in and just set the scene for MVP Phoenix coming in as an invited team.
Yeah, it's a team that maybe was surprising to invite since they were a little bit different than how they played at TI, different rosters, obviously. But they're almost the same now. Frev did have a brief stint playing on Secret for a few months, but that fell apart. He left the team. Now back to MVP. So from their original 5-man roster that they kept a long time, the new player is Velo, actually. So other than that, about the same. Still very talented, similar play styles, definitely has potential for upsets. Pretty much every major they go to, they knock a better rated team out of the winner's bracket in their first match every single time. So they're definitely a big threat.
So teams just kind of, is it the cut that they haven't got a grasp of them? They don't prepare as hard for them? They seem to always be causing upsets?
I would just say it's a different playstyle. Would you agree, Winter? Like
different
playstyle than like a lot of the other expected teams.
Yeah.
MVP has always been so aggressive.
I think this is just MVP's thing. They can beat anyone, but they can lose to anyone.
Oh, gosh. So, I mean, surely that's inconsistency. That's the word we use there.
It's just how they play. High risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they don't prioritize farming. They prioritize taking team fights. And it works because they're so on the same page. They definitely know when somebody's out of position as a team. So it's like they all react perfectly. And that's one advantage that they sometimes have over other teams, even if their individual skills not as high as competitors.
And of course, going up against them is Team NP, who, well, I mean, they started and the game was almost over immediately. Virtus.pro did do a number on them, and now they're going to go ahead and try and battle for redemption. Certainly no slouches, though. Eternal Envy, MSS, SVG, and Rose. We promise his hair is pink in real life.
I think it's hard to judge them so far just because they
really
played
fair.
against VP, who, you know, they looked super strong. So it's kind of like if your first bracket of games happens to be against a team that we're probably going to say is going to be finalists, then it is difficult to gauge. They didn't look great. I think they definitely need to pick themselves up. They're good players. They've got good knowledge. I mean, they should be doing better, and I expect them to do better in this game.
Is this, I mean, you guys know the personalities much better than me. Is this a roster that would perhaps, you know, be prone to the TILT, to losing a game so considerably and then, you know, falling off the face of the planet, tilting a little bit? Is that something that these personalities hang on? No,
so?
Look at Winter's reaction. This is perfect. So you know them. What are you saying here? I'm seeing nods.
Well, there's Jackie Mao, so...
Yeah,
Okay.
Envy is kind of, I would say, known for perhaps making errors occasionally, but he's also rightly known for being a fabulous player and capable of doing things that are brilliant and winning games. So
he should be an MVP, you know.
Who?
Jackie.
Well, because it's risk and reward.
He's kind of like QO, except QO maybe does a little bit less of that mistakes. But what I like about NP as a team is that they do make those mistakes, sometimes as a team occasionally, but they still are very good and they still win games. It's very interesting how that works out for them. And yeah, they looked not good earlier today, but in the last couple of weeks, they had a huge upswing of performance. They got second at Beat Invitational, losing 0-2 to Wings, but they knocked out some pretty good teams. I think they could place decently high this event.
Now, while we have you, we saw MSS early today, and he is actually featured in our matchup we bring up. Every time before we do jump into a game, we choose 2 players and throw them head-to-head. You chose the off lane this time. Why was that, Kevin?
Yeah, I think these are the 2 crucial roles for both teams. Frev often plays teamfight initiator heroes, like things like Axe, Tidehunter, people that know when it's time to go in and to start the fight. They make few mistakes. MSS, similar playstyle, extremely high individual skill, can be pretty diverse in his play styles, but both of them are arguably some of the most mechanically talented on each team. So I feel like for both teams, they are the crucial hero, the crucial player, that is. When MSS does well, NP wins. That's one of the most common things that casters say, because it's definitely true. If you can shut him down, he's usually the one that makes plays if Envy drops the ball a little bit. Okay,
so it's kind of if there's a priority order, it would be Envy and then MSS in terms of finding success, win conditions, having performance on both.
Maybe the other way. I would say MSS then Envy, most likely.
What about you, Winter? You think MSS is an integral part to success for them?
Yeah, it's very important. Like we saw in the series against VP, they sacked everyone else and they just took care of Aoi. And look what happened to them in that game. Like both games were so difficult for them.
Yeah. I wonder if Purge, you're going to be swayed with your predictions here. You've seen it. You've seen both. I know that you've certainly seen a lot of MVPs play.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
I would say NP has the drafting knowledge that they should be able to give themselves an advantage over MVP, because they're one of the heavy theory craft teams in my opinion. I think that's what you need to look at what MVP consistently does.
Sometimes they overthink things.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
But if they give it 90% and don't play E-Blades on draw when they're winning, then yes, they'll win.
Okay, so one for MP. What about you, Ted?
I backed MP before.
You did.
I was pretty horribly wrong. But like I said, my reasons for backing them here, and I'm going to, is that they did play against VP, who were, in my opinion, almost certainly going to be one of the 2 finalists, if not, top 4 at least. So I do think they can beat MVP. I think MP will have gone away and thought about it. Like Kev said, they do theory craft a lot, and I think I'll say MP to win. But I think it might be 2-1 rather than 2-0.
Is this going to be our first panel where everyone predicts that? Nah, there it is. Winter, what's going on with you?
I think MVP can definitely beat MP. I mean, they had a rough first series. They got stomped pretty badly. I didn't watch the games, but
sure.
I think MVP, people say that in scrims they were really scary, so I'm going to stick to that.
Sticking to that. But, I mean, isn't there always a discussion about you take scrims with a pinch of salt? Or, I mean, do I assume that transfers into Dota, or not so much?
I'd give it 75% accurate, maybe.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. So
not,
MVP
not
is scary
100%, not 100%, but...
Definitely.
I mean, if you're winning your scrims, you're definitely doing something right.
Yeah, sure. And, I mean, just because I really like your belt buckle today, which they can't see, I'm going to go with you. I like to make really educated predictions. MVP for me.
I'm upset about that, but...
I mean, I've already told you I love your tie clip. Come on now. I can't be throwing compliments around all the time, otherwise they lose their meaning.
I'm just looking at MVP's drafts from the first 2 games.
Okay, piecing it together.
They're kind of interesting. The first game they went Drow, Visage, Prophet, and then
Did
they had Ogre.
Did they do a
Disruptor.
mid Visage?
Weird.
I guess. And then in the other game they had Naga Siren, Venge, Axe, Undying, Witch Doctor.
Okay.
So and they were up against a Drow Morph.
No wonder they lost. They did a mid Visage.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like Visage Drow is like a combo, but it didn't work out, and they lost in 21 minutes as well.
They have Visage and they have Prophet.
Yeah.
It does seem like the community is favouring NP in this one. Let's not forget that both of these teams have conceded a 2-0 or a 0-2 coming into this game now.
I think NP is more likely to win, but I think that number is also off. I think MVP.
The community votes with their heart.
Yeah, you don't have to assume that this is educated. Educated predictions. This is usually just, predictions that I make. Like I like his belt buckle or something along those lines. I like Rose's hair.
Thanks.
That's probably.
But
what
I really like MVP. Like they're really nice guys. I like their team. I like the way they play.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I would back them. But I just think MP have to bounce back. I think they've got to.
Okay, well, with all of that said, it is draft time. And this is always fun when you get to see the analysts' faces as the draft completely changes their opinion. But it is almost ready. And already you're saying MVP is drafting madness at the moment, Ted. Is that what you're telling me? That it's been a bit of a weird journey in their first game?
I just think they were trying stuff out.
Okay, experimenting.
I mean,
They're not trying stuff out. They just like those, Kyo, basically, he drafted mid Visage.
But, I mean, in both games, it was, completely different.
Yeah.
2 completely different lineups. It was just kind
Drow
of...
again.
Maybe they're trying to find their lineup for this tournament, their go-to sort of lineup, but we'll see.
So the common trends, let's quickly outline them. Winter, what have we seen in terms of the draft? What has been a recurring presence in the bans?
Well, I think it really depends on what team you're playing against. Like every series has their own set of bans.
Sure.
But I think that what we see in common is how important is laning. I don't think I'll change my opinion on that. I think laning phase has been extremely crucial in all the games we've seen today.
I was having a quick look. It does seem like Batrider has been banned or picked in almost every single game. In fact, every single game, 100% ban or pick rate so far here at the Boston Major.
Warlock.
Oh, and that's our first Warlock I think we've seen.
On mainstream, at least?
On mainstream, excuse me.
It's definitely an absolute staple of NP. They've been doing this for weeks here, so no big surprise.
Yeah.
Gives you
So
great
very good
laning advantage. It's definitely good skirmish advantage as well. Fatal Bonds is fantastic against an enemy team that's constantly fighting because they can't just disengage, heal up, come back into the fight. So
you just can't beat Warlock in a team fight. It's very difficult in the early game. He's way too strong. We've seen teams draft around it. Recently, I think I saw a Panda, Brewmaster pick being used against the Rock with the Dispel. The Storm aspect, you have the Dispel, and you can Dispel the Fatal Bonds as well. The Fatal Bonds is just so much damage in the early fights. And not only that, when you lose a fight against Warlock, you lose objectives. He takes your towers very easily. That's the hero is actually very, very strong in the meta.
Yeah, and of course we can just quickly highlight as to why. While we are waiting for MVP Phoenix, I'd love Winter if you could just explain, the strengths both with his, his fatal bonds, his heal, his ultimate. He's got almost everything you need.
Yeah, he's very good in the lane, like Kevin mentioned, like laning phase wise, like how much I'd like to reiterate how important it is in the laning phase right now in the current meta, and Warlock definitely has everything: the lanes, the heal, the team fight.
It's intense. It is. And has anyone been kind of when I asked before, I said the Warlock. Why haven't we seen it before? You said it depends on the team.
Yep.
This one makes sense to NP. And can anyone explain as to why? It's just knowing the players, knowing their playstyle. Is that what it is?
I think most of the teams would pick Warlock if they could. Like a lot of the teams.
It's certainly a signature of NP though. They've been doing a lot of reliance on like Fatal Bonds, like Mirana. Yeah, exactly. Double Starstorm. Get AoE skills to match with Fatal Bonds to get kills.
Osprey, I think. Warlock plus Osprey is probably the most scary one.
That sounds pretty good, yeah. I think the one thing that NP has to focus on, and I think they are adjusting MVP's playstyle, they have to stop the ability for MVP to do fights that are like 45 seconds, 1 minute long. They have to like get in there, take the fight, and win it. If they lose fights and they don't have Warlock ulti anymore, they're going to run into some big trouble. So in some ways, grabbing heals is a good way to offset that. It's kind of like grabbing skills that allow you to do what MVP normally playstyle is good at. Just keep your heroes alive, constantly trade until you get a kill or an advantage.
MVP has the Ogre plus Lifesteal, and MP responded with the same thing. In the previous series, when they saw the Lifesteal, they went for the Omni.
Is it just a kind of snap reaction, knee-jerk reaction?
That's kind of good.
It's the same thing they did in the last series, so I think it's something that they think it's a counter, like anti-strat.
Hey! Stop taking the mickey out of my dumb lingo. A counter. It's a counter.
It's not dumb, it's just new here. That's all. We're just a little uncertain. Anti-strat.
It's definitely good. I mean, Omni ults and Lifestealer does no more damage. Like that part alone is amazing. You can heal and repel whoever gets gone on in the first place, possibly keep them alive. But that's a lot of what MP looks like right now. If they can't keep whoever gets initiated on alive with their heals, they're going to lose the fight, almost for sure.
Yeah, but the thing with having Omni Knight plus Warlock is like you don't have an offlaner that has a initiate. Like when you draft Warlock, you want to have multiple ways of initiating, so your Golem can be used at the right time. You don't want to just see the enemy and use the Golem right away.
Yeah. It's too easy for them to just like walk away, you do want to time it right, and I guess you can play around it. Like if you know the enemy team's just looking for you to group up so they can just drop a Golem on you, if you can play around that, then it kind of skewers their chances.
I mean, Rubik is really, really good against Warlock. There's a lot of it's quite easy to steal the Golem, and if you don't get the Golem, you're most likely getting Fatal Bonds, which is also great for your team.
Omni out as well, you can steal. Yeah, in fact, most of Omni's spells are really good to steal. So.
Another hard disable. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, basically what MVP has right now is non-cooldown reliant lineup. Rubik, Lifestealer, Ogre doesn't really have any long cooldowns, and MP from their opening draft, they've already tell their enemies, we're going to play with our big cooldowns, we're going to want to group up, fight you, and that's just what it's going to be our plan. And MVP, they're just like a team. Like everyone said, they run at you. They rarely draft around like spells that rely on very long cooldowns. They are always running at you, trying to take fights all the time. So they don't like to play like this.
And what's cool about this, in my opinion, is that if NP only picks strong team fight things, then MVP can kind of just try to move around the map, gank, farm, and go passive. And they can do that with Ogre because it's going to help give all of their cores way more farm speed.
I mean, that really depends on how NP builds up the rest of the heroes for their team fight lineup, because when you have like a very heavy team fight composition lineup, you want to have other heroes that can actually push the lane, split push, and when the lanes are all pushed out, then you can group up as 5 and you run at the enemy's towers. So Mirana would be really, really good for that.
Yeah.
Not only for the Fatal Bonds, but because of the lanes.
Well, they've got a Timbersaw.
So non-cooldown reliant, and it's very, very good in the laning phase.
So there's very little cooldown reliance then on
MVP. Timber plus Ogre. Like if you look at their lanes, Timber plus Ogre, it's going to cause a lot of problems for the MP's lane.
Also, if you think so far, they've only got Arrow like as a stun, or
they don't have
Golem. That's it. It's hard for them to lock down the Timbersaw. Drow Ranger,
another one.
They're all inning on this, I think. Drow Ranger, Mirana.
Yep.
It's not a weird MP draft at all. These are all super standard heroes that they pick.
Their lanes, I don't know. I'm very worried about their lanes.
Do they not have to then look at all at what MVP Phoenix are doing and thinking, how do we stop Timbersaw? How do we stop Lifesteal?
I'm sure like MVP is like, they don't even worry about what MP has right now. They're just going to focus on what they have. They're going to win the lanes. Like what we saw happen in the series where MP lost to VP.
What,
They had a very solid like 5-man lineup, but they lost their lanes way too hard.
I don't think their laning's that bad though. I mean, they could do Omni Knight versus Timber 1v1. That's fantastic for Omni. Especially pre-6, Timber's not going to be able to out-DPS what Omni's doing.
Yeah, but Timber, no, I think the lanes will probably be the Timber plus Ogre against the Drow lane. It's very difficult for them to zone the Timber. When Timber gets level 3, 2 points reactive.
But they still have another support to pick. You've got Drow Ranger, you've got Warlock, who's already amazing, plus Drow Aura. If you get another hero like Witch Doctor or something with some Maledict,
Yeah, they have to draft like
or
something
a stun.
that's like this. Because usually I know
Disruptor?
I know SVG plays like the roamer, like the Elder Titan, the Earth Spirit. He's like the roaming guy. They usually don't play like this, but yeah, they have to like adjust accordingly towards the enemy. I mean, they could possibly have a pretty good lane for that, like a range. They need a tri-range hero to zone the Ogre plus the Timber.
Disruptor or something.
Yeah, but still, I think the Ogre should be able to do enough to ensure that the Timber, as long as the Timber gets 2 things, Poor Man's Shield plus 2 points in reactive, it's going to be very hard for them to zone.
I don't know if I agree. 1 skill point in Warlock with Shadow Word, that's 180 damage. 1 skill point in Thunderstrike, that's like 300 magic damage.
He's not going to be alone. Ogre is going to be there to tank the other spells. Like basically,
I guess that's
what
true.
the Ogre has to do is to make sure that the supports use their mana on him.
Right.
So the Timber farms the lane and he gets the Poor Man's Shield and level 3, 2 points in reactive. Once that happens, the Timber is just going to be able to farm in the lane.
So it's just a question of like getting to level 3 and then Timber is
that's the
is
Ogre's.
comfortable.
That's the Ogre's job. He needs to
Right.
make sure the supports can't touch the Timber. And Ogre is the strongest hero in the
he
first
is
5
pretty
minutes.
big as well.
Yeah,
just
8
kind
armor.
of moving in front of everything. No worries. It looks like we have got a confirmation it is going to be a Venomancer.
Yep. So this is kind of a cool way to do it. So if they are going to have trouble with contesting that off
Wait,
lane,
are they jungling the Venom?
then that's the thing. They could put it in the jungle. If they're aggro dual laning, put it in the jungle instead. Get really fast levels, and then he can rotate and do tons of magic damage. Or they can put Veno as a support in the lane to just have so much magic that he can help zone Timber, even if he has reactive armor and Poor Man's Shield.
So they're gonna actually have who was playing? I think MSS was playing the Venom. It's gonna be like an off lane Venom support.
Wow.
Support.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god.
Oh,
okay.
it's confirmed.
I'm very worried about the lanes. I think MVP has very good lanes to deal with that.
Okay, so well, I mean that does answer my question. I was going to say everyone comfortable with their predictions. MVP. There you go. You heard it from Winter. He's got faith in MVP, especially given the draft. We'll head over to our casters though. It's Fogged and Toby who are going to be casting through this one. Let's see what they're thinking after watching that.
Fogged, I don't know. I really don't know if we should trust Winter on this one.
Really? I'm liking MVPs.
I'm liking MVPs. It definitely has a lot of merit to it. But at the same time, we were talking about this, the Warlock coming in. There is a lot of dot damage. This is going to tick down. MP may be dead by the time that all of MVP dies, but it still looks like a very rough run if MVP wants to 5v5.
Yeah, but that's the one thing is, are they going to 5v5? It looks like MVP, though. This is what they like to do. They like to do these scrappy fights, just constantly running at you, and this is what they drafted for. I'm happy to see that both teams kind of just went for their own styles, rather than like, they're just like, oh, we're going to counterpick all over the place. No, they're just doing like what they want, but this is kind of an approach that EG did, especially versus like the Timbersaw and stuff. They did it like a lot of magic damage. That's what Veno gives you. That's what Warlock gives you. So we'll see how it ends up working for them, and we'll see if both these teams can actually bounce back from their defeats that they had earlier.
Yeah, and that was pretty crushing. We were looking at the statistics on MP as well as MVP, and MP only just got on the statistic board crushed slightly more because their KDA was a little bit lower. But it's a new day. It's a new fight for these guys, and looking for some kind of momentum as MVP 5-man smoke invade into the MP jungle. So we're looking at the Venomancer to start inside the jungle. MVP want to have something to say about it.
Well, it's MSS playing the Veno, right? So it's he's gonna be laning a bit. So they're gonna try to dodge.
Because they didn't switch it because it's Savage on the Omni Knight.
Yep. And look, they're putting heavy emphasis on making sure that this Timbersaw gets a good lane. Like they gave Dubu, he didn't buy anything. He bought a TP, but he started with Windlace, Arbor Venom, and they pulled him a Tango. So he's gonna be running around just he's gonna be Ogre, but he wants to guarantee this Timbersaw's lane in the first scenario. But yeah, NP, like we kind of thought, they're probably going to go for some dodging lanes. They're probably going to put the Veno safe lane as we see this, and Drow Ranger's going to do some like dual lane with the Warlock or the Omni Knight just kind of running around. See which one they decide to do.
Well, for now, the Veno's already planning his banana plantation on bottom lane, so he looks pretty comfortable down there. Nothing too unusual with the rune grabs, and everyone was going to go into their lane. So Newbee starts in the mid, and it does look like MP is at least going to have Savage body block at the start. And then we get this dual offlane. The Warlock as well as the Drow Ranger. That's a lot of base damage from these two, but the sustain from MP is also quite strong. Like if they need to, they can rotate the Omni Knight up, and then you've got that that double heal to keep the Drow Ranger aggressive.
They just want to pressure this Lifestealer as much as possible, and it's. I mean, we'll see how it works for them, but I think that this bottom lane is going to be interesting. Like Timber's going to free farm. Veno's going to pretty much free farm. And they also, MVP committed both wards into the enemy jungle, so they're going to want to watch those rotations that are going on. And they wanted to make sure that this Veno can't go to the jungle as well. I'm assuming that's why they put that other ward to watch that hard camp. But yeah, laning Veno.
Surprised they still made that move. Like,
yeah,
like after you see Savage being on the Omni Knight, you're like, well, okay, this is going to be different. But they still committed that vision. So now they can't see if MP rotate off the top lane. Of course, what they can do is just completely zone out Eternal Envy. So he has to salve up already 1 minute in. He's got 1-1 CS against QO. This Ogre has already paid dividends.
Yeah, the one thing I thought NP would do, since they're doing this like dual/tri aggro lane, is at least like block the pull or emphasize a lot on blocking that pull, so that they can obviously just like get the lane back into their favor and just farm under the tower. But they didn't choose to do that. We'll probably see them just try to like maybe pull the side camp as much as possible to make sure they keep their levels up in that tri lane, because you don't want to just keep a tri lane there and just splitting experience in that manner. You definitely want to be sure to maximize as much as possible.
Another lane we've got to keep our eyes on is MSS versus Forev. He's already managed to get Forev down insanely low, so while Eternal Envy keeps burning consumables in the mid, MSS is getting Forev down to his last tango, and that's a level 2 Gale with the Poison Sting, so heavy amounts of damage to Forev, and there's not much he can do about it, apart from actually want MSS to attack him so he gets reactive armor charges.
Yeah, once he gets his Poor Man's Shield, once he gets the, obviously the level 2 reactive armor, which he does have now, it'll start changing up a bit. Maybe we'll see Dubu make a rotation too if he starts feeling too much pressure, but he should be okay as long as he keeps that, as long as he keeps the reactive armor stacks up, which he should be able to do here by just
There's a pincer in mid, Eternal Envy, they come in from both sides, but Dubu's got no mana, so he can't throw an Ignite, he can't throw a stun, and Febby didn't get in range to grab him in, and now the arrow that hits perfectly. Dubu's in trouble, Eternal Envy a Starfall, and that'll be a first blood going the way of NP.
Got him. Yeah, Envy with the nice arrow, nice leap, good awareness there. And he needs that, he's getting pressured super hard in the lane. He needs to get some kills to bring himself back.
It's kind of the downside about those 2 Observer Wards again, right? Like, you don't have any Observer Ward in the mid lane watching for the TP support to come in. All you do is you just watch inside the Radiant jungle, which is vacant at the moment.
Yeah, oh, and wow.
He actually got the solo
gets him
kill?
with the solo kill, with the level 2 Gale, level 2 Poison. Not emphasizing on getting wards at all, obviously, because you can just stack reactive armors with it, and you can farm incredibly easily just killing those play wards. So Mojo doing a great job in this.
Now they're going to go top lane. Lifesteal's in trouble. He's Fatal Bonded up, but it's Savage. Purification doesn't do any damage as Lifesteal just runs away under the cover of Rage. He's still bonded to one of the creeps in the lane, but that's not enough to kill him. He's just waiting for it to wear off and then salve up.
Yeah, NP's doing a great job of emphasizing on the other 2 lanes, just because they know like the mid lane is kind of tough, even though they can bring in a couple rotations. Envy will struggle a bit on the CS board.
Another rotation. It's going to be a smoke move from Febby and Dubu. MSS stuck around a little bit too long, and now he's going to pay the price for it, so gets ignited. Picked up, TP support, not coming in, so they're going to sacrifice MSS. He hits him with a level 3 Venomous Gale, even commits Fairy Fire. Don't know if he was hoping for that kill on Febby, and in fact, with the Venomous Gale,
he's going to drop.
He's pretty low, but I don't know if it's actually death. Febby, TP comes a little late, but he ticks out all the way in the fountain. He thought he might have been home and hosed, but it's not the case.
The Fairy Fire, dude. That extra right click gets him the kill. Doesn't get experience, of course, but gets a nice 258 gold bounty for MSS there.
You take anything as a Venomancer, you're still like looking at this guy as a 3 position. So,
but with this movement though, they're completely sacking Velo in this in the short lane. So his tower is going to be taken, and he's going to be pressured really heavily, which is not really what you want as a lifestealer. You definitely want to be able to get at least like 1 or 2 items up, but at least he'll have the lane pushed into him, and he'll be able to get some like free CS once it pushes that far. But we'll probably see NP just keep a hero up here, just keep shoving it in his face so he's not able to just free farm.
I'm wondering who that hero is. Like, if the Drow Ranger, okay, bottom lane, Forev, I don't know if with the Timber Chain away, he got hit by both the Nova and the Gale, and that may just be enough magical damage to bring him down. The Nova and the Gale is ticking the reactive armor charges, are giving him the regeneration to survive, but is it enough? He's so low, 12, and he actually chains himself away, but he's still alive. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, the Warlock's going to drop. But the Fatal Bonds connects them up, so Velo not too healthy. Dubu moves into the tree lines. They're still connected by the Fatal Bonds, but no damage coming into the Ogre. The Fatal Bonds are still going to last a little bit longer, so it's setting up. Envy needs to kind of hit that arrow to make it work, but it's not going to happen, so Dubu will just have to sacrifice himself as, well, yeah, Omni Knight will take the kill on the Ogre Magi.
Yeah, MVP smoked up and tried to put some pressure to try to give Lifestealer some space there. They obviously get 1 kill, but losing another because of that Envy rotation. So like you said, though, Envy is doing like those very early rotations, only level 5, and making the moves right away because, you know, QO's pressuring him so hard in that mid lane, just obviously with the constant dagger spam and with the Ogre's assistance in the earlier stage. But man, Forev is getting pressured pretty damn hard. He's getting decent farm, but MSS is definitely coming out ahead on this.
And MSS is going to get an injection of money. And where do you actually go with that as the Venomancer? Do you try and amplify it? Did you look for the Veil?
He can, yeah. Veil's definitely a good choice, especially with the heroes that they already have. Like with Mirana, once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, it boosts it up so much with the Fatal Bonds. Envy now getting jumped on.
Yeah, trying to have a
Should be
crack.
fine,
Rose is in the neighborhood, so he'll start off with a Shadow Word, but then he gets initiated on. Both the Ignite plus the Blast. Envy with the Starfall. QO is dropping low. Remember, he's got the Shadow Word on him and the Fatal Bonds together. Envy's so low too. They'll find the kill, but Dubu can't. Oh, he can see uphill, and he'll find that hit.
That is a rich Ogre now, getting both of those kills.
They look for a counter attack on the bottom lane. Forev, real issues to run away from this one. It's not the Omni Knight which we saw from MP previously, where they got a lot of early levels, including the points up in Degen Aura.
Got him
but
again.
You still have that burst damage from Purification, plus the tick from the Gale.
The max Veno Gale. I mean, it's working with the Veno with the Drow Aura on top too. He's able to put just like a little bit damage, just enough to tick him over the edge. But that Starfall from the Mirana. If it actually hit QO, it would have probably killed him instantly, and Envy could have probably lived in that manner, but a little bit of unfortunate for him because both of them were standing next to him. AUI getting pressured now. He's got a TP.
You do have a stun, however, available on Dubu, plus Fabi coming with telekinesis. He wants more help, but nothing's TPing. Oh, Fabi just walked straight past him. He didn't react. Now he will get the telekinesis, drag him back. The Gust hits on all three, and they can't stun him. AUI will survive.
Nice play by AUI. A little bit of maybe a misstep by Fabi, didn't really get the lift on him right away, but nice little juke into the trees for sure.
And now it's to mid lane. Envy's preparing himself almost like the roaming forward position. Looks for the arrow. Off target. Hero didn't see it coming, but the Starfall will connect. Envy's still taking a lot of damage from the tower, but the damage into the creep wave is not enough to kill QO. QO gets the crit, but he's almost down. He drops so low and survives. The Fatal Bonds just didn't do enough work, and Envy needed like just one more hit. One more hit would have done it.
If he hadn't crit there, Envy would have probably turned and killed him. That was very ballsy by QO for sure, but pays off for him, going with the RNG.
That's the MVP style, man. It's YOLO with the RNG as factor. Now, mid lane, Savage comes over. Forev gets hit by the Purification. There is a point up in Degen Aura, and they hit the Gust, but the Timber Chain already connects. And drags Forev away.
Yeah, Radiant uses a scan bottom. They're expecting a rotation onto MSS. He's hiding now up in the tree line. But yeah, also looking at the wards now from both teams, they obviously wanted to emphasize getting Velo some free farm because you don't want your Lifestealer to obviously just get pressured so hard. So they put that high ward up there to watch the movement. And they even check to see if they have a jungle ward. If NP has a jungle ward, they're up on the high ground. They put a sentry down. So definitely emphasizing on making sure that this Lifestealer gets a bit of a better start than what he was put with.
Envy just came in range of the Tier 1 tower, at least its vision, not its actual range to get hit by. But QO on the run, the slows there. Envy gonna stay in the trees, listening to HY, but QO just wants to walk it off. If he can, he's blocked him, the Plague Ward holds him, he can Phantom Strike up to that range creep and try and get back to the Tier 1 tower. Savage stays on his tail. QO, he's not gonna tick out just yet, the Poison Sting does the work. So the kill goes the way of the Venomancer. Meanwhile, Warlock dies in between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 tower with a heavy dive from MVP.
That's great for SVG too, because he gets all the experience from that kill, or he gets like a good like surge of experience from getting the PA kill from the Veno Gale. And now they are going to be able to get their own pressure from MVP in the top lane. They end up getting a kill on the Warlock who's rotating up there, but
he's TPing into the middle of 3 heroes. He's got Repel on him, so they can't stun straight away. But the Repel doesn't last too long, and they know the grab! He caught him with the telekinesis, pulls him back in. Envy, well, grabbed by the tail and yanked back into MVP.
That's one of those cast point things, you know? It's like the cast was already happening pretty much as the leap happens, but it just looks kind of funny in that manner because it looks like he grabbed him so far away. So a little bit unfortunate for Envy. And he's actually struggling quite a bit on that net worth chart. He's pretty much a little bit below the Timbersaw.
Well, he got nothing in the lane, really. Like, he hits 25 CS, but that's from like coming into the other lanes and then just star-falling it down. So at least you can play catch-up with Mirana. That's better than like an OD, for example, being well behind.
Yeah, and they at least like obviously he wants to get his Aghanims at a good timing, but they have things that like boost his farm, you know, or boost his damage in the fight. So they'll have the Veil eventually on the Venomancer. They'll have Fatal Bonds on top. So at least there's going to be that for him.
Well, Forever's still trying to get up in the face of the Veno. But the rotations from MP, it never really feels like MSS is alone, but it never really feels like he's got multiple people in the lane too. Now AUI comes down, so it's the timing to try and take out the tier 1 towers. It's around the right timing for this anyway.
Yeah, they want to. I mean, this is Drow, right? You want to group up. You want to be able to take a couple towers, not just one of them at this point. And yeah, you want to be ahead in towers with the Drow lineup, especially when you're playing versus a lineup like MVP's. But MVP could make the rotation. You know, they have PA farming really well. He's got a DD in the bottle. Velo as well has a TP. He's got the Infest up too.
I'm kind of a little bit surprised about AUI going for this. I don't know if he's actually planning on finishing up the entire Dominator, or if it's just meant to be a casual Morbid Mask.
I guess I'm not too sure yet, but well, I mean, we'll see what he usually does. Usually we just see the Dragonlance rush.
Yeah.
But this is a team, you know, this is the theory crafting team. We've mentioned it a billion times. These guys always do these type of, maybe a little bit of unorthodox builds, but they've definitely thought about every little type of
he needs to go
niche thing.
He needs to go like the full old school, but up against a PA would be suicide. I don't know if it was AUI that used to do it. Nice Nile of the Tower by Forev. But the old Mask of Madness with a little bit of crit behind it was...
I knew you were going to say.
Yeah, you knew it too. Yeah, you know me too well, Fogged.
You emphasized that so much. Boston Qualifiers, you were just like, I'm waiting to see it. Yep. It's the best.
It is, but not in this game. It's terrible in this game. You'll die so quickly in this game if you build it.
Yeah.
But with the Dominator, hey, you said a theory crafting team.
Yeah.
If AUI thinks he can get away with it.
Definitely possible. They want to have like more like ways to just catch up and farm. MVP now go for the smoke. They're bringing QO. He like I said, he does have the DD waiting for the secondary rune.
Rose was so close to breaking that smoke on Febby.
But this could be good go time for NP too. He's got the Tome of Knowledge up on the Warlock. He's able to eat it to get his 6 if he wants to for the next engagement. So they're just going to go for their own pressure.
They're using AUI as bait. This is so different to what we saw when MP played their series earlier, where they used AUI as the bait with the Drow Ranger, and everyone was waiting behind. That was when you had like the OD, it wasn't doing much. Now MV shows himself. Oh, the timing looks exactly the same. The difference is NP know they have a superior fight. They've got the Warlock. They're waiting for MP to initiate, and then they're just going to drop the rock. Gale's going to miss, so Velo, actually, sorry, the Gale connected on the Live Stealer. So
MVP
he's getting
rotated.
tighter for now.
They've rotated heavily, though. They really don't want to lose this tower for free.
Trade-off is going to be the Timbersaw. Forev has not come to fight, so he's just trying to push out the bot lane, and Febby stole Plague Wards. This is going to be really difficult now for MP to get up.
I'm trying to think of, like, I think Theban, I think Rose is trying to next level them. I think if they're checking the levels, they see level 5. But he's ready to eat that Tome and get level 6 instantly as soon as the farm
But they should also see the Tome on him, right?
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you're not really looking at that, right? You're checking the list and you're just like, okay, he's 5.
Envy comes in through the rear. He sees QO. The tower is pretty low. Now the rock drops. The Felipons connects QO and Dubu together as that Mirana drops the Starfall. The PA evaporates. Even the Nova doing some good work, and the Guardian Angel allowing MSS to walk right in front of all of MVP. Varev's dropping too quickly. Now even Velo, he's going to get kited out. Eternal Envy rotates over. He has to infest. He's inside the melee creep. 3 heroes down for MVP, and Livestealer's trying to hitch a ride back to the safety of his tier 2 tower.
Said it a bunch of times. You can't really fight into this, you know, into all these ultimates, even with the Guardian Angel on top too. Like,
oh, this is nice. Febby stole Purification, so he can help out Velo to get him back. Oh, he just purified himself. He didn't actually purify the Livestealer, so Vela has to go into the Rage. Now they look for another jump in. As Omni Knight going in very deep. QO back to the front lines. They want an opening. The Stifling Dagger slowing down MSS. Febby doesn't really have a lot to work with, so QO, they use the Purification and the crit into MSS. He'll drop down. The Golem's still there, and they're fatally bonded up again! MVP is going to be a double kill for MSS on the Venomancer.
So much burst damage.
And MVP, they're fighting willingly into this.
Wow. I mean, great plays by NP, though, they're forcing it, though. They're trying to push the towers, and they're forcing MVP to react.
Forev's thinking about defending this. Oh, he gets hit by the arrow mid-Timber Chain. Support's coming over again. Envy, that Purification from Savage will do his work. Forev needs to get some space here. He turns around with the stick charges, but it's going to be Savage. Velo, the damage for Rev. Good thing he didn't leave. He brought the extra deeps to find the kill on the Omni Knight, but they want more. They want Eternal Envy. But he leaps away, bottles up after bountying the rune. And he is home and hosed. Unless Velo has the movement speed, but you got leap off cooldown 9. Yeah, they've lost him.
Yeah, but still, like, that was a great play by NP, though. They just forced that engagement, and MVP felt like they needed to respond just to try to make sure that they don't lose this tower for free, but they end up just getting caught by everything, pretty much. getting completely fatal bound up, everybody gets hit by the golem. And now, on top of this, the next fight's going to be even harder for them too, because Venomancer has a Veil finished up. He's going to be level 11 as well, so even more magical burst. And you know, the little cool interaction that some people may forget is that if you're poison novaed and you're fatal bonded, it becomes, you know, obviously lethal with the damage takes.
Because the fatal bonds obviously makes it lethal when Nova normally doesn't. MVP at least try to force the issue while the rock is down. It's another 20 seconds before Rose has that back again.
It's already coming up that soon, huh?
Yep.
That's pretty crazy how long that entire engagement in the mid lane ended up going on.
It really did drag on a very long time, because then there was also that side fight, right? Like the Fatal Bonds then does its work. So you're still fighting, even though like you don't need to have the rock, but when you have the rock, the confidence of MP is just so high.
Yeah, now he did go for the Dominator on the Drow Ranger, so he's going to be able to like stack up some camps and everything when he wants to, but it seems like he's actually more so emphasizing just putting it to the lanes and farming with it right now, at least. He's sending it toward the top lane, getting ready to just spam out, push the lanes in a bit harder.
Well, nice Observer Ward. They'll see Velo. QO also gets hit by the Nova, dodges out from the Gale. Thanks to that Phantom Strike up to the Lifestealer. Yeah, the distance, so MSS's ulti is down. That's a long cooldown for that one too. 2 minutes. Normally you want to be able to combo that with a Warlock.
Yeah, it was only level 1 as well, so he didn't even get to like level it up to the 120 seconds rather than 140. So yeah, down for about 2 minutes. But his ulti's not the big one, you know. It's obviously the Warlock ult, the Guardian Angel are the ones that are much more emphasized.
Well, MP going to add some pressure to the bottom lane. Eternal Envy leading the charge. Thanks to their Observer Ward, they're going to probably feel pretty confident to fight around this bot lane. Not to mention the Venomancer just creates a nice perimeter with his own Plague Wards.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting them to use the Infest Bomb at one point, like a little bit sooner, but just because of how shut down Velo was in the laning phase, they're not really able to do that. They don't really want to bring those situations to happen.
They really hate that Dominated creep. AUI loses his Satyr on top lane. Now they look towards the middle lane. The Gust hits on the Lifestealer, just trying to walk it off. A Stifling Dagger also slowing down AUI, but Velo rages, TP's out. Again, there's no cancel that's able to penetrate that immunity. And while that happens up on top lane, QO has already moved on. The arrow flies forward. Dubu manages to dodge it as it goes through the valley. Eternal Envy going to Moonlight Shadow, allowing MP to come stealthily up behind MVP. But they're not fast enough. Even with stealth, they don't have the speed to reach MVP.
Yeah, definitely able to back out there. Good forcing the reactions though for MVP. But it's funny though. Like you expect, you look at MVP's lineup and they obviously don't have all these like, they don't have these long cooldowns for their ultimates. NP, they're just looking to fight every single 2 seconds, even without the Warlock in the positions for it.
Top lane, here's that fight again. Eternal Envy gets to leap down over the tree line. He wants to get far away. QO's coming up close, and there's your Stifling Dagger. Crit number 1. He might need a second if he wants the kill, as Forev, actually, he goes down. He timber chains forward. He might want to chain himself back up in a sec. But Febi's moved over too. So MSS, under the cover of Invis, grabs the Mirana, throws him back, and then steals Leap to get back to the Tier 2 tower. Kind of almost playing around with the MP heroes who are back to objective-based gaming. They're looking to the Tier 2 tower in mid.
Yep, AUI focusing on the objectives, gets his Dragonlance finished up, make sure to do that, and yeah, gets the tower for himself. Good pickup.
Now, are they going to keep going?
Oh, did he clip him with that? He did,
he
but
did.
Yeah, instant TP. Should be okay in the fountain. But he's going to drop pretty low.
That dot is pretty fast when you got a Veil on you. And they're trying to keep him up, but Febi will survive the mid-tier 3 tower. In the meantime, however, getting ripped apart. He actually still
dies.
Out.
The max scale.
Boy. That's a little too much magical damage. Rubik will buy back into the game. Velo TP'd himself to the front lines. And MP seem to be satisfied with a Tier 3 tower and a buyback on a Rubik.
It's early for a Tier 3. Even dominating the siege creep by Aoi, hitting that range Rex as much as possible with it. Do damage. No one's hitting it. No one's noticing the catapult.
It's the trader. Notice the trader. They're trying to get rid of the Plague Ward first.
Yeah, they get down the range Rex to half health. That's definitely a huge, huge gain for NP there. Getting some more aggressive wards down as well in the enemy jungle.
19 minutes in, you start doing damage to a Rax. Yeah. This is a lot better timing for this NP Dro lineup. It's amazing what happens when you don't first phase pick it.
Yep.
It seems they have a lot more of a stable lineup.
Yeah, they have a much more teamfight-oriented lineup, and MVP didn't really win the lanes in any manner just because the Venomancer, honestly. This Veno did such a great job in bottom lane versus the Timbersaw that he shut him down so hard. Their aggro tri-lane as well shut down Velo in such a super hard manner as too. So he's going to be forced to now go into a Diffusal Blade on Lifestealer just to obviously get rid of the repel.
QO has almost finished his entire BKB. In fact, now it is done at the 20-minute mark. He's been keeping this very secret. In fact, he's just been holding on to the money all the time with Moonlight Shadow. Envy's going to hit the arrow. Not long on the stun on the Timber Saw, so he should be able to chain himself away. If they don't have the damage, he chains down and back into the rest of MVP. Envy is repelled, so he'll have the confidence to move forward, but that Sada Purge creep moving over as the dominated one from AUI. It still can't do enough to find the kill on the heroes. Forev, Timber chains away. So he's got the distance. QO's just taking the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. I don't know if he's just trying to get the tower to ping. So MP look behind themselves, and they just
lost their BKB.
They lost the entire courier. Maybe QO can get some kind of revenge. If he had the BKB, he might just bait out the oldie from the Warlock, understanding the fact he's dead, but it won't happen. NP very patient, and they find the kill over on the PA.
They led the entire team into his courier, and they kill it with his BKB on it. So now 2 minutes that there's no BKB for the PA. So this is the time for NP to go into that Roche pit, and this is exactly what they need.
And MVP just try and make the most of it. This is what they were doing before when MP were pressuring the mid lane. They go to the side lanes. They keep the pressure out. They get as much farm on this Lifestealer as well as Timbersaw. These are the two heroes they've been prioritizing probably more than anything else. And it just keeps the side lanes out.
Yeah, they're struggling so much to fight versus this lineup. I mean, they're going to have to wait now. A couple minutes now. They don't really want to fight into the Aegis. They have to wait for the BKB anyway, so now it's split push time for MVP. They're going to have to just set up the Rubik, set up the Timbersaw to try to defend this high ground and make sure they don't lose the racks in the meantime. But it might be a bit hard.
Well, Velo has his TP on cooldown for another 3 seconds, then he can come back. The damage to the tier 2 tower on top lane is substantial. If Velo sticks around, he can probably take it. Mid lane, jump in, Eternal Envy. Cops a lot of damage just trying to rip into that range racks with AUI behind him. It's guaranteed. Smoke up from MVP back at the tier 4 towers. So maybe they can inch a little bit closer towards MP without them realizing it. Envy now gets purged off. That's that diffuser blade on Velo going to work. The rock will drop. Fatal Bonds connecting him up. Febby is the Ogre as well as QO. They're all tied together. Velo needs to do so much work with Armlet Toggle, but he just can't do enough, or can he? He's infested up. Forev will give him a ticket to freedom. But how much freedom?
They're still going to get the racks. They're still going to get the objective that they wanted.
For MVP, though, that potentially could have been a lot worse. I think the rank is going to go down anyway, but you keep your Lifestealer alive. You only lose the Ogre after the rock drops, and you get heavily Fatal Bonded.
Could be a completely different situation if they had the BKB on PA. I think it's still extremely hard to fight into NP's lineup right now, especially with the Aegis online. I think they could have tried to go for some split push there, but they didn't. They really didn't want to lose the racks. They even placed down 2 obs wards basically on top of themselves in panic. So you can tell MVP's feeling under the gun right now.
The silver lining is they got the gold from the tier 2 tower on the top lane. Yep. And they get a little bit of that positioning. So that's an upside for them. It allows them to buy up a new item, so you actually get now the Bloodstone over on the Timbersaw. A fresh thing for him. Didn't complete the pipe, which I was wondering if he was going to attempt.
Yeah, and you'd think that the Timbersaw would have such more free reign in this game because there's not really that much lockdown on the side of MP. Okay, yeah, there's the Gust and everything, and of course there's the Arrow on top of like the Golem and all that, but he's in the fights and he's like, oh my god, I'm actually taking down so fast because of all the damage from the Venomancer.
QO smart TP.
Courier respawns, grabs his BKB, gets his TP. So now they have like a little bit of surge of momentum at least with this if they're able to fight while these cooldowns are down from NP. But they don't have too much time.
You still need the damage dealing item over on QO. Or some kind of lockdown, like...
Yeah, having to go the first item BKB on PA is not optimal, to say the least.
Yeah.
We do always see like the Desolator Rush just because of, you need damage on that hero, but he needs a BKB versus this line of NP, or he's just dead every single time.
You're also getting the Desolator over on the Lifestealer, so what does he go as his second item? Is it still worth getting like 2 Desos in one team?
Definitely not getting both. Maybe the Lifestealer will go for a different type, but maybe just go for the Basher. Maybe he goes for the Deso.
Here the jump, QO. That's a Lifestealer infested inside of him. Jumps forward, wants Eternal Envy. Do they need the vision? The Gust pushing back the Timbersaw. He can't fight, but the BKB allows QO to break free. Goes in deeper on the back of AUI. They really want that draw, but the Fatal Bond's going to start connecting them up together. In fact, that was a Febby that stole that for the moment. Now they're retreating out. Eternal Envy slowed down once again, but the Timber Chain through for Forev. The damage. Envy is saved by Repel. He's going to get away, and MVP have lost 3. They just fight from the tree lines. Febby's in there with Rose as Forev, who's also on the run back out. He'll Timber Chain away. Febby not successful with the TP. Mirana gets just enough damage, and now is Timbersaw, the last one for MVP, and it is in fact a full team wipe in favor of MP.
And that may have been MVP's like best chance to fight too. They just got their BKB up. Rock was on cooldown. but they just weren't able to. There's too much on the side of NP right now. They have a mech on the Omni Knight. They're able to just kite the fight back with the Mirana ulti. And I don't know if did anyone actually on the side of MVP have like a dust or anything? Because it seemed like they weren't able to really chase out too well. They weren't able to find a focused target. And there's still the Aegis up on the side of NP, so that was probably MVP's best chance, but it's still way too difficult to fight.
He's dead.
Yep,
pretty
down.
much. Down for 30 seconds. Now you're going to lose the Timbersaw out of position, and this may just be the game. No Timber, no Ogre, and MP, they don't even have to retreat. They still have Rock up. They still have GA available. They can just go for a GG push if they wanted, but QO, he's going ham. He wants to go for it. Now the Rock will drop. Will it be enough damage? They're focusing on Savage to try and stop that GA. It won't happen. And there it is. GG, well played. It was the last roll of the dice. And, well, the odds weren't really that great. So MP take game 1 against MVP.
Yeah, great laning, honestly. The lanes were really important for them. I think, obviously, like, NV struggled a bit in the laning phase, but they emphasized on focusing on the other two so heavily. Like, MSS, like, I wouldn't say, like, dominated for it, but he had a great start, free farmed for the most part. Top lane as well, same thing. AUI maybe didn't farm, obviously, as much as you want your Drow in a short lane, but they pressured. So it's like that kind of trade-off that you want to go for. So big props to NP. Picking like that very heavy team fight lineup and just working around and playing around it really well.
I think you put it perfectly at the end of the game where it was like, okay, where's the Timbersaw? We expect him to actually do so much more, but just really didn't see that magical burst damage happen. You expect pressure from play wards, right? Like instead of seeing this heavy gale and poison sting, and just he couldn't handle it. Then the Rubik, like you go from full life, you transport him back to base, and you still can't keep him up when he has the regeneration of the fountain.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't want to say it's like a huge thing or anything, but he actually maxed the lift. I think sometimes we do see like the Rubik's kind of change it up a bit.
You want to see more null?
Yeah, a couple more in the no field. I don't think it would have changed the tide of this game by any mean, but you know, the slight little things make a big difference. But it does seem like NP did have more of like an idea how to play around their draft. MVP seemed like just like after the laning phase, everything happened. They were like on full-blown recovery mode. It was like, oh god, what's kind of going on here, you know? So
it was actually the first time where I was almost like I was really happy to see EE be sacked in the mid lane because the recovery was going to be there anyway. He actually turned into this 4th position. It was like arrow wherever you want to. Maybe you could find a couple of hits. Managed to get one on the mid lane too, so they're able to find kills. It just worked perfectly.
Yep,
I like it from MP, and I think I heard in my ear that we're ready to hear back from Machine.
Hey, darling.
Hi.
Hello, Alex.
What, honey? Like,
yeah, I figured we're at this level. We've spoken about 4 words to each other, so I thought I could call you darling. That's right. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, we got that connection. We had a very moonlight
candlelit dinner. I think we can call it. There wasn't any moonlight. We were indoors, Toby. Come on, you can do this.
I wasn't invited.
Mood. Oh,
mood light. Okay, I thought you said moonlighting.
Sorry, it's my Australian accent. English people can't hear it.
I think like the Aussie accent works quite well for me. I like it. I certainly like to go down under. All right, we'll leave you for that one. We're going to be talking to our desk for a while. Winter, Pyrian, and Purge. You handsome fellows, you. Let's talk about it. It has been the battle of the fatal bonds, as you were telling me as we walked over here,
Are you going to just come onto all of the male talent?
I figured, like, yeah, I'm going to be as flamboyant as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like nice. It's refreshing.
It's unintimidating.
I don't mind. It's fine.
Good. Okay, so let's talk about it. I mean, the first words out of your mouth as I was walking over there, why did that game end so quickly? I took 5 minutes for a drink of water, and Warlock
you
happened.
said text me when the game's ending, and I texted you 2 minutes after you'd left. So, I mean, Winter pointed out that Veno maxed Gale, and it did a huge amount of work, as Winter was saying, against the Timbersaw. It was really good because it's just so much damage, and the Fatal Bonds was huge in these team fights. It was a great fighting lineup that they picked, I think.
So are we starting to give some credit to NP's draft here, Purge? You feel like that just it really worked out wonders?
I mean, it wasn't weird in any way draft-wise. It was really all about that skill build. The Venogale, I believe, with level 4 does about 600 magic damage, so one of the highest nukes in the game. And just laning against Frev, he was able to constantly keep his HP low. If he goes Plague Wards, the more typical build, then Frev lanes pretty much however he wants. And an occasional rotation like this with SVG just kept him shut down. And it also forced PA, because PA had a mediocre game, to have to go BKB first. The courier got sniped, which made him have no items at 22 minutes. So it just became teamfight after teamfight won for NP. So even a couple mistakes here and there by Envy, it didn't really matter, because once they took that big fight on the mid lane, it just got completely one-sided.
Winter, one of the things you said to me was shutting down that Timbersaw was important, and they did so tremendously.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Timber to be more farm, but because he was placed in a 1v1 matchup, and I think they planned to have the Timber against the Drow lane, but MP switched up their lanes at the start of the game. They had Drow on the top lane against the Lifestealer's lane, and Lifestealer was like put under a lot of pressure in the laning phase because he's against a range hero like Drow.
Sure.
I mean, a lot of the laning things change when they swap their lanes like this. And MVP, surprisingly, they didn't swap their lanes. Like, they maintained their lanes. So they were like, oh, maybe we can fight this. We have the Ogre, but...
Well, I mean, we were talking about Ogre Magi, weren't we? It seems to be a recurring theme at this point in time in terms of Magi wins you games. In fact, that was as soon as the cameras cut, that was what you said to me, Winter, is you got to pick Magi.
It wins you the early game, but in MVP's case, I don't think they gained like enough out of the early game. The Timber was put in on a difficult matchup. Maybe they thought like Timber against Venom, he's gonna take wards.
Yeah.
You know, I have reactive armor, I'll be fine. But Venom changed everything up, and Timber lost the lane because of the skill build that Venom went for.
Were there any standout players to any of you guys here on the panel? I'm opening this up to all three.
MSS, definitely.
Just MSS. I mean,
I think he was leading the way in the kills and everything, and he just played excellent.
Honestly, he did the most with the hero, but I think it was just the overall.
I mean, look at that. That is like the perfect Venom ult right there, and it's just so much damage with the Fatal Bonds as well. It combos really, really well, and I think shutting down the Timber was huge.
Here.
Sorry?
Like, look, and Envy's about to die here multiple times, but every time SVG's there with the heal,
Yeah.
the repel to stop the Chakram from doing any damage gets Envy out. Things like that absolutely ended the game. That's why the game ended so fast. This should have been a fight where MVP got maybe 2 kills.
Yeah.
Instead, it's 5 for nothing. It's literally the Slack strategy. That's how he wins games.
It was really, really good in pubs, like honestly.
Well, that's why Slash got 5.5k or whatever he got. You know, you can grind your way up there if you pick bullshit heroes. So congrats to MP. I think, like Kev said, it wasn't like their draft was anything outrageous and crazy. It was just that they executed it really well.
So, I mean, we said win conditions were MSS delivers, and he did. I do have to kind of look for the other side of the coin now. This is the first in the series, not forgetting it is best of 3. And there was some faith in MVP. And I copied you. I was like, right, MVP, Winter's smart. He knows what's going on. Was this just a kind of a blip on the MVP radar, or did you see some real concerning flaws in their game?
Real concerning flaws.
Okay, what were they?
Laning decision and the way they move, and I think because Velo was previously their off-lane player, they swapped in over to safe lane, and I think his decision-making in the game wasn't, in a few circumstances, wasn't really good. Okay. And I think it tells me that he's not 100% comfortable with his role, and it's not his fault. Like, the team decided to swap around so that 4F goes back to the off-lane. I
mean, 4F is a more recent presence within the team anyway, right?
Yes. I mean, he was there for a long time, but he just came back, So it's like, oh, I'm the best offlane player, one of the best in the world. Why not take the offlane back, Versus him having to learn carry. Maybe they decided that was a better move.
Both of them have to learn carry anyway. Like one of them has to.
But do you do it on the guy that has proven better skill versus the guy that, if you could draft around him being as like the team fight initiator? I feel like you want the initiator that can be a semi-carry usually to be the one that starts fights in some ways.
But then sometimes you would prefer the more experienced player to learn a new role rather than forcing the new player to learn a new role.
That's a good point.
It's a lot of ifs,
It's ifs and buts. Well, we can bring up the scoreboard and have a little look at how it did go down for Velo. It certainly wasn't the most beautiful of affairs, and we can see the numbers, they don't lie. It was a big game for the boys at NP, and they got their first map victory of the tournament.
Where are those damage numbers? Yeah, 24k for Venomancer. The highest damage output on 24. MVP Phoenix was 8.3 on QO. If QO just had a good game mid, like the Ogre did a great job zoning Envy, cost him a lot of salves, but QO had to get a fast Deso and then start picking up kills. But because the Deso didn't come fast enough, then all of a sudden SVG has like Mech and Guardian Angel, and then their ability to kill people was gone. And then PA had to go BKB because he was 2 behind on the Deso, and he had to stop the Veno damage, because if he just gets Gale ultied with Veil, dead every time. He has to buy BKB.
Yeah, they have to buy Diffuser as well on top of that, because it's against Omni Knight, and you need to get like the Life Stealer to get it, because the other carry, like the PA couldn't actually afford the Diffuser. So there's a lot of problems that MVP had.
It's interesting as well that you guys. I immediately when I asked who do we watch, all 3 of you had MSS at the tip of your tongue, and yet he wasn't the eternal envy. He's not the big boy in middle. It was of course just his Venomancer play who stacked up the scoreboard.
I mean, he's not the mid player now, but he's played many roles in the past. Yeah. Definitely has played mid before. He used to play mid for EG a couple years ago, actually, for a long time. Played offlane, played supports. He's played carry. He's played almost everything. So he certainly has the mechanical skills to play those 1v1s in the safe lane, and that's definitely something that NP can and will exploit.
It's a tough question, isn't it, when you look at the discussion surrounding MVP changing roles so close to a major event? I mean, this was a recent change, right, Winter?
Yes.
So you're coming into a major event. Is this forced by the lineup change, and so they had to mix up the roles, or was this an active decision? I'm not sure how it works.
Because they deliberately wanted 4F to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's an improvement, right? Like, Raisin used to be maybe one of the best players on his team when he was at his peak, but he stopped playing around TI4 for about a year or so, came back, was definitely inconsistent, not matching other support levels of the time. Therefore, do you keep Ryzen, who's missing targets a bit, maybe should have another year of practice?
They had 3 support. They technically have 3 support players on the team.
Yeah,
before.
Febby was forced to play carry despite being amazing at his support role. So it's like, grab Forev, throw your other support to the carry. So now we only have one person that's on the wrong role or learning a new role. It's hard to say.
It is hard to say, but something you can say is, of course, this replay you've selected. You're going to be able to break that down for us about the 13-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, the first team fight around mid was really significant, mostly for the fact that Envy here was on the Invis on the right side, Q was starting the fight at half HP. The really cool part that Fog pointed out that the Warlock had a Experience Tome, hit 6, unexpectedly dropped the rock, they got the Starfall down with the Fatal Bonds, and this is the start of the fight here, and it's already over. There's 2 dead heroes. If you look at the HP bars on the MVP side, it's just going to constantly go down and down. And just a simple Guardian Angel. PA doesn't do damage, Lifestealer doesn't do damage. Like, they had so many great tools to just prevent MVP from doing anything in this game.
Oh, their health bars just melt, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, that's just that combination of all that AoE with Veno. It's big. I mean, I think it was interesting what you were saying about they won even though maybe Envy didn't have a great game or whatever. I think if you look at even the way VP play, they're driven by, like, Pasha seems to be like the driving force. So that offlaner or perhaps someone who's roaming, that's kind of what enables those mid players to play this flashy play when they've got a lead and everything like that. And I think what we saw there was that they shut down the Timbersaw, who might have been a problem. They just completely deleted him. He had no impact whatsoever, and that was such a big factor in them winning the game.
And something that we haven't mentioned once is, of course, NP's infatuation with Dro Ranger. It seems to be something that they're a big fan of.
It's not just them.
Well, no, but I mean, it seems to be it's a recurring theme in their draft, and yet we aren't really singing its praises. We've seen them fail with it. We've seen them now succeed with it. Is this okay? So it's not just an NP then? Am I being a fool for mentioning this as a running trend?
I mean, it's definitely, like Kev was saying, this is a very usual lineup.
It's just
for
everyone's going to
grab Lots of people like to take Drow. She wins you lanes just because once she hits 6, suddenly everybody hits like a truck.
Everyone's happy.
It's like, it's kind of ridiculous. But
you know what a big thing about it is? I think they often pick Potom mid. Potom has terrible base damage. She's hitting for like 43 on average. If you put a Drow in the game, already you get +7. So, I mean, that game was a bad example because Ogre just sat there and traded with him. But if that was just a straight 1v1 matchup, it gives you a lot more advantage for last hitting against other heroes. So I think that might be part of it, while it's also very good in the meta and gives them more advantages in their 1v1s. It gives them opportunity to do more creative things lane-wise in their draft.
Okay, and talking of draft, it has begun already. Bans are on the board. Is that what I believe it is on the ban for NP? Is that a Wisp?
Yep,
it's a Wisp ban, yeah.
Careful, it's IO. Don't want to get sued here.
Oh, God. Okay, I'm just trying to use the fancy slang.
So well, he was called Wisp, and then they had to change his name.
I mean, that's rather strange that first ban Sand King. MVP first ban Sand King. Yep, so Sand King first ban. That's very strange from MVP.
What did they ban last time with Naga? Was it Sand King also?
Trying to think.
So I feel like it was.
Or was it the same ban?
NP banning differently. They went for Bounty Hunter IO last game.
Oh, okay.
So it's slightly different. So
what's open right now? The Warlock's still open again. Like, both teams have chose not to ban it. MP don't mind playing against the Warlock. But like I said again, MVP is not a team that likes to play around cooldown spells. So they might be banking on MVP not picking the hero.
No Magi this time.
Yeah. No Magi.
It was so effective last game, honestly. Like, he had
it's a very good hero. Like, he just does so much, and especially with a Drow threat where you just want to push and use your rock as much as you can. It's really, really good together. The laning phase as well, like you said, it's very good.
What is the thought process behind the Naga Siren ban?
It's just Aoi's hero.
Like, it's just taken away from
Aoi. Wait till you watch a game of Naga, read it out 60 minutes, and there's not... you can't end the game now, but there's no way you win the game. Like, the game doesn't end at like maybe like past like 30 minutes, you know it's going to be a difficult game. And the game doesn't end early, but you know you can't win.
You know it's coming.
Yeah, she just sends illusions down the lane.
You can't win the game when it goes late against a Naga. And you know how disgusting it is. You have to sit in a game and you don't want to give up and you have to try, but you know your fate is certain.
I'm seeing smiles, Purge.
It's not just about the Naga, it's a respect ban. It's that Naga can be annoying, and AUI is so disgustingly good at it. And maybe the thought is that it's the easiest hero to ban out that it's a different play style, it's hard to react to, there's so many layers of it, and
also,
MP does it the best.
Don't you think it's partly like if you let in someone's favorite hero and they pick it, you're like, why didn't we ban it? Like, you immediately think,
what?
we could have banned something.
MVP plays the hero. MVP actually plays the hero.
Huh.
Oh.
QO plays the Naga. So
yeah.
But that's when you really make
they
a statement.
They could pick it then, yeah.
They could have picked it.
Oh well. Well, they've gone with Warlock instead. They saw how good it was.
They took a long time though. They were like thinking about maybe letting it through, and probably there's a discussion where we don't want to play against that hero again.
They genuinely lost that game because of Fatal Bonds. They lost multiple team fights because of Fatal Bonds. Laveno gave them a great advantage, but Fatal Bonds guaranteed that they lost every team fight.
Speak of the devil, he's back. And as is Drow Ranger, NP just going straight back to what they know.
Let's see if it works, actually. Kev was saying Fatal Bonds was a huge part of it, so we get to see now, was it purely the Fatal Bonds? Was it just the Fatal Bonds that won the fight? Or can they win it even without?
It pushed you over from, I mean, it's one skill, right? You got 4 skill points into that. You throw double Starstorm and Venom ulti on top of that, and it makes all of those skills better by like 50%. That's a massive damage for all heroes.
Yeah, I agree. It's huge. But we can also see if they can do it without the Warlock,
so what
they do in its place.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're basically saying we can now see what Venom does.
Yeah, if you take the Warlock out, what effect does it have?
They do the same opening as MP.
What?
Omni Warlock. Yeah, they just basically did the same opening as what MP did in the first game. They picked the Warlock and the Omni.
So it's just mirror.
Yeah, just a mirror.
So if one other team does the strat all the time, and I would say NP definitely does it more than other teams, they surely know the counter, right?
You'd hope so.
Justified.
I wouldn't say Veno beats Omni in a 1v1 really, because Repel, I mean, it's much lower duration than it used to be.
But you still struggle, like any melee hero, I think is going to struggle against Veno.
You'd probably just max Poison Sting over Gale, I would say, or maybe go like 2-3. Maybe.
Maybe you can. I think you can go for the wards against Omni and just push the lane and just get the tower early. It's possible for him to do that. And they banned out the Rubik. Pretty good hero, like I mentioned, against Warlock. Easy to steal his spells. Very useful, just in general.
Yeah.
And the Dark Seer ban as well.
It's a very common Phoenix offlane hero.
Right. Dark Seer is very good with Warlock for 2 reasons. Number 1. You have the vacuum into the rock combo plus the fatal bonds, and number 2, it's because he's like a hero that keeps the lane pushed out. I mentioned before, like Warlock, when you draft Warlock, you need heroes that push the lane so that you can actually go to the tower and fight and use your rock to take an objective. So Darkseer allows your team to do that, apart from the vacuum combo.
Plus, it's very early game fighting, which fits perfectly into what MVP does. They'll grab like a melee core, throw an Iron Shell on him so he does way more damage than normal, and Surge as well, so you can actually kite, get out of fights, re-engage, get
Surge
out,
against
re-engage.
Veno seems good.
Yeah, maybe not in that case, but...
I like your giggle. I could just listen to it on loop at this point in time. But I'm waiting to see where this one goes next, considering it is MVP. Not necessarily running out of time, but what would you think their thought process is now? You've got Warlock and Omni. You've been very, very kind of boring at this point in time. In fact, excuse me, we are waiting for NP's second.
So they banned Alchemist. They've banned
good choice.
Mirana in exchange.
I think they had to ban... Right now, MP has pretty good damage early mid, but it's more AoE teamfight stuff. They don't have super good single target. So if they grab something tanky with Omni and Warlock, and that hero can do a lot of damage and stay alive, it could be really dangerous for MP.
They need some like disable for the draw. You know if MP actually runs the Veno on all positions like EG? Do they like jungle the Veno, or it's just
I'm pretty sure they could easily.
Exclusively MSS hero?
I feel like those two supports, SVG and Rose, I feel like they do alter a lot of things like that. Like they can definitely change
but
it
I've
up.
not seen them like play really greedy, like have like someone jungle early. Like just like play really greedy and have like a dedicated jungler to get levels. Like Veno jungle is like super good.
Do you think it's worth pushing someone into the jungle and making your lanes weaker, or would you rather have
but
with the Drow, you just go, we want to win the lane super
The thing
hard.
with Veno is like you jungle, you get level 4. I think two and a half minutes you get level 4, and then the way they do it is like they get level 4 and they go to the safe lane, the enemy safe lane, and you just pressure, like you go and annoy him.
So you have to bide your time for like 4 minutes, and then you go and ruin their safe lane.
I would say you reach the lane around 3 minutes and a half. You'll be on the off lane pressuring. I don't think you should like 24/7 jungle.
Right.
Yeah.
Just get lost in there. Witch Doctor, we were singing the praises of Witch Doctor earlier on, Kevin. We were saying, was it your words suggesting he was one of the best in the support role?
In tri-lane situations, yes. Just because cast can bounce between hero to hero to hero to hero. He gives some heal as well, which can be nice for trying to play out against your opponent's heals as well. Maledict, not too bad.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
like a very flexible support because when you're under pressure, you like if your lane's getting pressured, you can choose to go for the Voodoo Restoration. But if you want to pressure like the off lane, you want to get kills. Like if it's a lone hero, you always have the option to go for the Maledict.
Yeah, he's good. He's one of my favorite heroes, and I mean his ult can be fight winning because you could just sort of plant your ult down and you can, if they're pushing up into you, like let's say you're at the top and say, oh god, Slark, jeez.
And
Undying.
Like MP is very, very obvious about their intentions. They have like a core Venom or a core Undying, probably a core Venom, Undying dual lane, Witch Doctor, Drow. They're just going to have a lot of sustain to push. And for MVP, they're going to need, they already have a lot of team fight with Warlock plus Omni Knight. So they're going to have to defend their towers this game a lot. Like Slug is still pretty good against all their heroes. MP's heroes are not very good at catching Slug.
But I feel like they're good at overpowering huge gold advantage. And when they're 5-manning, they're going to be defensive enough
Slug
against
needs
the
a lot of items against this lineup. He's going to need a long time to farm before he's able to join the fights. He's going to need his team, the Warlock, Omni, and whoever they're going to pick after to handle the early
to late game?
Yeah, to drag the game. No, he doesn't need to get to late game, but mid game.
Okay.
Shadowblade plus 1 item.
And then Slark's online.
Yeah.
Usually Shadowblade, Echo Saber. This game he might need more than that because MP's like aggression will be really, really fast.
Is it too crazy to go Blink Dagger this game on Slark and do like Blink Pounce
I actually
with Purify?
I always like Blink Dagger on Slark against Drow especially, but very little players actually do that. Mostly just prefer Shadowblade because it gives you much more kill potential with the attack speed.
Weaver.
Ooh, okay. So NP really lacking disables.
Yeah.
Weaver can time-lapse himself. It's not the best counter against Venom, just because it's damage over time. You're not getting the brunt of it, just getting part of it.
Might be an like a off-lane Weaver with a support Omni, like dual lane pressure. Not sure if they're gonna do that. It's pretty good. Like you can see the change of direction between the first phase and the second phase where in the second phase, MVP chose to go for very flexible heroes, very mobile heroes, Slug and Weaver. When they see MP building a draft around heroes that are very strong in the lane, but they don't have very good lockdown, so they can't catch heroes that are very mobile.
Like the MP's chase potential and the catching people is minimal. Yeah,
it's
like
very bad.
There's literally, you'd have to be horribly out of position and get Galed or some kind of downtown bongo to catch you.
I mean, if you're a Weaver, you get Gale. You're still gonna get away, unless you get silenced by Jaw. So
yeah, it's gonna. They've got no catch. But so is their plan here? Is literally just to group up behind a tower, just push. And just,
that's
you would have to fight into us. That's it.
MVP is gonna have to rely on the big cooldowns to defend the towers. And meanwhile, when they don't have the big cooldowns, they have very good split push Slug, and Weaver can push up the lanes really quick, like far, and MP can't really catch them with their current 4 heroes. They're gonna need maybe a last hero that can actually allow them to have some sort of catch.
Do you think Storm? That's a pretty good ban from
Storm
Phoenix.
Storm is pretty good against their heroes. They can catch them, and if you look at MVP's own 4 heroes, they don't have very good lockdown.
Yeah,
for Storm
they actually lack stuns as well.
So you've got like neither catching. Oh, is that a sniper?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a lot of good solutions against Tombstone.
High ground defense.
They can basically put Weaver and Slark in the front. They can be saved by Omni and Warlock, and then Sniper sits back and just pings away.
But it's very greedy though. Yeah, early game might be a bit. I'm not sure how the early game will go. Like, might be very difficult for them. All their 3 cores require a huge amount of farm, like a lot of farm. All 3 of them. They're gonna take up a lot of space. So the supports are not gonna get anything, and they're gonna have to, make sure that they don't lose the lane. Because with this 3 cores, if you lose your lanes, it's gonna be very difficult to come back.
And the supports can't even like gank rotate either because they don't have good
They're
gank
just
skills. Really.
basically there to make sure they don't die in the lanes.
Yeah.
Yes. So taking what you've told me already, Winter and Co. Oh, he's putting a funny face. Quap.
You don't trust the Envy Quap?
I just don't like Quap in general.
Okay, you've said this twice now. We are going to quickly shed light on this. It's going to have to be very brief. Can you tell me why Quap sucks in 5 words?
She is a bad hero. She is a bad hero. Yeah.
Well, that's so helpful. So much light shed upon this beautiful desk. So are we going to see a third map? I just want like kind of a couple of nods and shakes.
I think Phoenix have a good chance if they can do okay in the early game. Yeah.
So they're going to have to survive and weather the storm of the early game. But our desk does think we could very well see a third. Winter places faith in MVP. We'll see if it was misplaced as we do head over to our casters and jump into our second game of this lower bracket game. Not lower bracket, losers game.
Well done.
It's a loser's game, but everyone's obviously a winner at heart. She is a bad hero. Fogged. I'm dazzled by both the lights in front of my eyes as well as Winter's intellect. What? Your thoughts on the Queen of Pain? It didn't work too well for Envy last time he did it.
I think ideally they don't want this game to go super late. Like Winter said, all 3 cores on the side of MVP, these guys need items. They need to delay the game as much as possible. So like Ted and Winter kind of hit it on the point too, like especially with their last couple points. MVP needs to come out very well in this laning phase, take the game to the later stages. NP doesn't want this to happen. They want to be able to crush the lanes, fight as much as possible early, take towers. And I think the Queen of Pain kind of works for that, and it's like it's a hero that they just felt like there's no real lockdown at all on the side of MVP, so he can maybe just snowball on that factor.
But that's from both sides, and my concern is for the Queen of Pain is you don't get an early enough Orchid on him that the Linken's is over on the Weaver, and then there's just no answer, or you already have the Repel up from the Omni Knight. There's so many ways that things can go horribly wrong. This is a way that things go horribly right, where Febby gets caught out, they have no more stuns, and AUI is not in range. He's not going to level up for Astaris at level 1. So they can't even reach him, and this is just gonna be one of those games, right, where everyone walks away from each other and they just play a game of chase.
I think we're gonna see the same thing from as last time from NP. They're gonna do a aggro tri lane with a Venomancer short lane. They even already started like running down to the bottom lane. They dewarded instantly. They took out the obs ward that was blocking out the hard camp from them, and they even put a ward down to block the pull camp. So I think we're probably gonna see, well, not 100%, but we'll probably see that type of same thing as the last one.
But MVP also have that kind of like dynamic lane option too. Like they can just leave the Weaver on the bottom lane, put him with Febby to start with. Like we were talking about it during the drafting phase, like MVP's not limited to anything. Even the sniper doesn't need to go mid. We were actually originally talking like what happens if you run that Slark into the mid lane instead. Like go back to the old classic MVP like mid melees. But the matchup of Sniper versus Queen of Pain is just a little bit too hard to resist.
Yeah, I still think, though, like MVP, I think they're going to struggle really hard in this laning phase. They need this to go well for them, but I think it's super hard. Like, they don't really have a frontliner for the Sniper, for the Slark, even for the Weaver. Obviously, the Repel and everything makes it a bit easier with your Warlock in the back lines, but still, like, these heroes, I'll keep saying it, too. These guys need so much farm on those 3 cores.
Yeah. So it's up to MP to try and shut them down. Look at AUI, he actually went for the first put up in Cold Arrows.
Yeah.
He's trying to be the harassment against the Weaver, force out Shukuchi, because when that Shukuchi's down on Forev, you actually have kill potential in the lane. But Febby's right behind him, top lane, Velo. This is a good lane for him. In fact, this is actually a fantastic lane for MVP. It's the aggressiveness that comes from the Slark, but it's the early damage that also comes from a Warlock, which Venomancer cannot contest.
Yeah, definitely a very smart lane setup doing the dual lanes for MVP. They even they did find that ward that was blocking their pull by putting two sentries down, but SVG very smart, just constantly walking over and body blocking it. So that's something they have to make sure to keep doing so that they can keep the lane equilibrium going their way and also be sure to be able to pull the side and get as much XP.
EE?
Should be fun, right?
He doesn't have Blink Dagger, and that's the only reason why, like, if you had a point up and take aim, QO would have a better chance of that. But he went headshot as well as Shrapnel, obviously, for the first points in a Sniper.
Yep.
But he stood his ground. He most definitely stood his ground up against QO. But he's now burnt all his consumables, and apart from one Shed Tango, and QO is in a very similar position. And they're both very far off having... In fact, they're both almost exactly the same money on the way to bottles.
Yep, it should be a pretty trade-off lane here. I think QO should probably come out a bit ahead of it. But there is the Drow Aura for Envy. But it's all about the lane positioning here, and we'll see if they do actually decide to do like slight rotations. Maybe the Warlock just comes over and bullies Envy just for a moment, but I think he should probably just stay more so in the top lane until Slark gets some more levels. But as I say that, he does walk toward mid.
Yeah, he also needs to make sure Slark can get those levels.
A dying Haste Rune. He's only level 1.
If he runs towards the mid, the Warlock is sitting behind. Dubu is level 2, so he's got both Fatal Bonds as well as Shadow Word, so he actually links Envy up with the creep wave.
Lots of pressure.
Yep. And that's enough. But Undying's now back onto the bottom lane. But you can go on Forev. Forev knows the Sentry Ward is there because of the D-Ward that happened previously. Shukuchi gives him enough distance. You don't have Decay off cooldown for Savage just yet. So Forev will have to use that salve of his.
They're accomplishing what they want in this aggro Trillion, though. They're keeping the lane pulled back. Obviously, they're pulling the side to constantly be able to split the levels and keep the lane at a good spot so they can farm, and it doesn't let the Weaver farm. So the pressure is there from NP for sure.
Is the sacrifice worth it, though? Because now the Slark, are you going to get early levels on the Slark to start with? But more importantly, he's getting the farm to get closer towards like early Shadow Blade. And then it's very, very troublesome for all these heroes of NP.
Yeah, they're even making sure to farm the Veno wards too. Because MSS, as soon as the Warlock left, he started putting some points in it to try to pressure the Slark a bit. But Warlock making the movement back up there right away.
I suppose that's the upside of having Warlock, such high base damage. Killing off those Plague Wards is not really that much of a problem for him as a support, which frees up the Slark to focus on farming or potentially killing.
Yeah, and it's great that he doesn't have to worry too much about getting like extra farm or extra regen or anything on the Slark in the early laning phase. He can just get Shadow Worded up after he burns through his tangos, which he did early on.
Oh, this bottom lane, it's
really pressuring this Weaver. He has 5 CS.
It's not a lot, but now at least he can farm underneath the tower. He's still got Febby behind him in case times get rough. And by finishing up the full magic wand, he's got an answer to this decay spam that's coming from the Undying.
Yeah, but they're going to just... The thing is that they're being very smart. Like, in the situations they notice, they're like, okay, we're going to push it into their tower, and then we're going to pull the side and deny a full creep wave. Push it in, pull it back, constantly just rinse, repeat, make sure they spread experience as much as possible, and make sure the Weaver doesn't really get too much of anything. A couple CS under the tower, sure, but 6 CS, not where he wants to be, but the trade-off is the Slark has 30.
Yeah. He has 30. The Sniper is 7 ahead of the Queen of Pain. Because this is around the same time as we saw Eternal Envy rotate before. Yeah, but he'll get the Gale on Dubu. So Dubu does the wise thing and just TP straight back out again. Velo's going to cut his way to freedom. Now, I'm very concerned about, like, just Eternal Envy's timing. You look for the Queen of Pain first rotation. He did it too early with the Queen of Pain previously. This time around, he's a little bit behind QO. Like he's half a level, if not a full level behind QO at the moment.
That one Fatal Bond rotation by the Warlock actually really pressured him super hard. Because he had to go back, he had to wait for his bottle, and then QO obviously getting the double Wraith Band, he's able actually to match up versus that Drow Ranger aura with the Queen of Pain. Looks like they're trying to make a play for top for Velo, but I don't think that this is going to work. Yeah, he's got Pounce, he's out.
And this is another reason why we're looking at Slark to be picked up in the mid part of the draft. Is because there was, again, like, no real lockdown, and Slark just thrives in such a scenario.
Yeah, 2 lanes definitely going highly in favor of MVP right now, while obviously the Weaver is being sacked quite a bit. But, I mean, that's kind of okay, right? You want your Slark to be free farming, you want your Sniper to be farming. Weaver can just catch up with the split push.
You don't want AUI getting caught out like this. Purification on bottom lane. He starts his TP, so AUI will survive. Goes all the way back home.
I think this is like actually the best situation that could happen. Like your Weaver being pressured like this is fine because later on he can split push freely. There's actually like no way of them killing him in like the lanes when he's just doing the split push.
And it's MP that has to rotate first, right? Because you got QO's about to attack into the mid tower. Dubu's not too far behind in level, so then you're also going to have that big ultimate. The panel was saying like maybe MP know the answer to dealing with a Warlock. At the same time, they also understand how much respect they have to give Warlock when he hits that level 6. They planned their entire Game 1 win around that momentum shift, which comes with a Warlock rock.
Yeah, I mean, Dubu's finding his levels, too. Like, even though he's kind of like walking around between the mid and top lane, he's already level 4, 6 minutes. It's pretty decent.
Rose was looking for the ward that Dubu put down.
Juked him out, walking up the hill there. And look at Dubu. Look, he walks up and just Fatal Bonds Envy. Not feeling any pressure right now.
Oh, why would you? In fact, at the moment, like your Sniper is rotated with a double damager into the top lane, hoping that Savage just comes far enough out that he can be like ensnared up in the leash of Velo.
He does kind of seem like he knows something's up. Like the Warlock taking the mid lane, that's kind of a telltale sign that there's a rotation happening.
It's either that or you think the Sniper's just gone jungle. Like that's the other thing. Maybe he's pulling and farming. They don't have any vision deeper inside the MVP jungle.
They're mirroring each other's movements. Envy moves bottom. The Sniper goes top. The 2 supports take mid.
This rotation timing, though, of Envy's really good, but that gust from AUI, it really needed to connect.
QO's
now
down
the
here.
Gale over on Febby, but the Scarab Beetles, MSS, losing armor quickly. The TP out, the Fatal Bonds connects them. MSS will drop.
And
AUI is being assassinated. He'll go down to the Sniper. Eternal Envy will bail out. He didn't trigger a single ability in that gank, which was meant to be initiated by MP.
Well, what did we say that MVP needs in this game? They need a good laning start, and they're getting it right now. So this is looking a bit scary for NP. Obviously, it's very early on in. They can definitely recover from it, but this is the tool that MVP needed to make their draft work into the mid game, into the later stages.
What a fight for also Dubu to be involved in. Half a level away from his level 6. Mana is an issue for him at the moment, so they'll probably have to reset shortly after. But MP's got the push. This tier 1 tower. I mean, MVP's got the push. MP's got no counter push to stop this. So the first tier 1 tower is going to drop 8 minutes, and it's to the team that doesn't actually have the draw.
Yeah, there's no deep push, and then like once this like repel gets a couple more levels, it's actually like almost impossible to kill the hero that's repelled up. They have, sure, the Queen of Pain has pure damage, like there's physical damage coming up, and with the Veno on top too. But once Guardian Angel comes out, it counteracts even more. So
it asks a question then, like Eternal Envy, we saw him build the Orchid on his Queen of Pain earlier today. With all of the counters to the Orchid already naturally in the heroes of MVP, do you still build it? Yeah, Kyo's still got a couple of stick charges, however, so he's getting away from the Undying, and then Velo just nukes down the Undying on the backlines. Kyo's making it to the tree lines, the Shadow Strike is keeping him low. Now the blink forward. Envy a little bit too far away. The one attack will do the work. But Velo now also finds the Witch Doctor with the damage from the Dark Pact. 36 and now 0 life on that Witch Doctor. So Envy gets 1, but the Slark is getting momentum with 2. Maybe the support's for a call there.
Definitely a bigger gain for... Actually, it's probably pretty even. That Sniper was worth quite a lot. But Velo getting that acceleration is definitely massive. Like, once he gets that Shadow Blade, these supports, even the Venomancer is, like, pretty free food. I mean, Drow Ranger, too. They put him inside of, like, obviously, like, that offlane, so he's not completely free farmed. So he's even pretty susceptible to getting ganked up very easily by once that Shadow Blade comes out.
Gale's going to miss there from MSS. Very difficult to keep control of a Weaver.
They're feeling a bit pressured. You know, they're like, okay, we got to, like, do something. Like, we're going to move all the heroes to the safe lane.
It's already too late, though. Like, you've just lost your tier 1 tower on top lane, NP.
Yeah. They got to do something. You know, they're playing a Drow Ranger lineup. They've got level 6 on him now, too. This is the time for them to group up to pressure a tower, at least with 4 heroes, and let Envy do his own thing.
They're losing out too hard, though. Fortify on the dire structures. The tier 1 tower is now 2 hits away for Velo on top. So that one belongs to him.
Yeah, he's going to have Shadow Blade by like the 12-minute mark, maybe even earlier than that.
The mid tower is also down to 460. That's what Envy is trying to stop, but
Dubu
right now
6.
he's just holding a D push. Now they look for the opening.
They may not have pressured this bottom tower soon enough. The rotation's coming in from MVP. They have a TP even on Velo too, so they're going to get outnumbered. The scan comes out.
Envy's coming up. He's going to haste through and he's going to walk around the middle of Q on Newbee. No, he runs over to the lane instead. So they don't find him straight away. They're still under the cover of smoke, but Eternal Envy with a haste rune runs down. Sniper smoke will break, a quick scream. They throw down the Dire Observer Ward as well, so a little bit of vision. The Plague Wards are in behind the tower. So MVP can't even hide down there, but they're not full. Like, there's not everybody here. The Slark has a TP scroll. He's almost finished up his Shadow Blade, but Envy jumps in, looks to actually go for the ulti, but no, the rock will fall. The Fatal Bonds connecting up 2 of them. Envy and Rose tied together. AUI can't do enough damage, so Weaver actually just takes it, shrugs it off by using that time lapse. And MP are on the run. Shrapnel will make this difficult. The slow is there. Forever's on their tail. They've got the Golem coming forward. MSS looks like he's a goner with a pounce forward. The Slark gets involved. No Shadow Blade, but it won't matter. Rose taking so much damage. Eternal Envy is still linked to him. Now the Assassination comes in. Rose should be dead from this. But thankfully for Envy, no longer connected. Fatal Bonds wore off.
This is not looking good for NP at all. The Shadow Blade already is coming out now. He actually has the Shadow Blade on the Slark already. He's in the back lines. SVG gonna get jumped up. He's dead.
There's no escape. Leashed up. And now even with the rock up, they don't have the creep wave with them, however, so the tier 2 tower will take a little bit longer to kill.
I mean, this was NP's time to, like, they wanted to be able to get that tower quicker, but MVP quick to move all their heroes. Even though the scan came out from Dire, they knew the rotation was coming from MVP, but they really wanted to get this tier 1. It's super important for them to get it, but MVP just bringing the numbers and having that teamfight advantage with the Warlock Golem, with the Fatal Bonds.
I'm wondering, too, like, if MP really want to have more vision, and we'll talk about that in a second, as Eternal Envy looking for a kill on Dubu. They don't have the damage. He actually had the Sonic Wave, but didn't want to let it rip, and that was that hesitation I kind of wanted to flag on the bottom lane. Envy jumps in, but without the vision on... Envy? Envy, if there's an extra headshot in that one, he's lost the vision up the hill. And top lane Velo's about to kill off AUI. AUI should notice this. He's lost his aura, and now the damage is enough. So a solo kill. But yeah, that Sonic Wave, you could see him stopping. He didn't have vision of the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
And then the purification happened. He's like, okay, well, my ulti's not going to be worth it anymore.
That's kind of the, that's kind of the thing about when you, like, why Winter probably said, Queen of Pain's a bad hero. It's a super ulti cooldown reliant hero. 135-second cooldown. Like, even down there, if he ults the Warlock, that's pretty much like MVP would be like, okay, cool, he ulted me, my ult is down. We're just going to go. We're going to push towers down as fast as possible. So that's pretty much, that's a reason why Queen of Pain isn't favored so highly now.
We're wondering why they weren't actually looking to something more like the Invoker, which was like a more go-to hero for Envy. Like, when they go into the last phase, for the bans, like, you're the OD and Invoker were high up in the list.
I think that's why, like you were saying, that's probably why like MVP picked the Sniper, to try to like deter them away from picking the OD, maybe as well as the Invoker.
But like, you'd still be happy with the Invoker. Like, we're also saying, like, there's no heavy rotations to come from MVP that's really going to phase the Invoker. So it's just purely that one-on-one lane. In fact, it was MP who had the better rotations.
Yeah, very hard for them though. Like, you can tell that they're feeling pressure. They're putting down very defensive wards. They have, of course, one aggressive ward, but they're not feeling good about this game at all. And I can't blame them. Like, they're playing versus their strategy from the last game, kind of in a manner with the Omni Knight Warlock. It seemed like they had an idea of how to deal with it, but their lineup has no disable whatsoever, and MVP picked 2 cores which thrive versus that.
Man, we're just looking at Canopy on our screen for so long. I'm just thinking like MP's thing. Evolve to Metapod, harden. Just like survive MVP for the next little bit, and maybe you can get your critical items up. But I still don't know exactly what the critical item is on the co-op. Because you can't go Orchid. Like, Ags doesn't make that much sense either.
It makes it like we kind of said that with their draft that they ended up grabbing up with the Queen of Pain, with the Drow, with Undying, with Witch Doctor, even with Veno. Like all their heroes are kind of like these early lane dominators, and then obviously if you get a pretty decent advantage in the laning phase, you're extremely powerful going into the mid game. But if you lose all 3 of your lanes, well, 2 lanes, they won 1 thing. But yeah, it makes it super hard to be able to fight. And like with MVP's lineup too, like the Omni, the Warlock, these 2 are supports, but they are the big team fighters. They're supports with the huge team fight, which is super important. While on the side of NP, the big team fighters are cores. It's a Veno, it's the Queen of Pain. And they're not able to even use their team fight abilities in comparison.
Well, Curry's going to bring out the Oro Club in for QO. We have the Tome of Knowledge coming out for Rose. That's going to be his level 6, so Death Ward's now on the field for MP in the next fight too.
Might help a little bit, but they, like we said, very little lockdown to keep them in the Death Ward.
And Slark's having the time of his life. So again, MP, they're going to bring the numbers down to bottom lane, and they have to commit. Blink, forward, they don't have detection. They can't see the Weaver. The Sentry Ward's a little bit further up. Weaver's not running into it. In fact, it's all about MP going underneath the tier 1 tower. Let the Death Ward go. Dubu tanks through so much of it, while Forev, now he chases for revenge, looking for the kill over on Rose.
Oh,
the silence is out, and now this could be a big one with a Sonic Wave. They do find the kill.
Great gust there by UI for sure. That's a lot of money going their way too. They even claim the tower. Oh, there's some distorted sound it seems.
MP having issues. But that's huge for them. Like, yes, it took a long time to kill off the Warlock. Yeah, he's really tanky. But the AUI timing of Gust, that's the Weaver. 1 charge just wasn't enough, even with the treads. For a team that doesn't have a lot of lockdown, that's an olive branch right there from MVP.
It's definitely a bit of a giveaway, but at the same time, they are getting something out of it. It's not like they're just like they committed too many heroes to the bottom lane and lost 2, and then they were like, ah, crap, we just need to run away. They're pressuring the 2 other lanes at the same time. So it looks very, very good for MP, but at the same time, I'd say it's even maybe a little bit MVP favored in a kind of a way, just because if they do claim this tier 1 mid, then it's definitely MVP favored. Otherwise, I'd say it's very slight edge to NP with that rotation.
We're actually watching Eternal Envy's perspective, and you can see it like he lost sight of the Weaver. Dubu gets initiated on, and he understands, like, they're here for the Weaver, and they just have to wait for that perfect opportunity. And, like, Forev kind of came to them. Blink, perfect. There's that gust timing from AUI, and the rest, as they say, is
Yep. It was like 0.1 second, and he probably would have time-lapsed right away after that Shikuchi auto-attack onto Rose. But yeah, great gust by Aoi, and yeah, this is what they need to recover. Like, obviously, like, they are extremely behind in this laning phase already, like almost 8,000 gold in the favor of MVP. They need to 5-man. I mean, it's a Drow lineup. That's usually what you need to do, but it's also a way to kind of bring yourself back into a game when the big ultis aren't down or when they're separated in that type of position.
So after they take this tower, like, they've taken the tier 1 tower, they get 2 kills for the price of 1. You're losing your tier 2 on the top, and you're losing your tier 1 in the mid. Is it worth going back to defend this one, or is MP almost backed into a corner where you need to have something like Roshan, for example, get the Aegis, the Immortal, and then just ball it down? But then you're still fighting into a Warlock, right? So maybe
it's too hard.
It doesn't do enough work.
I think it's too hard for them to really go for that Rosh. If they do try to go for that Rosh, especially in this situation right now, I think it's very obvious. Like, Velo's just constantly pressuring this top lane, the Sniper's pressuring the mid lane. If they see this Venom move from bottom lane, they're like, okay, they're going Rosh 100%. So NP's next moves are just kind of like sticking together. They need to kind of just wait for this Queen of Pain ulti too. That's like all their damage in this.
MVP's moving over. They have a perfect Observer Ward. They can see AUI, and they probably watched the replay. They know that AUI did exactly this maneuver in the first series of the day.
Envy mid.
Or they could just catch out Eternal Envy. That's another option. Assassination, that's not enough damage. It's only a level 1 Assassinate right now for the Sniper. So AUI does the farm. The Observer Ward scats it out. The D Ward from Rose is too far off position. So now it's going to be the tier 2 tower in the mid lane just slowly chipped away.
Yeah, this is smart. You know, they don't really have any obviously they don't have like something like a Beastmaster or something to like enable them to push much harder. They have a Sniper just peeping at the tower. They have a Weaver and a Slark.
Oh, Weaver. He's running into the Sentry Ward. Paralyzing cast. There goes your Gust. And do they have enough damage before the silence wears off? Forev!
Just enough.
That's still only a level 1 Gust, but it did the work, so
that was a bit
Forever will drop.
That was a bit cocky by him, I feel. You know, they had the ward on the high ground there. They did see at least the Drow Ranger there, so he knows he can get the potential of Gusted up, and he also has his team already hitting the mid tower. I guess he was trying to go for a wraparound play to try to go for like pincer them in kind of a way, but definitely a little bit of a risky move from him there, and he pays with his life.
MVP still kind of get what they want, or do they? Now they're losing the sniper, but the rock drops. The Fatal Bonds. It doesn't connect them all, however. Eternal Envy not locked into all of this, but it's Velo taking a heavy amount of damage. And Envy wants to chase, misses his Blink Scream. So they trigger the Guardian Angel and now look to turn this fight around as the Warlock, he is going to go down. Witch Doctor actually denied the tower in the midst of the craziness of this fight. Undying cannot TP out in time. MVP, just at the end of the day, way
MSS
too strong.
Getting
and
chased down by Forev, the last auto attack.
Yep.
Forev shows up and he's like, oh, a kill. Thank you. But yeah, nice little deny there by Rose for sure on the Witch Doctor, but definitely a big game there from MVP. Obviously, they're going Roshan now. They have the big cooldown reliant team, and they used everything there. They used Guardian Angel, they used Rock, they used everything they possibly could. NP had a pretty good potential there going in, though. They didn't have the Sonic Wave, which was definitely like that little bit of burst that maybe would have brought Velo down. But yeah, just MVP leading the way here for sure. And it does seem like NV feels like he's kind of forced to maybe go for like a BKB. He's picking up the Ogre Club first, so not like a point booster if he wants an Aghanim. More than likely that BKB. Even though they don't have any lockdown, it's just he feels
they're coming in to contest Roshan. They need vision inside the pit. Eternal Envy. Roshan's really low. Envy just walks in. The sentry wards it down. And now it's actually AUI. Velo already walked out to initiate. And they're all getting hit with Fatal Bonds and the Dark Pact. The damage builds out so heavily. The Undying is dying to an Urn Charge, so he'll fall down too. And it's only MSS, the last sole survivor of MP, coming to contest Roshan. So 2 catastrophes of team fights in a row for MP in the space of 2 minutes.
I honestly think that they lost their window in this game. I think it's extremely difficult for them to come back. I think it's probably like 80% or something, maybe even higher for MVP to win this game right now. Like their ultis are going to be coming back up, and NP can't even fight into it when they don't have their ults. So they picked a lineup that definitely needs to win in the laning phase. They won one lane, but they got pressured way too hard in the other 2. And just look at, like, MVP's got incredible warding right now down in this game. They've got like 5 wards on the map in aggressive positions just to kind of more so lock NP into their base, just suffocate them even more.
Yeah, nowhere for MP to come out and farm, so no items really going to arrive. Like, the Drow Ranger's going to get enough money to finish up a Shadow Blade. We'll watch that attempt again, but the movement from Velo was just too good.
Yeah, gets right on top of AOI, gets grabbed up, Purification onto 3 Fatal Bonded heroes, and that's just like, they're all just straight up dead there. MSS trying to struggle to run away, but everybody else is already dead. The damage is done.
Courier's making the trek out. It's actually coming in with a Shadow Blade to the mid lane. Instantly gets sniped out. And now Velo, he jumps in. He wants to kill. Rose goes for the Death Ward, but the Purification again does its work. Combining it with the Dark Pact, it's just so much AoE damage. And the Rock is still up, plus the GA. MP, they just can't fight. There's no damage to inflict because they got nothing that penetrates MVP. This feels like game.
I think I think it is. I think they're probably feeling it as well. It's, you know, like we all said it too on the panel, like this MVP draft is very good going into the mid and later game, especially if they come out good in the laning phase. It's extremely hard for MP to do anything.
I think MP have bets down in their predictions. They need to have the plus 20-minute game in order to keep their hopes alive for Compendium predictions.
One last fight. That's kind of what it comes down to here. They've got Envy positioned in the backline with the Haystone. He's got Sonic Wave. He's only level 10, so it's not a level 2 Sonic Wave, but they're going to try to go for something.
Oh, there's your nice Sonic Wave. It's going to hit Velo. He's away. The regeneration was enough, and their 3-hero Fatal Bond off. They have to get rid of the Scarab Beetles. Blink away will actually save Eternal Envy, dodging the assassination. So the mid-racks, the melee is down. They cannot go for more MVP unless they want to go for tier 4 towers. And that's still pretty confident, even with the lack of Sonic Wave. Savage is still hitting a couple of dual decays, so MVP will not take the risk that they will back out.
Everybody's just like full HP again on the side of MVP. Like this Omni Knight is actually putting in so much work. Now he's got a mech finished up too, guarding Greaves at base once it ever comes back. And they're just going to keep going. There's no point in them backing out by any means. They're just going to keep the pressure on. They don't really need to even worry about pushing lanes out.
And there's that mid matchup, QO versus Eternal Envy. Like, you can be involved in the same, but the hero damage is just light years apart. And, like, QO has done almost double the amount of damage in team fights that Eternal Envy has managed to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, this Slark is massive. Like, it's only 19 minutes, and he's got Shadow Blade, Echo Saber, and the Bastards coming out already. So he's way ahead of his timing that you want to be as a Slark.
Well, here they come. Observer and sentries are down, so there's no easy way for Slark just to Shadow Blade in, but Philly doesn't care. He just walks up to the high ground anyway. It's like, oh, if you want to fight me, then fight me. Sonic Wave still on cooldown for 62 seconds. That's 62 seconds, way too long. So all they can do is Paralyzing Cast, Decay Spam, wait out the timing and make sure they don't get screwed over by MVP. And MVP don't want to force the issue either.
They're waiting for
33 until Rock's up.
Waiting for both ultis to come up. They've got the Diffusal now as well on the Weaver. But yeah, I mean, even if the Sonic Wave lands on a lot of targets, they have the mech already on, or the Guardian Greaves on Febby, so he's able to just completely counteract all that damage. He even went for max degen aura. I didn't even notice that on the Omni. Didn't even max Repel.
Oh, why? Didn't Repel get massively nerfed? Degen now the new thing?
I guess all right.
Kuro's gonna love this. He knows he wants to enter. He gets like an S and Y after his Dragonlance. No Hurricane Pike. No need to work into something like a Manta.
It's early stats for sure.
Yep.
Rose peeks his head a bit too far. Gets peeped a little bit, but he's okay.
Really, Kuro just wants to make sure he can get vision on the tower. Velo will tank the damage because he knows he can just back out. He'll have Purification if someone initiates on him. He's still got the Greaves. He's still got the Shadow Word regeneration too.
Yeah, he's just giving high ground vision. He actually just walks up as Febby.
Yep, so Kuro can do the work. And that tier 3 tower is dropping down low. Okay, Forev. Oh, Forev! Just slipped in through the rear. Envy wants something, but now he's actually going to die. The assassination's coming in. Eternal Envy's down. There's a double kill for Forev. And MP scattered to the winds and then rocked up. NP will lose game 2. MVP triumphing with a wonderful combo, a beautiful lane setup. The dual lanes worked, the rotations were nice, and they always seem to have a really good answer. Like NP, that multiple times they attacked the bottom lane, they were there, they were enforced, they were in good position, and they just got the better trade.
Yep, you took the words out of my mouth, honestly. That lane set up by them was perfect, honestly. Putting the Warlock top gets the Slark pretty much free full arm. Thought we might see a rotation from NP, maybe moving somebody toward the top lane, but they looked like they just wanted to kind of just like keep their like aggro tri-lane. It worked. You know, the aggro tri-lane did pressure very heavily, but the other two lanes suffered pretty much, just too much.
Yeah, I was always worried about that Slark. If you get the Shadow Blade up at a good time, and he got it, and it was a bloodbath.
Yep.
Machine, this is your first time. We're actually going to go to a third game on the mainstream.
Yeah, it feels weird. I'm actually quite uncomfortable now. What happens in a third map? I've never witnessed this before.
Well, I guess we'll all find out together.
Yeah.
Normally it's going to be a 90-minute Naga game, I think is that
how it works?
I know Winter is praying for such a thing because he really loves those climactic games at the end.
Nah, they're going to ban it.
I'll ask the Iceman right now. Thank you very much, though, Fogged and Toby. We'll be back with you for the third game for the first time ever on the main broadcast. It has been certainly a bit of a one-sided affair up until this point, but MVP have found form, and that is oh so beautiful. I'm going to call you Iceman from now on. Are you cool with that?
Fine. Sure.
Yeah? Or Iceman La? Is that better? No? He's not happy with that. Okay, I've done it wrong. Either way, we can talk into... Is La?
Yeah, no, that was fine.
I'm just making sure I've got to get it right. Either way, MVP winning this second one. There were lots of things we outlined on here on the desk. Of course, Pyrian and Purge joining the Iceman. One of the first things we did point out was that Slark needed to get... You gave him a shopping list, didn't you, Winter? And he got it.
Yeah, he got his shopping list, and MP had a Queen of Pain.
You know what? Can we quickly we have more time now?
He is right though.
Yeah.
Okay. It was tough. I get it. I guess they thought MB can go in around the back and hit the sniper and everything like that. But I mean, didn't I say to Kev at the start? Let's see how important Fatal Bonds is. Turns out Fatal Bonds, good spell, sort of wins games. I think if they'd had the Warlock in this draft, it might have been completely different for them. But sadly. For MVP got it and did very well.
So many times when Fatal Bonds would hit 3 heroes, you drop Shrapnel down, and all of a sudden all that damage gets amplified, and someone dies way faster than you expect.
And the GA.
And Guardian Angel is good too. And Quap's ultimate is on such a long cooldown. If she ever blinks aggressively and enemy heroes are there, she dies. Because Slark could pounce her, or Sniper could just shoot her like 6 times or something with slows. They had to basically initiate and win the fight for NP to take advantages in these team fights.
But they don't have much stuns. That's the problem. Like I saw their first 4 heroes. Okay, they're gonna need a last pick which has some sort of disable initiating tool. Otherwise, they have a Witch Doctor stun. It's very difficult for them to start a fight on their terms. It's always going to be the Warlock starting a fight, and there's going to be the follow-up from the Weaver or the Sniper hitting you, or even the Slark in that matter.
I think it's interesting as well that they sort of borrowed a bit from other drafts we've seen in the games already. Like they just basically went, oh yeah, Warlock and Omni, that's pretty good.
I mean,
we'll do that.
I'm not saying I'm a fan of what MVP had this game as well. I think both teams didn't have quite a weird like concoction of heroes together. But it's just like in the end, NP's draft had to function in a way where they want to push towers with the Venom and the Undying and the Drow, but they can't really push because they don't have like a first move hero. They don't have a stun. They don't have a proper initiating tool.
So, I mean, just while you're on the topic of, you know, we mentioned Venomancer in game 1 and game 2 completely different, right? MSS, same player, same hero. Is it really just the lack of Warlock that made that such a complete night and day difference?
I don't think so. I mean, the way that he laned it was max wards. He was against a dual lane a lot of the time, so it's less safe for him.
Okay.
And if he gets dived, he doesn't have nearly the same damage. It's very good at farming creeps and pushing waves and defending towers, but when it comes to actually combat, then he's more of like, oh, I need to kind of play the game slow for like 10 minutes. But he can't really go the max damage build because if he gets behind and he doesn't win his lane, then he's just actually worthless.
Yep. I think he was just better than against what MVP had in the previous
against
game.
the Timber.
Yeah, against the previous game. Whereas this time around, and they didn't have stun, so it made it even more difficult for the Banner to do his thing.
Plus side heals to offset high damage.
Yeah,
if you're high damage over time, then you're not going to be able to burst somebody. So you'd have to, the heals will offset a lot of that advantage that Venom brings.
No damage, or rather no burst and no stuns seems to be the takeaway. So we can bring up the scoreboard then to have a little look at what this does. Take us into game 3. If you have a quick look at the numbers, it seems to be a rather team effort across the board. What's standing out to you when you look at those numbers, Winter? Anything that really jumps out, or does it just seem like a team effort?
Mostly just like, I think a team effort. Like, obviously there are certain points in the game where one player did a very good job, but I think overall, like what Kevin said, like the Warlock with the Golem and the Fatal Pawns just did so much in the fights. There was like little to no chance MP were able to take any of the fights, even though with they have like AoE, like Fennel plus Queen, but it's just not enough. Like they don't have disables. They can't really start the fights on their terms, and it's very difficult for them to take team fights.
Yeah, I think one thing that could have given them a bigger advantage is either Eternal Envy having a better game mid, or if Drow was able to get a fast Shadow Blade and turn that into ganks, if she played more of a ganking carry. But it's so hard to do.
I mean, you think about it, the Queen had Draw Aura, and she still lost her lane. Like, she didn't lose her lane as bad as the TA game earlier against VP, but it tells you how weak the hero is in the laning phase right now.
Is that Envy playing it though? Because every game he keeps starting Ring of Basilius. It's comparable damage
we didn't talk about
as Null Talisman, but it doesn't give you as much stats. Null Talisman would give you what, 3/7 of an armor. It would give you 60 HP.
Like, he did that every game, right? Almost every game.
Yeah, he did almost every game. I mean, the other game was against PA, kind of makes sense because it's all physical. But I don't know. I feel like that item against Sniper not as good because it's a lot of magic damage from Shrapnel. I feel like he'd be better off getting a Null Talisman, maybe just having better efficiency trades.
It is interesting that there is this desk has such a kind of a negative attitude towards Queen of Pain. Do you feel like you've explained it properly, or would you like to take an opportunity to do that? Why we don't feel like she's strong?
Low armor, takes levels.
There's so many heroes that can do what she does better.
Right.
Like
on lower
if you talk about AoE, like Invoker that gives you AoE. If you want a hero that has like disable, like Queen of Pain doesn't provide you, a hero like Puck would provide you a disable. Sure. And if you want a hero that's good in the lane, Queen of Pain is usually, back in the day, considered a good laning hero, but not anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll leave it there with Queen of Pain, and we can actually start talking about that replay. Now, word on the street is there was drama going down at a tower in middle. That's what I've been told.
Yeah. This looked like a really good fight for NP in this engagement, but things kind of just worked down slowly. So keeping an eye on where MVP's base is important. They're in a very defensible position. They got tons of damage on Kyo here. The Tombstone was maybe placed a little too aggressively, and I think that was maybe one of their big downfalls because MVP was able to take it out very fast. But look at all the heals that they just threw on Kyo. That's Shadow Word, that's Purify, that's Repel. And it looked good, but when they couldn't kill either Slark or the Sniper when they initiate, and the Tomb's already gone, then you're kind of committed. They needed to get Kyo below Quap ulti, basically.
Dude, Sniper is not a hero that if you stand in front, you're not, like, he's not a hero that's like supposed to be standing in front like this, but because against their lineup and they have like the Omni and the Warlock, he's not afraid to stand in front. Like he knows you can't kill him.
I mean, that should have been him out of position, right?
Yeah,
there's like three people closing on him.
It should have been a sniper out of position.
But instead, he turns around with, he's got full health, like 7 seconds after that fight started. So yeah, it was a tricky one.
Yeah, and again, Envy goes in, but he's not yet level 11, so his blink cooldown is a little bit too long. He jumps and he dies. So he almost needed like a survivability item. I think he would have been better off going Blade Mail that game, honestly.
Anything like maybe a Yule's forced up, like whatever. Like the hero, part of the problem of the hero is she doesn't have a good build up. Like certain heroes are like average or mediocre, but they have very good builds, so it allows the hero to be played. But Queen of Pain doesn't seem to have like a nice build up, or like all her build ups are really like expensive, very difficult to go on.
And if I was to force you to play devil's advocate here, Ted.
Oh, you want me to defend Quap?
Just because I think it'd be fun.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm happy to fulfill that role.
Let's do this.
But I'm not serious.
No, this is you playing devil's advocate because Purge and Winter don't like the Quap pick, if you had to.
I mean, at the very least, it lets them have a hero. They didn't have anybody, we said at the start, that could get past. There was no catch. There was no chase. There was no initiation. You don't want to initiate with Quap.
Yeah.
But if that's the shout, if that's what you've got something. At least you can go and pressure the sniper. The problem was that with the double heals out of the Omni and the Warlock, it meant that whatever she did, it's healed up. She's fine as sniper just sitting there, Cardell Sharp Eye style, just pewing away. So it's impossible. But Quap, yeah.
I'm only laughing because Winter and Purge are sitting there just squinting like.
I'm trying.
I appreciate the stretch. It does sound like we have got questions from social media. We'll jump in just to dig Ted out of that very difficult hole I put him in. I apologize. Any idea why NP opted for Quap instead of Invoker?
That was what I was asking in the room.
Yeah, that was exactly what Winter said. So congratulations, Marcio Mjigger. I smashed that.
I have no idea. I was like asking, I was talking to Helen, their manager, and doesn't MV play Invoker? Yes, he plays Invoker.
And so you were sitting there kind of awkwardly wondering why Invoker hadn't been selected. Isn't Invoker something that we've seen an awful lot in this meta as well?
It's very much NP's hero, but who's he in a Sunstrike combo with? Venomous Gale,
even a
Witch Doctor
Quasvex Invoker. I think even a Quasvex Invoker would have been better than the Queen of Pain. Like he would have offered more for his team.
Okay. Does it beat Sniper in lane though? I feel like the armor's so low that he wouldn't win the matchup.
But you have the Tornado plus the Cold Snap to initiate. If you are calling for a rotation, it's easier for... I mean, at least it's better than the Queen of Pain trying to blink. And then when you blink in, if you don't kill the Sniper, you die.
Well, shouldn't have like one of their supports been able to show up mid or something and give Envy a kill or
like
an advantage?
Witch Doctor moving mid with an Invoker, it would have been easier, way easier to kill the Sniper.
I guess, but
do you think they were worried about the greed factor of having an Invoker, that it would be tricky for him to get what he needs?
He's not that greedy.
You don't think he needs a lot of farm?
He needs a lot of farm, but he's helping the team by just using Sunstrike.
I would love them to have picked Invoker. I think he's a great hero, but I'm just trying to think of their reasoning is maybe they thought Quap can come and blink in and we can get some kills earlier than Invoker would.
I think Quap is, maybe the thought process was Sniper against Quap. If you get a head start in the lane, you can easily kill him with Blink Poison.
Right.
But that wasn't the case because he had support. He wasn't alone. Then it doesn't...
then it's like, yeah.
Okay, well, that didn't quite work out for them. That was a great question, though. And we have got time for just one more coming in from the social media stratosphere. I think these ones are coming in from Reddit, if I'm not mistaken. Camperian Flax pull it off as the next 007, a.k.a. James. Now, this is a big question.
I'd say no.
But why not?
Definitely not.
I think I could see this. You've got the swag.
No. Daniel Craig in the Bond movie there, the one where... I think it was Casino Royale, where he comes out of the water and he's all buff.
And rippling.
Do you remember? And he was all rippled and the girls were like, oh, wow, Daniel Craig's gorgeous. If I did that, it would just, they'd be dazzled by the gleam from the head and they'd be like, why is there a dad falling over in the sea? It wouldn't work.
You could definitely be Q, though.
I could do a Q.
Oh, we could do a Q.
Yeah, I could do a Q.
Easily.
Yeah.
But
Q ball, they'd have to call me.
I feel like the real question is Purge. I think you could do James Bond. Like, I mean, we get you in the gym.
James Bond has to be English. I'm sorry.
Does he have to be?
Has to be English. That's it. Or Scottish. British.
I think it helps to be more socially aware, too. I got the arrogance part down sometimes. Everything else.
I'm
missing a lot there.
I watched a horrible compilation of just inappropriate things said in James Bond movies, and it was like 15 minutes
It's like
long.
most of the movies. Yeah, that's pretty much the whole movie.
Yeah. Okay, so in answer to your question, it was a good one. I think I still convinced you could. I don't know what you're talking about. Why? You've said that you wouldn't look good coming out of the water.
I told you.
Yeah. Okay. What your version of James Bond doesn't walk out of the water. There you go. I've solved your problem.
Let him wear a T-shirt or something.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Can you imagine him coming out of the water? He's got like a wetsuit on.
The string vest with the hanky on my head. That's what I'd need. Like
did we work out what the little kind of heat pack?
No, we haven't. I still think it's an anti-headache patch. Someone needs to let us know if you know what that funny little patch that was on.
That was on Newbee.
It was on. I can't remember which player was on Newbee. Was wearing like a patch.
I think it was U9.
Possibly.
Okay, we'll work it out. If not, we'll find him. We'll hunt him down and we'll work out what it was.
Get Slacks on the case.
Yes, indeed. And we'll be seeing Slacks in that post-match once we do jump into our third map. But it is, of course, time to discuss the draft. It is just moments away, and it does give us a little bit extra time to talk about expectations, right? So already, NP have been not stuck in their ways. They've found incredible success with their Venomancer, and they've had awful failure with their Venomancer. So the question now is, do they finally get away from the Drow Ranger, the Venomancer, or do they do something a bit different?
Get away from the Queen of Pain.
Okay, sorry, excuse me, I know you're not a fan.
mean,
and pick
He
something
is
like
right.
Alchemist.
Yeah.
Pick an Alchemist.
Alk was banned.
Alk was banned, yeah.
Maybe try to grab him. I don't know. Maybe not first phase, but in the second phase. Try not
Yeah.
to leave him too late.
I mean, he was banned, I think, 4th possibly by MVP, but
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. You're right.
Yeah, so it's tricky for them to get what they want. I think either team either has to pick Warlock or ban Warlock. You can't let him in.
It's just not going to happen.
Because it's just too dangerous.
agree.
Like, you can't let him in again. Whichever team's picked him has won. So that should tell them all they need to know about that. But yeah, maybe MP try something a bit different.
But it does. Sorry, you go.
I think they need to grab Envy something that it's going to give them success in lane, or they need to adjust the playstyle. Like, because right now, I've seen 3 of their games today, and every single game, Envy is really behind
What have we
support
seen him
level
on?
kind of farms.
He's not been the driving force you'd want, right?
Quap twice. The
OD?
bottom game, completely understandable because he got zoned heavily, and maybe the third game a little bit like that. But either give him more coverage mid, maybe grab a Treant Protector. That could be a useful way. They could still contribute to the lane while helping Envy. Or give him something that he can kind of win his lane and then be more regular. Like even the third game, he didn't die much.
Remember what I told
he'd
you?
Get ahead.
Yeah.
This team, I said that sometimes they prioritize on Aoi a lot and they sack Envy. Like sometimes it's not his fault. He's having a hard time. Like his supports are just not helping him.
Sure.
They are choosing to help the other lanes.
They prioritize Aoi.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you've already said on the desk makes sense considering how much impact he can have. But
I don't know if you do with a Draw Ranger, though. Only if you're scared of their tri-lane, I think, is the only way. And they kind of did dual lanes there. I don't know, but he just seems... It seems like he's getting tilted to me as well.
Either they help him or they give him a better matchup, or he picks himself a better matchup, like a lane matchup.
Well, the draft is underway and you got what you wanted. Immediately looks like the Warlock has been removed. Right, so no more Fatal Bonds.
So that lets Io in the pool and Io and Ogre. Those were all of NP's other bans in the first round before.
There's Io. I think you're right, Kev. They almost need to give Envy a hero that he can play that's going to give him confidence almost. Like a sort of confidence boost hero that he can really go nuts with. There you go. So they've got SD Luna. That's very strong.
A very annoying mid to late game with the illusions.
Yeah.
Let's see what MVP go for to clear out the... Like, generally you want heroes that can deal with illusions. Like Timber, Tinker. Those are heroes that are very good at killing the illusions.
Okay. So
this is a classic. This is a very classic pick. They used to do this a lot before.
Yeah.
The dual lane on your
the Bristle Io,
lane,
right?
Bristle Io.
Yeah, yeah.
They pressure your lane a lot. Shadow Demon is not the greatest support anymore at level 1. Can't really zone 1 hero, let alone 2. So they might need another hero that can help them stabilize the lanes. Otherwise, the Io plus Bristle might cause too much problems for them.
Was it MVP that ran Bristle Io? I think it was TI5. They would run him a lot in the offlane.
That was MVP.
It was really, really good.
So what is it that makes Bristle Io so intimidating, Kevin?
Bristle's already really hard to kill is the big thing with his third skill. And you put an Io on top of that, he's getting heals and further reducing damage. And he stays alive, he attacks faster, he moves faster. Those are all things that he wants as a hero. Sometimes his mana problems too. So it basically makes your dual lane very scary. And you definitely can pressure mistakes.
Like for this lane to work very well, you have to both understand the limits of the hero, because generally when you play the Io plus Bristol, you want to go in and make very aggressive plays at the brink of your death, like dying, and then you kill the enemy. And not to mention that Bristol needs a support to stack Ancients. When you do dual lanes like this, there's going to be a hero that can always constantly stack the Ancients. It helps you, you know.
He actually helps you clear them as well.
Yeah, he helps you
thing.
clear them fast. You farm really fast from that.
Okay, so they're
get bigger.
Very damage MP right now.
This is also a classic hero to deal with, like Bristol. You take away his armor, makes him very, very sustainable to damage.
It's good against Io as well because you can stun both, AoE stun.
Yeah.
And Soul Catcher on Shadow Demon plus the minus armor on Slaughter means that Bristol's actually going to look a little squishy this game if they get their skills off in the right order.
if they can get it going. But
yeah, but if Bristol is like farm enough, he can always get items to deal with that, like a Lotus, or like sometimes you see, like I guess the Grease would probably be on the Io, but there's always ways to deal with it. Like I think like if Bristol gets a hit, like he has options to deal with what Slada brings to the table.
Do you think I mean, the thing is, when it comes to him getting ahead, I mean, Bristle wants to be able to dive people, basically. Like, he wants to get a couple levels and dive you. But with Shadow Demon there, you can kind of disrupt him and kind of stop him being able to do that. You disrupt him, you fall back.
You can
Luna's nice and
disrupt,
fast.
like, for example, if you have like Invoker, then it's going to be difficult for the Bristol to do that. You can disrupt Soul Catcher into the Sunstrike.
Yeah.
That'll be really dangerous for the Bristol.
Is this a kind of a respect ban, taking the sniper out of play? It was
it's a good, like, I think it's a really good hero right now. Like, I think teams have been starting to understand more how to play the hero. I think in the last 2 weeks or so, mostly when you see Sniper being picked, it's against OD to to deal with
Sure.
how strong OD is in the laning phase, and in general in team fights, it's very easy for Sniper to hit the OD.
QO having that taken away from him. And we're going to be seeing a Rubik crop up.
Silencer ban.
The silencer ban is because it's amazing against Bristle, because he has to cast quills every 3.5 seconds,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it elongates the Arcane Curse. That skill is actually really good
Oh,
against
yeah,
a hero like that.
that's true.
So that one makes sense. That's probably a something they've experienced through scrims. Like, oh man, silencer hard counters this dual lane.
Wow, Timbersaw.
Ooh.
Another good hero against Bristleback because he's a strength hero and good against the IO as well. IO, surprisingly, a strength hero, so very sustainable, susceptible to the Timbersaw damage and the Whirling Death. Very easy for him to burst him down.
Yeah, I really like that pick a lot.
So what it sounds like to me is that you've seen a lot of these picks being influenced by that Bristleback pick. You've seen the draft completely kind of shift ever since we did see that picked up in the second.
The problem is if you get a Bristleback that you can't kill,
right,
it drives the tempo of the game so hard that you're just focusing on this one hero that you cannot kill, and he's just running at you. It's a nightmare. So you do want to shut him down as fast as you can. I'm right on our Winter.
Certain heroes like super tanky, but you can choose to ignore him. But Bristleback, when he's super tanky, but he runs you down and he deals a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to ignore a target like this. That's why when you are playing against Bristol, you don't want him to get out of control.
The other thing is because they've gone with the Wisp as well, particularly with the Bristle, if you shut down the Bristle, you're kind of inadvertently shutting down the Wisp as well. So you're shutting down like both heroes, that whole combo, which is at the moment half of their draft. So it makes sense.
Well, this part makes it easier for them, at least if Bristle gets in trouble, that he can rotate. He can join Sark in a lane, join Bristle in a lane. Keeping either alive would be really important.
This is very MVP draft. They have heroes that constantly run at you, they fight, they don't rely on cooldowns. They just need like some farm, and they're gonna be able to constantly like take fights all the time.
Bristle's still an amazing pick. He's a great Slark counter. It doesn't matter if he's invis. He still blows them up. So if
Timbersaw
has a really good game, I feel like the game just ends for MVP.
Yeah, Timbersaw is really good against the Bristol plus the Slark. Both of the heroes are very weak against Timber. I mean, MVP just really, they have to do a lot in the laning phase with the Bristol IO. Otherwise, I think mid game Luna, Slara, and Timber are just gonna be much stronger calls against what they have.
So it kind of really comes down to the last support pick for MP then, because that'll change their tri lane really. Like Luna's already very good. They got SD, but it's a little offensive lacking. I feel if they want to kill either an IO or Bristol.
They might just go for like something to follow up the disrupt. I think then as long as you have enough like disable to kill, something that they like a lot is like the Elder Titan. It's pretty good here against their heroes.
I actually like that a lot. It damage amps all the physical they already have, and any of the magic from like.
It's pretty good against Slark. I think overall that hero is a hero that they play a lot and a hero that fits their lineup right now. And it's really good against what MVP have.
Batrider banned 5th round, by the way. But 5th round is amazing.
Yeah, that is.
Concerned.
I mean, some teams just don't really like to play the hero, even though it's a good hero.
Yeah, but it goes all the way to the end of the draft, and then finally continues to be 100% pick and ban. Batrider just continuing to keep that number a juicy 100.
It's definitely not a typical Phoenix pick, but I think what they would have done is do Batrider versus Timber, is why they banned it.
Yeah, they're probably worried about that because Timber is very, very weak against Batrider in the lane. You can't really do much against that.
It could be like Timber mid or something. Never know.
But if you have Q on your team, you do not. I wouldn't want to put Q on a hero like this.
You don't think Q is a bad hero, a bad player?
No, I don't think he's a bad player, but I want bad player. I don't want to waste him on a hero like this. I want him to be on a hero that it's like a Shadow Fiend, I want him.
How about an Ursa?
Ursa will be fine.
Okay.
I want him to be on a hero that can carry the game.
Well, there it is.
It's definitely Ursa. It's great against killing Luna. Great against
Timber. Timber is really weak against Ursa on the laning phase.
So they found it. After all of the banning and the desperately trying to keep Timber safe, they still find something to get under his skin.
So does this make us think that they forgot about Ursa, or that they are more likely to put Timber in a safe lane? Because I feel like Timber versus Ursa mid is very Ursa
They can't really change their lanes anymore. There's Luna. Luna's going to take the safe lane. There's Slala. Slala's off lane. Unless they're going to put Slala as a support and put Timber off lane.
They certainly could.
Yeah, actually they could.
Lots of teams do that, actually.
The lanes is not very strong. Like Slug and Rubik is not really that strong at zoning off lane Timber. And Slala with the Slala roaming around, I could see that working for them. And you pick another matchup against a better matchup against the Ursa and mid.
Invoker is still there in the pool.
Yeah, I actually hope.
And you've got the setup.
I just hope that MV plays something else. Anything.
Quap versus Ursa. How do you die? He doesn't have a stun, dude. You just can't die.
Yeah, but you can't kill heroes as well. Yes.
There you go.
Yes,
we got it.
Oh,
you an Envy fanboy
He's
now?
so
Is that what's
happy.
happening?
No more Queen
I think Winter's just like, don't make him play
Yeah.
this hero anymore.
He'll
It
get
could
like
be anybody. It could be anybody. Don't make them play co-op, is Winter's thinking.
So suddenly, are you suddenly a happy boy now? Are you suddenly going to maybe shift your
Yeah,
your
Invoker's
faith
really
into
good
MP?
here. They have support Slada, which means that they have two ways
Mhm.
of setting up the Sunstrike, the Slada plus the Disrupt from
Yeah.
SD. So I think it's a really good pick here.
He just has to not feed mid.
Just don't feed mid.
That's it.
Win mid.
He's
He'll be
against
fine.
the Ursa, he'll be fine.
This is going to be good. All
We'll
right,
see.
well, you guys have helped us set the scene. This draft does mean we're going to have a very intense third map, and the voices behind it are going to be Fogged and Toby. You guys are going to enjoy this one. Our first third map on the main broadcast.
Of course, we're going to enjoy this. We're enjoying the draft. Fog knew exactly what was happening all the way through, right? Support Slaughter.
Kind of had a feeling.
See it coming from a mile away.
It looked like it looked like a VP draft. It looked pretty much
It
exactly
really did.
what they do. So I was just like, okay, this looks like it's going to be the Slaughter, and it looked like MVP kind of understood that it was going to be a Timber offlane too, because they picked the Ursa to go up versus the Timber in the short lane, so they can actually deal with it with Rubik and Ursa. They don't have to bring and commit 3 heroes to actually deal with it. And then they can put the Slark mid. It's just a kind of staple for them, you know. They like to have QO like putting the Slark mid, even though no one else really does it.
Yeah, it seems kind of odd. Like you have that 3 melee kind of style coming out from MVP. It's like, is it going to work? Like the only other thing which we tossed up early on was like maybe we look at MVP slipping into Roshan nice and early on. Maybe they can grab it even though it's not as useful.
Yeah.
Getting level 2.5 if you can get it just on the Ursa and the Bristleback. So I just like abandons the pit and get them level 2. That laning phase for MVP is going to be so much stronger. I think I have a lot better time. But I still want to see what's going to happen with the Invoker. You were mentioning it with Eternal Envy as we were talking during the drafting phase, that he really dislikes going for the Quas Wex, which is really good against a Bristleback and even an Ursa not having that mana pool.
Yeah, I don't know if he really like dislikes it. I just really haven't seen him do it. I think it fits really well with their draft. Like I think the Exort fits really well with their draft. Obviously, like Winter and them mentioned, they have multiple different setups for it, and it scales much better. You know, it's able to push lanes out in a better factor too. It's able to pressure lanes, and it gives them more type of push, more objective takers on top of like the Luna, the Shadow Demon, everything like that.
Mhm.
I actually really like this NP draft. It reminds me, like I said, it reminds me a lot of VP, and I think it's just they're on a lot of comfort heroes. MSS Timbersaw, Luna, AUI Luna, Envy Invoker. I'm liking it. I think MVP does have a window, obviously, to win this game. Duh. But like, I think it's really heavily emphasized on this Bristleback IO lane. Depending on how they do is going to dictate pretty much everything in every single way that they take fights into like the mid game and after lane stage.
And we'll see how NP actually even pushes their lanes out. Like right now, they're sending all 5 heroes up to that top lane. So they may have some other more unusual things in mind. Normally when you run that support Slaughter, that you don't heavily commit to an offlane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like you have Shadow Demon, you go for level 1 smoke, you try to make a play, at least get some wards down, disrupt the, block the pull, probably disrupt stuff. But Ursa might actually get caught here. He breaks the smoke. They do have an early lane ward already down,
Well,
too.
They put down their own obs.
But they
and
see
Valor,
him,
yep,
and they got
there's
him.
your disruption. Savage is moving into position for the perfect crush. The Sunstrike is coming in as well. And Velo, he will drop, and that is the Ursa down. 30 seconds before the runes even spawn, and the Ursa is already pushing up the daisies.
I love this too. MSS saved the skill point. He didn't go for the he didn't go for the Whirling Death to try to get the damage out. He didn't grab the reactive armor. He's waiting to decide which one he needs in the laning phase, because they knew that's pretty much going to get a kill. And yeah, they do block the pull.
They
great
block
level
both
1 smoke.
camps, by the looks of it. Because Dire also blocked up the camp with their earlier Observer ward.
Okay. Who ends up getting the last hit too? Oh, and Envy even gets the last hit too. So that's actually pretty huge.
Does he actually have anything on the... So
Pick up the Blightstone.
He's bringing a Blightstone early on, so there's more potential for him in the mid lane. It is going to be a tough mid lane. Like, you're looking at a Slark as well as an IO together, even if the tether just kind of failed from Febby.
He's going to move, right? Yeah, he's not going to stay there. I think he'll
They're
move.
actually smoking already.
Oh, maybe they go for a level 1 kill.
Dubu and Febby, they're looking for Eternal Envy. Maybe they're also thinking about the early Courier, knowing that Eternal Envy got the first
Envy.
blood. Yeah, they want him. Kuro doesn't have Pounce leveled up just yet, but now with a pickup, the throw back, they can go for the Pounce Eternal
He's
Envy.
dead.
We said it's been a hard time for an Invoker. He doesn't have Quas, there's no survivability, and QO will get the kill on Eternal Envy. The hard times just keep coming.
That's one way to fix when, you know, the enemy mid laner gets first blood on your mid laner. It's just like, all right, let's just smoke level 1, kill him. And it works for them, and now the Wisp is going to make his move toward that Ancients. Is he going to make it to stack it? I don't think he will. He's going to be very close, but he'll go down and chill with the Bristle. He's actually going to get it.
Yeah,
There
it's
you
out
go.
in time.
Nice. Perfect timing.
So
Now
this,
he's going to make his
this
way
is
down.
MVP being more, and they're going again. They're going on Envy. The leash will go to work. Dubu's still got his control with a pickup, but it's not even
Oh,
required.
no.
He can save the mana, and a second death now for Envy. They're switching lanes. Savage is, well, not completely switching, but they're bringing Savage into the mid lane.
That's super painful though. Like this is such an MVP thing to do versus like an Invoker or some hero that like struggles a bit in the early laning phase. They pick a hero that can kind of just like get on his face, like a PA, a Slark. They even used to do obviously the PL versus the Invoker, but that obviously completely fell out of favor. And I mean, those 2 rotations were perfect right there. Like Envy TP's back in it, dies right away, misses 2 full creep waves of experience. Luckily SVG has a TP and he's able to get that, but that's super painful for your Invoker after he gets first blood.
Yeah. And he spent the money on the Blightstone, so he's behind in his items, where Febby, he's now going for the 3rd stack of the Ancients, already has the bottle up and running. So he just does this, grabs the 2-minute rune, pops back down to Forever if he can do it. In fact, he's going to tether up with QO as they're making a run as an Invis rune. So the greatest thing that Savage could have hoped for.
Yeah, denying the rune from bounties or denying the runes from Wisp is super important. Making sure you at least try to emphasize checking at least one of them, if not both. But yeah, they get one. The bounty's picked up by Dubu, and now they make the rotation down to the Bristol's lane.
Forev might really regret moving this aggressively over. Potentially they can go into Disruption plus the Crush. Savage body blocking Febby a little bit, so he actually stuns over on the Io. Io will tether himself away the creep wave. Forev still tanky enough to get out. And in fact, Savage is a little bit more concerned about the mana on the Bristleback. There's not enough to go for more quill sprays.
Yeah,
so Savage is out.
Febby's still level 1, but he's going to be able to tether up Forev and at least give him some mana and something a little bit of health too. He's got no regen up on that Bristleback.
Life's even harder. Like, Dubu's just being more of a pain in the ass. Fable it down. Envy, just because life isn't great for you, takes more of that damage away from him and his Forge Spirits.
This is the cool thing too about when you pick an Ursa versus a Timbersaw. Obviously, he's an agility hero, so he doesn't get like crippled at all by Whirling Death, and you're able to leave him alone in that matchup. Rubik obviously emphasized on that super heavily, just ganking Envy twice in the mid lane. Now he might be able to move just to get some levels up, so he's not struggling in that factor, but yeah, Ursa does just perfectly fine in that matchup. The only trade-off is that, you know, obviously the Timber gets some farm and some levels.
That was just Febby going straight back to base. He was out of bottle charges. he went from 100% to 0 straight away. With the amount of Ancients which are already stacked up, and he can just tether back down again and give Forev all the regeneration that he wants.
Yep, TP's down with Overcharge in range of the tower.
And what a time for it too. Like, it's when MP want to initiate. Like, Rose is on the way out, so they can go for the disruption, but the only choice they have is Forev, and they know that that's not a kill. And now Eternal Envy may be dead again. He walks down into the river, and the second his feet get wet, he potentially dies, and there's the leash. Got to hold him there. The Sunstrike's over on Dubu, so he gets some damage back, but that's now the 3rd death. All 3, 100% of the deaths of MP are all on EE.
Yeah, and Febby's having great positioning in this bottom lane.
They're going
sitting on the side. Forev does get caught by the Soul Catcher here. They do have a decent amount of damage, but he's got his back turned. He's got the Wisp Overcharge. He's getting a couple Quill Stacks coming up now too, and they're deterred from going for that. Like, the stick charges, the Quill Stacks just adding up way too much. You can't really go for that with 3 stacks on your Luna already.
And this is the reason why they didn't do it before. Like, you saw Forever, like, this is a no-go. Like, this is an insanely low percentage chance that you'll actually find that kill. And you probably only went on Forever because he was so far down and you weren't exactly certain where Febby was.
I almost want to see one of the guys from NP.
They're going again.
They're going with the Sunstrike.
There's only stick charges available, so if he wants to tether down, Febby could do it. And he started the tether, but it was too late. So Bristleback will die. Meanwhile, Timbersaw dies on the top lane. Ursa Warrior just going hand with Phase Boots. He just ran him down.
Yeah, the 2 points in the Soul Catcher with the Sunstrike on top, the amplified pure damage definitely coming into favor there on top of the Bristleback. We see, as always, lots of suicides in the early game, which everybody loves so much, obviously. But yeah, I do want to see one of the heroes soon from NP when they get the time to rotate to put a hill ward or a ward on the rune at least to watch the movements.
They're going again. More TP supports in the way. Dubu's leaving. The support's coming in from Savage, but he's too far away. Can turn on the sprint, but he cannot fight an Ursa. And he knows it.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's like, when Forev dies in those situations, of course it's not great because he's giving a lot of experience to the supports, which they aren't really getting because they're not able to pull. But he has the catch-up mechanic. Like, he's got a triple Ancient stacked already, and they're going to go to do that probably when he's like level 5, maybe level 6 or something along those lines. At least get maximum stacks possible up on there.
Well, Febby's there to stack it again.
And nice. SVG did exactly what I was kind of mentioning. He puts that ward in the mid lane to watch the Rubik's movement, watch the rotations up to that mid lane. Forev just chain pulling now.
Is Kuro getting an action rune? Yeah, he does. He found a double damage rune. So if they want to bring the Slark into the fight, all he needs is a TP scroll at the moment. He's kind of stuck in the mid lane.
They've moved both supports bottom now. Dubu gets hit by a Lucent Beam and actually drops super low, but still there just to back it up. They know Forev can actually die now to that max combo, but they're going to farm up this This nice triple stack that they have there. Pull to the creep wave.
Well, Forev can do the rest. Febby as well as Forev both with stick charges available.
Doesn't seem like they want to farm it just yet.
Oh, Rose is coming over. Telekinesis, they're going to pick him up. Throw him back through the tree line, so no vision to hide inside of. Febby hits him with all the balls with the Fade Bolt. They turn the Eclipse on, and the damage. They get the kill onto the Bristleback, so a nice little turnaround there. At the same time has happened again. The double damage rune from QO gets the kill onto Eternal Envy, and EE was back at his tier 2 tower. There's nowhere safe in this world for Eternal Envy.
Yeah.
So NP now try and take out this stack with MSS. They still haven't got the 3 big ones. And MVP are moving over to contest. QO still with that double damage rune. And he's going to find a perfect leash. So they go for both the targets. Luna and Timber get destroyed. The rotations from MVP are right on the spot.
Yeah, that was great movement there by QO. Obviously killing Envy and then moving down bottom, getting a double kill on both cores. So he just killed all 3 cores actually on that Slark.
Yep. In the space of a minute. And I don't know if he actually got the last hits on the camp as well, but this, like QO is now sitting at 4.1k net worth, and the nearest to him is the Luna at 2.5k on MP. Obviously, he's still got his own Ursa Warrior at 3.3.
Yep. And like we were saying, like of course, like having a Bristleback die is not what you want, but it's not a bad scenario, honestly. Like he's got his recovery stacks always there, and they're gonna keep emphasizing on doing that.
I don't even see he's behind at all right now. Forev's having the time of his life.
He's actually like pretty much tied with the net worth to the
that
Luna.
stack is quite huge. Now it's a 5 stack, but Velo's moving down. He's got his Morbid Mask.
He's going for the Roche too.
Yeah, he's actually going to attempt Roche Charm. This is before they take either of the tier 1 towers, so a little bit riskier.
Yeah, definitely a bit riskier. They did see the Luna TP top though, and they know Eclipse is on cooldown. It's only MSS who can really walk into there and actually cause any ruckus, and they see him in the bottom lane, so this is pretty much a free Roche for them. And by pretty much, I mean a free Roche.
Yep. Yeah, there is nothing MP is going to do about this. Potentially a rando Sunstrike from Eternal Envy could be dropped.
They know this is going on.
He's sending a Forge Spirit, but it's already too late. Roshan's dead.
Yep. QO picks up the Aegis. Looking very good for him. His CS, of course, isn't massive. You know, he's only got 43, but he's getting the kills. He's got 4 kills already on this Slark. Not something you'd really expect from a mid Slark from other teams, but you know, this is MVP we're talking about. They even put so much pressure on this bottom lane that they take the tower already.
We're going to remember it's the Bristleback that already hit level 6. Like it's the old-fashioned combination. Remember when Jakiro was a tower pusher and they ran a 1 position on him? Yeah, keep your eyes on Forev in a second, even though Kuro's having fun with MSS. Forev is about to move. He's at 3.5k when he starts this.
That is a humongous ancient stack. That's like, what, 5? 1,
this
2,
is
3.
a lot.
That's 5, I think.
This is a hell of a lot. Newbee's going to leech some of the experience as well. But all this money is going the way of Forev. So 3.5, he's now at 4.2. And just watch the net worth continue to rise.
Yeah, it was a 5 stack. They actually, wow. Yeah, so he's going to have, if he wants, what, like a full hood? And yeah, okay, 4.3, 4.7 now, and he's got 1 more left, and it's going to be respawning pretty soon.
He's now just behind the Slark at 4.9. 4.9k net worth.
It was a nice little mirror movement there by AUI when he got pressured in that bottom lane and died. He moved instantly to the top lane, at least claimed the tower off of that. And they do get a ward down in the enemy jungle, so they're able to see rotations and able to pressure that top lane off of that in a little bit of an easier fashion. But
keeping those wards is also quite difficult, though. You do have a Slark on the map.
Yep.
So any of this vision which you do get, Kuro's already, like, he's already pinging
out. It out.
Yeah, he found the perfect position. Ran to the top of it, ran to the side of it, and Newbee can just throw down the sentry ward and let Kuro take it.
Yeah, he's going to have his Shadow Blade finished up quite soon, which is going to be really incredible once he's able to go for that Silver Edge versus the Timbersaw versus the Luna, obviously able to disable the passives.
I'm just wondering how MP now deal with the global. Because Bristleback is so fantastic at pushing down buildings, but the relocate's up for Io, so he's also be involved in the fight, just like this one. So Envy, they start the fight, the Sunstrike, QO's already moving away, managed to drop down far enough to not get hit by that Timber Chain, but Aoi just lets the ulti go. It burns the Aegis to the Immortal, and maybe they find another one. Io will drop, but Forev runs straight to the front lines. He's so low on life, he'll actually fall. MP getting something back, but Velo with the Mask of Madness, he can't finish MSS. QO! No, not your home! Get out! You are not allowed into this base. This is only 11 minutes in. He's already considering diving under tier 3 to tier 4 towers.
Yeah, definitely a very aggressive relocate there. They do lose the Bristleback, who's, you know, super farmed on net worth, but he did go for a mech. So I guess they thought, you know, maybe with the mech, with the double kill, they'd be able to go for that type of dive potential. They lose 2 heroes, they lose the Aegis, but they claim They claim 2 core heroes, and they force the Eclipse out. So they're just, massive amounts of pressure. They even get some wards down during all this ruckus. And none of them are actually found on the side of NP. So great wards coming out for MVP just to be able to keep eyes on the side of NP. And yeah, like you mentioned, there's a Slark on the side of MVP. They have much easier access to be able to deward, and they just take out 2 right away.
So without that kind of vision, they can't see the rotations of QO, who just got his Shadow Blade. So he's running up the river to come in behind NP.
Oh, this could be
Vela's
bad.
going to have the movement speed. Savage already triggers up the sprint, but they see him. The Sentry Wall's down, but the disruption! Oh, the miscommunication timing! The crush was coming out from Savage. He really wanted to get that hit, but Rose went for the disruption instead. So now the Sentry will get dewarded, and the Slark, while the Shadow Blade does get revealed, is hunting a courier. It's flying right over the top of him. So Forev as well as QO team up together. QO's running in. They get the crush off this time around. Sentry Ward down. Keep the amplification up, and QO too deep, but then Dark Pact. It's a wonderful ability which allows freedom for all. Febi's even going to relocate him further away, so the Sun strikes off target. And MVP, the rest of the team was on objective-based gaming, taking out that Tier 1 tower. And now you even steal amplification into Dubu.
That's actually a big steal. Amplify is massive here to be able to deal through the Timbersaw in short fashion. But yeah, keeping up super aggressive. They even put down now some more aggressive wards. It is actually in range of the NP Sentry, though, so that one will probably get dewarded once to make time to move over there. But yeah, they're keeping the pressure on extremely heavily. And even with the dominated creep, which AUI was using to pressure with, it gets taken out.
Man, even if the hero damage is only like 1,000 off, but you look at the difference in net worth. Hero is so far ahead of Eternal Envy. You kind of expect that when Envy is also 1 for 5 with 2 assists. This is not the Invoker game that he was really hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, he got the first blood, but then, dying those beautiful rotations for Dubu are definitely crippling him.
His Midas isn't too far behind. Like, he's still got the hand of Midas. It's 13 minutes, so he's like 4 or 5 minutes behind where he'd like to be.
It's pretty behind. It's pretty behind.
It's pretty behind, but if they can get the coordination of, like, we had this issue as well with MP with their SD in their previous game. Like, the coordination timing is just a little off. That was the end of game 2 when they were getting ripped apart by Virtus.pro. So they were kind of a little, I don't know, tilted or just not focusing anymore. They knew it was over. But same kind of thing. Like, you need to get that initiation off. You caught a break. You got a Slark with the first reveal of Shadow Blade underneath your Sentry.
Bottom lane, here comes the pressure. They see MSS. He's obviously trying to do the D push, and Velo's in position to try to go for that dive there when they go to pressure the tower.
He found AUI, but he goes straight past him, straight down towards Rose. Disruption will be there. The Dark Pact damage. The Leech is still holding him there, and then, as you said, relocate, soaking up so much of the damage with the Eclipse. Febby will drop, but it's all for the greater core. There's also MSS on the run, but Velo enraged up as the Ursa. That's 3 heroes down for MP. Velo almost has his full diffusal blade as well. Like, we're 14 minutes into the game.
This is, I'm happy to see this, though. Not like to take away from NP or anything, but I'm happy to see that MVP starting to find their form. They're playing their heroes. They're playing their type of style that they like to do, and it's working. They're making sure that pressure just constantly is in NP's face and not letting them be able to get that farm, able to do that, the Shadow Demon Luna, which we do see so often. But they're just not letting them get their game online.
They need something in MP, like something to stem the bleeding. Like, there's no crowd control coming from the Invoker because she got this Quas Exort build as opposed to the Wex build. The SD is trying to be aggressive. The Slaughter is nowhere near having an influence. Like, his influence is almost countered by the fact that Dubu's doing more work than this Slaughter. Slaughter can't survive when he runs in. He's just amplification and just hope that doesn't get stolen.
Yeah. Dubu's had great positioning, great rotation in this game. Pretty much all over the...
And then you just watch Forev. Huge amount of physical damage when he gets those Warpath stacks up. And thanks to Febby, he's always got the man to do it. And the defense that you try, like, you don't want to start triggering off the Magic 1 charge. It's already hard enough to deal with the regeneration of MVP, but it's their only D push they've got. So Forev, we're under 16 minutes and already the Tier 3 tower's under siege. And it looks like no one wants to come back.
They don't have Eclipse. Like, it's actually super hard for them to fight here at this point versus the Mac, versus the Wisp, versus the Warpath stacks.
So you just let it go?
I mean, they don't want to lose the racks, but at least drop down the tower at least just a bit, because they don't have the Blink on Slaughter. They don't even have any real form of initiation. And the ulti's still on cooldown. And now Dubu actually steals Chakram too, which is probably one of the better spells he could steal here as well. QO tries to go in, tries to latch to SVG, but doesn't want to use his pounce aggressively. He wants to use it in a defensive manner.
Remember, AUI is still on top lane. He's finishing the tier 2 tower off at the moment, so he hasn't come back.
You got to make space for him.
Yep.
Now he's going to come back. Eclipse is up in 10 seconds. This could be their go time.
It's a half-decent trade. At least you're getting something off this map when MVP could be taking everything from you.
Yeah, this could be MVP either backing up here just because they forced all reaction or looking for when, you know, 1 or 2 heroes kind of steps out of position, just instantly kill them and then take the fight at an advantage.
He's getting attacked, but he's going in. He doesn't care. He doesn't have an Aegis. He's just trying to do the work with the crush that's out. Still hidden up by that Shadow Dance, but Eternal Envy also has to go invis. A defensive disruption.
Steals
the Eclipse is out from AUI, and now the Eclipse will be used. Do they have enough damage? The Magical goes through the Timbersaw. The crush from Savage a little bit too late, but MVP underneath tier 4 towers lose their Ursa Warrior. And Forev has to start retreating back out again. But nope. We're going in again. QO wants to kill over on Rose. No mana for a disruption. Envy, deafening blast. Can't create enough space, but the double crush from Savage maybe is going to do enough work. Io can't relocate out. Now his 2 cores down. Starts to relocate, but he'll take a fall. Forev wants to do this solo. Chasing after Envy, but the Lucent Beam is enough to slow him down. Still again, under tier 4 towers. MVP, 2D pull out. They've just thrown so much money and experience the way of MP.
4,000 gold change. That was definitely over-aggressive there. I thought because they forced the reactions, they would back out and maybe try to, you know, wait till somebody moves forward, but they just really wanted to go. They just wanted to go ham. QO was just like, I am diving the fountain, pretty much, at the 17-minute mark. They do have that ward on the high ground there, so they're able to see some of the movement, but definitely a bit overzealous there. I think they could have done a couple different things there. They saw everybody move back. They weren't getting pressure on any of their other lanes. They could have just, you know, backed down and been like, okay, we got enough here. We got the tier 3 at this point. We can reset and wait a couple more minutes, wait for the next Roshan, which is up now. And now they do have, obviously, the SVG picking up that Blink Dagger there was crucial for them to be able to fight, and they even get a gem now, too, to be able to clear those aggressive wards that were coming out from MVP.
I think MVP opened up a door for MP to walk through to get back into this game. You see that graph in the net worth, it starts to rocket up, but the experience graph probably tells the bigger story, bringing this game so much closer than what it really was, which was MVP's game.
Yep.
They didn't even take the racks. They lost a tier 2 tower for a tier 3, and then they lost the team fight. And the only real cost was SD buyback.
Which is nothing. I mean, honestly, the SD buying back doesn't really do anything. He doesn't get items in this lineup. He just usually just goes for the disruption leveling up for the Luna later on.
They're going on top lane. Blink Crush off target. QO gets inside that Shadow Blade and gets away. They didn't bring dust on the Slaughter. And while that's going on, MVP will finish up Roshan. So Aegis the Immortal gets put into the hands of the Ursa this time around.
QO wants Envy. Gets a couple hits on him, but yeah, he doesn't want to use his pounce aggressively, still making sure that he doesn't put himself into too bad of a scenario. Now at least, even though he went pretty divey before. But I love when you see this, like these very experienced Slark players, they always tend to use their pounce defensively unless they feel super confident.
They need to go for the leash. Not unless he knows that Febby can also come in to help out for Rev.
Yep.
That also seemed like a bit like with MVP's push into the base, like low on mana, low on health. The fact that Febby didn't have the relocate instantly available either, for Rev might have been banking on that when he was going in pretty deep.
Mm-hmm.
Same for QO. Not to be the case.
Still trying to keep the pressure on, though. Even though Eclipse and everything is up, they've got the Aegis, they've got SNY on Bristleback. He's pretty darn tanky.
Have a check of what AUI is now, like brought to his cause. Like, a lot of this was probably also to help him out with the stacks, but he's got a Sada Banisher.
Yep.
So he would love to have that purge off during the fight, too. But NP, they're going to smoke maneuver now. Obviously, they're not going for Roshan. They're probably assuming there's some kind of stack for MVP that they want to be able to steal, but no stack. It's just a camp of dumb golems. That's all.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what forced them to actually make that movement. What made them think that they were doing the Ancients? They do have they do place a new ward. They had a defensive ward in their jungle, but I guess they didn't really see any information on the map. No one was showing, so they just kind of expected them to MVP to go be full farming, full efficiency.
It's the guess, right? Like you're up against a Slark. You're not going to have many wards up, so you've just got to have the best guess you can. The next objective they can take if they couldn't find anything is what they're doing now, which is the tier 1 tower. Fortification makes us a little bit slower for MP, and they're not going to get much more, but the Observer Ward...
They're coming in. MVP wants to fight this.
QO's on the run. The nice Chakram actually really slowing up the Ursa Warrior. Not to mention the Forged Spirits already dropping him down to -6 on the armor. So he's got to be careful when he wants to fight MSS. Timber chains away. QO pounces down the Blink Crush. Creates space, hitting both Forever as well as QO. The Chakram still doing heavy work. A lot of that will be repaired up by the mech. They tether in, but now MVP taking a lot of damage. Just try and chase this. And MP, they can smell the blood in the water. The question is, Kazlik can actually get the kill. Savage looking for that Crush. Actually pulled out of it. The Lucent Beam was his setup. But MVP bail. Maybe QO hovers around, wondering if MP now want to overcommit.
This gem purchase is actually owning so hard for MP right now. Like they're always able to see when QO tries to reset and go in, and able to obviously throw the Lucent Beam on him right away and just kind of deter him in a way. You know, if he gets hit by Soul Catcher, hit by like 1 or 2 nukes, it puts him pretty much at like 25% HP, like crucial HP, and he just can't really go in with that factor. And Velo, like you mentioned, he was getting punished in the backlines by the Forge Spirits, but something else I really want to mention too is he completely neglected getting Earthshock at all. He has 0 points in it.
Just all out direct one target hit?
No Blink Dagger either yet. He went for the Diffusal Blade. Now he's got the Blink Dagger coming out, but definitely a bit of a different build than what we usually do see.
Like, wouldn't you just expect like some points in that? Like, especially up against a hero like a Luna?
The 1 value point. Probably, at least.
But not to happen. Bottom lane, QO jumps in, finds Eternal Envy. The Sharkrams will fly out. Remember, he's still got that Shadow Dance to get away. They trigger off the dust, but is there enough vision as QO? There's the Shadow Dance going to work, and they relocate in. They go right on top of Eternal Envy. The Blink Crush is enough from Savage to create a little bit of space, and maybe MVP will back out. Now they've got the buyback out from EE. Really not what he wanted to do, but they initiate back in. Ursa amplified up. He does not have his Enrage available, but what he has is Forever and QO. Again, the jump forward. They look to go on AUY. Don't find the target.
Nice
another Blink Crush. Febby's still there, but the Eclipse doing the work with the Chakrams. They burn through the Aegis. There is no Slark for the moment. They're waiting for the Ursa to come back up again. The Ice Wall slows him down. Ursa can get kited now, but AUY is so low. So many Cool Spray sacks. He gets back, but the Owner's sticking him out 3 HP. He dies on the stairs of the fountain. And they may lose more. Eternal Envy, he can't die back. He will die back. 60 seconds on the sideline. They need something here. MP, the relocate is not up for Febby. And now as MVP again, they don't take the racks. They're being repelled. MP need to get closer. The Chakram will slow him down. There's your Crush. MVP will lose 4.
2 buybacks from the side of NP, but they didn't lose the racks. The melee Rax was at 300 HP, and it looked like MVP was very keen on just trying to go for kills rather than just trying to hit the buildings again. Definitely being a bit overzealous. Dubu did have a beautiful Eclipse steal there again, which dished out a good chunk of damage, about 2,000 damage. And we're going to look at the replay and see what ended up happening.
So again, MVP moving straight past the Rax, looking for that opening, and QO, like he really wanted to shut down Luna, but Savage,
such a good stun.
He has been on the money for MP. He's made so much space for the MP cores to work.
If that creep wave actually hadn't spawned right there, Dubu's Eclipse would have probably wiped out 1 or 2 more heroes. So it's a bit unfortunate for him there that creep spawned there, but definitely still, look, you can tell that they're very kill hungry. Like, they saw Envy's buyback. This is probably fine to go for because obviously you take him out after a buyback, but the Rax is still alive. You're not gaining your objectives, which you want to be getting with your lineup at this point.
Because the longer this game goes on, the more powerful the Luna is going to become. And
more powerful the Timber, too. Like, 16 Bloodstone charges on him now. He's becoming a very striving force. He's got a Ghost Scepter even finished up now too, so he's not going to be able to get bursted down too easily by the Ursa, even though he has Diffusal to purge it off.
I'm also seeing more issues appearing for this Ursa Warrior. Like that Ice Wall that also got planted down by Envy. It's a little bit easier when you know exactly where he's going to spawn up.
AUI gets leashed up. He's putting some pressure on with QO, but QO now...
He's dead.
Did he get bashed? I know he got crushed, but maybe he just died in the crush. Well, that's painful. That's also another benefit of the gem. They saw him right away when he tries to go for the pounce, and he gets bursted down. Now this is AUI's time to just completely come back in the game. Almost going to be #1 net worth. It's the first time he pulls ahead of the Slark and the Luna.
And for the first time in 20 minutes, MP actually have the experience advantage. It's not much, but it's something. They're still behind in gold, but you can also kind of expect that when MVP's still even got a Tier 1 tower up on the bot lane, and they've taken multiple Roshans.
Yeah, now it becomes a bit harder too because now Rose, even though he did go for the Shadow Poison maxing build, which we don't really see too often anymore. Usually we see like just the Disruption and Soul Catcher, especially from VP, from solo. But now he's starting to get more of the points in the Disruption, which obviously becomes super powerful with the Luna, getting massive amounts of illusions, able to split push easily. You get more farm on your Shadow Demon with that too. And you just obviously the reduced cooldown on Disruption just makes it easier to deter.
The more
them from
powerful
killing
this
him.
combo gets, the
Yep.
bigger they get, the more issues it is for MVP. Forever Lee's going to have his BKB for the next fight. Still a little bit worried about his mana pool if Io can't bring enough back into it, just because of the cost of the mech and then still spamming out his Quill Spray. That's the only other small issue I have for him.
Yeah, they at least have a set of Arcane Boots for him on top with the Wisp Tether, but... Yeah, this is NP completely coming back in this. Like now it's 17 Bloodstone charges on Timbersaw. Everything's looking much better. Like Aghanim is finished on Invoker. Definitely not where he wants to be, but he's still... Like, he's completely recovered.
It's better than what he originally was. He's still a 2 for 7 Invoker. That was at one point 1 for 3, only because he got the first blood.
Yeah, and QI actually never went. I thought he was going to go for the Silver Edge at one point, but now he feels like he just needs the BKB after a couple of those those deaths, just because he gets hit by the Crush and he gets bursted down so heavily by the Chakram and with the Lucent Beam if he's not under Shadow Dance. With the Eclipse, obviously, with the Lucent Beams.
Well, this is a nice quick respawn time on Roshan, so MVP will be very happy about this. This will be our third Roshan too, so we'll add cheese to the mix.
Yeah, definitely will be helpful. Okay, I was wondering where I clicked on Febby and I was like,
Where's
Febby
his
had
money?
a lot of gold. What was going on? So he picks up a full Yule Scepter.
Oh, Kuro, wait. Just wait. There you go.
Bam. Sees the Roche spawn.
That's actually the dream for MVP. And there's no way that MP is really going to know about this. They actually have to wait. So if they are thinking about like grouping up at this tier 2 tower at the moment and then smoking in.
It was like one of the earliest possible spawns. Like that's very unfortunate for them. There's no way they're going to be able to contest it.
Yeah, he's already dead.
It still would be a bit hard. You know, that's not really a great angle of approach for NP's lineup. Like if they walk in there, Slark has so many different ways of being able to get into the back line, even though they have the gem on the Slardar.
Interesting they give it over to the Ursa.
Yeah, who's got the cheese?
Slark.
Slark, yeah.
Potentially you could have given it to Febby, but it's probably safer to have it on the Slark.
Yeah, I mean, you have to drop so low to be able to get like maximum efficiency with the cheese if you're tethered up. But yeah, it's probably just, you know, safer to put on your cores.
It's going to become a little bit easier for MSS. Like, the bottom lane's pushing in, but he's about to finish up BTs if he wants them. But he'll TP back, add momentum as much as you possibly can. Fortification is up for MP. And this ice wall is a real problem. MVP just can't freely move and dive like they were previously. And it's actually a Blink Dagger purchase up for MSS. So he wants to fight. This isn't a split push game for him now.
No, and it just gets so much harder, you know, versus all these disrupted illusions. He's just going to do it again, throw the Luna under, throw some illusions out, clear the creep wave. Don't let MVP get to your high ground. And this is just like a 5v5 complete battle, even though MVP does have the Aegis and the cheese. Wait, the cheese actually was given to the Wisp, so they did do it as
he handed it over.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's Kuro also preparing to grab the gem. Like when the fight begins, just having that little slot open for when they kill Savage.
Yeah, Savage has been doing a very good job, though, of like keeping himself in a good position, like instantly like initiating and then reinitiating over and over, and even goes for Ghost Scepter to be able to burn those diffusal charges even more so from the Ursa. And now Velo does go for 2 points now in the Aftershock, or in the Earthshock.
MVP's backing out. Like they've returned to almost all the heroes back to their side of the river, apart from QO, who's looking to hunt the bottom. That's not much to hunt. That's just SD illusions that were pushing out the lane.
Yep, AUI slowly but surely getting more and more money. Gets a Diffusal Blade himself as well. The game of diffusals.
Not a very common item to have on the Luna. I was wondering if you'd actually go for that, or going for Skadi, having the extra slow from the Skadi, not to mention the extra stats to make SD more powerful. I also love to, like we were talking about this during the drafting phase, what SD should actually build into. And one of the cool things up against Bristleback with his Ags upgrade.
Yeah, completely disables the Bristleback once you get it. You have 3 charges as well, so it's crazy amount of potential from that. But yeah, the Diffusal Blade on the Luna, I think it's pretty cool, obviously, to kite out the Ursa in the engagements. Obviously, because he doesn't have like a BKB or anything, you can always just turn, you purge him like once or twice, and he's not able to get on you. Same thing kind of with the Bristleback. So it's a definitely interesting. Offensive relocate coming in.
He one-hitted down that courier. And you are going to relocate up, so the fight kind of splits into multiple parts. SD's going to have to disrupt a little bit further out. The Aegis Seymour's already been triggered on the Ursa, so he was hoping for the kill. Ursa will find that moment over on the SD. That was a long way north, so MVP wasn't really what they were searching for with that initiation. You burn Aegis the Immortal, you get a courier, and you get SD. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, and in the whole meanwhile, Envy was actually cutting the wave, so he's got his Forge Spirits all the way up there, and they have no wave to be able to push that top tier 2 tower.
More and more time being bought by NP. The graphs are still starting to lean back the way of MVP. Obviously, they've got a lot of map control.
Yeah, the map control is making it very hard for them to really, for NP to really farm anything. It's pretty much just AUI farming, and NV is just like Midasing, like just like running back, and then they're just constantly fighting. MVP's doing a good job of just kind of staying in their face in that manner.
So this is how you try and hold off the mid. Meteorite, Chakram, anything you've got that stops MVP from just beating through your towers. But MVP also, you notice the change of objective. Instead of just pushing in through the bottom, they're trying to clean out these last remaining outer towers of MP and choke them out inside their base. If they find an opportunity to go, then sure, go for it. But the Deafening Blast, IO,
nice
Yule Scepter saves him from the Sunstrike, and Eternal Envy getting leashed up by that BKB QO with a Purge doing its work. QO has to Shadow Dance himself away to safety. The Glaives don't make this any easier for MVP. A little bit too much damage when they group up as 3.
Yeah, they got the tower. They got what they wanted. It's almost like they recognize they're like, we've just died like 3 times at this bottom racks. Like, we should probably just go for the tier 2s and get little victories, especially when we had just lost our Aegis. We still have the cheese, but it looks like we're going to be going this game into a longer portion. They're trying to reduce the map control, obviously, from NP and just farm up multiple heroes while NP only farms like 1 or 2.
MP are kind of on a hunt. Thanks to the Observer Ward that's on the hill, both the Obs and Sentry are on that hill above the Ancients. So MVP know exactly what they're up against and backed out.
Yeah, NP actually has, what, they have no wards on the map right now, right? I think Rose now has 1 on him.
Careful, Forever. I know you got a lot of armor as he hasn't enough money for the AC.
Yeah, that's big. He needs these type of, like, the stat items, obviously from the S and Y. The BKB is pretty necessary versus the Amplify and all that. But yeah, AC is going to be the one to let them actually siege properly. Does Q have anything else coming out soon?
I mean,
still just sitting on
3.1k. I'm interested to see his item choice. Like, if he decides to go for Lockdown.
Probably the Basher's the more obvious one. I don't think he'll go back for the Silver Edge now, obviously, since he decided to neglect it a bit and go for the BKB since he felt like he needed it. Rose now getting pressure down.
Goes for the solo kill. That Deafening Blast, remember, he has to come really quickly, create some space, but Purge, it goes onto QO. And the relocate, they find Envy. Envy will go invis, and who brought the detection? Absolutely nobody.
Dubu's got it. All the way in the backside.
Well, AUI starts his TP out. Will they get there in time? Nope. Velo blinks himself forward. Can't reach to Savage. Does Diffuser Blade charge up 1, but still on cooldown, so he can't catch anything else. And yeah, Eternal Envy battling against the Rubik. Telekinesis already used, and Envy's bailing. Just TP's out. He's fine with this. AUI still getting a lot of farm up on top lane.
Yeah, just constantly like noticing like, okay, we can't take this fight. I got to just move, put pressure as soon as possible.
It's pretty confident to move that early too, because he needs to. His TP's currently on cooldown.
Yeah.
If MVP looked to force the issue and push through the bottom, he wouldn't get back in time.
Yeah.
But they didn't. The top lane's already pushing out too hard. He gets more money, and life is better for the Luna.
He's been constantly doing this too. I love his use of the Dominator. He's just sending it into the waves and farming with it. He's not using it to stack really in this game because there's no real time for him to farm the stacks, obviously from the pressure that MVP's putting. So he's making sure to cause his own pressure and get a little bit of a bonus of farming with that Helmet Dominator creep, as you can see in the top lane. Now, yeah, MVP is just going back to like full-blown efficiency. Maybe we'll see instead of like the Basher on QO, it might just be the Scotty just to get the stats up, increase his armor a bit as well, so he doesn't get so
He might
punished.
be worried about the Butterfly though. Like
that's actually very true.
Maybe it's worthwhile building into an MKB.
Yeah, they do see the Talisman Evasion finished up on the Luna. Could definitely be an MKB.
Either that or you rely on Forever to take care of it. Like, it's like, okay, well, Quill Spray stacks, that's going to have to do the work. It's the same kind of question, right? Like, maybe Ursa is your lockdown, and your direct physical damage comes in from QO with the MKB.
Yeah, Velo's probably going to go for the BKB next. For the Basher next. He's got his BKB finished now. Let's see if we see them pick up any more items on the Courier. The Assault Courier should be finished up for Forev very shortly. He does have the gold for it.
They're still holding the cheese on the Courier. Like, the cheese that QO originally picked up is just sitting on the Courier for the moment.
QO's sitting on a lot of gold. I guess he's just actually he's just waiting to see what ends up happening in the next couple engagements, deciding if he needs health and stats or if he needs that direct damage to be able to bring down the Luna because of that Butterfly that will be coming out. But here comes the Illusions onto the tier 1. Is it going to bring it down?
With a catapult? Catapult, Cardi, they fortify. But the catapult's still doing his work. QO's got to get the right timing for this, and he doesn't actually get it. And while he's not there, the top lane, MP is looking for initiation. Eternal Envy moving forward under the cover of Ghostwalk. I don't know if that creep wave actually got cold feet for a moment. And MVP are already bailing out. The ping's coming. Envy wants to keep going. I think he realized that Forev's on the other side of this tree line. Now they see it. Savage needs to get the blink crush. They ice wall first, then the follow-up crush. MVP not here with big force. And
Not
no
really the guy you want
relocate
to catch
force.
either.
Yeah.
Going right on the bristleback is definitely a bit tough still at this point. Butterfly now finished up for Luna. So we'll see what QO decides to do. He's got
Velo.
5,500.
He jumps.
Velo.
Rose so quick on that disruption. He tries to purge up as well, taking IO out of play. And AUI needs to have more glaze bouncing around. This is going to work with the SD disruption that's there. The crush from Savage doesn't do enough work, but MSS, he will. It's 2 for the price of 1 and maybe more. Forev wants to keep battling here with Dubu helping out.
QO on the backside.
The pushback, is there going to be enough work? QO looking for the picks in the back line. The crush will hold him in position. Not to mention the Ghost is making it difficult to attack straight out. And again, no detection available here for MVP. Timbersaw hiding on the hill. He has his TP available. But it's like he actually wants to wait for the kill. Eternal Envy hovering behind QO. QO is going to go invis. They need detection.
Buys his own gem on the Slark. What a team player.
He's had enough. He's had enough of Eternal Envy's shenanigans.
Yep. They do end up getting the Luna down. They get the Shadow Demon, but those illusions. Like the Eclipse, obviously they both pop BKB, and Febby threw himself in the air with the Yules, but when he landed, he ate a couple of the Lucent Beams, obviously, from that. But yeah, those illusions just destroyed the Ursa once his Enrage went off.
You can see the issue when you have 3 players from MVP. It's like, okay, now we can fight this. Then you've got 4 or 5 Lunas throwing those glaives out, and they love that. The more units, the better when a Luna's on the field.
Yep. QO still holding on to his gold, so he's still deciding which one he really wants to do.
MSS just got a Mystic Staff, so Shiva's Guard is on the way.
Yeah, I think he's got it. He should have it finished up, right? Yeah, he's got the plate mail. He's got it.
He'll have to sacrifice his buyback if he wants it, but up against three like melee cores, that's definitely what you want. And
He's
here
got
we go
20
again.
Bloodstone charges too, so he pretty much has instant respawn at in this stage of the game. So that'll be kind of nice. But yep, another Roche coming out.
Bristleback's holding the cheese this time around. The item slots are getting pretty full for MVP, so QO can take the Aegis if he wants it, and cheese they actually stack it on Forev. So now he's got 2 in his inventory.
It's got a cooldown though. It's got a 40-second cooldown when you do use it. And okay, now he does go back for the Silver Edge. I guess just because he's slot starved at this point, so he's getting the Aegis. He just feels like he wants to get some more stats and be able to break the Luna, break the Timbers,
Probably
obviously
the
to
Timber.
reduce their damage and reduce their survivability.
This game being a lot closer than we really expected. Kind of seems like forever ago, around that 18-17 minute mark, where MVP dove and gave MP a way back into it. The graphs have remained pretty still the way of MVP, just pulsing up and down. The experience kind of shows a bit more of a momentum towards MVP, but I wonder if that really even matters. Like, if you could defend with the Luna, you could do a lot of damage if AUI can survive the fight.
Yep. I think they definitely, MVP definitely recognized, though, that they were like, all right, not really like damage control, but they're like, okay, we can't keep throwing bodies into that rack, so it's just giving them way too much comeback potential.
But what do they get? Like they're taking all this time to build up new items. Looks like Forev's going to finish up a Monkey King bar pretty soon.
Forev's going for it.
Is this really, is this enough? Like, have they actually given MP still too much space?
I think they still gave him I mean, it's still very close. It really depends on how the fights are initiated and taken, because there's no real hardcore initiator on the side of MVP. It's like this Ursa has to blink in and get the initiations, while MP has more of a natural one with Slardar being able to blink in and get the crushes off. So it's really depending on how the fight is taken in like a position, where the Luna is, where the SD is too. If the SD is alive in these fights, it's massive. If he's able to get a disruption on the Luna in the right position, those glaives are going to do such detrimental damage onto MVP.
But that means you have to jump a core onto an SD. Like the Rubik and the IO aren't going to be doing that job for you unless they relocate into the back lines.
Yep.
And that's more of a almost like chaos factor that comes in from the IO's positioning. And now you actually you get the Ags on Rose.
This is such a huge item. Be able to disable the break the bristleback's back. I hate saying that.
We just need to change it.
But yeah, it's just a great item here versus like everything. Versus the Slark, it's not obviously breaking anything like specific, because obviously you can just remove it with Dark Pact. But getting that like short duration of the slow on him, getting the duration of slow on the Ursa through the BKB as well, it does add up. You have 3 charges. You can have multiple different situations where you put it on, and it's got a pretty quick restore charge. A long fight, you can get 4 purges off easily.
He could just chain it on the Bristleback never ending.
That too.
Like, you control him up. The Slark and the Ursa haven't appeared to be too much of a problem for MP to deal with. And looks like MVP have been very, very cautious about initiation. They're very split up, however. Like, QO is trying to push in the bottom lane, give it a little bit of momentum. MP's always going to be a little bit more wary about that lane, primarily because the tier 3 tower doesn't exist.
It seems like they're content with just farming for a bit until they get the Abyssal Blade, at least on the Ursa. So they have that instant lockdown, instant burst potential to try to get, like we mentioned, like getting on that back line of this, like the Shadow Demon. If he's able to just like Abyssal a Shadow Demon because of him being out of position, the fight's massive for them.
I love the item build coming out from Newbee. They're turning this into a split push kind of game.
Bots.
Yeah, BT's over on the Rubik. The range rack's being brought down. QO, there goes the Tornado. They need to follow up. Savage, not enough time to get that crush off. Forev still amplified up. So not the happiest place for him, but they can focus on something which the damage remains, and that's the range racks. Forev actually splitting this fight up. So MVP doing the two-pronged attack, attacking the mid, attacking the bot lane, but it's the bottom lane where QO actually getting cold snapped and glaived. They push forward with the Deathling Blast. Eternal Envy very far out, but doesn't get punished for it.
No real jump, you know, on the side of MP. It's the Ursa that has to kind of get like a bash when he goes in to get any real lockdown.
QO's going again. He knows he's got the Aegis. He knows he's got the extra life. Savage gets the crush off, but then Ursa jumps forward. Earthshock is decent. The stun on the Timbersaw is also quite nice, but now the Invoker, the stun! Envy! He gets the Tornado off, but dies at the same time. Buyback's available. He's not using it just yet. The Bristleback's also triggered his BKB. Savage wants to go again. Blink, crush forward. The timing is perfect. The 4-star gets Forev just far enough away, and Febby will help him just an inch further with the relocate.
Oh, the glaives actually take out QO.
Oh, this is troublesome. The buyback is out from Eternal Envy. The ice wall is very far away. That's almost like he's expecting MVP to jump back in and initiate to protect the IO. Where's that tether? There it is. Back up the hill. Do they want to go? Savage seems really apprehensive, but Dubu's going to drag him back in with the telekinesis, so with no choice. He's pulled back into the fight, and AUI, they have to disrupt. The Sunstrike's off target. Now there's more AUI, the Deathling Blast, Savage with a crush. Have they got enough damage with the Timber Chain forward? Maybe MSS can do it, but Dubu running circles around him. Finally, MP's going to get that kill. AUI brought back. MP, they have to win this fight hard now to make this worth it with a crush from Savage. He hit the Invis Slark. The Eclipse will pop off. There's no creep way for it. 4 heroes down for MVP. QO's on the run. The vision, where is it? Now they see him. It's daytime as well. Where's the amplification?
No gem,
they
though.
slow him down. QO's got both the gems, one for each eye. Have they got enough to actually catch him? There's no vision. They chain forward. They need sentries. They need something. They need a hope, which they just don't have. But that's 4 heroes down for MVP. NP will defend, and they still have their bottom racks intact.
You know, you look at the gold graph and you're like, MVP's ahead by, you know, quite a large margin in the gold. But when you click on QO, you're like, wait, no, never mind, they're not. He has pretty much all of their gold. They all have their gold spread up along all of their heroes. Now we're going to take a look at how this fight actually went down in this replay. Beautiful tether out from Febby.
You can see Savage. He's really, really uncertain about if he should go, and ended up just throwing his life away.
Nice play by Dubu there with the Stolen Crush, bringing him close in. And then AUI getting pressure down, getting MKB hit up. Nice disruption by Rose, but ends up dying anyway, and he forces a buyback from AUI. They end up running in with MSS, and it still ends up being pretty good for NP. They able with the buybacks, with the Eclipse and everything coming in this next situation right here. They end up getting 4 kills, but they don't recover their gems, and QO ends up running out scot-free.
Yeah, they got really lucky again. Savage, those crushes again. Like, he caught QO. QO mops up the back line. Sure, that happens, but
we also saw it put into factor there too. The Bristleback getting purged up too. You see how fast he dropped once that actually gets put on him. So everything coming into favor, everything kind of like coming into fruition a little bit now for NP. Just like these small little gains, definitely helping a bit. And now it looks like QO does have that Eye of Scotty finished up rather than going for that Basher for himself.
Like, how does Forev even itemize to get around that whole? Like, do you just go for the health? Do you go for the heart to try and like say, hey, IO, when you purchase me, relocate me out so I can start to heal up and come back to the fight? Like, how do you do it as a Bristleback? You can't just say Lotus Orb, because you're still going to have the effect on you. Bottom lane, QO runs in, Blink crushes there. They find the opening. QO, they drop the Gem of True Sight.
He gets annihilated
Savage has
instantly.
it back. Oh, they amplified, and they try to relocate. Save all the Yules! Oh, not the Yules, the Tornado. It caught Dubu out.
That's
now
both gems.
MVP is going to lose both the gems and 3 heroes. Febby couldn't escape in time. He relocates back into him. Now Slark and Io have buyback. Dubu does not. But what's MP really going to get from this? Like, they can take a tier 2 tower, maybe chip the tier 3.
That's big, though. I don't think they saw the first gem get dropped because they did actually leave it there, but they lost, yeah. MVP lost both the gems that they just recovered, and that was just when QO spent his gold. So he walked in and just died instantly right after buying a full Iascati, just getting grabbed up by SVG there.
And we should really keep our eyes on these buybacks at the moment. MVP, they got 3 out of the 5. You still have buyback on the Timber as well as the SD, but everyone else has it on cooldown. And here comes MP. They want to force buybacks of MVP if they can stop it.
This is where their big power is. The illusions are coming in to hit the base.
And look at MSS.
Tower's going to drop super quickly with them Alacrity too.
Oh, look at the glaives. There's so many of them bouncing through. Forev has to do something about this. Well, the second that tier 3 tower drops, the Rax goes with it, and no supports can stand the lines, and they've already left. They leave the illusions to do the work, which they do quite well.
Yeah, they forced the buyback from QO, and they just got out right away. So damage was done. NP.
They're still behind.
They're still behind, but
they're still behind.
That's a very big swing though. Recovering all 3 gems, finishing up Satanic now on the Luna. Okay, Envy actually goes for an AC. So felt like he needs armor. He's just getting bursted down too quickly by the Ursa, by the Slark, by the Bristle.
You could have also done something like Ghost Step to get around that. Like that's another cheap and easy way to do it.
He wants something that scales better though. I feel something that will be able to at least when they get. If they're able to push out of their base and get a good fight, they're able to get an objective out of it and push into and make it actually be an objective taking. And now the Roche is actually respawned and NP has eyes on it. And I don't think MVP does. Don't think they actually saw it.
NP are trying for it.
They kill it very fast. Once the Amplify comes back up, it's maxed. He's level 16, so it's going to get brought down super quickly.
There's nothing looking for them either. The vision is not there for the Dire side. It's coming in now as Kuro makes his way over. You'll see the courier leaving. Aegis Immortal is already claimed. Into the hands of AUI.
Envy.
He's found a target. QO. He's got the Gem of True Sight, so Envy can't just run away from this one. Remember, he just bought his Assault Cuirass. There's no buyback available, but the Blink Crush. Slark gets control, but support comes in through that relocate. Forev cops heavy amounts of damage from MSS very early on, but now AUI comes in with the power of the moon. She tries to fight back, but the Ursa Warrior, too big with the BKBs, even the extra bash, but Luna turns on the Satanic, gets all the life. Forev's burning down. Febby can't help out. In fact, by staying close, he does less work for him. He needs to wait it out. QO pounces away, but the Blink Crush. There goes Febby. And MVP on the run. QO will break free of that amplification. He doesn't have Silver Edge. 2 seconds, 1 second. He can't wait for the amplification. And now he gets back into the Invis, but the gem is still up. He can't break free. The Slark, this could be huge. Pounces over the hillside. He doesn't get away. He's down for 100 seconds. And this could be the game right now. The Luna is up.
There's no
They're
Ursa
ready to
buyback
push.
either.
This is the bottom racks. There's only the Bristleback core. He's the only one alive. He has buyback available, but this is the bottom racks.
They're going to get two. They're just calling GG.
They actually go out. MP will actually take MVP out here in the GSL bracket and give a chance to fight again in the 3rd place matchup. MP survive. And look at the look of relief on their faces too. They managed to do it. It looked for a moment though that they weren't. Like they were 13,000 gold and about 15,000 experience behind at one point. But MVP, did they hand it to them on a silver platter?
I wouldn't say they handed it to them on a silver platter. I think they did have a bit of a timing that they wanted to hit. Like they did hit that time, but I think they dove a little bit too hard. Like going for those like very like far dives into like the tier 4s into the fountain were just a little bit too far. And with the buybacks coming in, of course they killed Envy when he did buyback, but like that whole situation that they did there, they definitely could have just like slowed the pace down a bit and just gone for those tier 2s with the Aegises rather than just force it so heavily. It seemed like they were just like, we need to end this game immediately. Yeah. We need to just do what we can here. And it just seemed like they got a bit disconnected.
If they did team wipe them, it would have been over.
Yes.
Like there would have been no SD, Luna stuff to worry about. They would have just taken the GG call out from MP. Didn't happen. They didn't get the racks. Came back twice again. Failed twice again. And then this game just turned into a long duration thing. And well, you got a lot of players in MP that have a lot of experience with long, drawn-out games.
Yeah, I have to give, though, I really want to call, I have to give this MVP to SVG. Like, I think he actually played so well in this game. Like, as soon as he picked up his Blink Dagger, they picked up a gem as well, and the whole kind of, like, tide felt like it shifted a bit. Sure, MVP still had, like, that lead, of course, but you could still see, like, what that actually did for NP, how much it mattered for him to get that Blink Dagger, how much it mattered for them to get that gem, caused a whole bit different swing.
They got so much space. Like, even that solo kill on the Slark was absolutely wonderful, but, of course, we're not going to point about absolutely everything, or else the analysts will have nothing else to talk about. Machine,
Hello.
Hi.
You saw your third game. Are you happy?
We got our third game, and it was another turbulent one. We're not getting easy games, are we? People get leads and then squander them, it seems.
Well, that just makes Dota interesting,
It
right?
really
like,
does.
we don't want to have predictable results.
But, I mean, my question to you, while I do have you, MVP going to be coming bottom of this group. Was that something that you saw coming, Fogged?
I was a bit unsure just because of the quick change-up that they had. You know, 4F jumping in and Velo being switched to the carry when he's used to being playing on that offlane role. So I kind of expected them to have a bit of a struggle, but not in this type of manner. I thought that they showed some good form in this game, and then they kind of just threw back, you know, just a little bit too risky, just too big risky plays. And
well, I mean, we talked about risk and reward with Winter and the gang, and I'll go and continue that now. Thank you very much. You guys go take a break, and we will go ahead and do some heavy lifting for a moment. That was, of course, Toby and Fogged. So, Winter, I'm not going to call you Iceman anymore. Joining me, of course, Pyrian Flex and Purge. Let's start with the discussion regarding risk-reward and the risk that perhaps and debatably did throw that wave to MVP. You looked for a while that they had that.
You know, when you ask me when you should take risks, I think you take risks when you're behind.
Yes.
When you know if everything proceeds standard play, you lose the game. You don't take risks when you're already ahead.
And that was what they did.
Yeah.
That's so wise.
He is. He's just...
He is so wise.
He's full of little kind of nuggets of life
just
advice.
Brilliant. Love him.
The problem is that I feel like the risk that they took wasn't even that extreme. I mean, their heroes don't have a massive amount of control, especially if your Ursa doesn't skill his first skill. They're tanky. If you look at the damage metrics at the end of the game, NP had way higher damage. The biggest damage dealer was Frev at 18k. The highest damage dealer on NP was 37, and MSS did 27k, and NV did 21k. They did way more damage, but MVP tanks it all. So when NP actually gets out of position, that's when it's time for Phoenix actually to go for kills and get those kills. So sometimes they do have to dive past racks. And maybe the one thing you can really criticize them for is they're really bad at hitting buildings. Like, very bad at killing barracks. Their heroes are tanky, they're great at killing heroes, but they're not amazing at buildings. And that was what really hurt them in that bot racks fight.
Well, they dove the tier 4. They could have just they killed one hero, and they kept chasing for other heroes. They could have just settled, okay, one kill is enough. We're just going to hit the buildings.
I think the temptation must be there where you think, we can kill them and then get the buildings, right? It's like, if we kill them, they won't fight us when we take the buildings. But yeah, sometimes you just got to be, especially when, like, I think that the issue is, like Kev said, they're not great at just hitting buildings. Whereas the power of MP's draft is they can fight, and they did fight, and they had some really good fights in the later stages of the game. And then with Luna, they can push so much easier, and they can push even if they don't fight, just with illusions, and they did that towards the end.
Yeah, but still, I think MVP just sort of gave it away. Like they were in such a good position. They made like a series of like really bad calls. They tried to go for kills.
It's a great clip steal here, too. This was the first fight.
This is the one where they chased to the tier 4s. I think it was the slot.
There are two buildings right there.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Losing the Ursa was actually quite big there. Tier 4s hit deceptively hard.
Yeah. And he chased, this was the one. And he chased to the tier 4s, he tried to get a kill. He didn't get the kill, I think, and he died. He got the kill. Yeah, he got the kill. That was the first blink.
SVG did so well.
First blink.
Yeah. I think that the Slardar reinitiate, especially on these kind of melee heroes who want to be
He just got the blink there.
He got so many good crushes. It changes the whole fight around.
Now, one of the things you guys outlined beforehand was the Bristleback. You liked this idea of Bristleback. You liked them picking up Ursa. Up until the series of bad errors, did this draft work very well for MVP?
He was
did
the richest Bristleback.
Yeah.
Like, he was the richest. He was the highest net worth in the game for a ton of time. And like Kev said, he's a really good carry. You know, he can farm Ancients really early on, and he is strong.
Yep.
But I mean, I think that the issue is that they
he
just couldn't.
He sort of expired, though, I think.
Yeah,
like
it's
the
like
Luna became stronger than him.
Especially once they got the Ags on Shadow Demon. I think the Shadow Demon played really well as well, actually. It just kind of, apart from when he disrupted someone just as they were about to crush him. But it happens. I feel like MVP early on focused on tilting Envy as much as possible, and they killed him a bunch of times. And they were like, we'll tilt Envy, and then we'll win the game.
I'm
so that's the strat. If Tad's the coach of a team, you're up against NP.
Tilt Jackie.
Let's tilt Jackie.
Yeah, but it didn't work in the end. Aoi did great to come back into it with all the farm and the items he got. I think he did really well.
Considering his hero versus Ursa, Bristleback, Slark, he played amazing. Heroes that can gap close and are tanky.
Yeah, it's like
that's a hard game for Luna. Yeah. And the fact that he consistently did a ton of damage, that he would always min-max his hero, well, he knew when to attack and when not to. If he would have been a little bit less inconsistent or more inconsistent on that, it actually would have just lost MP the whole game.
I think having the Shadow Demon there to save him if he doesn't get a chance to save himself, and also the Slardar for that reinitiate coming in. You got 2 or 3 melee heroes around you. He comes in with a big crush that completely changes it, lets Luna back out. It was a good combination in the end from MP.
I mean, this was... I mean, MVP Phoenix, we had some predictions on the desk expecting to see big stuff from them, and I do think that our takeaway here is that this is the team that's now going to be sitting in the worst seed of their group. But I do think we're taking some positives away from this as well. I know I don't want to always be doing silver linings, but went full 3 maps against NP, and we liked their draft. I mean, I'm trying my best here.
Maps.
Did I say maps again?
I was gonna.
I did. I literally. You told me, and I said I wouldn't.
I didn't tell you critically. I just pointed out.
If you said map singular, I would be all right. I'd let that go. But you can't say maps. There's one map, man.
It is a singular map. It is. It's just literally
burnt
into my
it's
brain.
Just funny. Yeah, I know. It's like it's obvious that it's literally like it's just a part of your brain now.
Every game is called and it's not even just Okay.
All right.
What
I'm thinking about is again, MVP always wins first round at the event every time.
Always.
And they're going to be against a 1 seed. Who are they going to kill? Someone's dead already. They might as well not even get 1 seed. Everybody should avoid it now.
Single elimination.
You don't want to get knocked out.
Yeah.
MVP are just known for doing that.
They do it. They did it the last 2. They knocked out OG, the tournament favorites.
So this doesn't really phase them. They're not phased.
I'm not convinced this time with a different roster. They don't look like the same team anymore. Like even with 4 same players from the last roster, like something is different about the team. Doesn't give me the same feeling.
You don't get what with that magical little kind of butterflies in your stomach.
Yeah, I just don't get that with this team.
Not as charmed by the new MVP.
I think because of the fact that they made their offlane player move to carry.
Sure.
You have someone making a role swap. It's always a lot of work to get your player, comfortable with his new role. It's not easy to be comfortable in. Like he changed to this role for like not even a month. Say 2-3 weeks.
Sure.
I mean, I would agree. He's definitely been playing well, but I haven't seen him just explode the game when they have an advantage. He's just doing well, but he should be occasionally
he's
just
not a
owning.
Not a game changer. Like he's just there doing his job.
Yes.
Well, someone that was a game changer is actually standing by with Slacks. MSS, we were singing his praises after the first. Ready for this? Game.
Yeah.
Hey.
Nice.
Yeah, so Slacks and MSS are hanging out. Let's go jump in with them. How's it going over there?
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, hello there, desk. We're having a good time. You guys all right over there?
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah.
We're going to go get some hydration. Why don't you talk to MSS?
No. I want to talk now.
Get on with it.
All right, fine. MSS, hello, we're here. Mojo Storm Stout, one of the best offlaners in the world. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good.
Fantastic, my friend. So, you are very unique, man. I do love talking to you, having these interviews, because you have a mind of your own. You have a special way of explaining things. So in your own words, I want you to talk to me about that amazing last series. Describe it.
I mean, first game was pretty easy game. I think we had the better draft. Venom Warlock is kind of a bullshit combo. We managed to get a last pick Venom. Felt good. Second game, it was we kind of did the same thing, and they expected it, so they're ready to counter it, and they won that game. Then third game was a shit show. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea what was going on, but we last picked this Invoker. Dies like 5 times in laning phase. Things are looking rough.
Yeah.
But little do they know, that's our comfort zone.
Right. Yeah. Rough is where you guys excel.
Yeah. It was just another day in the office, honestly.
Indeed. Now, I want to talk to you about offlane. Normally in a game, in a team, they'll send the offlaner out, and then they'll meet up with their offlaner. They'll support them after a while. Your team seems to send you out and then avoid you. You have to come back into the fold. Is that a team dynamic? Is that on purpose? How does that make you feel?
No, they used to play like that, but I think it just has to do with the heroes we're picking, like these Lunas and these Rose. You need a secure their farm, so I'm just taking one for the team. Yeah. That's the role of the offlaner.
Okay. All right. Very good. Now, I want to ask you a question about passion. You've been in this game for a very long time, and I know, you love Dota. I hear that you're starting to love other games, like you're a big Pokemon Moon fan, so you've been playing that a lot. Okay. Do you still have the same passion for Dota as you do for other games, like Pokemon Moon and stuff like that?
My passion for Dota is like way higher than any other game I'll play.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Not according to your teammates, but...
my teammates are a bunch of goons, honestly.
Okay. Quap! Why? It doesn't seem to work out ever, but you guys pick it a lot. Can you explain the thought process there from your drafter and all that?
I actually can't explain. I don't know why the fuck we picked that hero. I actually have zero Zero idea.
Okay, well, that's okay. At least we're getting to the bottom of it soon. All right, let's just get it out of the bag. Game 3 was so hype. You guys did an amazing job. All of that stuff going on. What was going through your mind when your carries keep dying and it's up to Timbersaw? It's only Timbersaw. Hold the game. You're used to that, right? You said it was rough, but is it okay, though?
I mean, I'm sure it looked okay. I probably felt bad inside because like my carries are dying, and I'm just a Timbersaw. But you know, I'm sure it was all according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out, right?
Yeah.
All right. So final thing, you guys are up against Newbee next. When you guys lose, what are you gonna do to make sure that you feel better? You know, recover from that loss coming up here.
I mean, I'm sure we'll be fine. And hope we don't get paired against Wings first round. You know, that's what we're hoping for, you know?
Right. So, I mean, that's a good hope. No, you guys would do fantastic. I can't wait to watch this match. It's going to be hype. Are you guys going to win it? Give me some power, man.
Yeah, dude. Woo.
Woo! All right. Well, take that electric energy back to the panel, guys. Over back to Machine.
Wow, that is some overwhelming hype. My heart is actually beating just from the enthusiasm displayed there. MSS there hanging out with Slacks. And they did pick up the win across all 3 games in full series. That's right. I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm going to get it written into my brain. It's a process. As was that second team fight. Wow, Purge, we've been enjoying you breaking things down. You haven't got your fancy screen, but you can still show us what's going down in some of these games.
You'll get it, buddy.
It was a pretty good fight. This was after their crucial win on the bot lane, but what I want you to look for is Slaughter repeatedly initiating here, grabbing 2 cores on his first initiation, and often after he engages, he sprints back out of the fight. That way he can wait for about 8 seconds and reinitiate. And this is really crucial because it's if you compare it to a hero like Tidehunter, the amount of value and stun duration that you're getting out of it just really adds up. Like in this moment, AUI looking completely dead, perfectly still. He does end up ticking down with things like Earn, but every time that AUI is that in trouble, a stun changes everything. So a little bit of lag there as well. But, you know, it just made a huge impact multiple times.
That's double safe potential they've got. The Shadow Demon and SVG. And SVG, like Kev said, kept landing these 2-mans. And I love the way he dips in and out, just in and out like that. It's so good. It means he's always available to surprise you with this 2-man crush. It's huge.
He had the impact of an offlane hero from a 4 position, which is just incredible.
And you know that leads so beautifully into our nominated most valuable player. Of course, that Slardar was someone who stood out to all of us. SVG, I believe, was nominated to be our MVP. We can have a look at the scoreboard first. I think that's probably wise. We'll take a look at that just to see how the numbers did look. But already, can you just summarize it again? You're telling me he had the impact
of a 3. Look, I mean, his KD was 6, 3, and 18. That's even though he got a delayed blink when they were completely losing the game. His hero damage is obviously not that big, but reapplying things like amp damage or landing 2-man stuns. I'm curious how many fantasy points he got alone just from stuns, because that was another one of the metrics. Like, he just kept going in and out. And Starter, especially the best reason for him to be a 4 is he doesn't really need much past like Blink Force and Ghost Scepter. He's set. That he does his job.
His GPM, by the way, is the lowest on his team.
Doesn't matter.
It really doesn't
matter.
Yeah,
exactly.
That hero.
He did a lot without a lot. I thought it was very clever.
Yeah,
and there he is.
And another cool thing about start of that game just actually really counters Ursa, because once Ursa doesn't have his ulti, he never really buys an armor item. He's always sitting in like a mid-tier armor. Putting like -10 to -20 on top of that means Ursa dies instantly. And that actually happened in a lot of fights where he'd die in like 5 hits when he got stunned.
Now, one of the kind of factors we were concerned about with NP was Envy having a bad series and that leaking into perhaps not attitude problems, but tilt. Getting that dark shroud upon himself and it affecting his team. Did we see elements of that? Do you think that at the start of it, despite picking up the win, was there criticism to be raised?
Do you know what I think
Envy?
the difference is? I think the people he's got around him.
Yeah.
And if you're having a bad game, and your team are getting on your back about it, and you're getting, on your own back, and you're getting angry with yourself, that's even worse. But he's got this team around him now that I think is very supportive. I mean, you saw MSS. He's like, oh, we love it when it's like that. That kind of attitude. Yeah. They're good-natured guys. I think that helps Envy a lot. And he did have a bad time. We did have a bad start, and we were like, they just want to tell Envy, But the fact that he could come out of it, I think a lot of that has to go down to his teammates supporting him as well.
And we'll get to see it again.
Never give up, Dad.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
and it can't be like Quap. It has to be a hero that has the ability to impact team fights, whereas Quap is just damage.
I got my answer.
Yeah.
You did. Yeah. Well, your answer was not ideal, really, was it, Winter?
It was affirming. Winter's right. Yeah. We have no idea what we're picking this hero.
If Winter doesn't know, but neither do NP, That's an answer in
Yeah,
itself.
yeah.
And talking of answers, we have a question from the community again. We can perhaps provide an answer. We'll have a little look what's coming up from you guys. We've got some interesting ones. I saw a Photoshop of you as James Bond.
Yeah, it was
actually,
good.
Ted.
Good quality. That was Neil. Neil did that.
Neil, good old
Well
Neil.
done,
Yeah.
Dota Cinnamon. Check it out.
Why didn't MVP Cores get BKBs earlier against Invoker, Luna, and Slardar Crush?
I wouldn't call it counter against Slardar Crush at all. It's an 8-second cooldown spell.
But
Like,
Invoker, it's legit against Invoker and Luna.
Yeah, I would agree with
early.
that. I mean, it stops Eclipse, kind of, but...
Do you not think the fact is that they didn't need him because they were whipping him? Like, they were whipping
winning
him early.
Yeah,
so
they were
like,
winning
we
a
don't need
lot.
to rush a BKB.
And the other reason why you don't want a BKB is because you have IO on your team. So if you have BKB, he can't tether and relocate
Right.
you out.
Okay.
And it's like a I'm going to be really strong for 10 seconds and then win the team fight and take a rack. This whereas MVP's like, I want to fight for 45 seconds.
And you know what Jackie Mount said before? Like, I always remember what he said
What did he
about
say?
BKBs. If you get a BKB too early, it's game losing. You should get it at the right time.
Yeah.
Not
Because
too
if
early.
you get it early, you've used up
So
like the
much
10-second
time, yeah.
charge so early. If you wait till the late stages and then you pull out a 10-second BKB, that has a much bigger impact.
I wouldn't say waiting to the late stage, but you have to wait for
Later than early, right? Yeah.
For
Later
a right,
than
a right
early.
timing.
Right
Sometimes
time.
the right timing.
How do
right
you know when the right time is?
Feeling, like the carry feeling, you know.
Feel it in his fingers, feel it in his toes. BKBs all around me. No, just awful. Anyway, this has been great. We have got one more series to enjoy. It's going to be a battle to see if it's going to be Newbee or NP. NB versus NP. Lots of those coming up. And it's going to be a big series to end the day. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. The end of our first day of the Boston Major is upon us. A couple more games to get under our belt in the first two groups of play, the second of which will be played tomorrow. And we have witnessed our fair share of twists and turns already. Joining me to understand exactly what we've witnessed and also what we have to look forward to, I have a delightful panel. We've chopped and changed once again. Jack is joining us for the first time. Good to have you here.
Good to be here, man. Fellow English panel rookie over here.
Yes, this is an absolute pleasure. I've only heard good things. And of course Shiva and Gods on the end there. Holier than thou. How have you been? We haven't really had a chance to catch up. You've been busy casting games. What's been going on the other side of things?
Not much. Other groups been pretty fun. There's been a lot more of the closer, longer series. We had some crazy Mega Creeps games happening over in Group A. So kind of been catching up on what's going on in Group B. But as we get down to the wire,
they got up, by the way.
They have, it's turned around.
Yeah.
Who helped us there? Was that DC?
Mostly Wings. They just 2-0. They had a fast 2-0 just now against LGD Forever Young, so that kind of caught things up a bit. Yeah.
That's kind of them. Now, of course, we have to. I know we are focusing on Group B, and that is our primary port of call. But we were just talking to Jack off air, and we just have to focus on this Warriors story just for a little bit, just a tiny touch on it, because they took it to Wings in 3.
Yeah, the simplest comparison might be a little bit like TNC from TI. No one really expected much out of them.
Yeah.
They proved to be stronger, and God knows more about the SCA region, but they were just so excited and happy that they were able to take that first game, even off Wings, just seeing them in the elevator, and they were like, we got one, and then to win that series. And, of course, right now they have to do it again in the decider match.
It's tough because most people, like, there were a lot of power rankings going around. Most people had WG Uni, 16, 15, right down at the bottom. So for them, even if they walk away, like, losing in that first round of the main event, they can say, hey, we took a best of 3 against Wings. They've already proven something to their fans and the SCA community. It's something they can be proud of regardless of their outcome at the main event.
Absolutely. And, of course, that's going to be going down on the secondary stream. So you got to go ahead and grab 2 tabs, or if you've got 2 screens, welcome to the Master Race, and pop one on either side. But first, we have to turn our attention to what is coming up on our broadcast. It is, of course, Newbee. And we have the great pleasure of having Chinese mastermind alongside us, Jack, to hopefully shed some light that we wouldn't know already. We found ourselves singing the praises of SCC, getting excited for KP, amongst others. Now, when you see those 5 names, Jack, what springs to mind immediately?
Well, a couple of things. You mentioned SCCC. Now, a comparison I've heard within the Chinese community is Newbee as basically the Chinese OG in a sense, where the 4 of them will pick more active heroes and let SCCC kind of develop himself and then take over late game. Wow.
Basically the miracle.
In a sense, basically, yeah. And we've seen, some of those plays, obviously that Invoker stuff from MDL. And KP has also adjusted himself in the offlane to be more of a playmaker, create more space to help SCCC reach that point.
Like a Freudian slip. I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can we just clarify the SCC story? He's been picked up, huge shoes to fill, right? And this is 9K MMR. Is there much more history to him?
Well, when this team was first formed, I think people were surprised that they're as good as they were. They said, this looks a bit like a tier 2 team. You've got SCCC from Newbee Y, you've got Tongfu UU9 coming up, and then Faith, former actually TI2 champion, coming up. And people were like, I'm not sure what to expect from this team. They did surprisingly well at MDL, and then they kind of dropped back a little bit. So I think people were like, maybe this team that is really their potential, and they've reached it. But in recent months, they've really gelled. They've been winning basically everything in China domestically.
I think the key piece is actually the player. You didn't mention Kaka because he pulls everything together. He's often talked about as that new era of Chinese captains, and he's like, KP is his own teammate, of course, talks about him as the best captain in China. So he's the guy who's also 9K MMR, playing a support role, captaining the team. He's the guy who makes this unit function.
I've heard of him referred to as a Kaka Gold by multiple players as well, so Kaka God. Also 9K, by the way, so 2 9Ks on the same team.
Well, I mean, we'll talk to our own God here on the panel to maybe walk us through NP as well. That's, of course, who they're going up against. We've seen an awful lot of them in B, and it has been a mixed bag for us here.
Yeah, so, God, Bruce, is that hair? What? First things first, what is up with that hair? Secondly, this is a team that can be somewhat predictable with their picks. I think they're a very easy team to prepare for, not to say that's necessarily a bad thing, because they're so good at executing their drafts. Like, what kind of hero pull AUI is going to pull out. The Sven, the Invoker, has often been their go-to first 2 picks. They've had envy on often more of the kind of flashier mid-heroes and putting AUI in those stable farming cores. But the big player for me that stands out is MSS. This is the guy that makes all the plays, creates all the space for the team, and has really stepped up when the team's had a rough early to mid-game. He's won lanes that he shouldn't. He's had an incredible tournament here so far, just in their couple of series they played, and he was a big kind of reason for them qualifying in that first spot in the America region.
And I mean, NP, our first showing, Shiva, of NP left a little bit to be desired.
Well, yeah. But the question is, was that really their fault? Or was that just Virtus.pro being absolutely dominating? Because Virtus.pro is a very fast team, and NP not necessarily so fast. So we're going to see if they might be able to speed it up. Obviously, it's a learning experience, and NP, I mean, they're a team to improve as the day goes on. So I'm imagining already previous series, we already saw that they did learn, and they did win that series. So they're on a comeback, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just a gradual increase from the VP result to going all 3 versus MVP. We can take a look at the featured matchup now, and I will kind of guide this towards you, Jack. We're taking a look at the off lane here. It's going to be MSS and KP.
So that's been one of the big changes for Newbee. KP used to be a bit more of a greedy player in terms of tendency and resources that they gave him. But recently, you look at his game, it's been fairly simple. They'll pick his heroes very early on, like an Axe, Sand King Slaughter, and they'll use him to help control the pace of the game early on and help SCCC get to that critical point. And with another fighting core and UU9 at the carry position, it's been working very well for them.
Yeah, and you can see it even just in the numbers. Like the KP's getting less kills, but more assists, dying a bit more. That's not necessarily a bad thing. If anything, Newbee's win rate as a team has been just as good, if not slightly better than NP's to some extent, but he's just a bit more selfless, whereas MSS sometimes had games where he had to step up, played heroes like Timbersaw where he needs to kind of carry his own weight, whereas KP's playing the Slaughter, which is a hero where you're never going to rack up lots of kills. You're always just going in, getting the crushes off. Your team then cleans up for you. So it's a very, very different style of offlaner for the two teams, but both play their part within them.
Now, I want to know if that Aussie flag by his name is going to affect your predictions as well, because that's where we're going next.
I've been a bit of a Newbee fan for a while now.
You have?
With reason. With
good reason.
Good reason, thanks to KP. And a lot of their success. I mean, they went on that. The longest win streak in Dota 2 history was from this team.
Sure.
Some absurd, like 32 wins in a row or something.
I think so.
Can't remember what it was.
Around that number, yeah.
Australians are coming out in force, whereas good 5
everywhere.
or 6 of us here at the major.
Wait, you were telling me in the green room, aren't you like the 3rd or 4th most represented?
Yeah, by country. We're up there.
You are up there. You're on your way.
We're doing pretty
exporting
well.
some good Dota.
Yeah. They don't stay in Australia. They're like, all right, peace, we got to get out.
Well, your internet does suck.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, that's
rough.
Australia. That's holding Australian esports back. But you're going for Newbee, just to clarify.
I mean, unbiased opinion, I think, Newbee has the edge here. I think looking at just some of the matchups, the way Newbee works as a team with KP enabling his cause, I think SCC can outmatch Eternal Envy. And I think Newbee as a team have just shown a lot more ability to be versatile here at this tournament so far.
Giving Newbee the benefit of the doubt. Now,
Likewise.
Shiva, the same thing for you?
I mean, Newbee has just, I think, overall looked better, having higher expectations of them going into this event as well. And even though NP, we just saw them take a game off of MVP against Newbee. I mean, the total game time was like 55 minutes of the 2 games that they played. It was very one-sided, which, and Newbee has a very high tempo as well. And I don't think that MP can, live up to that. So Newbee for me as well. Favorite going in.
I have a sneaking suspicion that this could be a very, very Newbee-esque. Now, Jack, you have to explain your answer.
All right, well, I love NP. If you're around NP, you get a chance to talk to them at tournaments and stuff.
Yeah.
They're such Dota junkies. Like, every little thing they love to discuss, to the finest point. Theben says sometimes, we go over something for 3 hours and we won't come to any conclusion, but you just love being around them, their theory crafting, how much they think about everything.
Yeah.
But I think Agent 3154 is going to do what he needs to do for Newbee this game. So I'm going to predict Newbee in the series.
Look at the graphics, guys. Just play words in your mouth.
Yeah.
He gave you the NP. If they saw that, there you go.
Yeah.
That was a relief. And just because I want to be different, I want to be a hipster, and I have absolutely no basis for this because everything points towards Newbee taking this one. I'll say NP, just because I like Rose's hair. That's my justification. What do you think?
Well,
good basis,
it's
good
an acquired taste.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that hair, yeah.
But I mean, let's not forget that there was a lot of faith in Newbee at the start of Group B. I mean, we called this the Group of Death for a reason, right? VP was scary, NP was scary, as were Newbee. MVP were a bit of an unknown.
Yeah.
And the way the land has settled, was this a predictable outcome for Group B before we do jump into the draft, Shiva?
I would imagine so. Virtus.pro,
right
I think everybody was expecting Virtus.pro to do really well, and as well as they did 4-0, it's great. They do exactly what people were expecting them to. I think MVP kind of underperformed. People were... Okay, they were hesitant at first, and then with Forev coming in as well, and him also going back to the offlane, people were thinking, okay, this is MVP Evolved. We can see this happening, and I think they were kind of most of the letdown here in terms of not being able to beat NP. NP is still a bit of a question mark, but I think overall they have played out the way that most people were expecting them to. And
do you kind of, as we take an opportunity to talk about NP just a little more, Gods, do you like this project that NP have undergone? Kind of just pulling together, people obviously like it. I like the way you described them, Jack. A bunch of Dota junkies, a bunch of pals hanging out in a house and playing some good Dota.
I think it's great. They built something from the ground up. They're here at the major. They're obviously doing great as a team. The results kind of speak for themselves. They're kind of up there at that, trying to break out into the really tier 1 level where they can start winning tournaments at an international level. But they've made it far in a lot of them. They've made it to finals. They've had great series against Wings before. Yeah, Wings has mostly crushed them, but they're talking about versing a TI champion there. They've beaten EG in a best of 3.
Sure.
I think you look at MP in such a short amount of time, what they've accomplished, it can only really get better and they can improve. There was a lot of doubts and kind of skepticism around some of their players, like looking at Envy and his credentials as a mid player, and I think even more so AUI in the carry role. When he played the carry for a little while with Evil Geniuses, it was kind of lackluster. He got a lot of criticism and flack from the community, but they've come out and proven a lot of those haters wrong. So I think it's fantastic.
Fantastic will be the word that we'll stick to then, as we do start to see what the social media side of things have done with their predictions. And let's not forget that Desk does believe Newbee's going to be doing damage. Does this surprise you? Twitch are believing NP are going to be taking
Slightly biased.
No, it's Twitch. Twitch, I love NP. This is the people's team. This is the people's champion right here. As far as predicting Twitch chat's outcome, it was always going to be NP.
They're hard to hate, NP, aren't they? Every time we watch an interview, MSS just brilliant with Slacks not too long ago, and it looks like Twitter was a little more split, coming in for 55 to 45, giving Newbee just a slight disadvantage there. Of course, the Chinese aren't going to be rocking it on Twitter often, as you would expect.
True. I think overall, though, coming into this, NP, they just, you want them to win.
Yes.
And when they win in a spectacular fashion that nobody was ever going to believe was ever going to happen in a Dota 2 game, because they just make it happen somehow. They do the typical, former Cloud9 thing, the typical Envy thing, maybe just, pulling something out of a hat that people didn't think were possible.
While it is on screen, we did get confirmation on what that is. It's like, what did
it's a cold,
Pyrian tell?
It's a cold something.
Cold
or hot?
It's a cold.
It's cold.
Okay.
You said cold.
Yeah.
So he's working through a fever right now.
Cool.
Oh, is that really the inside info? Okay. So he's playing with a fever.
Tough time.
So keeping his head cool is needed.
And you mentioned NP just now. I mean, we've seen some really unique things come out of them. Remember at the summit they had this like almost WoW raid strategy. They would have like a huge tank, like a Centaur or somebody park in front. That game with the Sven where they just kept putting Lincolns on him. And they come up with things like this, like maybe not intentionally at the beginning, but it ends up looking like that. And I think it's really interesting that they, from their theory crafting, will come things that are useful and at least very entertaining.
And it's not a theory crafting in advanced match. They theory craft live. Like they're doing it. How do we win this game where it seems like we're in this kind of impossible or really bad situation? Or how do we close out a game where it's kind of even? They find some item that's going to, like you mentioned, like the Lincoln Sphere, like where they just chain spam it on the front line here. Or they find some way to just come up with something new that the opposing team can't deal with on the spot.
It's the anime story. You got to be down before you can get back up. But, they do play better from behind, it almost feels. So, I don't know. NP, I hope that they're going to do well. But still, my favor still goes to Newbee, and we'll see what's going to happen.
I mean, I did see a similar statement coming out from Newbee on Twitter today. I think they tweeted something along the lines of, "Nothing is given, everything is earned." I think that's a nice motto to see them through this group. It looks like the ban. It looks like the draft is about to begin. I'm just tripping over my words. And let's jump straight on in.
I was going to say no Naga Siren ban, but they do end up banning it because NP would love to snatch that up if they ever got the chance. But no, we Shadow Demon instead. We saw a previous game. It was Shadow Demon Luna, wasn't it? So they do like to play for the late game. And Shadow Demon Luna, if they can do that again, they would. So Jack, what do you expect to come to see here from Team Newbee?
Jump in.
I think you're going to see something probably in Axe or Sand King early on in the pick phase. I think that's where they usually go to. Well, as I say that's not what happened, but they often try to hide SCCC's hero in the draft, and so with this draw we could see an OD or something like that coming out mid later on that they want to protect their Miracle-esque player.
And now you can take advantage. You've got the draw there. You can take advantage of the fact you have the last overall pick in the draft. So you have the 10th pick. Nothing can be picked to counter it. The only thing NP can do to protect themselves is by banning out things that could cause them problems. So this is like the Drow enables and makes so many mid-heroes that much better. So it's a really good position to be in as far as picking SCC's hero later on the draft.
We are going to see that duo. It's back.
So what's the scariest hero for that SCC has for up against like if you give him a draw aura? Which one do you definitely not want to face?
Ooh, good question.
Well, I would lean towards an OD in a draft like this, especially with the ability to clear illusions. You're going to see that obviously from the SD. Otherwise, I would have said maybe something like a Timbersaw doesn't synergize as much with the aura as well. So that's also very scary. And of course, the Invoker signature here.
We saw the TA earlier today. He actually got the first rampage of the tournament playing a Templar Assassin, so that's another consideration, I'd say. But I mean, it's one of those things where there's so many scary heroes that, he's so flexible that there's not like one hero that's going to stand out as being the worst of them.
Just reflecting upon some of those bans, we did see Rubik taken away by NP.
Yeah. And NP seems to be targeting. I think they're kind of saying, well, there's a lot of mid heroes. Let's ban out some of the KP heroes. So they ban the Sand King. They may even ban the Slardar as well, because KP's hero pool is a lot more limited. Some of the numbers before the match we saw, he has like his 2 most played heroes, Sand King and Slardar. He plays way more than anything else. They were like 20% of his played heroes each. So.
Something you said to me before at the start of this segment was regarding NP and having a predictable draft. Is that like something that you believe is necessarily a downside to NP? They have a predictable nature to their draft?
No, not necessarily. I'd say like VP have a predictable draft. Like you know what VP's going to do. They just do it so well and you can't beat it. Yeah. But it does give you the ability to prepare for them and choose, like pick your poison a bit. Like, okay, we're going to give them this and prepare a strategy like in advance to beat it. Whereas Wings is the complete opposite, where you have no idea what. Game 1, they have an opening 2 picks, and then game 2 will be something radically different with no clear reason. EG's the same thing. They'll do something completely different from game 1 to game 2.
So it is the MSS Timber Saw that Newbee is afraid of. They remove that, and they remove also Envy's Mirana. So we'll be curious to see what's going to end up in the mid lane. That mid lane is going to be very exciting to watch and see. Because Envy struggles a little bit with the mid lane. We've seen it before, and obviously he is a hero or player rather that can catch up, and he's great with that. But today, overall, his Queens of Pains haven't been exactly
It does seem like they've given up on that now.
Thank God, yes.
I say that a little ahead of time.
Now,
yeah,
but
for now.
Yeah.
He's a player whose laning stage isn't his forte. That's his weak point as a mid laner.
But it is something that Newbee can definitely exploit.
Yeah.
So where do his strengths lie then? If he's not necessarily the most phenomenal laner.
His decision making, his ability, his itemization, decision making is probably the biggest thing, where he knows how to get the most out of his hero in the mid to late game.
Right.
He's one of the best late game decision making players, carries or mids out there.
Yeah, I described to have high highs and low lows, Eternal Envy.
That is the way.
Known as the artist in China. I've mentioned this before as the meme goes, because he sees things sometimes that nobody else does, and he makes these decisions, as you said.
Ooh.
Okay, so the Ring of Basilius mid, I'm not sure if he still does it, but that amazed me. That he could, right before an enemy would last hit, he would toggle his ring on so that it has a little bit more armor, so that it gets, you try the last hit and you just have a little bit of health left so he can deny it. I mean, that was, for me, mind-blowing the first time I heard that he actually bought that ring because of that, just for that tiny gimmicky thing. It's crazy. But he is the person that comes up with those things.
That is smart.
Or I believe Merlini came up with it at some point. Someone in a very past future. Past. In a very distant past.
Very distant past came up with this.
Came up with this, yes.
It is. I mean, you say it's a minor difference. It is just those little increments that can push you over the finish line. So we are going to be seeing another Slardar. Seems to be quite a regular presence in the drafts today.
Yeah, I was thinking the Bat Rider comes out really often. This is something you pair up with the Silencer, because you get the Blink Lasso and then you immediately global silence. So it's impossible to counter initiate. You get one of your heroes picked off, and normally you have like a Oracle or some kind of way to save them, Avenge Swap, whatever it may be, or even just a Slardar Blink crushing in. But the instant global silence combos really well with the with the Bat Rider.
A way to separate, your big heroes.
And this is taking a page out of VP's book. You get the Slardar Darkseer commonly banned against them. This kind of bullying offlane, I think that they're going to run at Newbee, seeing that they have the Drow, who doesn't do that much early on in the lane. And so that's going to be interesting. I thought they were going to go in a different direction, maybe an Omni or Baden, another kind of NA offlane, to help deal with the single target from the Bat Rider and the single target damage that Newbee has right now. But it is the Darkseer.
Darkseer is nice because he builds naturally into the Greaves, so you purge off the global silence, which I like about the hero. But
how do you guys feel about running an aggressive tri-lane with the Luna, Slardar, and Shadow Demon into a Drow lane? Is that an option, or is it preferably going to be the dual lanes coming out from them?
Can work. The Ogre would have to then kind of rotate to make sure you get that tri-lane versus tri-lane action happening, but there's no reason why it doesn't work, because Luna Aura giving them all the bonus damage, it means they can actually contest the lane, but it's a bit hard because Luna's got the short range against the Drow Ranger.
So we've talked so much about Shadow Demon Luna being a scary combo. We've seen evidence of it, in fact, very recently in the previous game. When you talk about countering that or kind of hindering that, what do you look for in the draft? to stop the Luna or Shadow Demon illusion party?
So either you want to be faster than that strategy is,
Yeah.
which is something that I think that Newbee can already do by the default, but you also want to have heroes that can clear illusions.
Just clear them as soon as possible.
Yeah. And so far, I mean, they're not amazing at clearing illusions, to be honest.
As you look at the OD ban, I like the starter pick because I think it took it away from Newbee, who are very likely looking at it themselves. And I like this Alchemist pick mid as well.
Instant Morphling, though. Wow,
that's quick.
It's weird because it's somewhat accounted. They picked it very quickly, but if they'd taken more time, be like, well, yeah, they want to pick Morphling against the Alch because you make a replicate of him. Suddenly, you get to take any aura items he gets. You get obviously a big Chemical Rage Alchemist on your side. So, I think it is picked up against the Alchemist. It was just surprising how fast they picked it against the Alchemist.
They knew it. I mean, they can even make a copy of the Luna.
That's true.
That's great too. Get your own illusions.
Well,
More illusions.
So the draft hasn't raised too many red flags. It hasn't changed your predictions in any way.
It has not changed my prediction.
Feeling good.
I think I like MP's draft a bit better. I think the Darkseid Slider Lane can really pressure a lot. I think the Alchemist, there's not any great ways of beating the Alchemist as much as Morphling means you can create an Alchemist illusion yourself. I think Alch is just going to farm incredibly fast. So I think NP's draft may win it for them.
Giving NP the edge, gods. All right, well, on that bombshell, let's head over to your casters, and they are bombshells themselves. We'll head over to your casters to guide you through our final game of the day. Of course, Winter hanging out.
Thank you very much, Alex. Indeed, we're ready to get into the final series of Group B. It is MP versus Newbee. I'm OD Pixel. I'm going to be joined by Winter for this lovely, lovely little game. Alchemist, Morphling, what's the dealio here? Who's coming out on top? Dude, Alchemist, Morphling, Shadow Demon, Luna. Illusions. Illusions. They thought they nerfed it. Hey, Ice Frog, where you at now, mate? Anyway, we should be able to get ourselves into the game. It's all kicking off. So, I mean, let's talk about this as we go through both of the sides. As you said, it's a lot of illusion-based coming out. Who do you favour? Who's come out on top of this draft? Do you feel that or have both teams got their strength? And talk to me about the Silencer pick. We don't see teams do that every day. Well, firstly, about the lineups, I think I personally prefer to be on MP's lineup.
Okay.
Easier to execute it with the SD, Luna, and Alchemist. And I don't think Newbee would be able to put a lot of pressure in the early game to slow down the Alchemist too much. I think he should still be able to get his farm. I mean, it depends on what the Ogre wants. If he decides to help the Bat Rider, because if he pressures the Alchemist, he's not going to be able to help the Bat in the bottom lane. Bat Rider against the Luna SC lane. He shouldn't get too much, so it's about preference whether Newbee decides to pressure the Alchemist or to help out their Bat Rider. Too many things they need to, handle in the early game where you can only choose to help out one. Very nice. Here for KP, starting off the game, and we'll be able to pick up the Obs Ward of MP, making his off lane that little bit easier. And I mean, I guess that is one of the questions to ask as well. How hard is it going to be for KP down here on this Bat Rider? It's all going to be up to the Ogre, whether you help him or you're going to just choose to prioritize shutting down the Alchemist. Back to the Silencer pick. I think Newbee just is one of the few teams that, they rate the hero very highly as a position 5 support. You zone the offlaner very well. You're very valuable as a position 5 support because of your global. And he packs a punch, if you get a lot of intelligence. I mean, I guess that's the thing. As you said, Silence is very good against an offlane hero, but he's having to deal with two. On this top lane, we are going to have this combination of the Slardar, Darkseer. How much can a Silencer do against the both of them? He's not really that great against multiple heroes on the offlane. He's really good at zoning one. But I do agree that he's not that great against 2 heroes, 3 heroes. But later into the game, he's very useful as a support. Like, not only for the global, but he has a lot of damage from his spells and his right click. Not something that you should underestimate with the draw aura. That's true. That's absolutely true. And in fact, top lane Faith, he's kind of wandered over here to have a bit of a look in onto this top lane. SVG and MSS able to give him a fair bit of a punch back there with the Iron Shout. Yeah, one thing I wanted to talk about as well is the idea of having the Morphling against Alchemist, because you morph a lot of agility, so you have a lot of armor to withstand the harass from the acid spray, and you have a lot of damage, so you are able to deny the creeps. So if you look at the mid lane CS right now, SCC so far has been able to deny 4 of Alchemist creeps, so that's really huge for the laning phase against Alch. You want to slow him down as much as you can. Yeah, and I guess with MP's dual lanes as well, does it feel like they don't really have many options in terms of sending a hero mid to help out Envy? They've got to kind of leave him on his own for the laning stage. Yeah, I think, look at what they're doing right now. I mean, top lane. They're pressuring them so much, and they're going to... Oh, SVG is going to go down first. Yeah, looks like they kind of went a bit over-aggressive there, MP, and in fact, let's see if they play with anything else. MSS will be chased down, but he has the Surge, but what a way to give up first blood. They're diving behind the tier 1. They were like really, really aggressive there, because they had a lot of creeps. They pushed the creeps with Iron Shell, so they felt like they were in position to actually try to make an aggressive move there. But like I said, the silencer support is not something that you should underestimate. He packs a punch and he deals a lot of damage. And diving there was clearly not a good choice for MP, and the Ogre was also in the vicinity there. So it was not a very good trade for MP. And bottom lane here, this is good news for MP as they surround KP, and with a good crush from SVG, allowing the boys to get themselves a kill and return. So now bringing it to 1-1 on the board. Yep. And both safe laners finding a bit of action. Back to your question where you were asking me if MP should send the supports to help NB, but I think that what they're doing right now is okay. They are putting a lot of pressure, especially on SVG. He's pressuring the other lanes, he's pressuring the top lane. He just rotated bottom to kill the Bad Rider. If he's doing something elsewhere, he's forcing the Ogre to move away from the middle lane. As long as the Ogre is not in the middle lane, and basically the SD can stack whenever he can, or the Alchemist would just stack on his own, like he'll be fine. I don't think they need to, you know, have a support in the lane all the time to help him. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some good stacks coming out that Envy's going to be able to utilize. And indeed, just keep him on par, and well, if anything, being an Alchemist, get him ahead of SCCC.
Yep, and that bounty rune, you know, it's all about the bounty runes, securing the bounty runes. Like I don't think people mention it enough when they're talking about the game, how important it is for Alchemists to get all those early bounty runes.
Absolutely, they can rectify kind of a bad kind of CS stage in the laning. Obviously, as we saw at 2 minutes in, Envy did try and get the top rune, but Kaka on the silencer was able to nab it from him, so a little painful there, sending him back a bit more.
It is also the same for playing against the Alchemists. You have to secure the runes. And right now, SVG back towards the top lane, and Darkseer is on his way up, so they're going to be resuming their dual lane pressure here against the Draw Ranger. But so far, he's still farming relatively well. 16 last hits against the Luna's 19.
Yeah, and the thing is as well that both MSS and SVG, they're not really finding much CS themselves, even the Darkseer. MSS struggling to find stuff with the Iron Shell.
Keeping the Ogre here. I think keeping the Ogre here is the more important thing because you're indirectly protecting your Alchemist when you're doing this, because the Ogre can't really move and pressure the other lanes.
SVG has to be a little bit careful, and he's going to come in with a crush, but he's been cursed up as Kaka and Faith surround him, and indeed this is going to continue to take him down with the Ignite as well. He's going to try for the TPL. Oh, he did right-click!
He didn't right-click
him! He didn't right-click him! Oh!
Okay, that was...
He must have tried to walk through the trees, and I guess didn't expect him to be right under his nose.
You know, that's why when you do this kind of move, you put you click A on the A ground. Yeah, A click on the ground, so you will always get the right click off.
Wise words, Winter. He's going to be kicking himself for that one, and yeah,
I miss
MP very lucky there.
By Newbee, but you know it's not a big deal at the end of the day. I mean, your cores are still farming. That's what matters the most right now, and Morphling is getting more farm than the Alchemist, but I think it's fine with Alchemist. He's like only a few creeps behind, and as long as you're getting the bounty runes and you have stacks.
And he's got these stacks, which is great. Oh, we're going to see the replay as well. So, I mean, are we sure if Faith got that touch, he would have definitely got the kill, wouldn't he?
Yep, he would have.
Oh, as we saw that player perspective. Okay, so it looked like he didn't quite have the chance to get the vision. It was a little bit of an awkward spot around the trees there. But very, very, very close
and right now, Newbee making a move here. It's night time. A lot of teams do this.
KP looking for the bait, you see, trying to make MP go in on him. And that's going to allow the side of Newbee to get this really deep, nice wraparound on both Aoi and Rose. And in come Faith and Kaka. I don't think MP were expecting this one. Fire Blast onto Aoi. They're going to look to focus down Rose first. As Newbee find not just one, but they should get the second. Indeed, with the curse, they will. Aoi tries with the Salve to give him a love in the stick. Ooh, he's actually going to be able to duke this out for a little bit. But Faith and Kaka, they'll continue to hunt. Kaka stealing intel and already looking pretty good for this silencer. 6 minutes in and 6 intel in the bag.
That's a big rotation from Newbee. Like I said, moving during the nighttime, the first night phase. Really good timing to move. It's easier to get ganks done with the nighttime vision. And very well played by Newbee. Like KP there baiting them into a really bad position. And even though he was really low, he wasn't trying to run away. He was still stacking up the napalm on them, making sure that his team gets the kill.
Yeah, KP, as you said, just very well calculated his movement. Mid lane, MV as we see is caught up in CS due to the stacks. Top lane's actually going to be where the action happens as Aoi TP's back into the game, up towards top. Unai tries to go for the Gust and TP out.
Close.
It was a good attempt, but indeed not quite enough to save him. As MP getting themselves a good kill onto the core and return. And indeed, bottom lane, SVG try for the TP out himself. He's not going to make it. Kaka, he's not even going to go down to the tower here. This support silencer, I mean, it's really worked out for Newbee. Their movements and calls to make are certainly helping them keep a strong foothold in this early game.
Envy went for power trades. Is he going to go for...
Is he going to be the Bastila? Treads, Medallion, Solar Crest, Shadowblade?
I'm thinking if he's going to go for that build.
Do you like the decision to if he does indeed go that way?
Usually when you go that route, you're expecting a lot of pressure from the enemy and you think that going for the Radiance build is way too greedy. So maybe he's trying to figure out, maybe he hasn't made up his mind for sure yet. Like power trades into Radiance, Armlet Radiance is still fine, I think. But I think overall that build is pretty legit. I like the build a lot when you're going up against a lot of pressure. Bottom lane.
I mean, KP again, this man plays really on the edge, and KP actually with a bit of a miscalculation, coming in too close to the tower, taking 2 hits, and that is a tasty bit of free gold there for SVG on the Slardar. That was a little uncharacteristic.
In the meantime as well, Aoi took the tier 1 at top, so that was huge.
Yeah, MP with some nice momentum there.
Right now, Newbee are going to try to pressure the bottom tier 1 as well. They should be able to get this tower. It doesn't seem like MP is in position to defend this. They are choosing to get... Well, Envy is farming the enemy stacks.
He's trying to take KP's farm. KP's having none of it, though. He's going to start and play around with the Firefly. Has to be a bit careful. Oh, no, KP! Oh, my goodness. He can't let himself go down again. He's got it.
He doesn't want to let the stacks go to the Alchemist as well. Like, he's trying desperately to get the farm.
Now, let's see who gets the gold. Well, that's... it's kind of going half and half at the moment, but it looks like is Envy going to be able to finish off the big creeps? Indeed he is. He gets both of the big creeps, yeah. Envy will successfully steal a good chunk of KP's farm.
Oh, bounty rune on top of that. Why not?
Looks like the stars are lining up for Envy.
Yeah, I guess he's still going to go back for the Radiance build at this rate. Like, he hasn't gotten any early points in the stun. If you're going for the Solar Crest build, you want to get a few extra points in stun early instead of maxing your greed. So he thinks that he's going to be able to get away with it, and they have the Shadow Demon Luna, so their mid to late game is going to be extremely potent if he's going to be able to pull off the Radiance in a good time.
Yeah, look at this warding as well. They see 4 heroes on the map, so Aoi has this confidence to head up top. And yeah, mid lane, it's where Newbee are really trying to make something happen. But the warding from MP spotted that whole movement around that they kind of wrapped through on the jungle, and now obviously just revealing themselves in mid lane. MP, they're aware of what's going on, so we'll see if they do anything here. They may just let this tower be and have to give this one up to Newbee. Looks like that will be the case. It's at this stage of the game, MP, it just feels like they're not quite ready, are they, to try and stop a Drow push onto a tier 1.
And this is some good stuff from Newbee as well. Generally, when you see Silencer being picked up as a support, you don't expect the Silencer to be moving around. Like, he's been moving around since minute 5.
He's been incredibly active, Kaka.
Like, you expect Silencer to be that support which carries the TP to react, and he's being in the lane constantly pulling to get levels. But no, Kaka has been really active, helping the team secure kills.
Oh, actually, then down in the Radiant jungle.
Oh, Envy.
Yeah, we're going to see Envy being playing around there, but U9 was found out, and in fact, he's trying to get himself towards the rune. It's going to be nabbed from right underneath his nose, and SVG and MSS, they were stood there, and U9 kind of walks up to the jungle at that choke point on his own.
Didn't they have vision? Like, they had a ward.
They did. There's a dire observer ward there. And he just kind of walked up the steps into the boys, so a little bit. Strange plays that.
So Newbee lose the carry. They didn't get the kill on the Alchemist on the rune. So a few sequence of events that favors MP very, very much in the last minute. And right now, Envy is on his way to his Radiance. He gets up the Armlet. So it's going to be really, really hard to kill right now. Armlet and Treads.
Yeah, now he as well, getting himself some good ancient stacks. This is all under the eyes of Newbee, though. They know exactly what's going on, but not a lot they can do in terms of contesting that.
Yeah, but this is very worrisome for Newbee, where the Bat Rider's dagger is going to be extremely slow because of the stacks getting stolen. And if you look at the big picture of things, like SVG on his Slardar might get the blink at around the same time as the Bat Rider. This is not looking good for Newbee. If the two teams are continuously trading farm, I think MP will be much more comfortable with the position.
They have walked into Aoi, and that would be a perfect pick-off to find. They have a Global Silence available if necessary. It looks like they'll be able to get the pick-off without it, dragging him back with the lasso and allowing SCCC to pick up the kill. A very, very nice find for Newbee, sweeping into the jungle.
They really needed that very, very badly, as the game is not going too well for them. If both teams are passively farming, it's going to favor the Alchemist side.
Courier? What? They saw him there because they kind of backed it back away, but then they just let it fly back over him. I don't know what's quite happening here.
Well, maybe the person who's using it was talking to someone and he didn't notice the morphling.
I mean, there must have been some miscommunication there.
Yeah, someone else was trying to use the courier and he was like, he was talking and then it happens.
Courier down. Nice bit of goal for Newbee.
You know, shit happens. So right now for Newbee, they're still really concerned about this Alchemist because they are not being able to get any kills on him. Like with all the smokes, they've been killing the other heroes, but not the Alchemist. I mean, the Luna kill was great, the last one, but the previous few ganks, they only got the supports, and so the Alchemist has so far been left untouched. He cleared all his stacks. I mean, he's gonna be well on his way to his Radiance, despite it not being the fastest timing because he went for the power trades.
Let's see what they can get done down here on the bottom lanes. MP coming in for a tier 1 push. Yes, Triple C and Kaka in the neighborhood. Get a bit of a go onto the Morphling there, as he forces him back. The replica will be quickly taken down though, as I'll bring that out. It's actually going to be able to survive for a bit, but not a lot of use Newbee can make it of it here, as they're not actually going to jump in, but at the same time, MP being very careful about how they push in onto this tier 1, and they're actually going to avoid the fight.
They were trying to pressure when they knew KP doesn't have lasso, but his lasso is back up right now, so they're backing off. If you look at the builds that MP went for, Aoi went for first item Helm of Dom, so it's one of the most farm-centric builds that you can go for on the Luna. And Alchemist going for Radiance, and you have the Darkseer pushing out lanes, so MP is going to be really looking to play a very slow and passive game. They're going to try to farm up as much as they can before the Slarla gets his blink. Once the blink comes online, then they're going to be starting to look to fight. But right now, they are really, really content in just farming, stacking up the jungle, ancients, whatever they can get their hands on.
And KP actually smoked up for this move. He's on his own.
He has his dagger. He has more than enough gold for the dagger soon. With the Roshan going down and using the Firefly in the mid lane. Didn't expect the blink to come at 14 2 minutes ago.
No, he's really cleaned up. Had a bit of a rocky start, KP.
Yeah, the Luna kill was really huge for KP. And right now they got the Roshan as well on top of that, so Newbee gonna be in a good position to pressure, because against what NP have, Newbee needs to constantly pressure them, take towers, force fights if possible, get objectives, and secure map control. They can't let MP be farming contently the whole map.
As we saw there from that beautiful camera shot, the Blink Dagger now safely and securely delivered to KP. And they want to make something happen with this, I guess. We have SCCC having the Aegis and actually finding Rose here on his own with a global silence to make sure no defensive disruption or backup comes out.
Kill secured, I would call that.
I mean, that is the global silence down for a couple of minutes, but you get the kill.
I guess they were like worried about maybe a self-disrupt.
And look at Envy's build. He's going for the Maelstrom, Winter.
Oh, he changed his mind. Okay.
What do you think about that decision? Because he obviously was starting to stockpile the gold, and it did look indeed like he was going to go for the more standard, but suddenly, bam, Maelstrom comes out.
Well, this is the reason why I was thinking about whether the Alchemist will go for the Solar Crest build, because this game against the Drow, I was worried that they might be under a lot of pressure, and maybe he was considering the possible option of going for another build, a less greedy build, because you're up against the Drow. If you go for the Radiance build, it's going to take some time. Unless you have a super good start.
KP, indeed, he finds the lasso that he was looking for, as SVG was not expecting the jump on him from the back.
That was huge. He was close to his blink on the Slarla, so that was a big pick off there on SVG.
KP just getting his own one out and showing it in the face of SVG and saying, "Where's yours at now, mate?" And indeed, as you said, knocked back a little bit there, SVG on the Slarla. And 7-4. I mean, obviously in this game, there's definitely strengths for both sides showing. Envy, he's finding the timing. It's obviously going to be interesting to see what he gets done with this Maelstrom and see if he turns up to fights and such. I mean, is that the plan? Because surely if you were going to farm, you would just pick up the Radiance. Is this Envy saying the team needs me in these engagements?
He's still farming though. I think maybe the other possible reason why he's doing this is because of the Morphling Replicate, so you don't want to give him a Radiance illusion to
That
push.
is true.
So
I think that's it. That's it, Winter.
I'm not sure if it's the main reason.
I reckon that's got to be 90% of the reason.
Because you could also put the argument that you have a Shadow Demon, so you want to have the Radiance illusions on your Shadow Demon.
Okay, 80% of the reason.
I don't know, but it seems rather strange going for this build, but this is the only reason I can feel why he actually wanted to go for the Maelstrom build.
Oh, look at this here from MP, ready for some aggressive maneuver. They're smoking up, looking to wrap around behind Newbee. SCCC the one furthest forward at the moment, but he does have a replicate out.
He has Aegis though.
It's a very hard hero to try and make a jump on, and he's already out there to the illusion.
It's possible they were kind of banking on someone else to be on around the vicinity, and they were just really trying to get any pick-off they can find. But right now, SVG still 400 short of that blink.
I mean, talking about Blink, what's Kaka going for? He's got enough money for a Blink
Midas?
himself. I mean, he's not bought the Midas, and he's had the money for a bit of time. He's building about 2.3k gold in this Silencer's hand.
There's no certain, there's no fixed build for a Silencer.
There's a lot of flexibility
yeah,
for Silencers.
You can go for like a 4-star, a Glimmer. You can go for anything your team needs, I think. There's no set build on the hero. It's one early Mjolnir on the Alchemist, 17 minutes in. 17
minutes. It's going to be interesting to see the potency of it. Obviously, I kind of like the Radiance. It does help with the farming because of the lightning procs, but in terms of turning up to the fight and such, I'll see how effective it is going to be against Newbee's lineup. SVG with that Blink Dagger could be the key to get MP to join forces, bring the Alch into the fight and find a pickoff. Or find a fight.
I mean, right now the Alchemist has only like 2 points in stun. Probably wants to fight maybe in a few more levels when he has the stun maxed out. Then he wants to keep focus on trying to get, I think especially the Silencer. You want to pick up the Silencer before anything happens. That's your key hero. So you take the global silence out of the picture. Has he purchased anything? No, he still has 2.5k.
2.5k on the. Is he going straight up Hex? Hex first item?
I mean, Hex is really good on Silencer.
Yeah, if he can get a Hex, as that really could be incredibly potent in this matchup. E-Blade is now done.
What other options?
On the Morphling.
What other options that he could possibly be thinking of? Like Lotus Orb isn't. Nah, not Lotus Orb. Not this game probably. I think Hex is probably like the biggest item and the most impactful item.
Oh, look at this wraparound though for Newbee. They're coming around from the backside. KP getting a good jump onto the Alchemist. The Global Silence coming out from Kaka. They try and get in with the Slardar. Gust out as well as they've taken down Alchemist as well as Rose. SVG to be beaten down upon as well. And that is the combo that we talked about there. The Batrider Blink and the Global Silence.
Did you see that timing? The Slardar blink in and he was so crushing and the Global came out.
Yeah, I think we might even be able to check back on a replay of the perspective of KP there on that one.
Was so close. That was like 0.1 of a second remaining before he cast his Crush. Might have been able to save the Alchemist there, and the Global comes out at the perfect time.
Yeah, incredibly clutch play from Newbee. They secured themselves the towers as well, and not only the fight.
4K right
What
now.
is he? Well, let's watch this though. Look, this is KP's perspective. And instantly sees Envy, knows it's safe to go, and we can also see that Slardar, bam, jumps in, but the Global's already out. And suddenly, MP are kind of caught in a position where they just can't achieve anything at all. You see Envy try and get the Lightning Shield out to him, but it does very little at this stage with the speed that Newbee taken down.
By the way, we got our answer. He bought a 4-star.
He brought a 4-star.
I think he was thinking
how anticlimactic.
He was thinking about something else, like probably going for a Hex straight, and then 4-star is great.
Maybe his morph was like baby raging. He was like, the Alch's not built a Radiant. Silencer, get on that now. I need to make illusions of someone with the Radiant. Kaka, this is your job. And then Kaka was like, stop being silly. I'm building a 4-star. You're being very, very silly, SCCC. But in all honesty, SCCC, he's not. He's 3-0-3. He's working on the Manta, I imagine. After the E-Blade.
Oh, he has a...
He's got the Blade of Alacrity.
Blade of Alacrity. Most likely the Manta here.
And 20 minutes in. It's looking very good for him, but... Envy as well on the Alchemist. We'll see where his build progresses post Mjolnir. I mean, what are you kind of expecting to see from Envy now? It's just a follow-up still.
AC.
You think AC over Manta and such?
Because he doesn't have a Radiant, so I don't think he wants Manta.
Okay. No, even against like the Silencer and the Drow, is that not something you need to be that worried about?
Oh, here comes SEC.
Yeah, here comes the pain from Newbee. KP in onto MSS, and he's quickly out, accepts his fate, and stands there for the show. It's getting a little bit gruesome here for MP. 11 for 4 for Newbee. SCCC in a place that he needs to be. Aoi is still farming relatively well. He's absolutely on par, and if not just ahead of the Drow Ranger. So Aoi is still in a good place. It's all going to be about how well MP can utilize the team composition and items that they built up in the fights against what Newbee have. As we've seen, if Newbee get a good jump onto MP, it's sort of borderline impossible for them to fight back into that Global Silence if it comes out well.
Against the Global, it's definitely not possible for them until they have their Greaves, until they have their Lotus Orb. But before those items come online for MP, it's going to be like close to impossible for them to take a fight. But then again, their heroes are really good at pushing out the lanes. The Darkseer, Iron Shell, Alchemist with the Acid, and you know the Mjolnir. They have good ways of making sure that the lanes are always pushed out. So even if you give off a pick off against the Bat Rider plus the global, you make sure that Newbee can't siege your base, and then you try to make a play after, because global is still a really long cooldown.
I kind of like this as well. MV going for the playmaker, but he's picked up a Blink Dagger.
Oh, this is pretty good too.
Yeah. It's
going to allow him to, especially the Drow, because Drow is still a very squishy target if you can actually get the stun and blink on her.
Well, as you can see down bottom, SVG playing around with an illusion. Top lane though, Rose is the one with the bigger issues. Newbee getting a kill and actually trying to fight round through the backdoor protection of that tower, which they won't actually even need to do so very shortly with the wave pushing in.
Yep.
MV, he sees himself a freebie.
Freebie.
Ay.
Ooh.
What?
Didn't he have a blink?
I did. Can we get a replay of that? I want to see a player perspective replay. I don't know if production can do that.
Oh, he almost died to the silent. Dude. Oh, he almost died.
Wait.
Holy shit. He actually almost died to a support silencer.
That was...
He actually almost died there.
Fascinating. It really, really was. On top lane, they've nearly found themselves a tier 3 here, Newbee. Pushing in.
Okay, just Jackie Mao things,
Yeah, we love him.
Dude, he went for Hurricane Pike on the silencer.
Oh, we
got a
watch
replay.
the blip. What?
Oh, it's cooldown? Oh, it's on cooldown.
Oh, it's on cooldown. He didn't do the maths. He didn't do the maths.
Why wouldn't he charge the stun?
He didn't do the maths.
Like 2 seconds later.
He didn't do the maths, Winter.
All right.
It was half a second out. Oh.
Maybe he was worried about the silencer farming that wave and running away, so he kind of didn't want to wait for... it could be a part of his thought process, so he felt like he needed to try and get the kill as soon as possible. But didn't work out for him. So right now, the silencer picked up the Hurricane Pike and Newbee. The rest of the Newbee heroes smoked up, since silencer is not really needed at the fight there. He just needs to cast his global. And his team just needs to find an easy pick off with the lasso here. Can they actually get the Alchemist? They have a ward here if he's going to run into... No, he's not going to run into the
What's he building now? Is he just going to go for the BKB? Full fight? Or, I mean, can he do anything else with that? I mean...
No.
Mjolnir Deso, let's go.
Nah,
that's...
He's going to get BKB, so he runs in, doesn't have to worry about the silence. Still a very peculiar Alchemist build.
It really is. I don't think I've seen anyone else do this
KP,
recently.
they're going to spot him out with the ward
Yeah,
here.
the smoke's gone, and immediately this time the jump in successful. Envy's there to follow through with SVG. They get themselves a nice tasty bit of gold into Envy's pocket.
They need a gem so that doesn't happen. Newbee needs to check for wards and make sure that MP is playing in the dark. Like Vision is going to be really important for the kind of lineup they have. Like MP's lineup is much more late game orientated, so they're going to look to try and get as much farm as possible. So if they are forced to play without Vision, they're going to have to stay in the base, and it's going to be really difficult for them to get farm outside of the map. So Vision is going to be the next important thing that Newbee has to control against MP.
And talk to me about this as well, something that we don't necessarily see all the teams do, but I think maybe something more done so in China. KP's decision to get the Ether Lens on the Bat Rider, is it just crucial to have that extra bit of catch potential from range?
I think it's not down to region. I think it's down to player preference. I know certain players like the item. Like personally, I like the item because it gives me more room for error. Like sometimes I'm trying to blink into a position where I don't have vision.
Yes.
But having the lens means I can actually blink.
Oh, you've got a big kind of area of error,
yeah,
that you can still be successful.
And it gives like a good region. I kind of like the region sometimes, but I think overall it's up to player preference what you want. Some players would prefer to say, oh, I just want a BKB, so I can BKB and just blink in and I don't have to worry about anything. Or some players might want to go for a use, for example. A use gives you movement speed and allows you to have another tool to stop TP, since now you can't stop TP with the flame break. So it's just up to what you want to do and how you want to play. Shadow Blade? Wow, this is like a carry silencer here.
I mean, Kaka he's really transforming into a core role with the
Is he actually
play
going
that
to
he's
finish
had.
up a Silver Edge as well? Like Silver Edge provides good stats, good intelligence, so you can actually deal more damage with your glaives. Good attack speed. This silencer is not something to be whittled with right now. He deals so much damage with the draw aura.
I mean, he's hitting for a good 200 or so, and that's before you...
180 per pop before the glaives.
Before the glaives, yeah. And
80% of around 90 intelligence, so that's like...
Do the maths, Winter.
Another 65 damage. Oh my god.
And that's pure. That's pure dirt. It's, as you said, when it kind of came in the draft, it was something that...
And he's going to be bloodlusted, by the way.
Bloodlusted? Yep, we'll throw that in.
Bloodlusted, draw aura, silencer.
It's pretty nasty. I mean, MP, they've certainly got their work cut out. Again, I'm interested to see where Envy continues to go with this one. On top of the BKB, he now does have 3,000 gold.
He definitely needs armor item.
Utilizes just the AC, I think,
yeah,
as you said.
I like AC next.
Yeah.
He's trying to go for this
He
kill.
wants to
Can
go
he
for
get it this
Kaka.
time?
Okay, he may be in trouble though. There is backup here, so he may have got the silencer, which is posing as a core, but it is just a support. Envy will put the BKB. He tries to TP out. Oh, is he going to do it? Oh, Envy! He would only go and do it, wouldn't he? I mean, Envy, he continues to give us incredibly Envy-esque performances. It's... No one else does stuff like that and gets away with it.
Every time or when you cast his games, it always happens like something
It's, you know, Envy sits down, he's like, OD Pixel Chan is watching me. I'm going to pull out these extravagant performances that have never been seen before. Amazing.
Oh my god.
Will it win in the game? That's another question, because Newbee, they're now knocking on his door. They're up to the racks. And MP, they've got to pull a defense together here.
And where's their team?
Where's their carry? Well, he's sitting at 1/3 of health, and he's back to base. Owie taking a nuke to the backside there from SCCC. Envy jumps. Oh, Envy! He's just done it. He's not morphing out for once. The Aegis on the ground. Can they kill him a second time? That's the question. Looking for the jump in, but the global side is never there. Oh, the damage! Envy! He's a genius! The Basher pickup there, securing the kill. U9 will get out. He didn't get the bash there. Envy giving a bit of mercy to the side of Newbee, but it's working out, Winter. It's the out build.
Dude, he got greedy. He didn't like replicate out right away. He was like, I'm gonna, try and punch the enemy.
He didn't expect the basher. That was only just picked up. He didn't expect the bash.
Oh yeah, that's right. He didn't know that he has a basher.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. And they see U9.
And Envy's like,
look at him. Oh, they're going to go and find Kaka on the way around. They'll take the silencer instead. They'll surround him. Owie's there's where the losing be, but good force using the force there. Newbee getting Kaka back to safety. Owie, he's looking to dive. He's looking to chase. He's going past the tier 2. Owie. Is the SVG going to make the jump? No. Oh, come on. Come on, SVG.
That was some triple 4-star action right there.
That's beautiful.
That's why you told your support to get a 4-star. Don't get a Midas.
Get a
4-star.
Midas doesn't save heroes.
But I'm going to get a 4-star later.
Oh, what have we got?
Midas.
Oh, here we go. Inside the mind of Envy. Jumping in. Oh, there's a hero here. Oh, nice lasso, mate. I don't give a damn. I've got a BKB. I've got a TP flame break. What are you at, mate? It's 6.88. I'm off. You can't do anything about it. Chemical Rage. Good spell.
There was like one more click. Anything would have killed him there.
But the thing is, he knew it was one more click, Winter, and that's why he made that play. All in the mind.
It was all part of the plan,
All part of the Kakaku. Who is actually 9K and playing for Newbee at the moment on this silencer. 12 for 7. It's a game that was looking pretty good for Newbee at the start. Well, obviously, we still mentioned that MP had these strengths, and as you can see from this swing around, back into the hands of MP potentially now at this stage of the game. They have obviously lost. Well, it's only the range tracks, isn't it, on the top? Who cares about that? I don't even know what's in the game. But Abyssal Blade is now done for Envy. He's even scary now in these fights. Newbee have to be careful how they jump into this Alchemist, because if you're not disabling Envy and taking him out at the start, he's going to punch back incredibly hard.
He's going to kill anyone he sees with the stun and Abyssal. And right now, because of the BKB, he has the Morphling can't really burst him with the Adaptive plus E-Blade combination. So this Alchemist is right now a big problem for Newbee. I don't think they have enough like physical damage to kill him through the BKB yet. So they need the drought to get... I guess you want to finish, maybe get a damage item like a butterfly, then you'll be able to deal with this Alchemist better. But as of right now, this Alchemist, Envy is a problem for Newbee.
He really is. Kaka, indeed, as you mentioned, going straight for the Silver Edge, just needs about 700 more to have that done. He's already picked up the recipe, so preparing to finish off the Silver Edge.
I don't know about finishing off the Silver Edge now.
You would like to see something else on Kaka?
Right now, I feel he needs a Hex because of the BKB and the Alch. I mean, it's a long way there, so getting a Silver Edge would provide you, good stats right now for the price it gives you, and the damage reduction is really nice. The overall damage reduction when you don't have a BKB. But both the cores of MP have their BKBs up, so I don't know how much it's gonna change the game with the Silver Edge. I would personally prefer the Hex right now. I think he's gonna most likely get it after the Silver Edge. He's still gonna go for the Hex, but getting it at a later timing might allow the Alchemist to do a lot of damage in the game.
I guess the question is as well, with this Alch build, he probably still looked to switch out the arm now, I imagine, for something, but all talking about the Alch.
Escape again?
Have they got the damage to kill him? That's the question. They lasso him back, initial nuke hit from the Morphling, but Envy pops the BKB, starting to try and walk this off. He's going to make it. They pop the Global Silence, but there's no real kind of follow-up initiation from Newbee after their first jump in. They just got to global and run. Faith, caught in the tree line, they know he's there, MP. They'll look for the Ogre Killers. SVG jumps forward. They surround Faith. They'll take something, but again, it really feels like Newbee, they must be scientists because they are baffled. They do not know what to do against MP at this stage. They're trying to jump in, and they just don't know how to kill Envy.
And U9 went for the Aghanim, so he didn't go for a damage build, but he's going for a more like split push, farm. You get more farm. They're gearing up for the late game. Like, they understand that it's not going to be possible for them to end the game right now. They're not going to be able to get any more opportunities to push the high ground. The game is definitely going to go for the long run, and just going for a more farming, more economy build on the draw here. Going for more late game.
And here's the time to push really for MP. Both Lasso and Global Silence on the sidelines. I mean, Lasso's going to be up very, very shortly, but Global at least is a full minute downtime still. As MP ready to push in, and we'll see how much they can get done. Kaka already trying to harass back Aoi, but immediately with the man start backs off. There's the Lasso back off as he jumps in MSS with the 3-man, and the follow-up there, crush from SVG. Aoi comes in with the Eclipse. They've taken down 2. Aoi survives here with the Glimmer Cape. He's going to TP out. His support's keeping Aoi alive. He'll get himself back to safety. Envy walking this off like a walk in the park.
What a play by the Darkseer, Slara, and the Shadow Demon. 3 of those heroes combining together to keep their carry alive. First with the Vacuum into the Crush, and then the Glimmer Cape.
The power of friendship, Winter.
The power of friendship is real. You keep your bro alive, At all costs, you keep your bro alive.
Very, very sweet play. I mean, we have seen kind of dives and plays like that behind tier 3s before that haven't gone perfectly, but that really did. You lose nothing. It's not the biggest kills, but it's the intimidation that MP are enforcing on Newbee. They're like, you want to jump in? Go on, Aoi. We'll jump in back on you. Beautiful 3-man vacuum into the Crush. Aoi just going ham, and he knows that he can, because Rose is there, and he says, be careful, my fair fellow. I will protect you from these nasty men, and you will return to the land of the beautiful.
You sound like a Disney story.
I sound like a Disney story. Wow.
That's always a happy ending.
I do like a happy ending, Winter. Roshan has respawned. Newbee with the positioning to take it, and they can take it very quickly, so we'll see if they are going to ultimate indeed. They're just going to go straight into the pit. They know that they've got good control of the map around here. The question is if MP can get over here to contest it, and to be fair, the speed that Newbee get it, this should be a freebie for them by the looks of it.
Yep, and finally KP has a gem, thanks to the support. But even with the Aegis on Newbee, it doesn't seem like, MP's going to be too worried. They're going to just keep doing their thing, keeping the lane push out with the illusions from SD and Luna, the Darkseer as well, pushing the lanes and trying to, make it very difficult for Newbee to make a play and get a pick off to push high ground.
I'll see what they can do. Indeed, as you said, they need to find something with this.
Yeah, they want to force something, whereas MP, it's not really.
I mean, Envy's taking a bit of a walk up on the top lane. He does obviously have the bots to get back, but Newbee are already looking to wrap around onto him. He's already botsing out. He's fine. He's back to base. Newbee, they won't get the hero. They'll be able to start to pressure in this top lane.
He's going to buy Aghanims for someone.
Who's he going to give it to first?
The Luna X is pretty tempting, though.
It is. I mean,
you put your ulti on the Slara and he blinks in.
Winter.
Shadow Demon is also pretty good.
Shadow Demon, I mean, yeah. I mean, in terms of, I guess it's very nice in terms of dealing with the bat when he jumps in.
Honestly, I think you do it on the Luna, and then
you do it on
and then the Slara jumps in. You put the Eclipse on the Slara before he goes.
I mean, I feel as if you're looking at MSS and you're saying if you're hitting walls like that, we'll give you the axe. You know what I mean? That was a beautiful wall.
That is true. Like the Darkseer axe actually gives a lot of damage.
Yeah, having a buffed up illusion of drow, yes, please. We'll take that.
They are honestly
But who did he go? He's not finished it, no. Envy's still working on it now.
He's keeping buyback gold.
Yeah, you want to play it safe when you'll be putting this amount of pressure on you and keeping yourselves tucked into the base. But he does have the surplus now, so he can go ahead with the purchase. So we can expect that very soon from Envy. And
so who's
we'll see the option.
Who's gonna get the love from Envy?
Oh, Rose is standing close, and I think Rose got it. No, not yeah. Here we go. Who's gonna get it?
The Luna. Yeah.
The Luna did. Owie.
Here's the
getting the priority.
Dude, wait for the vacuum into Slada Crush with the Luna ulti on top of that.
The heroes are gonna disappear so quickly. It's pretty insane.
This is actually super strong. Like, I think it's one of the underrated Aghanims upgrades of the game. It's really, really good.
I mean, I guess it's just something normally, if you're playing Luna, you don't really want to be building it yourself, do you? There's other items that you kind of need to get late game.
That's a good point, but I've seen players where they actually go for the Aghanims as their probably second item after the Dragon Lance or Brigand Pike. They go for, and Helm, they go for the Aghanims. I've seen it done before, but just like not a big event, but some local events, and I think it's like pretty good because it actually provides you with a lot of stats if you're looking to keep fighting and you're not looking to drag the game too long.
Oh, and Envy. He's looking for the jumping onto S-Triple-C, and he manages to pop the linkers with the initial jump and then follow for Abyssal Blade. They do get a good lasso, and Envy's surrounded and taken down out for 80, but there's the vacuum wall. Aoi coming in as well with that Eclipse, bringing Newbee incredibly low here. S-Triple-C's trying to morph his way out of this one, and Newbee do keep themselves all alive as they survive a very heavy attack there from MP.
Envy didn't pop his BKB there when he went in. So he just got destroyed by the E-Blade plus Adaptive Strike combo.
Yeah, this morphling certainly still a massive issue. Scardy's complete for S-Triple-C now.
They're going to try to force Jackie to buy back here.
I'm actually going to see them actually come through the wall again. SVG getting the crush off. Those illusions are already gone though, as they've already passed through once it's been out, so they don't have to worry about going through it again.
So they dropped their wall, they dropped the Eclipse.
Still Jackie hasn't been forced to buy back. 30 seconds.
They're just trying to use the illusions to slow the push down. Seems like it's going to be more than enough for them. Newbee are really, really worried about going. Oh, they're going to just run in. Look at the damage the illusions is doing.
Oh, Rose taking a nuke to the backside. They are going to fortify. And at the least, it looks like they will hold on to the buyback of Envy. But Newbee get what they came for. They get the racks. And Kaka already looking to double back in with the Shadow Blades. See if he can catch anyone out here on the edge of the high ground of MP's base. But MP grouping up themselves towards the middle. They're all back up. Did cost Rose the buyback, and they are now a full set of racks down on the top.
Yep, MP has to be really, really careful in the next few minutes. They cannot afford any big mistakes anymore. Like, Newbee is really strong at this stage. They have to be cautious when they're moving out. Like, the SD, he may be a support, but he's a very important member of the team right now in their base defense. They can't afford to give away any pickups on the SD anymore.
Oh, and this wraparound from MP. They're out of the base.
Global is up in 10 seconds though.
They've got the wall. They don't have Eclipse.
This is tough.
Who can they get the jump on here? I'm going to see the Newbee spotting them out. Already trying to burst down Rose. I'm going to be able to nuke him straight away. The wall's going to be dropped, catching out S-Triple-C and Kaka. Demonic Purge as well onto the Morphling. In fact, Envy's managed to find U9 on the side, got the jump in and finished off the Drow Ranger on his own. And at the end of the day, they'll be fine with that. They've got a vacuum back on S-Triple-C as well. He's already utilised the TP. Envy closing in with the concoction, pots the PKP to make sure that he can throw it. And Envy now getting in range, bashing him down. Can they actually kill him? Yes, they can. They've done it. Envy with the concoction. That was perfect. He's charging it up. The global silence comes out. Kaka says, ha-ha. And then Envy says, ha-ha, I've got a BKB to make sure that I can chuck it.
This
is the solo kill.
This fight is all Envy. This fight, he gets a pick off on the Drow, and then he makes that play there, getting another kill on the Morphling. Just all in all, like great play from MP. The wraparound and Envy's initiation. Envy's first
They have
move.
to be careful with this push. They're pushing forward with just 2 Aoi. Maybe getting a little too confident, forgetting that there's still 3 left alive. Indeed, it looks like Envy trying to come in to back him up. They've got the Eclipse. Aoi moving forward. BKP and Glimmer Cape Top. Envy, can he find any more of this concoction? Doesn't look like he can. Newbee get themselves far enough away. And that is Aoi Utilizing the BKB down for a full minute, of course, again, and Eclipse is not there as well. They'll try and push in nonetheless, but they do have to be careful. U9's back up, and in 30 seconds they'll be more to deal with as well. Envy indeed is. BKB is still on cooldown for 3 seconds. They need to keep it alive. BKB in 1 second, he gets it out, and Chemical Rage, he's even thinking about turning around the vacuum again! MSS! Oh my god, this Darkseer! It's absolutely perfect play in that fight from NP as they catch 3. They'll clean out the mid set of racks. Kaka buying back. MSS now with a Shiva's Guard as well. This has been some incredibly godly play here from this Darkseer, and SVG's always there with the follow-up. There's 3 heroes now down on Newbee. They do not have buyback. NP able to do serious amounts of damage here. Aoi picks up a refresher. Ready for the GG fight. Rose. Oh, he disrupts himself here to dodge the initial bit of damage. He's in a bit of problem. Can his team save him? No, they can't. Rose is out. Envy comes in, gets the stun on test. Triple C. Envy falling low. Again, the vacuum and crush from MSS and SVG. There's Triple C's forced to buy back. Kaka's out for 80 seconds. And NP clean up the top set of racks as well. There's still a tier 2 bottom protecting that final set, so they'll almost certainly back off and look to just get that lane pushed out. But still, MP turning up the heat, and Newbee don't know what hit them.
Oh my god, that's some teamwork right there. Darkseer and Slardar. This is the reason why teams have been utilizing the support Slardar a lot. It's so easy to execute it with the Darkseer, and it's so deadly as well at the same time. With the crush, the low cooldown crush, and the amp damage. They don't even actually need the amp there. Once the vacuum was out, the fight was practically over with just 1 stun.
And just look how much Aoi had enough money off the back of that fight. He's got refreshers, and he's still got 3.8k gold in the bank.
I'm still waiting for that combo.
Which combo?
The Eclipse on the Slardar with the vacuum.
I'm sure it's coming soon. I mean, Slardar, SVG now has a Shadow Blade as well. Even easier for him to follow through the jump-ins from MSS.
Wait, basically everyone is going to die. No, wait, look at their heroes.
Everyone is going to die.
No one has BKB. No one has BKB.
Why would you buy a BKB?
Dude, you're against a Luna.
That is true.
With Aghanims.
You should tell them that. Oh, there we go. Just each and every time. I don't think we've seen MSS vacuum anything less than 3 heroes at a time.
Oh my god, they have no BKBs on anyone.
Oh, poor old Rose though. He's not having fun with this Morph C-Blade.
Life of a support, Owen. You know,
yeah.
Life of a support.
KP. He's angry. He wants some blood. He wants some tasty, tasty anime blood, but he's not going to find it. MP. Backing away. Not going to allow themselves to be jumped on. Newbee again though. Finding that timing where they're able to find the space around Roshan to be able to head in themselves and finish it off. Will get themselves the cheese in the Aegis. MP just not in the neighborhood at all to contest this.
Dude, I just can't wait for it to happen. The double Eclipse on the Slardar, and no one has BKB. Even with the Aegis and cheese, they're still going to die.
It's going to be like 22 beams coming out in a matter of seconds.
It's going to be like almost close to instant.
It's going to... it is literally going to be this massive kind of iron cannon shooting from the sky down onto the heads of Newbee. But the funny thing is really that Newbee, they still can win this game. Even though 2 racks down, a bad fight, and Newbee can just charge down lane with his drow and finish it. So MP have to be careful.
It's also about the first move. If they can actually make a really good initiation with the bat and pick off Alchemist, like what happened in top lane. He didn't pop his BKB. He got lassoed. Global. They couldn't disrupt him, and he was just dead after. I think SD really needs, but he's very poor. Like he can't really afford the Lotus. Like he really needs to get one of the items to help him deal with the global. But not gonna have the luxury to do that as a support right now. Having a really tough game. Darkseer on the other hand has the griefs to deal with the global, so he's the only one that's gonna be able to save the Alchemist.
Oh, Envy. He's been baited in by an illusion, but it looks like he'll be okay. Newbee not looking to jump in off the back of that. KP's flapping his way over.
Yep. Can he get the initiation?
I mean, if at this point, who's KP looking to rip out the fight first? Because he's got a number of targets that he needs to worry about.
I think one of the big calls, the Alchemist or the Luna, and you make sure you get the global so the SD can't get the disruption on top of that. He needs, I think probably the Alchemist would be your primary top target. He's the one that's going to be able to jump and kill your Morphling with the Abyssal and the amount of damage that he has. Luna has not gone for the physical damage build. He has gone for the Refresher Aghanim build. So I think the main threat would be on the Alchemist. You want to kill him. and get BKBs on your heroes so that the Lunar Eclipse doesn't do anything.
I mean, is anyone even working? We see what 2.2k on U9. Obviously, Morph's not really wanting to give up a slot for that BKB.
A last item BKB, probably.
Yeah, there's so many more things that SCCC wants to be holding, and indeed Butterfly is what he's looking to build at the moment with that quarter staff, as we'd imagine. But Newbee looking for a wrap around here. MP actually huddling in the tree line around the side shop. Let's see if they're prepared for this. KP jumping forward. MP grouped up. Who's going to get the jump? Rose Glimmer Caping seeing he had a bit of vision as he comes close. He's actually going to be the target that gets immediately lassoed. SVG coming in with the 2-bounce. Oh! The Eclipse rips them down. 3 out. Oh. I think he managed to use the cheese to keep himself alive there on the drought.
Oh my god.
The cheese did save U9, only just, but that it's a bit of a
BKB.
He's not right. I put BKB, lads. Screw this. I'm done. BKB on the Morphling. SCCC does not want to mess around with that after he just saw the power that MP can rip out. SVG, he's just styling. He's got a Shadow Blade. U9, he doesn't carry detection. He's a core. Don't be silly. Oh! Envy?
Oh, he didn't have ultimate up, and he was still hitting the tower.
Oh. Okay. So, it was a nice fight, but Envy dies, and we're back on with the game. Newbee will be able to push out this bottom lane.
That's how it feels to be a Cloud9 fan, yeah?
It really does. Suddenly, someone gets excited. They're doing it, but then Newbee are like, nah. Oh, no, what a game indeed, though. 2019.
He was just trying to hit the tower too much because he saw the Morphling at top pushing the lane, and the Morphling TP'd. He might have miscalculated a little, thinking that he had an extra 2 or 3 seconds, but Morphling just came back and just killed him.
Have we got the replay? Oh, okay, this is
the double Eclipse. Look at that.
It's
no BKBs, they just die.
And that's triple C. He waveforms in.
God.
Look at I want to see U9's cheese. That's what I want to see, yeah. U9 cheese at the last minute to keep himself alive. SCCC trying to see if he can find a pick off on the back of it. But
and Newbee pushing the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, does Envy need to buy back? It might. I mean, 25 seconds is not that long. But at the same time, look how fast these guys push.
Can he get the Slardar? Ooh, the Ether Lance.
Yeah, he's gone him. He drags him in. SVG's down for a minute. He does not have buyback in Newbee. Keeping their composure in a chaotic game. They found themselves the second set of racks. They'll move over to the mid to look to take even more. Envy will be back in 5 seconds. He's going to need to have the fight of his life here to hold on to this one, especially as he'll be fighting without SVG by his side.
Darkseer needs to pull off a big vacuum.
And there we have Envy with the jump in. SCCC full incredibly low. There's the vacuum onto 2. SCCC, can he get himself out? No. The Aegis is out. I'll get themselves back up to the high ground. BKB has been used already by Aoi.
They have 1 Eclipse right now. Refresher is 50 seconds off, so they won't be having that in their arsenal right now.
25 seconds and we are going to see SVG back in.
He can basically BKB and hit the racks if he wants to. Oh, he's hitting the racks.
Envy cooking up the concoction, jumps in. SCCC duking it out with the waveform, and KP trying to find the follow-up, but immediately the stun is there. Envy falling low though, could he keep himself alive? Trying to back himself out of this fight. The Glimmer Cape's not going to be enough, he's out. He'll buy back immediately. U9's been able to finish off both Aoi and MSS. They'll all buy back as well. And now Newbee trying to retreat, but they've already done the damage. Mega creeps are out.
But MP can still win this game. They need to take just the last set of racks from Newbee. It's still possible.
Can they do it?
Aegis is out, so they have to push out their lanes.
But look how much that fight cost them. Those 3 buybacks, setting them back a clear 6k.
I think it's still possible for them to win. They just need to.
All of Newbee have buybacks as well.
They've need to land a Darkseer plus Slardar Crush again.
Oh, there's a Hex on the silencer. Winter, this is extremely hard mode at the least for MP at this stage to win.
Okay, there's another BKB on U9, so the double Eclipse probably not going to do so much now.
Unless they can get the jump on him before he gets it out.
Luna might have regretted going for the refresher here. They need more physical damage. Alchemist has been what KP just needs to do. Lasso Alchemist, he's the only main physical damage, and the rest of the heroes pop their BKB, and Luna can't kill them. Once Alchemist is out of the fight, MP doesn't have enough damage to win. That's the problem MP is facing right now with this refresher build on Aoi. Might have regretted it. It looks nice on paper, having the Aghanims and refresher, but it's a little too all in. The enemy sees it. Oh, we just need to get our BKBs up right now, and you're not going to win the fight.
And that's what they did. Newbee reacting very nicely to MP's builds and plays, and now pressuring the tier 4s. What can MP do about this? They're looking for the smoke and the wraparound from the side. Envy, who's he going to get the jump in onto? He's looking for KP on the back line. He's trying to get the out of the fight. The vacuum is there. Onto SCC as well. They turn around, get the bash out. SVG forced out. He will keep himself alive for the time being. Owie coming in with the Eclipse of the BKB, but KP gets the dragon, brings Envy out of the fight with a buyback there. KP may have just secured the game for Newbee. They're forcing the rest of them back to base, and indeed with Envy on the sideline for 2 minutes, that'll allow Newbee to clean onto the tier 4s and on to more. They're looking for kills, looking for Owie. SVG taking Glaives to the backside, will get himself back to base. Owie trying to force SCC as well, but with the nukes, Owie's out as well. It's all falling apart for MP. Newbee take the victory there with some very, very smart decisions at the end. That buyback from KP immediately as he dies, gets back in, gets the lasso off onto Envy, securing the big kill that Newbee needed there to close this one up.
What a game, dude. What a game.
A very entertaining game.
Envy just keeping the game so interesting with his build and his decision making overall. Like, he has his, moments, flashy moments, but wasn't enough for them to seal the deal. I think when it came to late game, having that refresher on Luna really hurt them once the BKBs came out on the draw.
You feel if you're MP looking back at that game, you're saying maybe refresher wasn't the item.
Yeah.
I mean, you liked the decision at the time, but the fact was because you weren't closing the game up within the next few minutes, the chances for BKBs to come out
unless
with
you're
that.
closing the game in the next minute or so, the next 2 minutes, then getting the refresher is understandable. But because the game drawn out so long, they wanted to have the disruption illusions to push out the lanes, but they don't have a butterfly on the Luna, so that hurt them a lot.
They did not, indeed. And wow, what a game to open this final series of the day on Group B of WIB. We should be able to get the panel back in. Alex, are you there with the lads and ladies?
I am indeed. I am. Owen,
yes.
It's so cool that we are currently talking to each other at the Boston Major when we actually went to primary school. I don't think anyone knows this.
We first talked to each other probably when we were 5 years, 6 years old.
Yeah.
And now you're doing esports, I'm doing it. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, it's a crazy world we live in.
It really is. And well, that game shows us. This is certainly a crazy world we live in. That game was pretty insane. Alex.
Awesome, and I like the decibel levels you reached. We'll be back with you for the second game. I'll leave you two to go ahead and have a cup of tea or whatever else you do. Slice of orange in the half. That's a football reference. I don't even know if they do that anymore. Either way, it's time to introduce our panel once more to explain why that game was worth shouting about. And indeed, Owen did make plenty of noise. I've got myself, Jack, joining us alongside Shiva and, of course, Gods. Newbee taking it. We have to start with, of course, Jack in this one. It didn't necessarily always look like a guarantee for Newbee.
Yeah, this was... Well, I don't know what to say, but there's so many things to say. This was a classic...
Let's start at the beginning.
This is a classic game for Team NP in so many ways. You saw good Envy, bad Envy, keeping them in the game, making great plays. And then you saw at the end, like, those deaths, especially with the great plays from KP, his transformation as an offlaner, which we'll talk about, just making those crucial plays to end this game. And, I mean, at the very beginning, I think the thing that was most important was that Newbee did a great job of locking NP off of their jungle. By taking that mid and bottom tower, it became so hard for NP to go and farm those crucial stacks in their jungle and Ancients, which is what you want for Alchemist and Luna to reach their critical strength as soon as possible. And that was really great for Newbee. They were very surgical early on with those pickoffs and taking towers.
But it started so well for NP. They were able to kill KP in lane, I think twice at least. And, their lanes were solid. They were able to get ahead on the Alchemist and Envy as well. And then come 10 minutes, somehow NP find themselves with less map control than Newbee, even though they were the ones getting ahead in the lanes.
Yeah, Newbee were able to actually take towers, kind of like Jack mentions. Once you take those first couple towers, you lose access to so much farm on the map, and that made it really difficult for them to maintain farm outside of just the Alchemist. Alchemists get farm, but because you can't push out the lanes, you're constantly being pressured on your side of the map, and you're just not getting what you need across the board. And that's something where Envy also went for the Mjolnir build. He didn't go for the Radiance because he's playing against the Morphling, and that's one of those kind of debatable things where without the Radiance Manta type build, you can't push out the lanes as easily. It also does slow down the Morphling's farm and all that, but I think he did miss out from not having the Radiance a bit.
One of the kind of exciting characters we did highlight in the pre-match was SCC. Now this Morphling was filling up during this game.
He was very farmed, to say the least, and he was able to keep up farm with Envy, which is impressive on itself. I think more so. We talked about it before the series started. We were able to select a specific matchup for this game, right? That is the most interesting to watch. So it was MSS on the offlane Darkseer versus the KP Bet, and it really was the story of the offlanes. But not only that, this synergy I mean, you heard Oni Pixel and Winter shout about it plenty, but the synergy between that Darkseer and that Slardar, every time again, making those vacuum into slithering crushes combinations, it was crazy that they could pull it off every single time and have as big of an impact as it did. It was, I mean, if we were to choose an MVP from NP, it would be MSS for sure. He did amazingly well.
Always giving MSS the necessary credit, and I do like that we have to kind of address KP and his Batrider. Gods, I want to throw this one towards you. This Batrider was impressive to you. In fact, without hesitation, when we were talking about, who would we put in the MVP column, it was KP without a doubt for you. What was that?
He made the big plays when it counted. Like, you get into these long 50, 60-minute games, and it turns in the way Dota works is like everyone gets so farmed, all these heroes are so strong that one mistake decides it, and one big play decides it in this case, and that was who's going to get the better jump, the better initiation. When they were pushing the bottom lane to get that Rax, he catches out the Slardar, takes away that follow-up to the Darkseer vacuum. In the late game, he was catching out Envy. He was the one who found the key pickoffs that broke the game open and secured a lane of Rax. So while he did have a rough start and had to spend time recovering, he found the big lassos in the moments where it really mattered.
So we thought that Newbee was going to win this. At least most of us thought that Newbee was going to win this. But this game was a lot more even than we were expecting.
Then I spent 10 minutes thinking, oh, MP's going to win this. You know, it was Newbee's going to win it for the first 30 minutes, then MP's going to win it for the next 15, and then the last 5 or 10 was like, oh, okay, Newbee, they're okay again.
Yeah, Jack, do you feel like this is the Newbee that you were expecting, or is NP better than you were expecting, rather than Newbee being the same?
I mean, I'm going to go back to what I said initially. It's kind of classic Jackie, right? You see the deaths, you saw the one top, and then inside the base, and then you saw the great plays, getting that kill and getting them some space to keep them in the game. And then I think the thing that really stood out for me in this game is just the precision with which Newbee played, like very, very early on, especially KP. Maybe a few months ago, KP isn't able to make these kinds of plays and keep that tempo on the Batrider. I think just the months of being entrusted in that role of the space maker and the playmaker, that maybe he wasn't put in that role before. You saw those critical, obviously, lassos near the end of the game as well, but also to give them that decisive map control that they had early on. As soon as he gets that blink, he beats Slardar 2 and he starts making plays immediately. So I thought that was great.
I want to bring up the scoreboard at this interval just so we can actually demonstrate exactly what KP was doing oh so well. Alongside the others, I mean, we said already that if you were to give credit to an MP player, it seems like MSS was at the tip of many tongues. But Jack, you're also saying that Envy was one of those players. I like that you're suggesting this is classic Jackie. To perhaps the less familiar viewers, what is classic Jackie? You're suggesting he makes the kind of game-winning plays and perhaps even the game-losing.
Well, yeah, I'd start with that artist description, right? He sees things that no one else does and makes genius plays sometimes, but also it's things that no one else sees because they're bad or not necessarily good for his team.
Okay. Yeah. But we like the Alchemist pick. I mean, general consensus?
Yeah, I think it was really good.
Happy with that.
It put them in a good spot with the draft. I think up until it, I wasn't sold on NP's draft when I saw, like, okay, there's not much to do with this. The Morphling, it worked out really well in the end with the Drow and did deter Alchemist going for the standard Radiance build. But Newbee just seemed like the better team, made the better decisions.
Well, towards the end, and of course, you were highlighting it, but for it is worth reiterating. KP, as the game went on, he was your man to watch. He's of course flying that Aussie flag, so Gods is a little happy.
I'm biased.
Biased.
Yeah, absolutely.
MVP,
and Newbee win, KP's the reason why.
Yeah, I just realised that. I was like, hang on, I probably shouldn't be saying this. Hey, Gods, without hesitation, when I asked you who MVP was, you said KP.
I didn't even watch the game. No. I was stuck in an elevator for 15 minutes, you know.
What?
I missed like 8 minutes of the game on a slow elevator.
Are you serious?
It got stuck, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And then it started moving.
Has that ever happened? Have we ever had just a panelist disappear? I reckon you could be the first.
I had once. It was Sir Action Slacks at his first Dream League, and he was asleep.
No. Well, he had a nap?
Producer, it was his first week. He just had massive jet lag.
Oh, no.
Producer did turn the microphone like all the way up, the sensitivity. You could hear him snore in the background. It was amazing. So I mean, that was jet lag in place.
Slacks is having a nap.
I mean, could have woken him up, but this was more funny.
That is, I prefer that. I actually do. All right. Well, Slacks napping aside, we can have a quick look at social media. You guys have been throwing questions at us, and some of them have been fun. Some of them have been more analytical. And it looks like I'm going to try this again. Justas Galkinas. Woof, smash that. What could have NP done to help Envy? Okay, so they were asking what they can do to support Mr. Envy.
I think they were in a very difficult situation to support Envy. So they had Luna, takes up a lot of farm. Alchemist takes up a lot of farm. Darkseer generally soaks up quite a bit of farm as well as far as offlaners go. So all around there was a lot of people needing farm, and then Envy is just gonna have to do with a little bit less.
I think if they had like a blink on Shadow Demon or something towards the end, they could have maybe had some blink disruptions to protect against the lasso a bit better. But It's always tough in those clutch games. Like you can say that's what Shadow Demon could have done, and then they can win. But it's like asking and requiring a lot. Like you don't want to be put in that position where you've got to stop the lasso with a disruption to win the game. Like that's you want to avoid getting that
dangerous
position to begin with.
territory. Yeah. Well, we have got another question. Thank you very much for your submissions. This is actually really fun. I've never done this before. We get constant interaction with you guys. For Machine, Purge or Thorin? Oh, they're two very different characters.
Yeah, you
I can't think of
compare
any.
the two.
Yeah, that's not really a comparison I would make. Purge is like kind of a Dota James Bond. In my mind, anyway. He dresses up, and
he
he's
has
got
a very dry sense of humor.
sense of humor. If he's got a British sense of humor, he'd hate me to say that, but he does.
He probably would.
And Thorin is the CS. Fill in the blank.
Thorin is the dank memer. Yeah, he makes memes and talks a lot, which is probably not what Purge does. Anyway, I'm just treading on really thin ice here. I'm like, I know I could do damage with this answer, so I'm being very conservative. Whew, Purge or Thorin? Good question, all the same. But very different, very different.
You say good question. We're going to go off camera with that.
That was a...
How can they put this one on there?
I did see one of Thorin's tweets popped up on the mid-game, actually.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know what it was. Something to do with power ranking. I don't even know. I don't know.
It's hashtag Boston Major.
Sorry?
By the way, hashtag Boston Major if people want to get their tweets visible.
Yes, indeed. There's the Reddit thread as well if you want to submit those.
Oh, yes, that too.
Lots of different avenues to get in contact with us. And, I mean, social media so far, we have to also remind everyone that right at the start of the day, Slax did that video with NP. And if you haven't seen it, you need to go back and watch it. Did you catch it, Gods? Their drawings?
No. It's on...
Is it on? It is on YouTube.
I think YouTube and Reddit probably has the link as well. It's everywhere because it was fun.
It made me very happy.
Yes.
Yeah. He was reading into their artwork, Gods, if you haven't seen it. It turns out that Rose is actually quite the artist. Yeah. Draws a mean flamingo, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, but no, Rose was the one that, and it was SVG that drew
drew the flamingo.
SVG drew the llama zebra.
It wasn't a horse, was it? It really wasn't a horse.
Horses have like long... snouts.
Yeah, please specify.
Shiva knows our horses.
Long snouts. Okay, on that bombshell, guys, let's move away from phallic instruments and back into Dota. Jack, let me compose myself. All I can think about is just...
So we just had a long game.
Long game.
Long game.
Yes. We want to start turning our attention to draft number 2.
Yeah. So we saw like after the match we saw KP, and he was not happy. You know, he just won. We called him the MVP, and when we called him the MVP, he was on screen. He was not happy because I think Newbee is not going to be happy with their game.
Yeah.
Knowing Newbee, what do you think they're going to do, Jack?
I think they're not happy with some of the details of executing, of trying to finish that game off, because you do have that Drow, and maybe Drow isn't used as much as she was traditionally before in terms of taking those super early objectives, but I think they left a couple of openings or took some bad fights, and that really gave NP a chance to get back into this game. And so Newbee have got to be thinking we have to execute a little bit better on that. We can't just be content with that early map control.
Yeah, we'll see.
Doesn't look like the draft is going back in.
Yep.
Yeah, there
Time
you go.
for game 2.
Yeah, and Rose, his hair is pink because he is the heart of the team. Because apparently hearts are pink.
Are they?
That was the conclusion of the video.
Someone told me, you know how like a love heart doesn't look like an actual heart? Like it doesn't, right? But apparently a love heart is if you put two actual human, like anatomically correct human hearts together, it kind of looks like a love heart. Apparently. That's
Hasn't
cute, right?
he changed his hair color already? I think it was orange in the intro video.
No. That's just green screen magic, I think.
Yeah, I thought he was doing some Dennis Rodman thing or something.
Changing his hair every day.
Yeah, I quite like the orange, actually.
Today I'm feeling pink. Yeah.
Anyway, come on, let's get back into this draft, because we have had some bans. Let's just quickly recap. It looks like we're going to be seeing Warlock taken away by Newbee, and we've already highlighted it. It may be perhaps a quick touch on that one, Gods, as to why Warlock once again has been first on the chopping block. Just so influential.
It's the team fight, and it's NP preferring it as well. It's their most played support for Rose at this point, and it wins some team fights. You talk about how can you help Eternal Envy. One of the big questions there, it's having a hero like Warlock sitting behind him. If he gets initiated on, you drop the rock, you fatal bonds everyone, you win fights. Yeah. It's fantastic.
And we saw the ridiculous combo of Venomancer and Warlock earlier on today. That was, well, I'm not going to completely quote MSS, but it was strong.
It was very strong.
Yeah.
Well,
and
same draft.
Was we watching a replay of game 1 or what?
Yes, because this is, both openings are the same so far. If they would pick Luna, I mean, to be fair, NP almost won. So, you know, that it wasn't the strategy that was at fault. It wasn't the draft that was at fault. It was the decision making and the play at the end that was the reason that they lost the game. So why not have the same
We gave the draft
again?
to NP in game 1, so
yeah,
they might be thinking the same thing here.
Yeah, and I mean, same ban is great.
But is this something that Newbee would be willing to do, just to play, like, not replay, but to give them what they had before?
You'll normally see the the 4 picks at the start the same, because teams will, going into a series, say these are the heroes we have to ban, and they'll ban them all 3 games. And that's where you'll often see repeated opening 2 picks, but then the adjustments come 3rd and 4th ban and never set going to series. 3rd and 4th ban, you're not reacting, so likely, yeah, they ban the silencer. We'll see changes in the 3rd and 4th bans, and we'll probably see different 3rd, 4th, and 5th picks. Maybe you'll see one of the same heroes, but you won't see the same 5.
You just get your basic start, and that's when the innovation does begin. I don't want to start asking for expectations, but I just want to see how that bans. We have seen a Slardar removed. Won't be popping up again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was the 3rd pick in the last draft to take out something
purged.
that they themselves would have liked to play. And so you're starting to see the adjustments, as God said, as the draft goes on.
Yeah, we'll see though. I think that that overall still Luna Shadow Demon is still going to be very strong. We saw the game that they won against MVP as well. I think that MP can easily find different ways to synergize. Better yet, they might even be able to make a better draft than previous game, because previous game, as mentioned, they were a little bit greedy. They don't have to be greedy now. Timbersaw was banned out by Newbee previous game because MSS played such an amazing Timbersaw against MVP that last game that NP won, and that is still in the pool, and they can go for that again if they want to.
Whether they will is a different question.
That is a different question, indeed. We'll see what they go for.
So much drow today.
Yeah.
Is this just a common occurrence in this patch? Just everyone loves a bit of drow?
Yep, pretty common occurrence. The hero's been probably even stronger if you go back maybe 3 or 4 months, even go back to TI where Wings were like playing it any game they could get their hands on it. It seems teams got a bit better at dealing with it, which is why you're starting to see it again, because teams feel more confident they can beat it. But if it starts winning a lot come main event, we'll probably see it start getting banned a lot again. It's going to just depend on how well the hero does.
So much of the meta has revolved around dealing with the drow one way or another. Whether you let it through, you find ways to beat it. And also, obviously, the drow herself evolved. She used to be kind of almost put a timer on your team in the sense that you would need to push and end the game fairly early, or she would fall off. But she's become more of a more dependable carry, generally speaking, recently as well. And that's made her a bit tougher to deal with, too.
Looks like Batrider's back again.
Yeah, that is the question then, if MSS is going to have the Darkseer again. If you don't have a Slardar to pair up with the Darkseer Vacuum, do you feel like NP would still go for that, Jack?
I think they really like what they got out of that offlane, so maybe not unless they find another partner, perhaps like an Axe or something like that. So I'm not sure what they're thinking in terms of the offlane. They took that tower very early on, that helped them. But something I really liked that Newbee dealt with that in terms of when they started locking NP out of their jungle, they sent a support Shadow Demon top to push out that wave, maybe try to bait a gank out of Newbee, and then their carries could go farm in the jungle. Newbee didn't take that bait. They knew that was going to happen. They stayed off vision, so they got that gank on Aoi and kept them out of their jungle. So I really like that adjustment. I'm not sure what they're thinking is, and there's the single target save with that Omni Knight.
Yeah, and they do run this in the offlane, although they sometimes switch it about. What do you prefer, Gods? Offlane Omni?
Probably the offlane. I think it just guarantees the hero gets more levels and more farm priority, which is something Omni can obviously benefit from, the levels especially. So as a 4 position, it's kind of hard to have an impact on the early game. Normally you want to see SVG on something that can be a bit more high impact.
This is something that I expected to see out of the first game draft from NP, either an Omni Knight or an Abaddon, just because of that save on the heavy single target from these 3 picks that Newbee has right now. And that almost became an issue in the last game when it was hard to deal with all those illusions and images. Usually you'll see that from the Alchemist and Luna, and so that nearly cost them the game, I would say, last game, or hurt them quite a bit, and they were still able to overcome that and win.
So, waiting to see what the response is from NP.
Well, this time, I think Newbee is actually adjustment from last game with the IO pick, because now they have that save. Because that was where there was that time when they were pushing high ground, Morph died with Aegis died again. That was the moment where the game really turned and was suddenly like, oh, MP can actually win this. They might actually win this. They didn't have any hero defensively to save him. Well, they had the Global Silence, but for now, because on top of you with Chemical Rage, it's too late to Global Silence. The only thing they could maybe do is Flame Break, but IO is the relocate save. It's a hero that can make your carry tankier, so this is, to me, Newbee's adjustment from game 1 with their draft.
Surely they're not going to get Morphling again. I mean, that was a very strong Morphling.
I'd say it's unlikely. I'm not sold that's the best hero for the mid lane with Drow Aura. It wasn't like, it was a good pick, but it wasn't like a dominant pick. Like, they didn't crush that game like on the draft or anything.
I like what this Wisp pick does for Newbee, not just the mobility and save that you were talking about, but they're kind of saying that if you send another dual lane top, we will absolutely destroy your safe lane with this Bat Wisp combo that we've seen quite a bit. Right. And that's going to become unsustainable for NP, even though they may still be able to get farm out of their own safe lane. And so, of course, you have the Ogre sitting mid, too.
Wow.
We were expecting this hero to have to be seen a lot more than we have today overall.
We saw, what, one game from Misery on Pudge, I want to say?
That is exciting. So this is our first Pudge on main broadcast?
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
It is.
Hello.
I think Misery played it one game today, but this is probably the second Pudge
Second Pudge
today.
today.
Second Pudge today. And it is a little bit of a flavor. I think we're going to see it a lot more tomorrow, for example.
So
we have EG playing.
Why is that? Why was there expectations for much more Pudge?
He's been really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
he saves teammates, he starts fights.
He does everything.
He does everything you need.
There's not many heroes who do both those two things.
Low-budget Bat Rider.
A low-budget
in terms of being able to position people, but now you don't only position your enemies to be put in the middle of your team, you also can save your teammates, which is very valuable as well. It's a little bit more of a skill shot, but sure.
Yeah, a bit more reliable, and that's one of the things when you pick that offlane Omni Knight, you don't have a fight starter, an initiator. You don't really have a tanky frontliner, so if you want to start a fight and initiate, you have to pick Envy, a hero that can do that. But that's we normally want to see Envy on his Invokers, his carries, his Alchemists, whatever it may be. So instead, they get a full position hero that can start the fight for them. They're going to be looking to hit a hook, kill the hero they hook, and then they have that 5v4 advantage.
A little bit of cheese there as well. If there's an Omni Knight Pudge off lane, you got the hook into the purification, and that's a pub stomping combination.
Repel Pudge with Rot. That was the cheese of all cheese back in the day. Always some good fun. But
and you've got more of that defensive single target potential, as you mentioned.
Yep.
I'm still not sold how well it works, because you Bloodlusted Drow, you've got the movement speed to stay away from that, but that's where Pudge you get, obviously, level 2 hook and Rot, then it can be very annoying. If you land the hooks, Drow's in all sorts of trouble. If you can ward up and protect the Drow, then the combo doesn't work very well.
It does look like Envy had his Alchemist taken away from him this time. Won't be taking that one. Last ban did come in.
I wouldn't be surprised to see something like maybe a sniper here from Newbee, because despite what you said about their picks, they don't have a whole lot of initiation. If you're kind of counting on that support Pudge hook to start fights, it's a bit of a problem in terms of closing gaps. And so if you have a hero like Sniper here in mid, it's a pretty solid matchup for the Razor. You have the mobility already from the heroes that exist. It's going to be very hard to deal with. So interesting to see what they go with here.
But no Morphling. You don't like
You're not expecting a second recurrence of Morphling.
I think it's also a pretty solid choice still. Yeah. Also with the mobility, some of the same factors, and that burst, it's going to be very hard to control and kill a Morphling.
The sniper idea that you mentioned, it seems like a stronger option, but like you say, both picks can definitely work.
Yeah, there's definitely a lack of stuns on NP. They got the Dismember, which is about it. I don't really count Disruption as a stun because you're safe during the duration of it. So we'll see what they end up going for. They're taking their time for sure. They still have a minute in their bonus time though, so they can.
Razor, Pudge, Omni. I mean, are we already starting to?
Would see the Invoker even, I would say, but.
Invoker could crop up. Yeah. The suspense is killing me. This is
so often people or often teams already know what they're going to go for, and they just spent this time talking about their game plan, so they just have some extra time to
makes sense.
to
also be a
discuss
Medusa
things.
or something like that. It gives them some image clear too.
Medusa's a bit of a tough lane against the Razor, maybe with the static link. But I mean, any hero is not going to enjoy their time against a Razor.
Is there any other IO something combination that we're missing out on that we forgot about? I mean, can they still go for like the SCCC doesn't really play like tiny things or something like that.
Probably not. I'm pretty sure this is going to be headed to help bully the offlane, and so both offlanes be really interesting. Expect a lot of action there, and Omni Pudge. We'll see what damage that can do.
That's going to decide the tempo of the game for NP for sure.
What, just seeing what the Pudge plays?
Yeah, if Pudge hits his hooks, it's going to be amazing. If it doesn't, then it's going to be very lackluster. But it is the Medusa, as Jack mentioned.
Jack, you're an oracle. You're a savant.
Yeah.
Went for the Medusa, and that is locked in. So that's our draft selected for our second. And of course, very quickly before we do introduce your casters, is gentlemen and ladies, do we see a third? What are we thinking here? Quick brainstorm. It was so close in the first. I feel like this deserves a third.
I want to see a third, but I don't think it will happen.
Not expecting it. Okay.
It's all up to SVG on the Pudge. He's been good this tournament, but I'm going to have to stick with Newbee, I think.
All right. All eyes on SVG.
Yep.
Got to make those Pudge plays. Well, we've got to go ahead and head over to your casters. It is none other than Owen, who's standing by to guide us through the action with Winter. What's going on over there?
Well, not a lot at the moment, Alex. We're waiting for the game to start, and it's going to be quite a game indeed as well. We've had the two drafts coming out, Newbee and MP ready to bat heads together here in Game 2. We've got the SVG purge coming through. It's very much an MP lineup in terms of Envy on the Razor, MSS on the Omni Knight, some things that we only really see MP do. Newbee themselves finishing off with the Medusa, as Jack predicted, something that's going to help against the Illusion Clear, but potentially suffers elsewhere in the lane. I mean, how does the Medusa do against Envy's Razor?
Razor definitely has the upper hand, but Medusa is still going to be able to farm with the Snake, the Mystic Snake, and you push the lanes out. And I would expect the Ire to help the Medusa out a lot in the early game. So I think he'll be fine against the Razor. I would expect SVG on the Pudge to be, creating a lot more problems and like trying to move around the top lane with the Omni Knight Repel Rod, like the panel mentioned. Very, very annoying the lane. It's very difficult for the supports to deal with, and if you get a hook on top of that, it's more or less going to net you a kill.
Yeah, so I mean, would you agree with kind of the panel sentiment that a lot of this early game for MP is down to SVG's performance?
It's always going to be on the 4 position player in the early game. So important. The way you move, how much damage you can deal towards the enemy safe lane. I would say the movement part is the most important. Knowing when to stay in the lane, when to move to gank the other lanes, to help the other lanes. All those are decisions that are really crucial. He chose to go for a hook at level 1. He's going to try and hook the Medusa up to the high ground.
Oh, SVG.
Hook.
Oh!
No!
Oh,
oh my god.
Pause. Lag. Oh, audio.
Oh, that was first blood if he got the hook.
I mean, you got to try. If you don't, if you never try for those things, you never do it.
But that was expensive. So now they don't have the repel rod in the lane. So their laning phase is not going to be as potent as we talked about. Having the hook at level 1. I mean, eventually you're going to get level 2, but it's going to mean that you won't have much kill potential without the rod in the lane.
And we have SCCC giving us the Xiaolong bout. And Aoi asking him out for a date. KP putting in the codes.
Agent 3154.
Agent 3154. Absolutely.
Oh, that explains some of the stuff Jackie was doing the last game.
I don't think anything explains the stuff that was going on that last game. No matter of codes.
Well, at least I would expect him to get a pretty good laning phase. In the games we saw MP struggle today, like Envy was like having a terrible laning phase.
Oh, it's been an up and down day for MP for sure, and it's not a surprise really.
When I was on the panel,
it's a lot of excitement.
I was talking about how MP should maybe prioritize a little bit more on the laning phase of Envy. Try to give him like a better start. If you're not helping him with your supports, you need to give him a good 1v1 matchup.
What are they write? Is that MSS trying to write sponsors on the map? Come on. Oh, what's this setup? What's he drawing here? It looks like a man throwing a ball. It is MSS's art. It's going to be a beautiful face. I think they're trying to write anime. What's this?
You tell me, Owen.
This is the adventure of the man who flew across the sea and then had SVG written across his face and died. SVG, that's not a nice word to describe SVG, Rose. Come on. My bad. Oh. Who's apologizing? Oh, SVG says my bad for missing the hook. He's trying to talk to us. Lol. Who's that with the memes? That's MSS. Combined effort from MSS and Envy. All right.
A good job, Owen. That was precisely what they were trying to say.
It was. They were trying to talk to us. They're trying to communicate. They're becoming sentient. And what is this? This is... You've heard about split screen. We're giving you 2 screens at once here at the same time.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's cool.
Is something up with the screen, or have I just taken too many funny stuff?
Oh,
here we go. I'm so confused right now. I'm tripping.
Look at my screen, Owen.
I'm looking at your screen. Whoa. Oh. Well, I'm back on planet Earth. That was funky.
Nope, you didn't miss anything.
I didn't miss anything.
Apart from Pudge.
Apart from someone suiciding, it's got to become the norm here in this patch. Come in and throw your spells, kill yourself, and repeat. That's the standard here in 6.88. Up the top, MSS and Faith. Hammer to the back. Hammer versus Club. Looks like MSS has got the more upgrades on his item. As he will be able to beat the Ogre back to his lane. Bottom lane, Rose making a bit of a go here. In fact, now he's coming in as well. Only level 1, but that's going to allow him to get a fair bit of punch in with the right click.
Yep.
With that Luna aura.
He's going to get some help from Kaka right now. I like the way they are actually helping out the lanes with the IO right now. He knows that Medusa's going to need some help in the first few waves, and he was there in the mid lane first, and then right now he's there in the bottom lane to get KP to that all-important level 2 as Bad Rider. You need to get that level 2, so if you can't lane, you at least have the option open for you to jungle. But right now, they're putting a lot of pressure on the lane. There's a big crit wave coming in. See if they can actually try to make a move with the Bad Rider with level 2 here.
Yeah, they're kind of toying with the idea, just starting to try and get the napalm stacked up onto Aoi.
Yep,
I'm going to get a couple of stacks. That'll be the initial disruption from Rose to hold back KP, but he moves on forward. Didn't manage to continue the chain there with the third stack of napalm. Aoi in a lot of trouble as the Firefly from KP is starting to melt down upon the Luna. He'll pop the stick charges, trying to keep himself alive. It's not going to be enough, and in fact, Rose in trouble as well as KP and Kaka teaming up on this bottom lane. Beautifully done, and they should be able to secure a second, and indeed they do. Double kill for KP. Kaka tethers across, he's back to safety as well, and that was just absolutely perfect. They did that incredibly well, to the extent that MP just didn't know what to do against that sort of a play. It was flawless.
They were dead at that point when there was such a big crit wave coming in with the Bad Rider and IO together. There was nothing they could have done there. Like,
oh!
3 out of 3 hooks missed so far from SVG.
Get the missed hooks out of the way first. That's the strat here, really. You save the good hooks for when it counts later on. He's just, doesn't want to use up all his skill at the start.
I mean, right now, Newbee with that 2 kills on the bottom lane is going to be super happy about the early game. And Draw Ranger still farming well, despite the dual lanes that MP is doing. 13 last hits so far, and Luna's on 6. So Newbee getting much of the better trade the early game.
The mid lane though, MV 14 for 4 against SCCC's 9 for 1. He has got the lead, but I guess this kind of a difference is, as you said, expected between these two heroes.
Yep.
This is what you expect to see.
Razor is a hero you pick to win the lane.
Yeah.
Like Medusa is kind of okay being behind because Razor has an expiration date where if the game goes too long, the hero doesn't offer as much as a Medusa. You really want to use the hero to pressure towers and push with the Omni-Knight early. So we might see like maybe an Aghanims build on the Razor to pressure towers if they actually get a good momentum in the game to push down towers. But if the game goes late, Medusa is going to be a huge problem for them when they're trying to siege high ground especially.
Not only just, as you mentioned, the double kill that KP had, just looking at the CS as well for Aoi. He's really being held back in this bottom lane because of the pressure that Newbee are being able to put onto him.
I mean, right now at this point, MP has to consider getting more heroes down here to the bottom lane. Like Pudge has to be thinking about, should I go bottom right now to help secure the bottom lane? Can I secure the bottom lane if I move that right down? Because Newbee with the double kill is already in a very advantageous position. So maybe moving the Pudge down isn't going to help deal with any of the pressure. So maybe it's a better choice to stay top to help the Omni. It's a very difficult position for MP to decide, should they move SVG to bottom or not.
And we'll see if, as you said, if they do continue to have him up here, or eventually we'll see the decision being made.
He has a TP though, so he might be just waiting for a dive to happen, but that might be too late. Because U9 here, having a man fight with MSS on Omni. Gets the last hit on the neutral.
They're trying to use the degen aura to slow him down to allow SVGs to get a hook, but U9 just a little bit too speedy.
They have to be careful. Kaka is rotating in with the IO. There's 3 heroes in the top lane right now. After securing the bottom lane, Kaka has chosen to go back to the safe lane to relieve some of the pressure from the Omni Pudge. Here comes the stun.
And the follow-through stun, that's very nice. SVG will get the hook onto Kaka, and MSS actually able to get off the purification in time, repels SVG to allow him move forward with the rod, not hurt himself. MSS getting dove upon, will be taken down. SVG might be able to get himself something out of this one, though, as he tries to trap up Faith. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off, and still no mana for the hook. And U9 moves in and able to take down SVG at the end of it all as well.
And bottom lane, like SD cancelled his TP. He was like gonna TP to top, but Bat Rider was making a very aggressive play onto the Luna there. So he decides to stop his TP, tries to help out the Luna. Luna didn't end up going down there, but the kill on top on the Pudge tells MP that there's a ward, there's a high ground ward there for Newbee. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the vision there to get that last right click on the Pudge.
And one thing to look at as well is this mid lane where Envy was at the start winning it.
Bottom lane,
catching up here.
The two supports smoked up. They're going to run into the Bat Rider, but he has backup here.
He does, but at the same time, Kaka has to worry about MSS. They've got the numbers advantage here, MP. KP will try with a leading lasso onto SVG, but SVG and MSS ready to give Newbee a bit of a rundown.
Comes more backup over.
SCCC turning up the neighborhood as well, making the numbers even for the side of Newbee, and now with Faith turning in, he's ready to make it a 4v3 as MP starts to crumble. They've already lost SVG. They should lose MSS as well. He tries to keep himself alive with the purification. It's not enough. Faith with the final club to bring him down as Newbee just moving just ahead of MP in terms of reacting very nicely to what MP are trying to do with those movements.
I mean, just once again, really, really good movements from Newbee, like using...
And they know Rose is here as well.
Yeah, IO plus the Ogre together, like such effective movement right there from both the supports, securing the lane, and Bat Rider was already having a good time, but putting even more pressure onto the Luna.
And they're not only just going to get a tower, they're going to get themselves even more Rose left behind, and the ward behind the tower from Newbee giving them the intel to know that they can move in for more. It's certainly starting to heat up really heavily here in favor of the side of Newbee. It's 7 for 1.
Yeah, here comes KP. He's going to try and run down an SVG here. He's going to scout him out, but deciding not to go for it. But everything is going Newbee's way right now. Like, MP is just struggling to get a foothold on the game. Like, Pudge so far has not been able to accomplish anything at all in the early game. A lot of this has to do with, getting the hook at level 1, missing the first blood, missing the hook, and then you don't have Rod in the laning phase, so you can't put pressure with the Omni Knight. Like, all of these small things. Oh, he's going to run into the IO.
Yeah, he's going to find... Oh, but Kaka tethering across, juking it out. Able to keep himself alive. Envy actually popped the ult as well, hoping to be able to commit for that IO kill. But he's not going to get it. And Newbee themselves, we'll see if they want to tease around jumping back in. They do have to be a little careful, though, Newbee, because there are 4 members of MP moving across. Envy trying to chase down U9. It's not going to happen. At the least, MP may be able to find a tower out of this one, but Newbee's still poking and prodding at them from behind. Faith's going to make his way back up on the Ogre as well. And Newbee could certainly try and fight this one. MP have to be careful with this push, and as we can see already, backing away from the tier 1 after the fortification comes out. They know that this is not going to be an easy tower to take, and Envy is already TPing out of that one, not wanting to get caught up in what could be pretty messy for MP on the top lane. And in fact, they've stayed around a little too long as KP starts to close the gap. Has got the lasso available, and he's going to be able to catch out Aoi. Again, the hook from SVG is not going to achieve anything. The repel will be enough, though, to keep Luna alive. But it's proving to be very hard for MP to achieve anything across the map now at this stage.
Yeah, they're just like trying to get farm, and SD was using that, last minute or so, getting his level 6 from bottom lane. So at least he's able to do that, and they didn't give up any kills at the top lane with the lasso being on cooldown. I mean, it was still pretty decent. They moved a lot of Newbee heroes on top, and they didn't lose any heroes, and they were able to get level 6 on the SD. Like, they have to take one step at a time. Every little bit of resource gain is a small victory for MP right now, because they are in a really bad position from the laning phase. Eventually, you want to stack up for the Luna so that he can farm the Ancients. Those are all your comeback resource, as the game progresses. And for Newbee, they just completed drums, so they're not gonna get a super early blink. But Bat Rider is really strong with the IO. Right now with the drums at a really, really good timing. Drums won. It's very, very good for fighting early with the IO. And Newbee is just gonna look to pressure with the next lasso up in 15 seconds. They're gonna look to push out the bottom lane, look to take a fight after that.
Let's see if they can find something here with this smoke. SVG leading the way. Faith may dispel the smoke if he comes close enough, and indeed he will. They spotted him out.
They have no stun for him.
I mean, they're relying on Rose to get a disruption, but Faith, he's just on the edge of it all.
God, that was so unfortunate.
SVG, again, thinking about maybe trying for or fishing for a hook, but it's just not coming out from MP, and his movement's just proving to be a little bit awkward here from the side.
Yep, and they have the relocate up on Kaka right now. So he's going to be able to save whoever gets focused by the punch. And this is not looking good for MP right now. Another failed movement right there for them. And all the lanes are pushed out, so once the Barrier pushes out the bottom, he's going to look to try and help his teammates in the mid lane. Well, MP have to be very careful. If they lose another engagement in the mid lane and they lose their tower, the game is going to get super hard for them. Oh, that's a good sign. Rose finds the deep ward. Going to be able to remove that vision that's helping Newbee out a lot. They definitely need to take a fight before Newbee tries to get Roshan. It's going to happen at some point. If they allow Newbee to get an easy uncontested Rosh, the game would be really difficult for them. It is already very difficult for them right now. But that's the next thing Newbee will try to look to do.
But it's very hard for MP to fight around the pit, isn't it? Because they've got the constant threat of being caught in a position where Stone Gaze comes through.
If they land their hooks with the Eclipse,
they get the hooks,
yeah, if they get a good hook with the Eclipse, they can win the fight.
But bottom lane SVG's come out, and again, still with this ward.
It's the relocate.
They might not even need it. I mean, SVG has a hook, but the Firefly itself is enough damage. Envy is coming across, and maybe that's a find a kill in return. KP trying to get himself away, back to safety across the tree line. It's not going to happen, so MP will be able to punish KP's play there.
I think they would have probably regretted not using the relocate there.
Turning that into a bigger, meatier fight.
I mean, they needed to get out faster. He took too long to kill the Pudge, and it was not a good trade-off.
No.
Trading his life for support there and giving the Razor almost 500 gold for the killing spree ended. That was definitely not a good trade for KP. I think if they used the relocate there, they got the kill faster and get out, probably he wouldn't have needed to die.
SVG.
Finally he lands a hook.
That is a big hook as well. Dragging the Deucer down behind the tier 1s. Mass TP's coming through, but the relocate save is there from Kaka.
Oh, that was actually really close. If Kaka wasn't there, SEC was there's no way he's going to get out. He's going to try for the TP if he gets the timing right. Nope.
It's so hard to do. It's just a few ticks of the server that you can actually achieve that upon.
At mid lane, we see Envy here trying to defend and hold the mid tier 1. Running up against 3 heroes there. No fear at all. And U9 and Kaipi just backing off after that. They're still trying to look to, get to their blink on the Bat Rider at some point. Get a pick off and get Roshan. That will be their next immediate objective for Newbee. They want to get a pick off, maybe win a team fight, get Roshan. They're still not confident in running into the Roshan right now. As I mentioned, a hook into Eclipse could be very deadly for them if they get caught out. A good hook would mean that MP gets to most likely kill a free hero for nothing. And it's going to be hard for Newbee to take the fight from there. So they still need to be very careful when approaching the Roshan.
Again, though, this is another bit of movement from MP that's all being spotted out by Newbee. They know that they're hanging around that edge of the tower. And MP, I think they realise they're not going to be able to get a catch, so they start to moving in and trying to finish off the tier 1 in the mid lane. KP with a very nice rune pickup. Has an invis, but at the same time, the sentry is down, ready and waiting in the mid lane from MP.
Yep, and MP is pretty strong at this stage with Guardian Angel up. And they have the Dragon Lance completed on the Razor with Phase Boots and Luna with the Eclipse. Newbee has to be cautious when taking this fight, even though they are sort of technically ahead.
They can see him. KP's got to be very careful how close he comes. SVG's going to try for the hook. It was close. Not close enough.
Well, right now he doesn't have enough mana for 2 spells, so it's gonna either need a bottle. There's no arcane. There's gonna be an arcane in 20 seconds.
He's gonna try and come back in again here. Demonic player straight down onto him. In fact, KP in a lot of trouble. Kaka keeping him alive though on the IO. They've actually managed to find the kill onto SVG and now moving in for more. Envy lassoed up, dragged back. The bat falling low. KP will finally go down, but Newbee are trying to find the favorable trade. Indeed, they get it with 3 heroes falling on the side of MP. The big ones as well. Both Aoi and Envy losing their lives in that engagement.
Oh my god. That was such a good play by SCC there on the Medusa. Once they led in with the Bat Rider and MP was focusing him, he just ran out with the Stone Gaze and he got 2 hero stone minimum.
Yeah. It was as you said, just really nicely done from Newbee. And Kaka's play as well on the IO, just keeping his teammates alive for long enough to allow them to get the job done. At the end of the day, KP may have fallen, but getting that lasso and so setting up for the team to find those very, very high value kills, bringing down both the big cores of MP. And these fights are going to potentially get a lot harder as well with the kind of the advent of the dual Hurricane Pikes coming out, both of Newbee's cores. It's going to be very hard for Aoi and Envy to kind of find themselves in the center of the fights where they want to be with their ultimates. And of course, Razor with his static link, it's just not going to happen as he's going to get shoved straight back out.
I mean, then again, it comes back to the hook. If they land a good hook, they pull someone out of position, then MP doesn't have to commit into the stone gaze. Then the fight would be much more favorable for them. So it's all about landing the hooks on the Pudge here. They have no setup, so it's going to be super, super difficult. You can't really expect the hook to land every time. And here comes the Firefly to try and stop the push and slow it down, try to deny the tower. And
they want to fight this Newbee. SVG tries the hook, isn't going to find it. Envy kind of on the front lines here. It's a good multicast from the Ogre, bringing him down low. Purification is there, but the save is not enough.
They actually have no GA, so I'm not sure why they committed that hard without the GA.
And the question is, if they lose anything more, being shoved into position here, they'll find one. There'll be a hook from SVG trying to save MSS. It's not enough as the right clicks come through for Newbee. As this is starting to really fall apart from NP.
There was definitely some ballsy play there by NP. Going into that fight without Omni Knight's Guardian Angel, that was really, really questionable from them. And Newbee, they basically had everything up. Lasso is a short cooldown. I mean, Stone Gaze is the only sort of a longer cooldown on their side.
And it's interesting to see as well how they were using the Medusa with the Stone Gaze there. They were both forcing her in with the Hurricane Pikes to get her into position. And this is something that you've got to be worried about as well for MP. Because of these positioning tools, you have to be careful because this Medusa suddenly is shoved past your front lines and into the crux of your team, where she's going to get off a very nice Stone Gaze. And it's very, very kind of confusing for MP as they have to find a way to fight around it.
All the games today when MP picked Omni Knight, they have a very, very similar problem. Lack of stuns. Because when you pick Omni Knight on the off lane, as a core role, then you are most likely replacing a hero like Clockwork, you're replacing a hero like Slardar, Sand King. You're taking away a lot of control. And when you're not 5-manning successfully with Omni Knight and you're not taking towers, the hero becomes, very limited in terms of what he provides to the team.
And I guess it's something that on paper in the draft you can say it's rectified by the fact you've got a Pudge with the hook to set up.
But it's not reliable.
But yeah, you've got to hit those hooks, and SVG's been having a tough time this game.
I mean, it's not even really entirely his fault. They have no setup. So sometimes when you see Pudge being picked, it's paired with a Rubik. You have a lift into a hook.
Yeah, I mean, and Shadow Demon, but that is not a good combo. Exactly. 2 out of 3 times the illusion's in the way. It is a hard game for the Pudge, as you said.
And the other cores are Razor and Luna. None of them have a reliable stun. I mean, Lucent Beam is kind of like a, almost a 1-second stun. Yep, but Pudge is going to struggle.
On Envy. He has been lassoed here straight up by KP. MSS is going to try and come over the safe. Just has his GA available to help him out. Already TP's out from Aoi as he immediately gets himself away from the fight. MSS will be left for dead though. Envy will manage to get himself back. But both MSS and SVG going down. SVG did manage to get the suicide off though at least. So it does just end effectively the 1-for-1 trade.
And they got a tower. So
they'll take that. Yeah, 1-for-1 trade in tower. Okay, we'll do it.
Pretty good trade all in all. And on the other side of the map, Aoi actually got the kill on Kaka on the IO. So, I mean, all in all, I think MP will be really happy about that trade. Getting a kill, getting a tower, losing the Omni Knight for the tower, and just, overall creating space for the other heroes to farm the rest of the map.
They were fighting into the Drow that didn't have the defusal at the time, but that's now out on U9 there. So something that's going to certainly step up the power level of Newbee another notch in these team fights.
This is a big timing window for Newbee, getting the defusal to deal with the repel. And right now, I was already talking about how limited the Omni Knight is, how much the limitations that he's facing this game because they're not able to 5-ban since they are in a bad spot. And right now with the diffuser, it's going to further limit what he's going to be able to provide in the team fights.
Right, so we'll see how this one again goes down. Rose.
Oh. That was actually what happened.
There we go. Thank you very much, the replay team there, able to show us SVG's perspective on that first Dio kill of that last team fight. But still 15 for 5.
He needs to land maybe another 5 of those.
On top lane, Envy. Let's get him out of here. Kaka, well, he's waiting there with his balls. Kaka, oh my goodness, it's a freebie. And Kaka, well, he's been. They will get the IO in return, but not the trade you want to be making. Envy for the Kaka IO. Well, okay, according to the position they're in, it's a trade we're taking. You can have Envy. We'll take your IO. It gives us better gold.
I have to say, good news for MP. They're starting to land their hooks.
SVG, he's ready now. He's used up all the bad ones. He's only got the good ones left.
Well, you were right about it. You need to, miss your hooks at the start of the game. Get all of that out of your system.
You're never going to hit all your hooks, so to balance off the kind of the hit percent, you have to master what SVG has, and he's learned how to use the bad ones in the first bit of the game. Get them out of the way, and now he's going to start hitting some absolute crackers.
Unfortunately, the first few hooks he missed was really, really costly. More costly than getting the support kills right now.
But he's going to hit an amazing hook, and then I'm going to ask you, would you rather miss that hook and hit an earlier one? And you'll be like, well, Owen, you know what? You're correct.
I'll wait for that hook to happen. I'll wait for that.
And I think MP's waiting for that hook to happen as well. This is, where SVG's going to need to pull out the big guns. These kind of pushes coming in from Newbee. They've grouped up on the mid lane. They'll take the tier 2 down. More money into SCCC's bank as he sits on 14,000 net worth. A clear 5k ahead of Aui's farm on the Luna at this stage. And 4.6k in the bank. What's he actually going to go for? He's picked up a Hyperstone. Does he finish off the Manta, or is he going to do something with that first? Is he even going to get just the Mjolnir out on this Medusa, do you think?
Oh, relocate bottom lane. Lasso.
That's a big one as well. Aui on his own and down. So Luna getting caught very far away from the base as well. Aui was well and truly out on his own. I think the ping's come out there. I think he was attempting to try and get to the shop to... No, he's already got TP picked up. I don't know if he just picked them up when he died, but in a very awkward position there.
I'm thinking about a farming Hyperstone.
Mm-hmm.
What's the player's name that always does it? What's his name again? The guy who plays anti-mage and he does like a casual farming Hyperstone.
Oh, what's his name? The Madman.
Yeah, the mad scientist.
The mad... how can I forget? You put me in there. Who is it? I mean, oh, hello.
CTY.
CTY. That's it. Whatever happens at eHome CTY. That guy was a legend.
Yep, it's actually a casual farming Hyperstone, and he's going to finish up his Manta.
Okay.
It speeds up your farm a lot, so I can see the reasoning behind it. I can understand it. The other possible reasons would be maybe you're really uncertain whether you want to get an AC or a Mjolnir, so you're keeping your options open. And he has ultimate orb next, so it's going to tell us that he is going to get a Skadi. So the Hyperstone is still...
The casual Hyperstone.
Just there, just
CTY style.
It's actually a really good way of speeding up your farm. Like, he gets it on AM over the Vlads. Most people would just get the Vlads, but he gets a Hyperstone. It's just something interesting. Like, every player has a different way of, playing anti-mage. And in this case, it's the Medusa that's using the casual farming Hyperstone. This is a first for me, and Kai P most likely going to get a pick off here onto Mr. Envy.
Kai P, bring back memories there, Winter. They get the jump in indeed back with the lasso. Envy trying to make his way back, maybe hoping for some sort of neutral deny. It's not going to happen.
KP.
I was going to say, Kai P are back? Bringing down Envy? They did that a few patches ago. 18-7. Newbee still with a pretty firm grip on this game. It's looking to be a much cleaner performance from them in game 1 for sure from Newbee, and now sitting at nearly over 15,000 net worth advantage. This is looking pretty hard for MP to pull back.
High ground defense, land amazing hooks.
And amazing hooks. U9, here's an amazing hook for you, Winter. And there we go. Oh, that was, it was nearly an amazing. That was so close.
I thought you said all the bad hooks were out of the system.
If that was the cat set with the tail, does it have a tail? You would have caught him. Oh, it's just ears. I can't remember.
All right, here comes KP. Not Kaipi.
Kaipi.
Oh, they drop a scanner, so they're gonna know that Newbee is around the vicinity. But they're still gonna try to fight here.
SVG. Whoa.
Has he gotten all the miss hooks out of the system? Can he land this hook?
He's holding on to it.
Oh, he has no vision there,
and he's nearly got the. He almost wants to get the ether lens out. It's going to make it a little easier to hit these hooks, especially on the edge of smokes and such. SVG. Oh, he would have got that as well, but KP had already blinked out. Blink getting KP into a good position and now allowing Newbee to chase down Owie just taking huge punches. They have to use the GA to keep Owie alive. Just as Triple C there with the chase down. Oh, SVG tries again. He's not going to hit it. We'll be able to get the bat rider here by looks of it. No, Kaka keeping alive. That's not enough. They have lost the bat, but they've lost Owie on the side of MP. MV, MSS trying to make their way back to base, but with the Hurricane Pikes, they're forcing forward. Newbee chasing down for more. U9 just casually punching down at them underneath the tier 4s. MSS is trying to turn back into this one, but they'll turn back into him. Purification will not save this Omni Knight. Rose on his way back to base. A quick Hurricane Pike and the right clicks from SCCC bringing him down. And with 4 out on MP, the base looking to be in a lot of danger as Newbee now take the tier 3 bottom and the racks, and almost certainly more at this stage of the game. 22-8. It's been a rough game 2 for MP, and it's been a very impressive display from Newbee.
Yeah, it certainly was. Every bit of movement in the early game, the IO and the Ogre, was spot on. And the first rotation as well. I think that was the most important rotation of Kaka this game, where he got the double kill. The first blood plus
that first bit of play down bottom was absolutely pretty spectacular.
They got the creeps pushing into the tower, and that was what allowed them to actually make that dive. Like 2 waves on the tower.
Oh, SVG. Oh, the Hurricane Pike Duke. And now Envy has been tied up. MP, they just really didn't hit it off this game. The draft and execution from Newbee, pretty much on the level we'd expect from these guys.
They lost all their Omni Knight games today. MP.
The Omni Curse. And there we have it. GG is called. They're tabbing out. They've had enough, MP. And Newbee will take this last series of the day here at Group B 2-0. And, I mean, overall, it's been an up and down adventure for both teams. Are you excited to see more of both of these? And more specifically, obviously, our winners here, Newbee, how do you feel that they're going to fare going into the main competition?
I mean, I'm going to be excited to see Newbee, but 2 days break, I think there's a lot of changes that can be made in a team like, MP. I'm still really excited to see them play in the main stage, despite them losing this series. I think there's still a lot of things that they might not have shown their opponents. They might have, they are a team that I feel like when I talk about Envy, he's going to have strats, He's going to have something up his sleeves. So I can't wait to watch them play again.
I mean, and looking at this game in particular, what do you feel was the major kind of weak point for him? Was it the drop? Was it the Pudge pick? Or
the whole lineup just didn't feel like it binded up together. Like all the weakness, like I mentioned in the game, they have a lack of stuns because they have this Pudge support, and they have a Omni Knight core. They have a SD with the Pudge. No one's there to set up for a hook. So a lot of hooks were missed, or it's very difficult for him to land the hooks. There were just a lot of problems in general with their lineup, unless they're snowballing really hard in the early game.
Absolutely, indeed. A rough showing there from MP in Game 2, but very, very impressive play from Newbee. We'll be able to bring you boys in and girls in on the panel. How are you doing, Alex? Game 2, not much of a crazy game as Game 1 was, and Newbee back to kind of the level of Dota we'd expect from them.
Hey now, I mean, I think that first game set such a precedent. We were expecting a full, intense three-game series.
It was kind of like a club night, wasn't it, Ali? At the start, at the end, you got this big tune, and then the last one, it's a bit of a silent one, a bit of a kind of, before you drive home.
We got a Pudge.
You don't strike me as much of a club goer.
I'm not, Alex.
You're not?
I play Dota.
I feel like you just sit in the corner and sip a J2O and think about how you're going to play your off lane.
That's a British thing, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, sorry.
I think it is.
Dude, he doesn't play off lane. He plays carry.
I'm sorry, Winter. Okay, we'll talk about it afterwards. We've got board games day.
Okay.
All right. Me and
right.
Winter are going to go play some board games after we do, of course, say our goodbyes. Thank you so much, Winter and Owen. Much love to you, and of course, much love to our panelists as we are going to be breaking down the final game. Yeah, do we describe it as an anticlimax, or is this just Newbee back where we expected them to be?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Because it was an anticlimax definitely after that first game, but then, you saw the draft and there was a lot of pressure. We talked about a lot of pressure on that Pudge, and he just didn't deliver, right?
We put a lot of weight on that Pudge's shoulders, right? You said you wanted to have a big early game from the gods, and you didn't get it.
Yeah, it was one of those things where he has to have the game of his life. And it's one of those things. Pudge very unreliable. The hook, by nature, as a spell, is one of those things that is more often than not going to land. Or if teams are ready for it, they're going to position such that you can't hook them. Meanwhile, on the Newbee side, you had this IO Batrider duo that Jack kept talking about that can just win its lane. If you're going to run a dual lane down there, which NP did, just the Shadow Demon Luna, you're not beating an IO Batrider.
Yeah, and there was like no way back into the game for them. It kind of felt like they had to deathball a little bit with the Luna and Razor, these cores that want to stand their ground and fight in the Omni Knight. And without being able to win your lanes or do well early on, it's very hard to even get that pressure going. And then there's no win condition at that point unless you hit godly pudge hooks left and right.
They tried to 5-man in the mid lane a bunch with the repelled up Luna or Razor, and then they just kept getting initiated on by the Bat Rider. It was just kind of disaster after disaster for NP.
Yeah, very well played by Newbee as well. And, I mean, we saw KP previous game where he had a bad game. You know, he had a bad laning stage, not bad laning stage, and he had to catch up. This was a game where he had a good laning stage, and he was. I mean, it showed. He was all over the place, just keeping the pressure on all the time. NP, and they didn't have that much of a plan for when their lanes failed. It felt like.
You feel like they just were prepared for this, Jack, with the IO Bat Rider? I mean, you mentioned it's been run a lot in the Chinese scene, but just felt like NP didn't respect it at all.
Yeah, I think they underestimated a little bit. I actually thought they were going to adjust because at the start of the game, you did see Pudge move towards bottom a little bit, so I thought he was going to fend the Ogre off of mid and maybe head bottom, try to get something done there, but that was ultimately not the case. And then I think they were expecting more out of that lane for sure. They expect to be able to bully the Drow or slow her down, but if you want a clinic on how to play like a position 5 here, you look at Faith, like his pulls basically disrupting the lane momentum so that there's no clear angles, no way to bully them out of the lane, and then him just being right place, right time, basically the entire game. It's just a clinic from Faith, and so that secured the top lane for them without anything else going, and they just snowballed from there.
Yeah, and Newbee taking that second seed in the group as well. I mean, that seemed like, I don't want to say it was an inevitability, but that was an expectation of Newbee, right, Shiva? We saw them taking second beneath Virtus.pro, but I think it doesn't tell the whole story. Their journey to this position has by no means been a pristine record.
No, they got crushed by Virtus.pro. Let's put it that way.
Everyone got crushed by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. They did in turn crush MVP, so, you know, they got something right as well. And I think for them, you know, sure, they don't take top seed, but overall, you don't mind having rough games because this is the time where you can actually learn and, you know, and just come back from your mistakes. They won't have second chances at the main event, so, you know, you want to lose some games.
The good news for them is they're not going to meet VP in the bracket for some. If they're on different sides, not till the finals. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but that'd be fantastic. You know, VP on the other side, you're happy.
Yeah, you can kind of kick back and relax just a little bit.
And that second game against VP, they played pretty well for a good chunk of the game, so that's got to be an encouraging side for them as well. Very different from how the first one went.
Now you know Newbee inside and out. I just want to clarify, Jack. Like that was more of your casual expectations of Newbee, or are we just going to be highlighting like underperformance from NP? I mean, I just want to kind of gauge where your criticism lies here.
I think watching NP play, they've been getting steadily better, but there's still some details or some things that they maybe aren't used to playing at that level just yet. It's going to take them more time to like learn and basically get there. I think Newbee is very polished already. Great communication, great leadership. They know exactly what they want to do coming into each game, and the great execution.
Yeah, a great execution, especially in towards that second game. The scoreboard will reflect that. We'll bring that up now just so you guys can go ahead and digest all of those numbers. To you, gods, I ask, what stands out when you do kind of try and ingest these numbers?
Probably the supports, Kaka and Faith. Look at that kind of kill involvement they're putting up. That's Kaka in 20 of the total kills. You've got Faith in 20 of them as well. That's just really shows that Newbee are kind of coming together as a team. They were always there responding to any kind of NP aggression. And everything just kind of fit together. I think overall it was less like one player standing out and more just the overall game plan for Newbee being very, very clear. They had clear win conditions. They had answers to what MP were doing for MP. It was like nothing really came together. There wasn't much synergy with their draft.
Yeah, and NP, of course, not being able to kill a single core. As in SEC and UU9 both not dying at all. So Kaka as the MVP, I mean, that is fair to say. He is also the captain, so all the drafts, all the wins they had today are all thanks to him.
Credit to him. Credit where it is due. Kaka, is the story behind him, Jack, just a bit of a seasoned veteran at this point in time? Can you explain the Kaka story to people at home?
I think, well, he was on eHome for a while, and then for a bit, he wasn't maybe appreciated as much as people thought, and he came to Newbee. He drafted for a little bit. They had a really good run, as you mentioned, last spring, 29 straight wins or something like that. And then I believe for a stretch on this team, the drafting went back to Faith, the older veteran, and I think I'd heard that some players maybe weren't as happy with Kaka in the drafting position, and so that kind of went back again. But he's shown that he's been able to play extremely well, be a playmaker out of that 4 position. If we're talking about like the comparison with OG, he fills that role certainly as a support playmaker, and so he's been on point. You saw those silencer rotations the first game, and this game as well. Just playing that hero, that Wisp. If you can play that Wisp as a team, it adds so much to your arsenal and playing against most teams, and you saw that this game.
Yeah, getting to see IO in action. I mean, the biggest takeaway from us for NP now, because this is going to be closing thoughts on NP. We'll not be addressing them again. This has been our first day of seeing them in action. I mean, looking at you, Gods, you've kind of been in and out of the NP storyline, but for you, is this expectations met?
I think with the way the group stage works, they shouldn't be too let down. They
Of
just
course,
have to wait to see who their opponent is and plan for them. For NP, the takeaway is, I think, less looking at their opponents who they played today. Obviously, they want to look at their opponent they're meeting later, but look at which drafts of theirs worked and which didn't, what you want to be playing come main event. The Omni Knight, as mentioned, they seem to lose a bit with it. I think the reason with the Omni Knight is they want MSS on saying that's more of a playmaker that can take more farm. Either take more farm and make plays with it or be the initiating type roles. He had great success on the Darkseer game. We've seen him really shine on heroes other than the Omni Knight. So figuring out what drafts for them worked and which didn't, I think, is what they want to look at.
Okay, well, we'll put a pin in that because it is time for our interview. Our winner's interview is going to be with Slacks. Who he's going to have, we will SCC.
There's too many C's. Jeez. Hello, my name is Sir Action Slacks. I'm here with my very good friend, Josh. How's it going, buddy?
Good.
You're the translator, correct?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. And of course, SCCC, how are things?
你好，感觉怎么样？现在？
现在就是今天有输给 VP， 现在是小组第二，感觉就是只能说能接受吧。
I feel right now today we lost to VP, so we're just second in the group. So it just feels like we can accept the day. That's all.
Well, good enough. So speaking of games, right? Game 1, you guys looked almost relieved when it was over. Did you feel like it was close? Did you think you were going to win?
然后说到比赛的话，咱们谈一下刚才第一盘打 MP， 你们是非常焦灼的一场比赛，终于最终取胜。然后我们在镜头上也看到你们全部都是很松了一口气的感觉。那你对这个是怎么个评价？
因为我们就是第一场比赛的话，可能是5个人都不是特别想输，都是觉得可能要比较认真一点打，所以可能就是气氛可能会比较紧张一点。
In that first game, really, all 5 of us, we really didn't want to lose that first game. So for the whole team, the atmosphere in the room, it was really tense.
Oh, yeah, it seemed like it. So people call you the Chinese miracle. I mean, you're 9K MMR, and but Chinese, it's harder pubs, right? I mean, you're like 18K in relation to the rest of the world, right?
那说一下天梯分呢，你也是最近达到个9000分。然后很多人把你称作是中国的 miracle， 那就是请问一下，你对中国的路人，跟中国路人跟外国路人做一下比较，你的9000分在中国国内是不是等于国外欧洲的18000分
？18000分的话不是特别好说吧，因为我唯一觉得一点区别特别大的情况下，就是在中国服务器打的时候。可能每个人都比较认真，而且选的英雄包括团队的一种合作，会比可能在美服的话会紧凑很多。在美服打的话，就是不开心了我就挂机了，或者是就是比较不好吧，我觉得。
So 18K maybe not, but I feel like the main difference really is that in China people they always play hard, they play to win, but over here in the US, it feels like sometimes if people are not having fun, they're not having a good time, they just go AFK, they don't play properly. Over here, they don't really pick the right heroes for the team sometimes, so that's the main difference, I feel like.
Brutal but honest, I'll give you that, sir. All right, so another question for you. VP, they did pretty good against you guys. Are you looking to face them again, or do you hope that you never run into them one more time?
然后问一下，就是关于 VP， 他们今天更早的时候他们是2-0你们啊，那你是否希望在比赛后面会再次有机会面对他们呢？
如果是想拿冠军的话，我觉得应该是很有机会遇见他们。我们也是今天和他们打完之后，也是总结了很多东西，觉得吸收了一些不少的。希望再碰见他们的话，有机会击败他们。
I feel that if we're here and we want to take the champions, then we're definitely going to meet them again. So after we played them today, we went back and we analyzed and we learned a lot. So I feel that if we can meet them again, I hope that we can beat them.
Okay, good to hear. Now this one's personal. Sorry guys, but I did a lot of research on you, trying to find anything wrong, anything that I can make fun of. You're squeaky clean. I got nothing. Can you tell me one thing, one bad habit of yours, please, just for me?
然后记者是最后想问一个个人的问题，就是说他研究了一下你，搜了一下你的名字，然后 发现你其实没有什么关于你的梗，什么坏新闻都没有，那就请你自己报一下自己的料，有没有任何一个坏习惯能够跟他说？
我也不知道自己有什么这种坏习惯，可能感觉自己什么都不是特别好，但是也没有什么特别不好吧。然后可能就是做什么事情都太认真吧，可能稍微这一点。
Honestly, I don't really know that much about these things. But if I really had to say one thing, maybe it's that I'm not amazing at anything, but I'm not terrible at anything. And maybe if I really had to say something, it's that I'm too dedicated, too focused, too try hard and serious.
All right. Well, I still don't have anything. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for translating, and we'll get some dirt on you eventually. Thank you.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. That's the job interview answer, isn't it? It's like, oh, you know, what are your weaknesses? Oh, you know, I work too hard. I arrive on time too much.
Too perfectionistic.
I'm a perfectionist.
Perfectionist, yeah.
Oh.
Just the highest MMR player in China or something.
Yeah. Not good at anything.
I'm not good at anything.
What's he talking about? Oh,
that
that's
chiseled
wonderful.
jaw. Those good. FY is not here to represent the handsome men of China. But we've got SEC.
We have.
Yeah,
I mean, Shiva, we have to go back to your point. Eyebrows on fleek.
Definitely.
I still don't know how to use that correctly.
I think it's just with eyebrows and eyeliner. I think that's the only term where you would actually use.
So my shirt
for.
can't be on fleek. I don't know.
The cut of your shirt could be on fleek. I think on fleek has to be a line of some sort somewhere.
What about his zhuzh? We're learning about zhuzh.
Oh, that's not my word. I'm not that.
Do you know how to spell zhuzh? This is a question to everyone. Do you even know if the word exists?
It's in Urban Dictionary, so.
Oh, so Urban Dictionary definitely knows the answers.
Yeah.
All right, we should probably go ahead and wrap this day up before we just get stuck talking about fleek zhuzhes. That makes no sense to about 60% of our viewers. We need to wrap up this day. Of course, it is a group stage split into 2 days. Today was A and B, and we can go ahead and address what we witnessed. I mean, we actually had a fair share of, well, stomps, upsets, everything. I think the best way to start when we do address Group A is I throw this over to you, God. You had an opportunity to cast more of these than we broadcast here on the main stream. What was your biggest takeaway from, we'll start with Group B, I guess, since it is up on our screens. We can see VP and Newbee taking those top two seeds.
Yeah, I think VP meeting the expectations, coming in as one of the tournament favorites after dominant runs at the Summit, as well as all the different European events they're playing, and they really delivered here in Group B.
Truly they did, but Virtus.pro, we just kind of came in with this, like, how much hype do they deserve? And it seemed like, Shiva, a lot was the answer.
Every little bit of hype that they have behind them and expectations that they have behind them, I mean, it's still very much there. And I think even the expectations grew a little bit, seeing them here at day one, just dominating with drafts. And we talked about this with drafts that are nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah. You know exactly what they're going to do, and still they just beat everybody that they face.
Now, you didn't catch Group A if you've just been sticking it on this stream, but chances are you did catch a little bit because there was a lot to look forward to. Wings was the biggest start, right, Gods? We sat there and we were like, right, Wings, what can they do? And the answer was, in their opening game, not as much as we expected. Warriors, can we just rehash this story because it is a wonderful one?
Yeah, unfortunately they end up going down to the Warriors Gaming Unity, the complete underdog, unknown team coming out from Southeast Asia, from Malaysia, upsetting them 2-1 in that opening match over in Group A. Unfortunately, they still finished third place in the group, losing to Wings later on, but that's still a big confidence booster, something that can really it acknowledges the fact they can compete with the best of the best out there. The unusual thing to me about this group is DC, not DC getting first. It's the fact they managed to do that without even... DC didn't have to face Wings today. If there's one thing DC went today thinking, it's probably like, all right, we're going to have to verse Wings at some point. We're either going to beat Wings to get first in our group or lose to them and go for second, but they just didn't have to play Wings. I'm like, okay. DC win their group. Today was like such a cruisy day for DC in that way.
Yeah, one thing didn't go well is, of course, from LGD Forever Young Jack. That was a bit of a sad story to witness.
Yeah, I think a lot of people expected this. I mean, having to rotate out 2 players because of the visa issues. On the other hand, though, I did think that they'd be one of the better equipped teams to deal with that. The replacements that they have, DDC has played with the rest of the roster, Xiao 8, quite familiar with them. And then the carry player also not known for kind of stepping out of that and being hard to communicate or work with. And so I expected LFY to do a little bit better than this, but they didn't really put up a great showing in this group. And so other than that, I think the results pretty much went as expected in this group.
Yeah, it was a very, very fun first day. And I believe you had a very fun first day as well, Machine.
I have. I had a great time.
And we have video of that.
Wait, what?
And this is you having fun with the camera.
Is this a joke? Who's put this together?
I mean, I'm really bad at editing.
It's just my awful hand gestures. There's too many of them.
Did you have a fun first day though?
I've had a great time. I need to stop smiling. Ugh.
But that was it.
You're not smiling enough.
You're not smiling enough.
Oh my god, that was this is us. I was sitting.
That's
I was like,
I was waiting to stop something stupid.
Where's the funny part of this cut, right?
Oh, that was confusing. Oh, that was a cheeky one. What a Vlad, you cheeky monkey. The producer's got a little treat for us. Oh, wow, that was lovely. That's cheered me right up, as if I was as grumpy before. Right, we should go ahead and show you the updated group brackets as we can remind ourselves. Excuse me, the schedule. Vlad, you distracted me. I'm sorry. Let's have a look at the schedule. We can show you what's coming up tomorrow. This is what you have to look forward to. We get to see EG. That's a storyline a lot of us are looking forward to. A North American affair to start things off. Faceless LGD alongside OG, IG, and eHome Ad Finem. If I forced you, Jack, to choose one to look forward to most, what are your eyes drawn to?
I think EG Complexity is the most compelling series. You have that North American rivalry. These guys always seem to play against each other.
Is that a series?
Can I think one
Isn't that
step
going to be the
ahead?
most compelling stomp?
How about LGD EG, which I think will be the match after that? That's hype.
Yeah,
I think.
Okay.
I don't know what's hype about Complexity getting
God,
trashed by EG.
you looked physically hurt when he said that. If I think, same question to you though.
Yeah.
Same question to you. I mean, what, you're looking at. I mean, surely Ad Finem is an exciting story.
I think Ad Finem eHome is actually going to be a really close series, and Ad Finem, it's like their first time finally making it to a Valve event. They've missed out narrowly for the last two, both the TI and the Manila Major. They were one slot away, losing in the deciding match to qualify, so they finally make it to a Valve event. What can they do? eHome have been good, but not great. They've kind of actually had a bit of dip in their results as of the last couple of months, so I think it's a very winnable match for them. I'd say that one.
Beautiful. I mean, we've had a great first day, and we get to do it all again tomorrow. We do hope you'll join us as the Boston Major does continue. Same time tomorrow, same place. As Shiva already said, I've had a great time. You guys have been incredibly welcoming. These guys have been incredibly welcoming and have helped me on my way as I work my way through the Boston Major. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, for more action here in the Dota scene.